Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 261 Too ugly, don't eat it. When Rong Juofen saw this scene, his eyes turned red, he stepped forward with his sword, and shouted, "Let go of Fat Tiger, I'll take his place." Rong Juofen did not directly attack the nine-colored sky-swallowing python. He knew very well that he could not defeat the nine-colored sky-swallowing python, and attacking would only anger it and hasten Fat Tiger's death. The movement of the nine-colored sky-swallowing python paused, and it looked at the bearded man with great disgust. A childlike voice came out, "It's too ugly, I won't eat it." Rong Juofen, who was in a sad mood. "Well, I'm actually not ugly. If I shaved off my beard, I would still be a handsome man." Rong Juofen defended carefully. "Eye searing," the child's voice continued. Rong Juofen almost couldn't hold back his violent temper, but when he met the eyes of the nine-colored sky-swallowing python, Rong Juofen's anger was extinguished instantly. Those are a pair of extremely sinister and poisonous snake eyes. Just one glance gave Rong Juofen a chilling feeling. Rong Juofen woke up and found that the nine-colored sky-swallowing python did not swallow him in one bite. Perhaps because he was from Qingyun Prefecture, he could not anger it. "Can the immortal release Fat Tiger? I'll give you more meat to eat." Rong Juofen decided to spend money to buy Fat Tiger's life. Jukai received the message from his master, stared at Rong Juofen and said, "Give me 1,000,000 top-quality spiritual stones and let him go immediately." Rong Juofen immediately agreed, and the nine-colored sky-swallowing python sent Fat Tiger to Rong Juofen. At this moment, Rong Juofen was in trouble again. Fat Tiger was obviously poisoned, but he had no way to cure the poison of the nine-colored sky-swallowing python. Rong Juofen said cautiously, "Shangxian, there is one more thing. Can you give Fat Tiger an antidote?" An extremely innocent child's voice sounded, "I was just about to detoxify it, but you didn't let me." Rong Juofen looked at the nine-colored sky-swallowing python as if it were a fool, and veins jumped in his forehead. He had to deal with the Fat Tiger when he got back. This stupid tiger really only has a body and no brain, and it always gets him into trouble. The nine-colored sky-swallowing python detoxified Fat Tiger and threw it directly to Rong Juofen. Rong Juofen instantly sent Fat Hu into the contract space. After all, he couldn't carry Fat Hu. "Thank you, Supreme Immortal." After Rong Juofen thanked the nine-colored sky-swallowing python, he handed it to the nine-colored sky-swallowing python with a storage ring and said carefully, "There are 1,000,000 top-quality spiritual stones here, and I hope that the Supreme Immortal will not disapprove of them." The nine-colored sky-swallowing python opened its mouth and sucked the storage ring into its mouth. Without saying anything, it turned to look at the arena. Seeing this, Rong Juofen saw Yu Jian and left. Seeing this scene of human-animal trade, everyone was stunned. Who was going to tell them? What happened to this continent? A strange beast actually trades with a monk. Will you still want spiritual stones? Could it be that they haven't seen strange beasts for a long time, so they don't understand their characters? The old man heard the nine-colored sky-swallowing python speaking human words, and his eyes were still staring at Feng Xi with vigilance, but he did not forget to give the order to the man in black, "Open the Nine Heavens entrapment beast formation, and all people and beasts are not allowed to leave Daoling Field." The transaction between the nine-colored sky-swallowing python and the monk indirectly proves that the sky-swallowing python must have a contractor. Under normal circumstances, strange beasts will never take the initiative to appear where monks gather, let alone ask for spiritual stones from monks. Alien beasts are similar to monsters, most of them are ferocious and like to feed on monks. Not only did this strange beast not attack the monk, it also detoxified the monk's contracted beast. If it does this, it must be instructed by its master, and its master must be among this group of people. His old and turbid eyes were slightly sharp. Although he recognized what level of alien beast this giant python was, an alien beast that could speak human language was at least above the saint level. On the Juju continent, all beasts above the saint level must belong to the Bailey family. If the Bailey family wants to better control the Juju continent, they must prevent other people from becoming stronger and prevent other forces from becoming stronger. The people in the fighting spirit arena who were about to leave were controlled by more than a dozen men in black and moved to one place. There are only a few people left on the playing field. The two judges stood there tremblingly, not daring to say a word. Bailey Wenyu and Bailey Kesheng stood beside a pit in disgrace. Bailey Kesheng glared at Bailey Wenyu angrily, feeling the urge to kill someone. He had lost all face in his life today. Bailey Wenyu Lanyi Mountain is stained with dust, but it still does not affect his dragon and phoenix appearance. On the playing field, Mu Chanjue's peach blossom eyes gradually became serious. Mu Chanjue found that something was wrong with the equation. It didn't look like the rumored alchemy at all, but more like a machine that had lost its soul. At this moment, Fang Fang obviously lacked spiritual power in his body and his mental power was on the verge of collapse, but Fang Fang didn't care about this at all and still focused on purifying the elixir. When a monk reaches enlightenment, he will usually be protected by heaven and earth, and this situation will never occur. Mu Chanjue felt a little anxious. He wanted to stop the equation, but he was worried that the equation was really having an epiphany. However, Chen Lu from Hailing Prefecture took advantage of the chaos and destroyed 2 furnaces of elixirs without anyone noticing. Chen Lu even glanced at Mu Chanjue a few times proudly. Hiss. Suddenly came the voice. Chen Lu suddenly felt a chill running down his spine, which was even more chilling than the old man's breath. Chen Lu turned his head stiffly and saw 2 huge beads. The beads were wet and moved flexibly. Only then did Chen Lu realize that those were not beads, but eyeballs. Immediately, Chen Lu's face turned pale, his whole body began to tremble, his legs went limp and he sat on the ground. Help, help, help. Chen Lu's voice was weak, like the buzzing of a mosquito. The 9-color sky-swallowing python raised its head slightly and moved away from Chen Lu. This man smelled so bad. Do not like. But he is a hindrance here, and he will definitely be criticized if he crushes someone to death later. The nine-color sky-swallowing python's thick snake tail quickly moved towards Chen Lu, and with one force, Chen Lu was thrown into the sky. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 262 Perfect Misunderstanding. Chen Lu's screams could be heard in the distance, but no one cared about Chen Lu's whereabouts. It's strange the giant pythons don't eat people. It doesn't eat humans, so why does it come out? Everyone held their breath as they watched it extend its head towards the alchemy area of Qingyun Prefecture, and all mourned for Mu Chanjue and Fang Fang. But what surprised everyone was that it stopped in front of Equation's alchemy furnace and stopped moving. The nine-color sky-swallowing python stared at the alchemy furnace and spit out the words. It liked the smell of the alchemy furnace very much. The owner said that it could eat the things here. The old man saw the movement of the nine-color sky-swallowing python and instantly understood what it was going to do. However, the owner of the elixir family had told him that the elixir must be brought back and the giant python must not be allowed to touch the elixir. The old withered hand waved, heaven and earth, black tiger, thunder and lightning, protect the elixir. After the old man finished speaking, 8 men in black stabbed the nine-color sky-swallowing python with swords. The tail of the nine-color sky-swallowing python was swaying, but it had no intention of stopping the man in black. It was still staring at the alchemy furnace, its emerald green eyes gradually turning into dark green. Zhang. The sword stabbed on the nine-colored phosphorus piece. Jukai showed no reaction, but the 8 men in black were knocked away and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. The old consciousness swept over the injured men in black and found that the 8 black-clothed men had their internal organs shattered and they were all dead. The old man's eyes were surprised. He didn't expect the giant python to be so strong. The strength of the alien beasts under the Nine Heavens trapped beast formation has been weakened several times. If they can still have such power, how powerful is the giant python actually? His old eyes showed excitement. If he could get this strange beast, maybe his strength would be even higher. The old man glanced at the black egg flying in the air on the left, and then at the nine-color python, feeling extremely conflicted. These two beasts are very powerful, and with the current strength of the Bailey family, neither one can defeat them. The only way is to let them fight each other. After one of them is injured and annihilated, they will take the opportunity to take down the other living beast. The old man's eyes wandered between Fang Xi and the nine-colored sky-swallowing python. He was very torn for a moment. He wanted both of them. It's a pity that he is too weak to contract two powerful beasts at the same time. Most monks can only contract one alien beast in their lifetime, because the power of the monk's spiritual consciousness can only accommodate one alien beast. If there are more, it will burden the spiritual consciousness. Very few monks can contract two strange beasts, at least he has never seen one in his lifetime. Fang Xi was always observing Kun Lao, wanting to explore the black mist in Kun Lao's body, so he delayed attacking. The nine-colored sky-swallowing python naturally felt the greedy thoughts of the old man, but it didn't care. All its thoughts were on the elixir. The medicinal fragrance seeping out of the alchemy furnace made it want to swallow the alchemy furnace directly. Shangxian, I have a better elixir here, do you want to take it? The old man flicked his sleeves, and dozens of high-grade elixirs floated towards the nine-color sky-swallowing python. The eyes of the nine-colored sky-swallowing python are filled with impatience. Anyone who cares about its elixirs is just rubbish. The nine-color sky-swallowing python opened its mouth and blew towards the elixir, and dozens of extremely precious elixirs flew towards Kang Lao. Kang Lao's expression suddenly changed and he quickly stepped away. The moment the elixir passed by Kang Lao broke into a cold sweat. The breath just now was terrifying. Kang Lao had a vague feeling that even though he was a virtual god, his body was already like a copper wall and could block the power of the elixir. The nine-color sky-swallowing python spit out snake letters at the old man as a threat. The old man looked extremely embarrassed. This sense of danger had appeared in Shunghu Ridge before. Shunghu Ridge. Looking back at the old memory, I saw the stunning and noble young master, the stunning and noble little boy in blue. That was the first time he suffered a loss in front of several little kids. If this strange beast came from Shunguling, would its owners be those few people? Rumble. The sudden sound of thunder in the sky made everyone look up unconsciously. Kang Lao looked at the colorful clouds gathering above his head again, and then glanced at the nine-colored sky-swallowing python. I wonder how many calamities the giant python can resist. The giant python is just at the top of the alchemy furnace at the moment. When the pill is struck down, the giant python must be chopped first. The old man even thought that the giant python came to prevent the calamity on purpose. At the same time, the equation opens the alchemy furnace. In an instant, a black mist and an orange mist floated out of the alchemy furnace at the same time. There was a black pill and 10 orange pills lying at the bottom of the pill furnace. The nine-colored sky-swallowing python smelled the yin spirit chi that it liked, and it also smelled the pure spirit chi that it wanted so much. The nine-colored sky-swallowing python looked at the elixir and felt confused. Do you really want to swallow them all? Rumble. There were lightning and thunder in the sky, which was obviously a sign that the thunder disaster was about to fall. But at this time, Mu Chanjue discovered that the state of the equation was extremely wrong. Tick. The faint sound caught Mu Chanjue's attention. An extra drop of blood appeared in front of Fang Fang's toes. Mu Chanjue's face was condensed, and he bent down to look at Equation, who had his head lowered. This sight scared Mu Chanjue half to death. Mu Chanjue shouted anxiously, "Stop the equation. You can't practice anymore." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 263. Fang Fang still lowered his head, his hands were flying in the air, and he was concentrating on becoming an elixir. Mu Chanjue clenched the folding fan in his hand, looking at the ferocious-looking Equation, he became even more anxious. Mu Chanjue did not dare to withdraw the strange fire without permission. Fang Fang was in a very wrong state at the moment. If he took back the strange fire without permission and stopped refining the alchemy, Fang Fang might go crazy. The only way is to wake up the Equation as soon as possible. Mu Changjue was worried that if Fang Fang continued, Fang Fang might not survive. Several filament-like traces appeared on the surface of the equation, and his eyes were bloodshot, and even the pupils turned red, with blood and tears dripping from them. The spiritual power in the equation body has been exhausted. What is being used at this moment is not spiritual power, but overdrawn vitality. Mu Changjue once read in an ancient book that when a monk is exhausted, he can use a secret method to overdraw his life force and save himself. But once this secret technique is used excessively, it will lead to death. At this moment, Mu Changjue knew very well that equation was definitely not enlightened, but had been bewitched, and all his movements were out of control. Fang Fang, I believe you can hear what I say. Mu Changjue's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly and continued. Fang Fang, you can only save yourself now, you must come out. Mu Changjue, what are you doing? Bailey Kesheng's cold voice sounded, standing not far from Mu Changjue. Bailey Kesheng was very dissatisfied with Mu Changjue's behavior. Mu Changjue ignored Bailey Kesheng, but Bailey Kesheng raised his hand and wanted to attack Mu Changjue. Sudden. A quiet flute sounded. The sound of the flute makes people feel relaxed and enlightened unconsciously. Bailey Kesheng, who wanted to take action, suddenly felt that his limbs were being restrained. Even if he could move, he couldn't move. It felt like there was something heavy weighing on his shoulders. The flute sounded, and Fang Changden's movements were restrained. Fang Fang's breathing became rapid, and he desperately tried to turn his life force into a pill, but the force restraining him was too strong, preventing him from moving at all. Bailey Wenyu's flute sound continued. Everyone held their breath and stared at Bailey Wenyu, unconsciously attracted by the sound of the flute. With the sound of the flute, Fang Fang's struggling movements became smaller and smaller, and the red color in his eyes was dissipating little by little. Fang Fang slowly raised his head, his eyes slightly dull. Mu Changjue looked at the status of Fang Fang and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Fang was saved, but the potion of pills was hopeless. When everyone saw the terrifying equation, their eyes were horrified. This equation was obviously about to go crazy. Only the trapped Bailey Kesheng saw that Fang Fang stopped refining the elixir at the critical moment, and was extremely anxious. Bailey Wenyu, please stop quickly, you are interfering with the game. In addition to Bailey Kesheng, there was also a trace of anxiety in the old eyes. The master of the house asked for the elixir, but now something happened to the elixir, what should he do? Is he going to be accused of being disloyal to the family master when he is about to die? The Bailey family has extremely strict requirements for loyal soldiers. If a loyal soldier fails to complete the family master's instructions more than 3 times, he will be thrown into the 10,000 Poison Cave. 10,000 Poison Cave is a place that scares all monks. The 10,000 Poison Cave can only be entered but not exited. There are tens of thousands of high-level poisonous insects inside, and the poisonous barrier will last for thousands of years. No matter how powerful the monk is, if he enters the cave of 10,000 poisons, he will turn into bones in just a few days. Thinking of the scene in 10,000 Poison Cave seen on the spy mirror, the old eyes showed timidity. The only mission he failed was Shunghu Ridge. If he failed again, would he only have one chance to save his life? Kang Lao stared at the alchemy furnace, his eyes showing unwillingness. The elixir was right in front of him and he must not fail. The old man looked sideways at Bailey Wenyu, who was as handsome as an immortal. His sunken eyes were slightly sunken. He could not let Bailey Wenyu blow any longer. Of course Kang Lao didn't want to deal with the people from Bailey directly, so he winked at the man in black standing in the sky. A man in black stepped on a flying sword and headed towards Bailey Wenyu. Bailey Wenyu concentrated on playing the flute, and the aura around him was noble and proud. He was completely immersed in it, and was completely unaware of the approach of the man in black. The man in black came to Bailey Wenyu and raised his palm to slap Bailey Wenyu. This palm followed the old man's instructions. The man in black was merciless and would only beat Bailey Wenyu half to death. Zhu Shen's attack action was completed in no time. By the time Feng Qingran realized that the man in black was about to attack Bailey Wenyu, it was already too late for Feng Si to save him. The man in black's palm had already struck Bailey Wenyu. Boom. Click. A bolt of silver lightning struck the man in black unexpectedly. A few rays of silver light flashed across the body of the man in black, and then he fell downwards. This sudden change surprised everyone. If you hurt Bailey Wenyu, you will be struck by lightning. What is the principle? This kind of thing won't happen to the chosen one, right? Eyes that cover the sky, humph. It is a principle that a group of idiots must never let the rescuers feel cold. Bailey Wenyu prevents the equation from becoming a pill, which also means that the disaster of Juju will not come. With such merit, it is worthy to be protected by it. The 10-yin devouring spirit pill is so yin and poisonous that there is no cure for it. If the 10-yin spirit devouring pills were really released, rumors would spread all over this small world, and then all the monks in the human race would be stunned. How can it continue to be the way of heaven here? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 264 The Old Decision. The eye that covers the sky doesn't want to be a mere commander. It has finally accumulated some purple thunder. As long as it protects this small world for a while, it will grow into a qualified true heaven. It will never allow anyone to ruin its path to enlightenment. If the sky covering eye hadn't taken the rules into consideration, it would have chosen to directly split the 10-yin devouring spirit pill. The yin spirit aura present in the 10-yin devouring spirit pill is the ghost clan's favorite aura. The ghost clan is a group of ghost cultivators who are opposed to the nether clan. In the 3,000 small worlds, those who have never practiced will enter reincarnation after death. In the process of entering reincarnation, some people are unwilling to be reincarnated, forming extremely heavy resentments and becoming ghosts. A very small number of ghosts will realize the way of cultivation and become ghost cultivators. But whether you become a ghost or a ghost cultivator, it means losing the qualification for reincarnation. Therefore, ghost cultivators will choose powerful cultivators to seize their bodies. Before the ghost cultivator seizes the body, he will release the energy of the yin spirit to confuse the monk's mind, cannibalize the monk's soul, turn him into a walking corpse, and then seize the body. The will of all small worlds is very repulsive to the ghost race. Once the aura of the ghost is detected, the will of the world will begin to track down the ghosts. The eye that covers the sky doesn't understand where these yin spirit chi come from. But it knows very well that it must not let the yin spirit chi spread. The energy of yin spirits is the medium through which ghosts enter each small world. As long as the energy of yin spirits is eliminated, the ghosts will not be able to survive for a long time even if they invade the small world. In the fighting spirit field, the old man felt a dull pain in his heart as he looked at the dead soldier who was struck black by lightning. Could it be that even heaven wants to stand against him? The old back suddenly became rickety and lost its senile posture, giving people a sense of twilight. The old man raised his head and looked at the sky. He had lived for nearly 10,000 years, and he originally wanted to spend the remaining decades in seclusion, looking for opportunities to break through the integration period. But recently, strange things happened frequently in Kyushu. The head of the family asked him to deal with the strange things in Kyushu several times, so he can retreat in seclusion. Even though he is more powerful than Bailey Patriarch, he cannot disobey the Patriarch's orders because of the loyalty goo in his body. When he first joined Bailey's family and got countless opportunities, and his cultivation skyrocketed, he was extremely glad that he had made the right choice. But as he grew older and became stronger, he began to long for freedom. I long to have time to practice on my own, and to have the opportunity to explore opportunities at will. These are things that monks all over the world can do. He, a strong man who is feared by the world, cannot do it. There is endless sadness in the old eyes. Are you willing to become the tool of others throughout your life? Absolutely not reconciled. But if it weren't for the Bailey family, he wouldn't be able to get everything he has now. I'm afraid he would have become a pile of withered bones. This is probably the so-called gain and loss, right? A strange light flashed through the old lowered eyes. Since he has received benefits from the Bailey family, he should bear this responsibility. He will spend his life repaying the kindness of the Bailey family in exchange for freedom in the next life, even if he is an ordinary person. A sudden strong wind blew around the old man's body, and his hand, as dry as a dry tree root, passed through the air. Immediately, countless black runes emerged from his palm. The mysterious runes are so dazzling that everyone changes their minds. Even the man in black who came with the old man had a much more solemn aura. There was majesty in the old eyes, and the aura around him was stable, without any pressure leaking out. But being so calm made everyone even more panicked. The black runes flowed with majestic power. The runes floated in the wind, giving off a sense of horror. No one could understand what the old man wanted to do. Bailey Wenyu's flute sound continued, and Fang Fang was about to wake up. The nine-color sky-swallowing python stared at the black elixir in the elixir furnace. While everyone was attracted by the old man, he opened his mouth slightly and sucked the black elixir in the elixir furnace into his mouth with a suction force. The pure yin spirit energy entered the body, making the nine-color sky-swallowing python feel happy, and the phosphorus flakes all over its body became even more dazzling. The nine-colored sky-swallowing python finished swallowing the pill and was about to run away, but was blocked by Fang Xi. Do you like the smell of that old man? Fang Xi sent a message to the nine-colored sky-swallowing python. The nine-color sky-swallowing python shook its big head to indicate that it didn't like it. It liked the pure aura of the yin spirit, not the aura of the corrupt. The smell of decay is the most disgusting smell. Such people cannot be called human beings at all. They are completely parasites, with very disgusting bugs inside their bodies. White runes flowed on Fang Xi's eggshell, which were vaguely similar to the old runes, but the colors were different. Fang Xi received the answer from the nine-colored sky-swallowing python, and confirmed his thoughts. He said seriously, this old man is drawing his own power to draw runes. He may want to drag everyone with him to be buried. We must find a way. Stop him. The nine-colored sky-swallowing python sent a message to Fang Xi. There is no other way. He cannot be killed. If he is killed, more people will suffer. Fang Xi's spiritual consciousness swept across the nine-colored sky-swallowing python, thinking, can the nine-colored sky-swallowing python be used to deal with the decaying energy? It is true that Kang Lao cannot be killed. The black aura is controlled by Kang Lao and is still harmless for the time being. Once the old man dies and the black energy comes out, it will definitely attack the monk directly. The rotten spirit is not picky. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 265 The Spirit of Decay. The odorless rotten air will quickly devour any living thing it encounters. In just a few breaths, the monk will turn into a skeleton. But the decaying air in the old man's body is slightly different. Instead of devouring the host, it chooses to breathe more decaying air in the host's body and feed back more power to the host. At this moment, Fang Xi suddenly understood the reason why Qi and Mo Jinggong came to this small world. Compared with other single small worlds, this small world contains endless mysteries. Fang Xi regretted not coming out of its shell. If it had come out of its shell, it could use the chaos candle to burn away the huge rotten air. Sky-swallowing python, I remember that your stomach is similar to that of a Tao-Ti. You won't have diarrhea after eating anything, right? Fang Xi asked tentatively. The nine-color sky-swallowing python was silent, endless silence, and it vaguely had a bad premonition. The nine-color sky-swallowing python moved its body back slightly, but unfortunately, its body was too big, and Fang Xi immediately noticed its movement. Fang Xi exuded bloodline suppression and transmitted the message, Sky-swallowing python, I order you to swallow him. The nine-colored sky-swallowing python shook its head desperately. Although it can swallow anything, it is very picky about food, okay. If it swallowed the bad old man in front, it would probably not want to eat again for tens of thousands of years, especially since this old man's body was still full of disgusting soft worms. The nine-color sky-swallowing python resolutely rejected Fang Xi. Even if its bloodline suppressed it, it would not do it. I remember that the sky-swallowing python cannot turn into a dragon, right? If you swallow the old man, I will make you a 9-color sky-swallowing dragon and give you the blood of the dragon clan. The benefits promised by Feng Si made the 9-colored sky-swallowing python extremely excited. But the 9-colored sky-swallowing python glanced at the old man whose blood was full of insect eggs, and his heart was full of resistance. Isn't your highest pursuit in life to go from snake to dragon? Now that the opportunity is in front of you, why don't you seize it? Feng Si continued to seduce. There wasn't much time left for Feng Si and the 9-colored sky-swallowing python. As the black energy in the old man's body increases, the eggs in his body hatch one by one. When the black energy in the old man's body is drained out, the old man will explode and die. Once the eggs hatched from the decaying air come into contact with a living being, they will immediately regard it as a host. Create another old man. In the fighting spirit field, there is a master it wants to protect, and it will never allow Feng Qinggran to have an accident. But, it's still disgusting. I'm afraid I'll vomit it out immediately after eating it. The 9-colored sky-swallowing python was extremely tangled in its heart, as if it was being roasted by fire. Becoming a dragon is not only its pursuit, but also the pursuit of countless strange beasts. The ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and Qilin from the beginning of chaos are the 3 leaders of strange beasts. How majestic they are to command the beasts of eternity. The power of the ancestral dragon creates the power of the bloodline of the dragon clan. Even just a drop of dragon blood can induce the madness of countless strange beasts. Alien beasts are born to surrender to the dragon clan. It also wants to taste that feeling of being above everything else. Feng Si naturally sensed the emotions of the 9-colored sky-swallowing python and continued to seduce. Think about it, if you become the 9-colored sky-swallowing divine dragon, how will the Feng clan and Qilin clan treat you in the future? The 9-color sky-swallowing python couldn't bear it anymore and opened its bloody mouth towards the old man. But at this moment, something happened again. Countless black runes gathered together to form a giant dragon, and the aura around the dragon was terrifying. Roar. A dragon roar shook the sky and the earth. The rotten air surged out and wrapped around the body of the 9-colored sky-swallowing python. Black air threads penetrated into the phosphorus of the 9-color sky-swallowing python. When Feng Si saw this scene, he secretly thought that it was bad because he had underestimated the rotten spirit. The decaying energy in the old body obviously has a decaying spirit. Anything that can create life means that it will be free from the shackles of heaven and earth. As more and more black threads wrap around the 9-color sky-swallowing python, the runes are also decreasing. The remaining small part of the runes floated towards Feng Si, obviously wanting to attack Feng Si. The black energy wrapped around the Feng Qi eggshell, and the white runes on the Feng Qi eggshell emitted a dazzling white light, forming a huge light pillar. Part of the light beam fell on the 9-color sky-swallowing python, helping it dissipate part of the black energy. However, the body of the 9-colored sky-swallowing python is too huge, and its phosphorus plates cannot transmit light, so the black energy desperately penetrates into its phosphorus plates. The 9-color sky-swallowing python cannot become smaller at this moment. Once it becomes smaller, the black energy will immediately wrap it up and make it airtight. The spirit of decay seemed to be afraid of the white light and did not dare to touch Feng Si again, but he used all his strength to deal with the 9-color sky-swallowing python. As long as the sky-swallowing python can be captured and this body is used as a carrier to swallow the power of the sky-swallowing python, the spirit of decay will become even more powerful. Feng Si's spiritual consciousness swept across the body of the 9-color sky-swallowing python, capturing the spirit of decay. If you want to eliminate the air of decay, you must first eliminate the spirit of decay, but the spirit of decay has devoured countless monks and is extremely cunning. Feng Si couldn't detect any trace of the spirit of decay. Right now, a huge whirlpool of power appeared around the withered old man. Hundreds of men in black moved towards the old man, raising their hands to send spiritual power to the old man without any hesitation. The eyes of this man in black were dull, and the white skin hidden under the mask was terrifying. Within the realm of transformation, Wenren Jushao's demonic eyes flashed with interest, and he looked at the cold and noble Mo Jinggong. Master Mo, don't you plan to go out and save people? They can't deal with the spirit of decay. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 266 Inheriting the Bloodline. After hearing Wenren Jushao's words, Mo Jinggong's starry eyes became sharp. Wenren Jushao was able to sense things outside his domain within his domain. It seemed that Wenren Jushao was hiding a lot of things. Being in the field can spy on things outside the field. With such a level of strength, Wenren Jushao may have entered the stage of ascending. So Wenren Jushao's previous promise not to attack Bailey Wenyu was probably Wenren Jushao's expedient words. After all, if Wenren Jushao obtained the bloodline of the ancient nine-tailed fox, he would most likely break through the constraints of the rules and directly ascend to the upper world. Ascension has a fatal temptation for the demon clan who have not ascended for millions of years. Wenren Jushao, Bailey Wenyu's bloodline is very special and is not suitable for you monster clan. Mo Jinggong decided to completely give up the idea of Wenren Jushao's taking the bloodline. As for the corrupt spirit outside, Feng Qinggran has a way to deal with it. The appearance of the spirit of decay is also an opportunity for Feng Qinggran to grow. As long as Feng Qinggran can deal with the spirit of decay, she will be able to deal with the mystery butterfly when she enters the wilderness to retrieve all her memories. What do Lord Mo mean by these words? Wenren Jushao's strange pupils drooped, flashing with a cold luster. Mo Jinggong's eyes were cold. Bailey Wenyu's ancient nine-tailed fox bloodline is an inherited bloodline. Even if you use means to deprive it, it cannot be used by you. On the contrary, because of the mutual repulsion of the bloodline inheritance, your previous cultivation, all previous efforts are wasted. Wenren Jushao's aura changed slightly. How could it be that he had inherited his bloodline? Bailey Wenyu is obviously a human being, not a mythical beast. The inherited bloodline is imprinted with the soul, and only those with similar bloodlines can fully obtain this inheritance. There is a difference between inheriting bloodline and blood inheritance. The inherited bloodline cannot be deprived. Once deprived, the inheritance in the bloodline will activate the power of the brand, giving a fatal blow to the person who deprived the power of the bloodline. The blood inheritance is obtained by those with ability. Before it is integrated and activated, it can be deprived by some special means. Those who can leave their inherited bloodline are the Chaos Supreme Beasts. The level of those beasts has reached the level of Shattering the Void. Before they leave the Shattering Void, they will leave their bloodline and inheritance in a small world. But they were also afraid that the inheritance of blood would bring danger to future generations, so they used extremely domineering methods to leave their mark on the inheritance. Once a person gets the inheritance, the power left behind will immediately kill the person who got the bloodline. Master Mo, Bailey Wenyu is just a monk, not an orc. How can he obtain the bloodline power left by the Chaos Supreme Beast? Wenren Jushao asked unwillingly. Mo Jinggong's starry eyes were deep and he said meaningfully, if your monster clan don't have any ideas about him all his life, he will always be a monk. All Wenren Jushao needs to know is that the power of blood in Bailey Wenyu's body is terrifying. Wenren Jushao didn't deserve to know the rest. Wenren Jushao's demon eyes flashed with an evil luster. Bailey Wenyu was neither a demon nor a beast. Is he a spiritual practitioner? He has little to do with the demon clan, right? What exactly is Mo Jinggong implying by these words? Outside the field. Countless black energy hid under the phosphorus tablets of the 9-colored sky-swallowing python, desperately trying to penetrate into its flesh and blood. There was also a slight stinging sensation under the phosphorus tablets, making it fearful. It's only a matter of time before so much black energy breaks through its skin. Although the rotten air cannot harm it, if it is allowed to enter the flesh and blood, they will try the best to create eggs in its body and eat away at its power. This is the most terrifying thing. The 9-color sky-swallowing python moved its body, trying to keep most of its body covered in white light, so that it could buy more time to think of countermeasures. The eyes of the 9-color sky-swallowing python rolled. The rotten energy in the old body has obviously dissipated, so why is it still outputting black runes continuously? At this moment, he is so old that he looks like a withered tree branch. Through the wrinkled skin on his face, you can see the veins and bones inside. Under the old and thin skin, there was something densely squirming back and forth, as if it was about to break out of the skin at any time. Everyone who was besieged on the field felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene. Their eyes looked horrified as they watched the old virtual gods surrounding them being sucked into mummies one by one and falling downwards. They could even clearly feel that the bodies that had been sucked dry were unusually light. Because when the mummies fell down, the speed was extremely slow, and some mummies were even blown up by the wind in the middle. In less than half a quarter of an hour, dozens of the hundreds of virtual gods that Kang Lao had brought were already missing. A sense of crisis arose in everyone's hearts. Why did the old man change like this? But we must not let the old man continue, otherwise it will be their turn after hundreds of virtual gods are sucked dry. The dozens of virtual gods guarding everyone had expressionless faces, as if they were not surprised by such a thing. Some people who have seen the Bailey family's methods are accustomed to it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 267 Death of Chuanyuan Prefecture Disciple. When these guards of the Bailey family perform tasks with Kang Lao, they only listen to Kang Lao. No matter what happens in the middle, they will not change. But those who saw Kang Lao for the first time looked embarrassed and wanted to remind these virtual gods that they could not allow Kang Lao to continue. One of the disciples from Chuanyuan Prefecture was so frightened that he wanted to leave the arena with his sword. As soon as the disciple flew up with his sword, a man in black flew forward and directly raised his palm to smash it into pieces. Suddenly, a piece of blood mist appeared in the air, slowly falling downwards, and the man in black raised his hand and sprinkled white powder. The powder and blood mist collided, and the air instantly became completely clean. The man in black returned to his original position again, and everything happened in the blink of an eye. Many people were still staring blankly at the place where the Chuanyuanzu disciples disappeared, their eyes widened in fear, and they could not recover for a long time. Some people even thought that what happened just now was their illusion. What? It wasn't until someone from Chuanyuan Prefecture screamed that everyone suddenly woke up. A young man from Chuanyuan Prefecture had red eyes and shouted loudly, "Why do you deal with my disciples from Chuanyuan Prefecture without permission?" The man in black ignored the yelling young man and insisted on controlling everyone and not letting them leave. The young people in Chuanyuan Prefecture were even more angry. The dead disciple was the most outstanding disciple of their generation in Qingchuanyuan Prefecture. He was only over years old and already in the late nascent soul stage. The proud son of heaven whom they, Chuanyuan Prefecture, had devoted all their efforts to cultivate, was gone just like that. How will he explain to everyone in Chuanyuan Prefecture after he returns? Why do you, the Bailey family, take human life so lightly? Why do you keep being so aloof? No matter how powerful you are, you can't just kill people like this, right? The young man from Chuanyuan Prefecture ran to the man in black and asked. The man in black remained motionless and did not respond to the young man at all. The young man was so angry that he grabbed the man in black by the collar and shouted loudly, "What do you mean? Why did you kill him? He obviously didn't do anything." The man in black stood calmly, his eyes lifeless, speechless, as if he couldn't speak. The young man's breathing became heavier, and his red eyes were filled with anger. The disciples that Chuanyuan Prefecture had worked so hard to cultivate were really gone. How ironic is it that he can't avenge him? At this time, someone in the crowd said sarcastically, "The disciples I trained have poor psychological quality. How dare I yell here? This is the first time I have seen such a dishonest person. The Bailey family only killed one person and didn't do anything to other people in Chuanyuan Prefecture. Hey, it's just a nascent soul disciple who died. As for crying and making trouble, the people in Sanzu are just not good at this. They only yell when something happens and don't reflect on their own responsibilities." Ellipsis. When the young man heard this, he turned his head and scanned the crowd, focusing on those who were talking. These discussing voices basically come from Shang Sanzu. The young man stared at those who were speaking and shouted, "What do you know? You people have always been aloof and have no idea how much effort Chuanyuan Prefecture has put into cultivating a nascent soul. Yes, you have inexhaustible resources, so surely you don't understand this kind of trouble, right?" The young man's voice was heavy, and his lowered hands clenched into fists, forcing himself to calm down. He regretted that he should not have brought his disciples to watch this game. We should not instill in our disciples the idea of running away if there is danger. The young man lowered his head. There were other disciples who needed to be taken care of. He couldn't act on his own initiative. After the young man finished yelling, he walked back to Chuanyuanzu and stopped talking. Emperor Lingzhu Ningchuan's majestic eyes fell on the man in black, flashing with a strange luster. The man in black seemed like a puppet. As long as he doesn't try to leave the arena, no matter what he says to the man in black, he won't respond. How did the people of the Bailey family manage to tame these false gods like this? Zhu Ningchuan raised his head and looked at the old man who looked like a dead man. His spiritual consciousness spread silently. The old man's state was very wrong, and Zhu Ningchuan felt faintly uneasy. Zhu Ningchuan even doubted whether the spirit fighting competition could still be held after what happened today. At the same time, Fang Xi is using all his spiritual consciousness to explore the whereabouts of the decaying spirit. There is no decaying energy in the old man's body. Logically speaking, all the insect eggs should be hatched, but at this moment, there are still a large number of insect eggs that have not hatched in the old man's blood. And Changlao is also absorbing the spiritual power and vitality of other virtual gods to hatch insect eggs. These rotten insects are really disgusting. The white light on Fang Xi's body became stronger and stronger, shining in every corner of the fighting arena. But even so, the 9-color sky-swallowing python still has a rotten air, and the rotten air even breeds under the phosphorus flakes. Fang Xi's spiritual consciousness passed through every phosphorus piece of the 9-color sky-swallowing python, and he was even more shocked. These decaying auras were slowly evolving. A hint of black energy has appeared and he is no longer afraid of the light of purification. Fang Xi's spiritual consciousness locked on that trace of black energy, and he was slightly disappointed. It turned out to be not a spirit of decay. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 268 The Source of Life. However, one thing Fang Xi was sure of was that the spirit of decay was definitely hiding under the phosphorus sheets of the 9-color sky-swallowing python. Fang Xi, what happened? Why was the old man so angry? Fang Qingran asked via voice message. Fang Xi heard Fang Qingran's voice and replied, "Woman, something happened. The sky-swallowing python and I are trying to control the situation. You need to protect yourself first." Fang Qingran's eyes narrowed slightly, looking a little serious. What are those dark auras? And why is the old man sucking the life source of other virtual gods? Woman, this is not something you should know for the time being. Remember not to let the dark aura and soft insects get close to you. After Fang Xi finished his instructions, bursts of hot aura were exuding all over his body. Fang Xi borrowed the power of heaven and earth to set up a barrier around the entire Dowling arena to prevent the corrupt spirits from running outside. As for the people in the venue, no one can be let go. The air of decay is pervasive, and will be hidden when it first enters a monk's body, making it extremely difficult to detect it. It is very likely that these people have been invaded by the rotten air, and letting them leave would be a disaster. Soon, the red barrier enveloped the entire Dowling arena, and then a dazzling red light flashed, and the Dowling arena disappeared. However, the people in the venue knew nothing about it. Fang Qingran was Fang Xi's contractor, so he naturally felt the changes in Fang Xi immediately. At this moment, Fang Xi makes people unconsciously ignore that it is an egg. Instead, he involuntarily felt a sense of awe towards it, which was slightly different from the awe of the strong. This kind of awe is more like a kind of respect and fear engraved in the bones. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes, which were like glass, flashed with light. Fang Xi said before that she was not a divine beast, but she had guessed that Fang Xi might be a super divine beast. But now Fang Qingran rejected this idea. Fang Xi must be a mythical beast beyond the cognition of monks. Just in the form of an egg, Fang Xi can show an aura of nobility and mystery. If Fang Xi has hatched into the form it should have at this moment, what will it look like? When Fang Xi faced the 10-yin devouring spirit pill, he was always in a relaxed state, but now when facing an old man, he felt full of fire. Fang Qingran concluded that the aura on the old man's body must be something more terrifying than the aura of the yin spirit, which was why Fang Xi was so nervous. Fang Qingran first raised his head to observe the thunderclouds above his head. The eye that covers the sky has long since disappeared. Something more terrifying than the energy of the yin spirit is about to appear, but the eye that shrouds the sky shows no reaction. Does it mean that it doesn't want to take care of it? Still don't dare to care. The eye that covers the sky is determined to become the true way of heaven, but now that something more terrifying than the yin spirit has appeared, it is impossible for it to ignore it. Then there is only one reason left. Not only does the eye that covers the sky dare not care, but it is also afraid of the black energy. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes fell on the old man. The old man's eyes had already become dull, and even the white on the pupils was slowly covering the black, which was very similar to the puppet's eyes. That's right, if the old man is awake, he will definitely not absorb the life source of these virtual gods. There are rules of heaven and earth in the source of life. If you rob others of the source of life too much, your own luck will be reduced and your own luck will be contaminated. No monk with any brain would dare to do this. Little junior sister, Xiaokai seems to be in pain. She even told me to leave here quickly. What's going on? Ning Shiyu's anxious message interrupted Fang Qingran's thoughts. Fang Qingran's eyes sank slightly, and her crystal jade-like face was filled with solemnity. What else did Xiaokai tell you? It also told me that some disgusting bugs wanted to get into its phosphorus tablets, and it said that it would probably go crazy later. Ning Shiyu's beautiful eyes were full of worry. If she hadn't taken care of the man in black guarding him, she would have gone to help Xiaokai long ago. Fang Qingran heard Ning Shiyu's voice transmission, and her eyes fell on the old man again. Are there disgusting insects hidden under the skin as thin as cicada wings? The 9-color sky-swallowing python's phosphorus plates and skin are extremely hard, so what it is afraid of must not be simple. Fang Qingran found that the whole situation was out of control. The people from the Bailey family came here initially to capture Fang Xi and obtain the elixir refined by equation. But they probably misjudged Fang Xi's strength, so they brought hundreds of virtual gods to besiege Fang Xi. Then the appearance of the 9-color sky-swallowing python disrupted their plan. What really made the old man lose his mind was the thunder that the Eye of Sky covering protected the 6th senior brother. The sound of the 6th brother's flute stopped the equation from forming elixirs. The old man obviously didn't want the 6th brother to stop the equation. So he sent the false god to attack the 6th senior brother. The Eye of Shrouding the Sky couldn't bear it anymore, so he rescued Bailey Wenyu at the critical moment and allowed him to wake up the equation. Then Fang Fang's consciousness gradually awakened, and the Xian devouring Strud pill failed to become the pill. Then Kang Lao immediately began to draw black talismans, and black energy continued to emerge from his body. Fang Xi was also communicating with the 9-colored sky-swallowing python at that time. Later, Fang Xi created a beam of light to dispel the black energy. Only then did the old man grab the man in black and draw the source of life. The bugs in the old man's body can obviously get out immediately, but they keep crawling under his skin, restless. What they should be afraid of is the white light created by Fang Xi. Black energy will disappear immediately when it encounters white light, but now the white light has almost enveloped the entire fighting field, so the remaining black energy must have been hidden in the phosphorus sheets of the 9-color sky-swallowing python. Fang Qingran's face was solemn. She couldn't let the black energy hide under the phosphorus sheets, but even Fang Xi and the 9-colored sky-swallowing python couldn't deal with things. How could she help them? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 269 The Right Opportunity. Fang Qingran thought about it and took out the sky-splitting axe. After the restrictions imposed by Mo Jinggong, the sky-splitting axe looked just like an ordinary axe, but it was still great for beating people. Little junior sister, what are you doing? Ning Xiyu looked at Fang Qingran holding an axe in surprise. By the way, if this axe was pink, it would be more suitable for Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran lowered her voice and said, 5th senior sister, the situation is unclear now, so we should wait. Ning Xiyu felt a little puzzled when she saw Fang Qingran's mysterious look. What are you waiting for? Right now. Zhu Ningchuan from Dailingzhu said, you are all monks from the 9 states, and you are all elites from each state who can participate in this Strud fighting competition. You must not want to die in this Strud fighting field, right? Zhu Ningchuan's words immediately caused an uproar. Everyone looked at Zhu Ningchuan with extremely puzzled eyes. Why did they die here? Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were filled with a smile. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. If she wants to deal with Chang Lao, she must gather the power of Kyushu to break through the shackles of more than a dozen men in black, and she alone cannot deal with these virtual gods. She doesn't have the authority to bring everyone together. Only if Zhu Ningchuan or Chu Chanji spoke and explained the crisis everyone was facing, could she use them to break out and help Fang Xi and the 9-colored sky-swallowing python. Fang Qingran flashed with brilliance like glass, waiting for someone to ask Zhu Ningchuan. Hailingzhu is now leaderless, and those disciples naturally refused to take the initiative to ask Zhu Ningchuan. Chu Chanji from Huolingzhu had a cold light in his snowy eyes and touched the 3 copper coins in his hand. In a certain death situation, all the creatures in the Strud fighting arena must die. There is only one person who can break the situation, but this hexagram shows 2 people, Fang Qingran and Su Yanran. Chu Chanji couldn't help but sigh secretly. It seemed that Fang Qingran was bound by the fate card and had not yet completely broken free from the shackles of heaven. The governor of Tiangshan Prefecture glanced at Chu Chanji and saw that he was completely in a fugue. He could only choose to speak by himself. What do you mean by Master Ning Xuan's words? Zhu Ningchuan did not look at the governor of Tiangshan province, but looked at everyone. You can take a look at the giant python and the black egg that crushed the strong men of all walks of life. They have been in a quiet state since the old man drew the runes. This shows that what? When everyone heard Zhu Ningchuan's words, they seemed to have come back to their senses from the sound of Bailey Wenyu's flute, and they all looked at the old man. Someone exclaimed, look, there seem to be a lot of bugs crawling around under the old skin. Ah, what kind of bug is that? Why does it look so scary? The black runes painted by Lao Lao look very ominous, and the black energy formed by the runes is even more uncomfortable. And why does the old man want to absorb the power of the man in black? Isn't he afraid of exploding and dying? By the way, the black egg should be the source of all troubles, right? After that egg appeared, chaos began in the fighting arena. It must be the black egg. It not only attracted the giant python, but also the old man. It also ruined the game. Master Ningchuan, do you have a way to deal with that black egg? Ellipsis. Fang Qingran's eyes were slightly cold when she heard someone condemning Fang Xi. These people probably didn't know that they could stand here safely thanks to Fang Xi and the 9-colored sky-swallowing python. The people's words became more and more exaggerated. Some people even claimed to crack Fang Xi's eggshells. The corners of Fang Qingran's lips were slightly raised, with a hint of irony. Under the threat of death, the ugliness of some people was fully displayed. Zhu Ningchuan's eyes gradually turned cold. He wanted everyone to feel the threat of death, and then unite to deal with this group of men in black. Instead of turning this fear into anger and venting it on Haydn. Everyone, the black egg is quiet now, which means that the old man is extremely dangerous. The first thing we should do is to come up with a countermeasure. We cannot allow the old man to continue. Zhu Ningchuan's voice was majestic and he suppressed the comments of others forcefully. The young man from Chuanyan Prefecture looked depressed and said sadly, Master Ningchuan, what can we do to deal with this? Kang Lao is a member of the Bailey family. If we touch Kang Lao, will we still be alive? It's true, Master Ningchuan, you should have seen that the old man can suck even the powerful void god into mummies. Didn't we deliver food in the past? Rong Juofen said in a rough voice. Hey, Master Ning Chuan, we are still far away from Chang Lao, so let's not attract his attention, right? The leader of Mu Yunzu said timidly. That's right, when the old man runs out of life, the Bailey family will definitely send someone. We can leave by then, so why bother? Someone in Hailingzhu whispered. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 270 Destiny Deducer. Zhu Ningchuan couldn't help but shake his head when he heard what these people said. They were a group of people who were greedy for life and afraid of death. That's right, the terror of the Bailey family has penetrated into the hearts of every monk. It is impossible to forcefully change this group of people. The only solution for now is to let the more prestigious Chu Chanji come forward. Chu Chanji was able to become famous in Juzhou and make the Bailey family fearful, not only because of the Chu family's mechanism skills and its weapon refining. There is another extremely important reason. Chu Chanji is a destiny degulator. Every 10 years, he can deduce the situation in Kyushu and never makes a mistake. The Bailey family desperately wanted to control Chu Chanji and let him be used by the Bailey family. But the Bailey family's methods were all useless against Chu Chanji. The Bailey family compromised, but at the same time asked Chu Chanji to stop predicting the situation in Kyushu and give up his identity as a deducer. Chu Chanji has remained silent for thousands of years and has never spoken out about Kyushu. In the process, the Bailey family quickly took control of Kyushu. As a result, Bailey's family is the only one in Juzhou today. The other families can only survive under the oppression of the Bailey family. And those ancient families that were hidden in the world, for some reason, were also dying day by day, and had to choose to come out. These include the Zhu family, the Lu family, the Ning family, the Degu family, the Chu family. These ancient and powerful families were all severely damaged by the Bailey family when they were born. Some families were even exterminated by the Bailey family after they were born. The Zhu family was lucky enough to react in time, spend half of the family's resources and give it to the Bailey family, thus saving the Zhu family. The Chu family and the Zhu family are different. The Chu family relied on their strength to save everyone in the family. Zhu Ningchuan's eyes fell on Chu Chanji, with respect on his face. Master Chanji, what do you think? Chu Chanji raised his eyes, and Yun Danfeng said lightly, let's work together to kill the 15 virtual gods, and then choose one person to deal with the old man. Crowd. Master Qianji, are you sure you are not joking? A group of them couldn't find 10 virtual gods, how could they kill 15 virtual gods? Also, let alone picking one to deal with Kang Lao, even if they go together, they may not have a chance to get close to Kang Lao. If you were to deal with the old man alone, you might be beaten into a pulp by the old man, right? But Zhu Ningchuan chose to believe in Chu Chanji. The gap in strength was indeed insurmountable, but since Chu Chanji had spoken, he must have figured out a way. Zhu Ningchuan said with majestic eyes, Master Chanji, how do we kill 15 virtual gods? Chu Chanji's eyes were still dull, neither sad nor happy. If we want to kill 15 virtual gods, we need to ask 2 monks to help us. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Is there still a strong person at the peak of false god hidden among them? Zhu Ningchuan asked, I wonder which 2 people Master Chanji is talking about. Chu Chanji's eyes were as calm as Chuxu's, Qingyun Prefecture, Lingyun Sect, Yi Wenshan's disciples Lu Kanglan and Ning Shiyu. Everyone turned to look at the people in Qingyun State, looking for Lu Kanglan and Ning Shiyu that Chu Chanji said. Xiao Qingfeng and Rong Juofen looked gloomy. In the early days of Lu Kanglan's transformation into a god, he was undoubtedly the leader of the younger generation. Ning Shiyu is in the late stage of Jindan and is a 4th-level talisman master with a bright future. These 2 disciples of Yi Wenshan are indeed excellent, but their cultivation level is not even able to resist in front of the virtual god. What exactly does Master Chanji mean by these words? I wonder which 2 are Lu Kanglan and Ning Shiyu. Zhu Ningchuan's majestic eyes swept over the people in Qingyun Prefecture. Back then, Yi Wenshan was truly outstanding in the spirit fighting competition, so his apprentice must also be a genius. Rong Juofen and Xiao Qingfeng were the first to stand up. Rong Juofen asked politely, Master Chanji, what do you want these 2 disciples to do? Formation, draw talismans. Chu Chanji spoke concisely and concisely. Xiao Qingfeng said coldly, Master Chanji, what we have to deal with are false gods. They don't have the strength of false gods. How can they deal with false gods? There are many people who have the same doubts as Xiao Qingfeng. Talisman masters and formation masters are rare in Kyushu, so everyone does not understand the true power of formations and talismans. Chu Chanji looked indifferent. The formation can increase our strength several times, and the talisman can keep the spiritual energy around us in a state of abundance for a long time. Everyone understood what Chu Chanji said. But they have never heard that formations can help people increase their strength several times. I have never heard of a talisman that can provide a steady stream of spiritual power to the virtual god. The 2 sect masters please ask Lu Kanglan and Ning Shiyu to come out first. Zhu Ningchuan's tone was slightly unhappy, regardless of whether these 2 people could help. Neither Xiao Qingfeng nor Rong Juofen should question Chu Chanji. The people of Qingyun province are really a little arrogant and rude. They dare to openly oppose Hao Lingzhu, but now they even dare to question Master Chanji's words. Xiao Qingfeng and Rong Juofen looked at Zhu Ningchuan with bad expressions. Zhu Ningchuan actually used coercion on them, and their lowered eyes were slightly cold. Rong Juofen said seriously, it's okay to ask the 2 disciples to come out, but I also need to ask clearly, can you guarantee the safety of these 2 people? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 271 Zhutian Star Formation. HMPH, a disciple in Hailingzhu said with great dissatisfaction, Master Ningchuan personally invited someone, but you actually dare to be so long-winded. Don't you want to give face? After this disciple, there was a lot of discussion. People from Qingyun Prefecture really have no respect for us from Shangsan Prefecture. If I were Master Chanji and Master Ning Chuan, I would have dealt with the people of Qingyun Prefecture long ago. Who are Liu Kanglan and Ning Xiyu? If you stand up for yourself, do you still want Master Ning Xuan to beg you to come out? The people in Jungsanzu are worse than the people in Lower Sanzu. They're timid and timid every day, and they're not straightforward at all. Master Chanji and Master Ning Chuan dare not give them face. No wonder Qingyun Prefecture cannot develop. I remember Qingyun Prefecture is ranked 6th. It will soon fall to the lower 3 prefectures. How can you still be proud? What are they afraid of? As the 3 middle states, they dare to openly challenge Hailingzhu, and even shamelessly made a bet with Hailingzhu to get our Yuanyang pill. Every comment was made with disdain for Qingyun State and fawning over Zhu Ningchuan and Chu Chanji. The disciples in Qingyun Province were a little aggrieved and wanted to rush out and argue with these people. But they were all shocked back by Xiao Qingfeng's look. Their current status is indeed not as good as that of Shang Sanzu. If they quarrel with the disciples of Shang Sanzu, it is Qingyun Prefecture that suffers. Above Kyushu, status determines strength, and strength determines status. There are some insults that they can only endure. 2 sect masters, do you not believe in Master Chanji, or do you not believe in me? Zhu Ningchuan's eyes were majestic and his bearing was high. Xiao Qingfeng and Rong Juofan's repeated rejections aroused Zhu Ningchuan's dissatisfaction. Zhu Ningchuan came from an ancient family and was a 9th-level alchemist. Naturally, he didn't like to be refuted all the time. Liu Kanglan and Ning Xiyu looked at each other without making any move. Rong Juofan and Xiao Qingfeng are the leaders of Qingyun State. In such matters between states, the 2 sect leaders must be respected. The 2 sect masters are communicating with people from other states. What they should do is follow the arrangements, rather than stand up at this time and disrupt the plans of the 2 sect masters. Xiao Qingfeng bent down slightly. We don't mean to disbelieve you too, it's just that it concerns the safety of Qingyun Province disciples, so we naturally have to ask more questions. Rong Juofan said with a dark face, our disciples in Qingyun Province, we must care about their safety. Is Master Ningchuan willing to see his disciples take risks? Xiao Qingfeng and Rong Juofan, one with a white face and the other with a black face, made Zhu Ningchuan even more dissatisfied. Zhu Ningchuan's closed disciples couldn't stand it anymore. My master is kind-hearted and wants to help you. What's going on in Qingyun Province? If you don't want to escape danger, you can just walk away. That's right. What's going on in your Qingyun Province? You're just asking 2 people to come out. Are you like this? The disciple of Hailing Province said loudly. That's enough. The current situation cannot be delayed any longer. Stop arguing. Zhu Ningchuan's eyes were straight and majestic. He glanced at Xiao Qingfeng and Rong Juofan, and looked sideways at Chu Chanji. Zhu Ningchuan had a trace of respect in his eyes. Master Chanji, it's better for you to come forward in this matter. I can't explain it. Chu Chanji looked a little serious and said, 2 sect masters, I can guarantee that they will not be injured, and the old man's situation is very bad. Someone must stop him, otherwise all of us will die here. Please 2 sect master, please don't stop me. After hearing this, Rong Juofan and Xiao Qingfeng realized the seriousness of the matter, and then called out Liu Kanglan and Ning Xiyu. Liu Kanglan and Ning Xiyu quietly tore off the invisible charms on their bodies. Liu Kanglan walked out from the crowd with gentle steps. She was dressed in a plain brocade robe. Her figure was tall and slim, like a orchid and jade tree, indescribably gentle and elegant. Ning Xiyu followed closely behind, wearing a bright yellow dress. Pingting was graceful and graceful, with a delicate and pretty appearance. Every move she made showed her agility and elegance. Everyone's eyes fell on these 2 people, feeling a little surprised. Why didn't they notice these 2 people who were so out of the world before? Liu Kanglan and Ning Xiyu came to the crowd. They first greeted Xiao Qingfeng and Rong Juofan, then gave Chu Chanji a gift, and then did not speak again and remained silent. Chu Chanji's eyes were slightly warm as he looked at Liu Kanglan and Ning Xiyu. Liu Kanglan is a typical gentle young man, calm and dignified, with extraordinary bearing and the air of a senior brother. Ning Xiyu is smart and delicate, like pearls and jade, with graceful charm and elegance. It can be said that she is the beauty of heaven and earth, and she will definitely have great achievements in the future. No wonder Yi Wenshan was willing to risk offending the Emperor of Heaven to save these 2 people. For those with such extraordinary talents and extraordinary luck, if the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven had not airborne into this small world, they would surely ascend to the upper world in the future. Master Chanji, one of them is a god, and the other is a golden elixir. How can they help us? A weak voice came from the crowd. Chu Chanji's eyes flashed with imperceptible Ling Lai, and he said to Liu Kanglan, please also ask Mr. Liu to activate the Zhutian star formation to help us. Surprise flashed across Liu Kanglan's gentle, jade-like eyes. How did Chu Chanji know that he knew this formation? Liu Kanglan said warmly, since Master Chanji mentioned the Zhutian star formation, you should know that after the formation is activated, everyone in the formation will be under my control. And with my current strength, I can only maintain the formation for a quarter of an hour at most. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 272A Thank you gift to the ancestors of the Ning family. Zhu Ningchuan on the side was extremely shocked when he heard the Zhutian star formation mentioned by Liu Kanglan and Chu Chanji. Others don't understand the Zhutian star formation. But he knew the Zhutian star formation very well. Today, there are definitely no more than 3 formation masters in Jushu who can cast the Zhutian star formation. The person who performs the formation in the Zhutian star array is called the sky, and the others who enter the array are called the stars. The sky is the main one, and the stars are the supplementary ones. Heaven can control every star. The Zhutian star formation is the strongest auxiliary formation. If this formation really exists, they may really be able to deal with the 15 virtual gods besieging them. Only formation masters with extremely strong mental power can use this formation. Liu Kanglan is only in the early stage of becoming a god. If he can really display the Zhutian star formation, it means that the width of Liu Kanglan's current sea of consciousness is comparable to the peak of the virtual god. Zhu Ningchuan looked at Lu Kanglan with majestic eyes, and when he saw Chu Changji taking out something and handing it to Lu Kanglan, he chose to remain silent. Chu Changji raised his hand and handed Lu Kanglan a palm-sized jade stone. Thank you, Mr. Lu. If I have this stone, I wonder how long Mr. Lu can hold on. The jade that Chu Changji handed over was smooth on the surface and crystal clear on the inside, showing aqua blue. Even if you just look at the jade stone, you can feel its spiritual power overflowing. Lu Kanglan's narrow eyes instantly flashed with excitement. He took the jade stone with both hands and couldn't help but said with joy, "Thank you, Master Changji. With this stone, the formation can last at least 3 sticks of incense. In this case, I will help Mr. Lu." Chu Changji's eyes were as deep as the warm snow in early winter. Maybe Lu Kanglan will have a good ending. After Chu Changji finished speaking, he turned to look at Ning Xiyu with warm eyes. "Miss Ning, can you please help me draw a few talismans? This is a gift for Miss Ning." Chu Changji handed Ning Xiyu a storage ring. Ning Xiyu was not polite, took the ring and inspected it, and found that besides a 7th level foreshadowing pen, hundreds of blue-level talisman papers, and several pieces of extremely precious talisman ink. There are also hundreds of millions of top-quality spiritual stones. Ning Xi's eyes are as bright as a brilliance. It turns out that being a master is so rich. Ning Xiyu secretly decided that she would become a master respected by everyone in the future. I wonder what talisman Master Changji wants. Ning Xiyu's smart eyes looked at the flowing light, which was extremely beautiful. Puppet talismans useful for virtual gods, attached spirit talismans, and golden substitute immortal talismans. After Chu Changji finished carrying these talismans, he respectfully gave Ning Xiyu a thank you gift with both hands. This made everyone around him confused. Even Ning Xiyu herself didn't react. When Ning Xiyu came to her senses, she immediately stepped forward to help Chu Changji. "Master Changji, this junior is scared. I will draw the talisman you want right now." Ning Xiyu didn't know that Chu Changji's thank you gift was not actually for her, but to the ancestors of the Ning family. The life and death talisman given by the Ning family saved the ancestors of the Chu family at a critical moment, which led to the subsequent development of the Chu family. But when the Chu family took a breather and wanted to save the Ning family, all the direct descendants of the Ning family were missing. Only 2 Fu Lu masters who had taken refuge with the Bailey family survived. "I'm going to choke you. Am I blind?" Master Changji actually saluted a golden elixir. The people who had recovered from their emotions all let out exclamations of exclamation. Isn't this Ning Xiyu's blessing obtained through cultivation in her previous 8 lives? To be able to receive a thank you gift from Master Changji. I remember that Master Changji has always been neither sad nor happy. Why is Dudu so unique to Lu Kanglan and Ning Xiyu? We must use these 2 people. These 2 people are really lucky. Ellipsis. Only Chu Beizu opened his beautiful jade eyes and was slightly dazed. As long as he could remember, he had never seen his father salute anyone. What is so special about Ning Xiyu that her father can thank her? Ning Xiyu didn't care about everyone's gaze. She prepared something to draw the talisman as if no one else was around. Fang Qingbran came over at this moment and picked up the spiritual ink. "5th senior sister, I will grind the ink for you, and you concentrate on drawing the talisman." Fang Qingbran took out a delicate porcelain bottle, poured a few drops into the inkstone, and started grinding. Seeing this, Ning Xiyu picked up the talisman pen, dipped it in spiritual ink, and began to draw the talisman. The virtual god puppet talisman is equivalent to the clone talisman. Using this talisman, you can transform into a puppet with the same strength as the main body. This puppet can exist for an hour. The gold substitute immortal talisman is a life for life, attached to the real body, which can withstand a fatal attack. As for the magical talisman, it is actually not suitable for virtual gods. The monks under the false god can maintain their spiritual power for half an hour by using the spirit enchanting talisman, but when the false god uses it, they can only maintain their spiritual power for a quarter of an hour. Ning Xiyu decided to improve the spirit enchanting talisman. After all, she had taken advantage of Chu Changji. The so-called holding people has short hands. Ning Xiyu raised her eyes and glanced at Fang Qingbran a few times with a guilty conscience. Is it okay if it uses a little mental power? The virtual god puppet talisman and the gold substitute talisman are both 7th level talismans, equipped with spiritual ink and foreshadowing, and do not require the use of spiritual power. But the spirit gathering talisman that is more suitable for virtual gods is the 8th level talisman. With her current strength, it is still difficult to draw it easily, and she must use the power of divine consciousness. Fang Qingbran met Ning Xiyu's bright eyes, her almond-shaped eyes slightly curved, and shook her head at Ning Xiyu. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 273 The Eternal Rules. Ning Xiyu kept brushing in her hands, her beautiful eyes showing pleading. Fang Qingbran still shook his head and put down the spiritual ink calmly, as if arranging the talisman papers for Ning Xiyu, and quickly added a few talismans to it. When Ning Xiyu saw Fang Qingbran's movements, she didn't say anything and continued to draw the talisman. Almost everyone on the field didn't understand how outrageous the talisman Ning Xiyu wanted to draw was. Seeing Ning Xiyu setting up a table with pens, ink, paper and inkstones, and someone polishing ink, she couldn't help but show a strange expression. This Ning Xiyu is really pretentious, showing off her mood at such a critical moment. Chu Changji stared at Ning Xiyu's movement of drawing the talisman, slightly lost in thought. Chu Changji recalled Yi Wenshan's words. "Changji, someone has to resist. How innocent are the people in this small world. They should not suffer unfair treatment, and they can no longer let the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven continue." When he first heard this sentence, he only thought that everything in the world had its own destiny. Even if the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven did not come here, there would be others here to control them. In the world of the weak, surrender to the strong is an eternal rule. Moreover, their strength is too small to resist the powerful Emperor of Heaven, so why should they leave them to make meaningless resistance? In short, the result is a loss. But at this moment, Chu Changji's eyes flashed with a deep luster. Maybe Yi Wenshan was right. Someone has to resist. In this life, everything has been changing since Yi Wenshan took Fang Qingran as his disciple. While Ning Qiyu was drawing the talisman, Zhu Ningchun walked towards Lu Kanglan, who was setting up the formation, and asked seriously, "What level of formation master are you?" "The disciple's qualifications are dull, only level 7. Lu Kanglan's voice was gentle and felt like a refreshing breeze. Zhu Ningchun narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a cold breath, "Who taught you the Zhutian star formation?" Self-study. Lu Kanglan concentrated on arranging the formation disc in his hand and carefully placed the jade stone in the center of the formation disc. "Don't tell me that you only became a formation master through self-study." Zhu Ningchun's voice was cold. "The Zhutian star formation is exerted by borrowing the power of heaven and earth. Among all laws, the most obscure is the power of heaven and earth. A junior god incarnation who has even touched the rules of heaven and earth dares to brag about the Zhutian star formation he has comprehended." Did Lu Kanglan think that he was just as easy to fool as everyone else? Lu Kanglan then raised his eyes and looked at Zhu Ningchun, his gentle, jade-like eyes showing surprise. "What does Master Ningchun mean by this?" "Your master Yi Wenshan is one of the best swordsmen in Juzhu. He always sticks to his word. You are his disciple and you should learn to be humble from him." Zhu Ningchun recalled Yi Wenshan, who always had a wine gourd hanging around his waist. Back then, Luo Wuji obtained the position of Taoist priest by scheming against Yi Wenshan, and was shameless to everyone. But even though he knew he was being plotted, Yi Wenshan still kept his promise. The disciples taught by Yi Wenshan were really not as good as Yi Wenshan, and they actually learned to speak arrogantly. Lu Kanglan's gentle eyes darkened, and he said neither humble nor arrogantly, "Master Chanji, what do you mean by this?" Lu Kanglan naturally understood what Zhu Ningchun's words were implying. But he had deliberately concealed the strength of the 10th level formation mage, only saying that it was level 7. In addition, he did not tell the truth when maintaining the Zhutian star formation. After all, there are only 3 people in Kyushu who know this formation. These 3 people are all famous formation masters in Juzhu, and they're only 10th level formation masters. If he exerts more strength than 3 of them, he may cause trouble. However, Lu Kanglan thought he was too low-key, but he was still too high profile. The ability to become a god and a level formation mage within 100 years of age is no longer a matter of extraordinary qualifications, but rather terrifying. Belong to heterogeneous. If such a person has a bad heart, he will definitely be a disaster for Kyushu in the future. The killing intent flashed through Zhu Ningchun's eyes. "Young Master Lu, your Lu family has always made a living from mining, and has never produced an formation master." Lu Kanglan's warm eyes gradually turned cold, and he said rudely, "Master Ningchun, I still need to set up the formation, can you please don't disturb me?" At this moment, Zhu Ningchun really failed to behave like a master. Lu Kanglan didn't understand why Zhu Ningchun spoke coldly to him. But Zhu Ningchun's words had offended him. Lu Kanglan didn't want to spoil Zhu Ningchun. "Humph, you're rude, Junior." Zhu Ningchun's tone was sullen, but because of his status, he couldn't argue with Lu Kanglan. Seeing that his master was angry, Zhu Ningchun's close disciple pointed the finger at Lu Kanglan. "Master Lu, apologize to my master." Sarcasm flashed across Lu Kanglan's face and he remained silent. "Lu Kanglan, you, a person from Qingyun Prefecture, dare to be disrespectful to us from Shangsan Prefecture. Are you being punished?" Zhu Ningchun's disciple was very angry. Lu Kanglan lowered his head and fiddled with the formation in his hand, not even looking at the person who spoke. In the eyes of others, Lu Kanglan's attitude became arrogant and disrespectful to his predecessors. Right now, Lu Changchan, who was observing the situation in the crowd, came out. "Master Ningchun, I apologize on behalf of my elder brother. He has been hanging out with people from Qingyun Prefecture all year round. He may have forgotten the rules of Kyushu. I hope you can forgive me." Lu Changchan bent down slightly and saluted Zhu Ningchun respectfully, but lowered his head. A dark light flashed under his eyes. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 274. The equation after waking up. "Changchan, you don't need to apologize for him. Everyone will pay the price for their actions. Sooner or later, someone will teach him something he doesn't understand." Zhu Ningchun borrowed the donkey and stopped worrying about Lu Kanglan. Zhu Ningchun waited to see Lu Kanglan perform the Zhutian star formation. Zhu Ningchun's move was not based on his belief in Lu Kanglan's strength, but out of his trust in the destiny deducer. "Master Ningchun taught you this." Lu Changchan was humble and polite, with his head lowered and his smile not reaching his eyes. "Senior brother Lu, your eldest brother." Zhu Ningchun's disciple shook his head. "Fortunately, he is not the young master of your Lu family, otherwise your Lu family may be reduced too." "Yu Che, go back." Zhu Ningchun suddenly shouted harshly, interrupting the disciple's words. There are some words that his identity has no problem with, but Yu Che cannot say them. Yu Che and Lu Changchan belong to the same generation, and Lu Changchan is Yu Che's elder brother. If a junior brother opened his mouth to teach his senior brother a lesson, wouldn't it mean that people would laugh at him because Zhu Ningchun's apprentice was so uneducated? Yu Che's face turned slightly pale and he immediately fell silent, realizing that his behavior was really inappropriate. On the playing field, Fang Fang's sanity was awakened by Bailey Wenyu. Fang Fang's eyes were confused for a moment. He looked around and saw no one else. Instead, he saw Bailey Kesheng standing in a strange posture. Why do the 2 judges look so frightened? Fang Fang followed the gazes of the 2 people and saw the terrifying, crazy old man, and the 9-color sky-swallowing python twisting its huge body in pain. There was also a half-broken stand, and Fang Fang's eyes flashed with doubts. "Brother Mew, what's going on?" Fang Fang asked uneasily. "Fang Fang, you finally woke up. Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Mu Chanjue finally breathed a sigh of relief, but when he saw the blood on Fang Fang's face, Mu Chanjue was still a little scared. Fortunately, Bailey Wenyu woke up the equation in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. "I'm fine, I'm just a little tired. Aren't we all refining elixirs? How could it be like this?" Equation is very puzzled. Why do some people dare to cause trouble in the stadium? Mu Changjue was overjoyed, but then he caught a glimpse that part of Fang Fang's hair had turned white, and the skin all over Fang Fang's body was even a little dry. Mu Changjue's peach blossom eyes were deep, and he carefully observed Fang Fang's face again. Under the traces of blood, wrinkles could be clearly seen. The equation is cultivated as a golden elixir and has a lifespan of nearly 2,000 years. The actual age of equation is years old. It stands to reason that equation looks to be in his 20s at most. But the current appearance of Fang Fang looks like he is at least 40 or 50 years old. This means that the lifespan of the equation has been shortened by hundreds of years for no reason. Brother Mu, why are you looking at me like this? Fang Fang couldn't understand the emotion in Mu Changjue's eyes. Fang Fang, I'm sorry. Mu Changjue blamed himself. He is the person closest to the equation. If he can discover the abnormality of the equation at the first time, he may be able to stop the equation early, so that the equation will not lose its life. The face of the equation can be changed by taking the third sister's beauty pill. But the lost vitality cannot be replenished by the Jian pill. Only by advancing to the next level and extending one's lifespan can the equation live longer. It's just that the lost source of life can never come back. Brother Mu, what happened? Is the game over? Fang Fang was very nervous. Did he cause Qingyun Prefecture to lose the game? Mu Changjue looked serious. Fang Fang, do you really not remember anything at all? Fang Fang rubbed his temples. I only remember that when I was purifying the elixir, there seemed to be a cold breath coming out of my body, and then it was gone. Mu Changjue's peach blossom eyes flashed with an enchanting luster. You seem to have entered a state of enlightenment. The methods of refining and purifying the alchemy are very mysterious. Then the black egg appears and beats up the virtual god present, and at the same time the elixir tribulation appears. Then the old man from the Bailey family came to the spirit fighting field with hundreds of virtual gods, and the giant python also appeared, eyeing your elixirs. You only had eyes for the elixirs, and you even did not hesitate to extract your life force into elixirs. The moment before you were about to become an elixir, I discovered that you were not enlightened at all, but more like an obsession. At this moment, the sixth junior brother blew the flute at the critical moment, stopping you from continuing to extract life force, and then the old man went crazy. After Mu Changjue's words, the rest of the equations can be seen, and there is no need for Mu Changjue to explain them. But equation's first concern is the elixir. Fang Fang's eyes fell on the pill furnace, where dozens of half-finished spirit melting pills were lying. The color and texture of these spirit melting elixirs represent that they are all top-quality elixirs. Just because the last step was not completed, the efficacy of the elixir was not sealed into the elixir, resulting in the dozens of elixirs in front of me becoming waste products. Fang Fang looked at the dozens of discarded top-grade elixirs, pain flashed in his eyes, his hands clenched into fists, and he felt complicated. He knew very well that Bailey Wenyu was trying to save him by preventing him from becoming a pill. But there was inevitably a trace of resentment in the equation, and I couldn't help but think that if Bailey Wenyu stopped him after he completed the pills, maybe the pills would not be useless. Mu Changjue didn't think much about it. He only thought that Fang Fang was disappointed because he failed to become a pill. He comforted him. It's okay for Fang Fang. Today's situation is special. The competition will definitely be cancelled. You can perform well in the next competition. Quote. Brother Mu, I'm fine. Fang Fang's eyes gradually deepened, as if he had grown a lot all of a sudden. Mu Changjue patted Fang Fang on the shoulder and waved to Bailey Wenyu, follow me and leave here quickly. Fourth senior brother, you and Fang Fang are leaving first. He asked me to stay here to help. Bailey Wenyu's brows were solemn, and purple light flashed in his fox eyes. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 275 Fu Xichen. Mu Changjue's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Who was Bailey Wenyu talking about? Mu Changjue looked around and found that apart from a dozen mummified corpses of virtual gods, Bailey Kesheng and 2 judges were left. The person Bailey Wenyu was talking about must not be these 3 people. Could it be that Bailey Wenyu was talking about old age? Mu Changjue looked at Kang Lao, who was neither human nor ghost. Kang Lao was from the Bailey family, and Bailey Wenyu also had the surname Bailey. Wenyu, do you really want to stay? Mu Changjue asked seriously. Yes, Bailey Wenyu said firmly, and Haiden sent him a message that the bugs in the old man's body were the product of evil. If they are allowed to come out, they will definitely harm Juju. He needs to stay and try to delay the speed of the old man absorbing power. Mu Changjue did not force Bailey Wenyu to leave with him. Everyone in Lingyun sect will care for each other and share cultivation resources. But first of all, everyone is independent and free, and no one will impose his will on others. Mu Changjue took Fang Fang and was about to leave, then glanced at Bailey Kesheng and the 2 judges. These 3 people staying here were more of a threat to Bailey Wen. Snapped. Mu Changjue opened the folding fan in his hand and fanned the wind in the direction of the 3 of them. 3 silver needles, which were smaller than hair, shot out and pierced the 3 people's necks. In an instant, the 3 people's eyes widened, their bodies stiffened, and they fell straight back. Mu Changjue glanced at the 3 of them and left with Fang Yujian. Mu Changjue was not a kind person and did not care about the fate of these 3 people. He did not take the opportunity to kill the 3 of them, which was his last act of mercy. Fang Fang witnessed the whole process without saying a word, but his black eyes were cold, and he didn't know what he was thinking. When Bailey Wen saw the 3 of them falling to the ground, a smile flashed across his handsome face. Fourth senior brother is really thoughtful. All his attention is on the old man, but he ignores the potential dangers. It seems that he needs to be more vigilant. Bailey Wenyu looked at Fang Si, who was in the beam of light. He stepped up with his sword. He was tall and slender. He was wearing a sapphire blue narrow-sleeved Yunxiang embroidered brocade dress. There was only a jade pendant on his waist. He looked like a dragon. Zhang Fengzi shows nobility and pride in every move she makes. His blue clothes were blown by the wind as gracefully as if they were flying in the air, which made his figure in midair look very graceful and clear. Bailey Wenyu's sword stopped next to the light pillar. He sat cross-legged on the sword and raised his hand to place a piano on his knees. The body of the piano is made of jade, without any unnecessary decorations, and exudes an ancient charm and elegance. Bailey Wenyu tried to pluck the white strings. The body of the piano exuded a faint white light, and at the same time, a mysterious feeling reached into his soul. When the younger junior sister gave him the harp, she didn't say much. She just told him not to use the harp to play music before he reached nascent soul. More importantly, he shouldn't play the harp in front of others until he was strong enough. He also read through many ancient books but could not find any information about this piano. But Bailey Wenyu could vaguely feel that there was a mysterious power inside the piano, but it was still difficult for him to control the power inside the piano due to his cultivation level. Just now Heidan gave him a music score and told him that as long as he played the music score with the piano given by his junior sister, he would not only be able to prevent the old man from continuing to absorb the power of other virtual gods, but he would also be able to understand the piano in his hand through playing this music. Bailey Wenyu didn't understand why he didn't have any doubts about Heidan's words. Bailey Wen became more and more calm, recalled the score, and gently plucked the strings. Under the cover of the light beam, no one below saw Bailey Wenyu's actions at this moment. When the melodious sound of the piano sounds like flowing water, instantly, a force like a raging ocean overflows from the piano body with majestic momentum. The soul is shocked, as if it has been washed, and an extremely mysterious aura can be vaguely glimpsed. Bailey Wenyu had no idea that under the influence of the piano sound, his fox pupils had turned purple, and the blood all over his body was flowing faster, as if something was about to come out. Bailey Wenyu's men's movements quickened, and the sound of the piano continued. Bailey Wenyu clearly felt that the sea of consciousness was gradually expanding under the influence of the music, and even the nascent soul in the body was also affected. The spiritual power around him seemed to be a sign of a breakthrough. What? An old painful roar suddenly came from midair. The roar was like a collision between a blunt instrument and a sharp blade, directly scraping through everyone's hearts. It was creepy and fear arose spontaneously. The old face was ferocious, and a black soft-bodied insect crawled out of the completely white pupil. The insect immediately dissipated when it came into contact with the white light outside. The black worms under the old, almost transparent skin were even more restless, squirming back and forth, apparently able to break out of the skin easily, as if they were afraid of something. The sound of the piano fluctuates, sometimes urgent, sometimes gentle. The old man pushed his palms outward, and the remaining dozens of virtual gods flew out directly. The old man raised one palm upward, and the other hand gathered the spiritual energy around him. As the spiritual energy around him became more and more, waves of black energy came out of his body and gradually enveloped his whole body. Fang Xi's spiritual consciousness swept over Kang Lao and found that Kang Lao seemed to be attracting the power of heaven and earth. Fang Xi secretly thought it was bad. This barrier was created by the power of heaven and earth. If the old man is allowed to use the power of heaven and earth, the barrier will become thinner and thinner. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 276 Ancient Formation Stone. Fang Xi was anxious, but Bailey Wenyu was completely immersed in the music. The more he continued to play, the more Bailey Wen benefited. Others also felt the same as Bailey Wenyu. There are even several monks who have been stuck in the peak state for many years. They choose to sit cross-legged, circulate the spiritual power in their bodies, and try to make breakthroughs through the insights brought by the sound of the piano. Ning Shiyu's hand-drawing talisman moved faster. I drew more than a dozen each of the virtual god puppet talisman and the gold substitute immortal talisman. As for the soul-gathering talisman, Fang Qingbran secretly gave it to Ning Shiyu. Fang Qingbran knew very well that Ning Shiyu was kind-hearted and would definitely find ways to replace the spirit-enchanting talisman with a spirit-gathering talisman that was more suitable for the virtual god. However, the soul-gathering talisman is an 8th level talisman. Ning Shiyu is limited by her cultivation. Even if she has talisman paper and talisman ink, she still needs to use the power of her spiritual consciousness to become an 8th level talisman. Soon, Ning Shiyu put away her pen and handed a stack of talismans to Chu Chanji. Master Chanji, this is the talisman you want, absolutely exquisite. Chu Chanji's eyes were slightly warm as he took the talisman and said, thank you, Miss Ning. It's a small thing. Ning Shi smiled brightly, she made a lot of money this time. By the way, Zushin's money is really easy to earn. Ning Shiyu is thinking about opening a loft specializing in selling talismans in the future, and opening the door to Zushin at any time. Chu Chanji took the talisman and gave several different talismans to each of the 6 virtual gods among them. He said seriously, the man in black cannot be kept and must be killed. If the Bailey family pursues the investigation afterwards, I, Chu Chanji, will 1,000 opportunities are born by one person. Can't Master Chanji knock people out? The governor of Huoling province held the talisman in his hand and looked troubled. They have never done anything to kill anyone from the Bailey family. If the Bailey family knew about this, even if Chu Chanji was responsible for it alone, they wouldn't be able to survive. Master Chanji, by killing Bailey's family so blatantly, doesn't that mean he is declaring war on the Bailey family? The governor of Tiangshuan Prefecture disagreed. Zhu Ningchuan's majestic eyes showed a slight hesitation. Master Chanji, how can we kill more than a dozen virtual gods with just these talismans? Xiao Qingfeng and Rong Juofen didn't speak. Xiao Qingfeng had seen the power of Ning Shiyu's talismans with his own eyes. Back in Shungaling, Ning Shiyu's several 5th level talismans directly hurt the unprepared Yanhai. Level 5 talismans can harm false god, so this higher level talisman will definitely help them deal with false god. However, under the current situation, everyone subconsciously ignored the level of the talisman. Rong Juofen has never seen the power of Ning Shiyu's talisman with his own eyes, but he clearly knows that Ning Shiyu has been hiding her weakness. In fact, everyone in Lingyun sect is hiding their clumsiness. When they don't want everyone to notice, no one will be able to discover their outstanding talents. Rong Juofen was very curious. How did they manage to control their breath? In terms of cultivation alone, the Lingyun sect's highest cultivation level is only the transformation of gods, but they can still hide perfectly in front of him, a virtual god. Everyone looked at Chu Changji with different expressions, waiting for his answer. However, Chu Changji's eyes were as sharp as the first snow. He raised and lowered his wrist, turned to look at Lu Kanglan. Young Master Lu, please activate the formation. Anyone who doesn't want to join the formation will be kicked out of Kyushu. Half of the people on the field had bad expressions. Chu Changji had made it clear before that they were all controlled by Lu Kanglan within the formation, but at the same time they were protected by the formation and would not be harmed by the black mist. However, when putting their lives in the hands of others, most of them were resistant and even refused to join the battle. They thought that the talkative Chu Qian would come up with a better proposal. No one expected that Chu Changji would suddenly become strong. Those who were unwilling to join the battle just now looked at the crazy old man in the distance and the disgusting bugs crawling out of the old eyes. They hesitated for a few moments and almost all gave in. Only Hailingzhu, which was leaderless, had a few people who refused to join the formation when it was activated. Swish! Countless rays of starlight emerged, and an extremely huge array unfolded under everyone's feet. Those who were unwilling to enter the formation were ejected. The man in black instantly raised his palm and slapped the few people who were flying away. The few people suddenly opened their eyes in fear, and a feeling of death came over their faces. Sudden. Several rays of light from the stars blocked the power of the virtual god and rebounded on the virtual god. Puff. The muscles and veins of several virtual gods were injured by the shock, and their auras became chaotic. When several people in Hailingzhu saw this scene, they laughed for the rest of their lives, completely ignoring that their clothes were soaked. Lu Kanglan stood in the center of the formation, with a faint luster flowing in his eyes, and a bright light all over his body, shining like an immortal descending to the world. Lu Kanglan looked at the people outside the formation with a smile in his warm eyes. Maybe they were happy too early. Chu Changji originally wanted Lu Kanglan to use the Zhutian star formation to deal with only 15 virtual gods. But after the sound of the piano sounded, Chu Changji suddenly changed his mind and asked Lu Kanglan to include everyone in the formation. Lu Kanglan looked at the formation stone in his hand and agreed to Chu Changji's request. The blue stone given by Chu Changji was an extremely precious ancient formation stone. Use this stone as the formation eye, and you no longer have to worry about the spiritual energy of the formation eye being exhausted. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 277 Formation and Sect. The formation stone has a huge amount of spiritual power stored in it, and it will continuously absorb spiritual power and feed it back to the formation master. It is no exaggeration to say that the formation stone is the dream of all formation masters. Lu Changchan stared at Lu Kanglan, who was shining brightly in the formation, with cold eyes. Was all his design in vain? Why is Lu Kanglan even better without the resources of the Lu family? Elder brother, is that Lu Kanglan really your brother? Luo Bingwen asked curiously. Lu Changchan glanced sideways at Luo Bingwen and remained silent. FCK, senior brother, are you jealous of your elder brother? Luo Bingwen's eyes were shining, and his face was full of gossip. Ha, junior brother Bingwen, are you free again? Lu Changqin's tone was dangerous and his eyes were cold. Luo Bingwen was even more excited. Senior brother, I thought that with your talent, you would be proud of all things, but I didn't expect. Woo woo. On the side, Lu Anling covered Luo Bingwen's mouth. This guy knows how to add fuel to the fire. If Luo Bingwen hadn't had a master from the Luo family and the governor behind him, he would have died so many times. Many people around him turned their attention to Lu Changchan because of Luo Bingwen's commotion. It turns out that even a proud man like Lu Changchan is jealous. In this comparison, they seem to be much more balanced. As one of the protagonists being discussed, Lu Kanglan was focused on the formation. The Zhutian star formation was performed with the help of the Bagua formation disc. Except for the 6 virtual gods who stood in the main position and could feel the pressure, the others were in safe positions and seemed to have no sense of danger. The 6 people stared at the talisman in their hands. Is this thing really that magical? Chu Changji arranged for Zhu Ningchuan, the governor of Hualing Prefecture, and the governor of Tiangshan Prefecture to deal with the 3 virtual gods each. Yi, Rong Juofen, and Xiao Qingfeng each dealt with 2 men in black. When the 6 people were dealing with the false god, they were directly pulled into the false god's territory and dealt with each other. Master Changji, can this puppet talisman you mentioned really help me transform into a puppet that is stronger than my own body? The governor of Hualing State held the talisman in his hand and looked confused. If such a powerful talisman really exists, the situation in Jushu will probably change. I added magic to it, so it can be done. Chu Changji's words were actually a change of direction to protect Ning Xiyu. It was helpless to ask Ning Xiyu to take risks and draw talisman for them. But these people must not be allowed to be greedy towards Ning Xiyu again. After hearing this, Zhu Ningchun withdrew his probing gaze at Ning Xiyu. Since it is a talisman given by Master Changji, everyone can use it with confidence. Before entering the domain, Zhu Ningchun looked at the people in Dailing Province and said, in addition, for the disciples of Dailing Province, Lu Changchan will be in charge of the overall situation when I am away. All of them must follow his arrangements and must not disobey orders. Yes, Dailingzhu's disciples said in unison. Immediately, several light pillars appeared in the huge formation. The light pillars appeared in the blink of an eye. After the light pillars disappeared, the 6 virtual gods on the field and the 15 virtual gods guarding them also disappeared. At this moment, only the juniors are left in the fighting spirit field. Some of them are panicked without the protection of their seniors. Some disciples' eyes were rolling, as if they were thinking of some bad idea. Some disciples began to gather together and whisper, discussing something. Seeing this scene, Fang Qingran's eyes met with Lu Kanglan's in the crowd. Lu Kanglan's warm eyes were deep and he nodded towards Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes blinked slightly. She hid her figure and withdrew from the formation. Those disciples in Hailingzhu were just released by Liu Kanglan to cover for Feng Qingran. Among the crowd, Su Yanran, who had been silent from beginning to end, watched Feng Qingran disappear, with a weird smile on her lips, and her watery eyes seemed to be quenched with ice. Su Yanran looked around and remembered that her master once mentioned the trapdoor of the Bagua array. If you want to leave if you are in someone else's formation, you must find the exit and destroy the formation. Now that Liu Kanglan takes the initiative to let Feng Qingran leave the formation, she doesn't need to destroy the formation, she only needs to find the location of the Shengmen. Su Yanran was not sure what Feng Qingran wanted to do after leaving the formation. But Su Yanran's intuition told her that what Feng Qingran was going to do might make her famous throughout the world. Even if she couldn't stop Feng Qingran, she couldn't let Feng Qingran get this honor. Su Yanran quietly followed Feng Qingran's footsteps and left the Zhutian star array. Liu Kanglan immediately noticed that Su Yanran had left the formation. His warm eyes looked at Su Yanran, who was dressed in white and looked as airy as a fairy. Liu Kanglan felt wary in her heart. Why could Su Yanran leave the formation? This person must have been keeping an eye on the little junior sister, so he could seize the opportunity to leave at the moment when the birth gate was activated. Liu Kanglan wanted to remind Feng Qingran to pay attention to Su Yanran, but he was currently in the center of the formation and could not leave. In fact, there was no need for Liu Kanglan to remind them. There was a strange magnetic field between Feng Qingran and Su Yanran. Whenever the other appeared, the other would instantly notice it. Feng Qingran's apricot eyes flashed. Su Yanran, it concerns Juju, we will settle the personal grudges later. Feng Qingran, do you still remember the sect meeting 9 years ago? Su Yanran's eyes flashed with darkness. Ever since she let Feng Qingran leave, the road to immortality that should have been smooth sailing has become extremely bumpy. Su Yanran had dreamed countless times of Feng Qingran entering the Tianjin sect with her. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 278 The Tampered Destiny. Su Yanran remembered clearly that in that dream, Feng Qingran was a loser who couldn't even draw qi into her body, but she had continuous opportunities along the way and became a famous sage in Juju. Su Yanran often couldn't tell whether it was a dream or a tampered life. Su Yanran, you have really changed a lot in this life. Feng Qingran's apricot eyes were sharp and the corners of her lips were slightly raised. It was interesting to bring up old things again. You, what exactly did you do? Su Yanran stared at Feng Qingran. When the master rescued her back to Hailingzhu, he said that her destiny was extremely noble and that she was destined to be her. It was only someone who changed her fate that brought her to the point where she almost died a tragic death. Su Yanran vaguely guessed that the person was Feng Qingran, because all her misfortunes started when she met Feng Qingran at the sect meeting. You and I will meet no more than 3 times in this life, what can I do? Feng Qingran's beautiful eyes flickered. She didn't care about her grudge with Su Yanran at all. Feng Qingran just wanted to break through quickly and find the person behind Su Yanran. This life, Su Yanran murmured in a low voice. Su Yanran's eyes widened suddenly, and her thoughts returned to the outside of the Foundry City. Mo Jinggong also mentioned the past and present life. Could it be that Feng Qingran and Mo Jinggong are both reborn souls? Rebirth. So who helped them reverse time and space? Su Yanran's face gradually turned ugly. Master was right, her fate must have been tampered with. And the person who tampered with her destiny was the force behind Feng Qingran. Su Yanran's eyes were filled with venom. No wonder she would never forget the jade bracelet on Feng Qingran's hand, because it belonged to her. Maybe it was her, not Feng Qingran, who was supposed to join Lingyun sect. In Su Yanran's mind, Mo Jinggong's face that turned everyone upside down appeared unconsciously. A heavy resentment filled Su Yanran's heart. If she became Lingyun sect's junior sister, would she also be favored by him? Feng Qingran blinked her big eyes. Seeing that Su Yanran had been blocking the way, she said with an extremely serious expression, if you don't get out of the way, I will beat you. Who dares to bully our little junior sister from Tianshao sect? A loud shout followed by several people walking over. It was the few people who had left the Zhutian star formation before. They came over and stood in front of Su Yanran, showing a protective posture. They saw that Feng Qingran was the only one outside the formation in Qingyun state, and his eyes were filled with a playful smile. One of them clasped his hands in his fists and asked arrogantly, are you Feng Qingran? I remember you bullied the junior sister a few days ago, please apologize quickly. Yes, hurry up and apologize to junior sister Yanran. Little girl, no one will pay attention to your life or death in this chaos. I advise you to apologize honestly. Someone threatened. Feng Qingran's hands were a little itchy, her almond-shaped eyes flashed slightly, and she was holding the sky-splitting axe, thinking about how to beat these people up. Would they be beaten to death directly? Never mind. Why does she want to argue with the heroine's admirer? Feng Qingran summoned the Qingluan sword. Yujin left and flew towards the 9-colored sky-swallowing python. When several people saw that Feng Qingran was ignoring them, they were immediately furious. This person from Qingyun Prefecture really doesn't take us people from Shangsan Prefecture seriously. We must teach her a lesson. Brother, let's forget it. That giant python is too dangerous. Su Yanran advised softly. Several people looked at the 9-colored sky-swallowing python, as if they had been poured cold water on them, with slightly embarrassed expressions on their faces. Su Yanran's watery eyes were filled with affection, and she suggested, why don't we rescue Master Bailey and the 2 judges first? Their cultivation is to transform into gods. Maybe they can help us deal with the giant python. Young junior sister's words are not unreasonable. I'll just rely on you, one of them said, and the others also agreed. When Su Yanran heard this, her smile did not reach her eyes. With this group of people rushing in front, even if there was really danger later, she would be able to escape in time. Su Yanran followed several people down with their swords and went to the competition field to save Bailey Kesheng. Su Yanran looked back at Feng Qingran who was parked next to the giant python, her eyes filled with gloom. This time she would definitely let Feng Qingran die here. The nine-colored sky-swallowing python was a little irritable. It opened its bloody mouth and faced Fang Qingran, and forcibly regained some sense. The master's little junior sister can't eat it. Tell me, besides being afraid of white light, what else are those black spirits afraid of? Fang Qingran asked seriously. I don't know. The child's voice of the nine-colored sky-swallowing python was filled with tears. Fang Qingran's glass-like eyes gradually darkened. Did she not know? Still can't reveal it. Fang Qingran looked at the traces of red oozing out from under its phosphorus plates. If this continues, the nine-colored sky-swallowing python will be tortured to death by the black energy. Fang Qingran raised his hand and sent the colorful spiritual energy under the nine-colored sky-swallowing python. Roar. The nine-colored sky-swallowing python seemed to be in more pain, with a tearing pain coming from under the piece of phosphorus. Fang Qingran's consciousness penetrated under the phosphorus sheet to look. Suddenly, an extremely cold aura entangled Fang Qingran's consciousness. Fang Qingran immediately withdrew his consciousness, but the cold and gloomy feeling could not be dissipated no matter what. Wow, my favorite flavor finally appears, let me out quickly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 279 The Evil Ancestor. A strange and childish voice sounded in Fang Qingran's space. In the space, Yuan Bao immediately threw away the small hoe in his hand, flapped his wings, and looked for the source of the sound. Who are you? Fang Qingran's voice came from her spiritual consciousness. Hey, when did there become monks in the Shifang domain? Girl, if I have food today, I won't eat you. Just run away. Although the voice was childish, its owner was very arrogant. 10 directions. Fang Qingran's consciousness landed on a place in the space, and the things piled there were all treasures brought from the Shifang domain. What's going on? There are immortal fruits in the Shifang domain. There are so many immortal plants and food. This is absolutely impossible. Could it be that I didn't wake up? The young voice was obviously extremely shocked. Yuan Bao trembled in the space. The person who suddenly appeared was as strong as Feng Si. Yuan Bao was so sad that he wanted to cry. It is a space weapon spirit, and it should have had good feng shui, but now its status is getting lower and lower. Fang Qingran looked at the demon villain in the space. The villain was only a foot tall, with 2 red horns on his head and long pink and jade-shaped hair, pretending to look fierce. At this moment, the villain stared at the lush greenery in the distance with his milky eyes, falling into doubt. Fang Qingran really couldn't recall the origin of the villain, so she said aloud, this is not the Shifang domain, but my space. Who are you? Your space. How is this possible? I have the power to respect the gods. With the space of you monks, there is no way I can fit you. The villain's face was full of disdain, but his trembling legs betrayed him. Obviously, he was afraid. Do you like the aura just now? Fang Qingran will definitely deal with the black aura issue first, and will ask about the origin of the villain later. The aura of sex is what we Gus love most, but I have never encountered such a pure aura of sex in millions of years. The villain's face was full of arrogance, and he completely forgot to ask where he was. What is qi? Fang Qingran always felt strange. What kind of aura? I'm talking about the aura of sex. The villain looked with disdain. The monk was really ignorant. Gu Mei didn't know that due to certain rules, Fang Qingran couldn't hear the word corruption. Fang Qingran's crystal clear apricot eyes were slightly condensed. It was not an illusion. There were 2 words in front of it that she couldn't understand. Can you deal with this kind of aura? Fang Qingran asked. Of course. Let me out quickly. The villain spoke confidently, even showing joy. Fang Qingran examined the Gu Mei, and there was no way to solve the black energy yet. When he released an ancient ferocious beast from the Shifang domain, Fang Qingran was not that stupid. If there were other ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain, Fang Qingran would release them without hesitation, but not the ghosts. There was no Gu Mei's name on the signing scroll. She can still control the Gu charm in the space, but once the Gu charm leaves the space, everything will be hard to predict. I can let you out, but you need to sign your name on this scroll first. Fang Qingran released his consciousness, and an ancient scroll unfolded in front of Gu Mei. Gu Mei glanced at the scroll. When he saw the name on it, Gu Mei tilted his head forward slightly, as if he thought he had read it wrong. Almost all the names of the ferocious beasts in the 10 directions are on it. There was a lot of content on the scroll, and Gu Mei had no intention of reading it. He only noticed the last line, the contract owner, Fang Qingran. Gu Mei touched the horns on top of its head, and it became even more suspicious that it had not woken up. 10 directions. Since Fang Qingran left, all the ferocious beasts were like wild horses running wild, falling into a carnival. Tati opened his mouth and ate up a mountain, with tears streaming down his face. I'm starving to death. That scourge is gone. Happy days are waving to me. The red-yellow ants and their offspring had gnawed away several mountains in less than a moment. The red-yellow ant said with satisfaction, Ha, I have eaten so much, and nothing will happen to me. I think that the little girl must have deliberately scared us if she left something behind when she left. Seeing that both the Tati and red-yellow ants were fine, some ferocious beasts joined in the operation to deplete food. But there are still a small number of ferocious beasts who choose to wait and see. Fang Qingran's fear has penetrated into their hearts, and caution is always right. Anyway, the current food storage in Shifang territory is enough for all the ferocious beasts to eat day and night for at least several years. Old Huang, do we want to eat too? The black pterosaur's eyes flashed with excitement. Don't worry, I remember that the little devil is good at poisoning. Have you forgotten what Chaos did for a whole year? The yellow pterodactyl said enigmatically. Right at this moment. The roar of the evil leader spread throughout the 10 directions, who stole the ancestor of our clan. Hand it over quickly, otherwise, no one will be able to live well. The gnawing beasts and the watching beasts were both stunned and looked in the same direction. The ancestor of evil spirits. Not a bug. If it's not enough to fill the gap between teeth, why do they want to steal bugs? A group of demons can't even see the light, and you still want to deal with them. The gnawing beast was confused for a moment, showed disdain, then lowered its head and continued eating. Ah, I give you 10 days to send your ancestor back, otherwise we, the demon clan, will turn Shifang territory upside down. The demon leader roared angrily again. They, the demon clan, are sleepy. The ancestor said before that he was going to retreat, but they did not dare to disturb him. It wasn't until the decaying energy in the decaying land was exhausted for tens of thousands of years and their ancestors hadn't woken up yet that they thought of visiting the decaying land. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 280 Disaster for Human Race. Unexpectedly, the decaying land was empty, and the formations previously arranged were gone. If the ancestor wakes up and leaves on his own, it is impossible not to say hello to them. The only possibility is that the ancestor has been kidnapped or stolen. The other ferocious beasts had no sense of the demon's wrath, and they didn't take it to heart at all. Ying Zhao looked at Ying Zhao with deep eyes. Tao Wu, when Feng Qingran left, what did you stuff into the pile of gifts? Of course it's a gift. Yao Ju said with dull eyes. HMPH, Yao Zhao, you were full of bad intentions, but you would be so kind as to prepare a gift for Feng Qingran. Chaos mocked in disbelief. Tao Wu, you wouldn't stuff the evil ancestor into the pile of gifts, would you? Qiongqi made a more vicious guess. When Feng Qingran entered the Shifang domain, the evil ancestor was sleeping and was the only beast that had not signed a contract with Feng Qingran. If the evil ancestor followed Feng Qingran and came to the Jushu continent, it would be a disaster for those monks. Feng Qingran will definitely become a sinner in Kyushu. Yao Ju's poisonous scheme was just too good for Qiongqi's taste. Qiongqi regretted not thinking of this trick immediately. The other ferocious beasts stared at Yu Zhu with their eyes open, trying to get some clues from Yu Zhu's expression. Qiongqi's guess is not unreasonable. After all, they surrendered to Feng Qingran only because of the suppression of the contract. This surrender does not prevent them from continuing to frame Feng Qingran. Qiongqi, don't talk nonsense about things you haven't seen. Yao Zhuo's voice was calm and his emotions could not be heard. Ying Zhu didn't dare to admit this. Although the demons were not strong, if they were serious, they would still be a bit difficult to deal with. It's similar to the red-yellow ants. It can't kill it, but it can make it very uncomfortable. By the way, I remember that there has been no decaying energy in Shifang domain for a long time. Why is the evil ancestor still alive? The nine-headed bird asked another question to divert the attention of the ferocious beasts. In the late prehistoric period, two saints competed to be the master of the plane. They accidentally destroyed the plane barrier, causing corrupt people from other planes to invade their own plane. When the decayers invade the plane, their first choice of parasite is human monks, who multiply quickly with the help of human bodies. A human body can breed thousands of rotten insects. A rotten insect represents the soul of a rotten person. Under such circumstances, mankind is almost extinct, and only a few human monks are lucky enough to escape the parasites of the rotten insects. The suffering of the human race attracted the attention of the saint. It's just that those strong people regard humans as ants and don't care about the life and death of humans at all. Only the mother of all things couldn't bear to see the human race suffering, so she used all her strength to repair the barrier and has not invaded the plane again since then. As for the rotten ones that already exist, the mother of all things has no power to deal with them anymore and can only leave them to the human race to eliminate them. The other strong men turned a blind eye to this the whole time. It was not until later that the corrupt slowly evolved, and those strong men also became parasites of the corrupt, that the powerful began to pay attention to it. The powerful forces joined forces and quickly wiped out all the rotten ones. But the decayer seems to be just a kind of insect, but it is extremely good at hiding, even if most of them have been eliminated. There are still very few fish that slip through the net. At that time, every less than 10 years, the corrupt would come back and catch the powerful by surprise. And every time you start over again, the seeds of the rotten will be 1 point stronger. This situation changed until the evil demon ancestor was born. The evil demon ancestor was able to smell the smell of decay and eat the seeds of decay without being affected in any way. The evil ancestor relied on the power of eating decay to almost reach the top of the ancient world, arousing the fear of the powerful. So after the rotting seeds were extinct, the powers prepared to join forces to deal with the evil ancestor. At this time, the strength of the evil ancestor was declining. The powerful people were surprised to find that the strength of the evil ancestor, who was not nourished by the decaying energy, was gradually diminishing. Therefore, Zhu Qiang let the evil demon ancestor go, and then the evil demon ancestor disappeared without a trace. After the ferocious beasts entered the Shifang domain, they were still shocked when they learned about the evil ancestor again, but they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, there is no decay in Shifang domain, and the evil ancestor is not an enemy. The nine-headed bird can think of these things, and some of the ferocious beasts that have experienced the ancient times can naturally think of this too. Qiongqi's eyes were filled with excitement. The evil ancestor was still alive. Does this mean that the rotten ones still existed? The eyes of chaos are slightly gloomy. It hates the rotten ones deeply. If the rotten ones had not entered its body and swallowed its power, its current strength would definitely be able to crush all the ferocious beasts. The evil ancestor must have hidden the spirit of decay. Otherwise, why is it still alive? Yao Ju turned his eyes. Will the evil ancestor follow Feng Qing and leave the Shifang realm? Yu Zhao's cold eyes were deep. After all, the evil demon ancestor was a ferocious beast from the prehistoric era. If it really came to Kyushu, Feng Qingran wouldn't be able to fill the gap between its teeth. Yu Zhao was actually a little excited when he thought about this. If Feng Qingran died, would the contract on the scroll become invalid? If the contract expires, it will be free again. The ferocious beasts fell into endless silence, wondering what they were planning. Holy shit, Tati is too much, and he has eaten half of the food in Shifang territory at this moment. Zhu Yan's exclamation made the ferocious beast come back to his senses. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 281 Not a blade of grass left. When the ferocious beasts above the clouds heard Zhu Yan's voice, they lowered their heads and looked over. They couldn't help but call out, "Good guy." Half of the originally lush and green Shifang domain has now turned into a bare wasteland. Not a blade of grass is left. Guotati can eat more food than all the other ferocious beasts combined. The ferocious beasts who saw this scene had headaches and felt a vague sense of regret. If Fang Qingran was here, he would definitely not be so outrageous. The black pterosaur looked at the half-bare land with distressed eyes. "Old Huang, what should we do? Do we really not want to eat some?" The yellow pterosaur gritted its teeth and said bitterly, "Eat. If you don't eat it, it will be gone." After the yellow pterosaur finished speaking, it flew downwards. Not to be outdone, the vicious beasts in the clouds all flew downwards. During their flight, the remaining food was reduced by half. They couldn't help but regret it. What the hell, just wait a little longer. Wherever this guy is around, there must be no hesitation about whether to eat or not to eat. Otherwise, there won't even be any soil left for you. Just when they were regretful and envious of those ferocious beasts feasting on food, a roaring sound suddenly came to their ears. Immediately afterwards, those ferocious beasts that had eaten the food fell to the ground and rolled around. Throughout the 10 directions, all kinds of painful cries could be heard. The ferocious beasts who were about to eat the food froze at the same time, staring at the group of ferocious beasts that were dying, their eyes showing gloating. "Old Huang, are we still eating?" the black pterosaur asked cautiously. "What the heck, didn't you see what they suffered? Fortunately, I am wise, otherwise I might have ended up here today." The yellow pterodactyl was very proud and fortunate that it had remembered Fang Qingran's warning. The black pterosaur looked at Tao Ti, who was covering his belly with his hind paws, and said in surprise, "Even Tao Ti, which is edible by all things, can be poisoned. Old Huang, what kind of poison do you think Fang Qingran is poisoned with?" "I don't know." The yellow pterosaur shook his head. The black pterosaur sighed. "They destroyed the teleportation array and Fang Qingran couldn't get in. Is it possible that the following group was poisoned?" The black pterosaur's eyes flashed with anticipation, and if it was dead, it would definitely be a good thing for it. "Old Huang, do you think there will be an antidote?" the black pterosaur asked, staring at the yellow pterosaur. "Maybe." The eyes of the yellow pterosaur showed a different kind of luster. "It stands to reason that all things are mutually reinforcing and interfering with each other. The materials used by Fang Qingran to make the poison were taken from the Shifang realm, so the materials used to make the antidote must also be from the Shifang realm. But where would Fang Qingran hide the antidote?" The rolling eyes of the yellow pterosaur suddenly paused and looked towards Qi's residence. A bad premonition arose spontaneously. Fang Qingran couldn't leave the antidote with Demon King Qi, right? If this is the case, then Fang Qingran is a real dog. Giving them food but not showing them is the greatest cruelty to these ferocious beasts. Fang Qingran had already anticipated the situation in Shifang territory. The poison she prepared for them was not a poison, but a forbidden medicine for overeating. As long as the ferocious beasts eat properly and are not greedy for food in the 10 directions, they will be fine. But if they eat too much, the more they eat, the more obvious the pain will be. Qiongqi laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha. Tao Ti, you are here too. You really deserve it. I let you eat randomly." Qiongqi and Huan Chaos walked in front of Tao Ti, seeming to be weighing their mouths. "As long as you eat Tao Ti and gain its power, you will definitely become stronger. Qiongqi, you eat first. I remember that you like to eat dog legs." Chaos' eyes were shrewd. This glutton was obviously in more pain than other ferocious beasts, and it was probably due to deep poisoning. When Qiongqi eats Tao Ti and becomes poisoned, it can take the opportunity to eat Qiongqi and Tao Ti. Chaos has beautiful thoughts, but the evil Qiongqi is not stupid. If he eats poisonous gluttonous food and is poisoned, their alliance will definitely break up. Chaos, I remember that you don't have any internal organs. You eat the food directly out. You are not afraid of poison. You eat first, Qiongqi suggested. Qiongqi, you are stronger than me, you should eat first. Chaos raised his hand and pushed the rolling Tao Ti directly in front of Qiongqi. Qiongqi was also rude and kicked the Tao Ti to Chaos. "We are still humble to each other. If you decide, I will let you eat first." Tao Ti, who was in terrible pain, are you too polite? It's not dead yet. Yao Zhao was watching the show from the sidelines. The alliance between him and Tao Ti was driven by interests. In case of disaster, they will naturally fly separately. And according to the current form, even if there is no Tao Ti, it does not need to be afraid of Qiongqi and Tao Ti. Yao Zhao raised his eyes and saw that the other ferocious beasts were all staring at Qiongqi, Chaos and Tao Ti with burning eyes. They're just waiting to see if they will also be poisoned if they eat the poisoned beasts. If it were not poisonous, those ferocious beasts lying down would become new food. If it is poisonous, they will disperse directly. When the beast is completely dead, take out the beast elixir. As for why you don't take out the beast elixir now? They must be afraid of irritating the poisoned beasts. What if they blow up and blow themselves up? Brother, do you really don't need to ask Qi to intervene in this situation? Zhu Yan looked at Ying Zhao. Ying Zhao saw the chaotic scene and said meaningfully, with Qi's strength, if there is any trouble in Shifang domain, can he not notice it? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 282. That must be possible. I guess Qi Du knows exactly how many hairs I have on my body. After Zhu Yan said this, he continued with great seriousness, but these have nothing to do with the matter at hand, right? Ying Zhao was confused for a moment. Why did it accept such a stupid little brother? Ying Zhao, I found that the more I ate, the worse the pain became. Do you think these poisons have some secret meaning? The 9-headed bird shook its 9 heads and began to think. Dafeng also came over and observed carefully. Ying Zhao glanced around with his spiritual consciousness and found that Tao Ti was the most miserable, and King was second, and the other beasts could hear varying degrees of pain from their wailing sounds. Dafeng said, maybe the more you eat, the deeper the poisoning and the stronger the toxicity. Ying Zhao shook his head, there must be something they overlooked. Boss, Do you think Fang Qingran expected this situation? Zhu Yan asked cautiously. Everything in the Shifang domain was all planned by Fang Qingran. She had no hope that the ferocious beast would still abide by the rules she set after she left. But there was one thing that Fang Qingran didn't expect. That is, she dug a hole for the ferocious beasts, but Yongzhu dug a bigger hole for her. Gu Mei told Fang Qingran that it was the ancestor of evil spirits, a ferocious beast from the ancient times. It had been sleeping in Shifang realm before, and somehow it came to Fang Qingran's space. If nothing else happened, it might have been sleeping forever. It was the black air that Fang Qingran came into contact with that woke it up. Gu Mei looked at the scroll in front of her and mocked in a childish voice. You want me to make a contract with you? Stop dreaming. Are you an ant worthy of making a contract with me? You really don't want to make a contract with me? Fang Qingran chuckled. If you want to be my servant, I can reluctantly agree to the contract. Gu Mei crossed his arms, acting like a young adult. Fang Qingran didn't want to talk nonsense with Gu Mei, so she sent a message to Wanling and Shenwang alone. Raise the egg for 1,000 days, use the egg for a while, give it to me, and keep eating it until it becomes soft. The demon ancestor is indeed very strong, and his hidden strength far exceeds that of Wanling and Divine Phoenix. Unfortunately, her void space is under her full control, and the creatures existing in it must obey her will. After Fang Qingran finished transmitting the message, Wanling and Shenwang surrounded Gu Mei on the left and right. Bang! Wanling mercilessly hit Gu Mei on the small forehead. A small bump suddenly appeared on Gu Mei's forehead. Gu Mei blinked her small eyes and said in disbelief, Fang Qingran, you dare to let them touch me? Fang Qingran, don't you want to live? Fang Qingran remained silent, her consciousness covering the entire visible void space, blocking all Gu Mei's escape routes. Fang Si is not in the space, and Gu Mei must not be allowed to get into the white mist. Boom. What? Just as Gu Mei finished shouting, a hoe hit its horn. Gu Mei screamed in pain and shouted at Yuan Bao, you are a weapon spirit. When I get out, I will definitely tear down your space. A little bit. Yuan Bao made a face at Gu Mei. Humph. You were so arrogant when you enter my territory. How could I not beat you now? Yuan Bao was originally a little afraid of bewitching monsters, but with the support of his master, what was he afraid of? This is confidence. Compared to Wanling and Yuan Bao, Divine Phoenix just landed lightly on Gu Mei's head. Then, a hot breath appeared on the red eggshell of the Divine Phoenix. Wow. A cluster of flames spread above Gu Mei's head. But in the blink of an eye, Gu Mei's head became bright and shiny, with only 2 black horns remaining. Gu Mei couldn't hold it any longer and sat down on the ground and cried loudly. Gu Mei cried and shouted, I have never suffered such humiliation. Just wait for me, wait for me, wait for me. Gu Mei's voice was childish, her face was full of tears, and she had no momentum at all. Looking at the pitiful Gu Mei, Fang Qingran did not soften her heart. Among the ferocious beasts that have been immersed in the 10 directions for millions of years, none of them are good. Gu Mei's face at the moment is just a disguise. If it weren't for the constraints of the void space, Gu Mei would never be so honest. Fang Qingran's eyes darkened, even Gu Mei could dismiss the terrifying black energy. Based on this alone, she couldn't easily let the Gu charm leave the void space. The black energy is already extremely difficult to deal with. If a ferocious beast whose enemy or friend is unknown is released, Fang Qingran will not be able to do that even if her head is broken. The life gained by cooperating with the evil tiger is not life, but another abyss. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were like clear springs under the moonlight, shining with clear brilliance. Gu Mei, don't cry. I don't know you, but I know the Shifang realm. Gu Mei's cries stopped immediately, and her milky eyes became increasingly ferocious. Ha! Fang Qingran, you are quite smart, but based on this alone, let me make a contract with you and dream. I will take some time to send you back to the Shifang realm. Fang Qingran's eyes were sharp. What was the intention of the ferocious beast that gave her the charm? Didn't you say that all female cultivators are soft-hearted? Why are you so cold-blooded, Fang Qingran? Gu Mei remembered that in the late prehistoric times, as long as they met female cultivators and pretended to be pitiful, they would definitely do it. Cold-blooded, Fang Qingran said rudely, I can't afford the consequences of being soft-hearted. It's not like her brain is rusty when she's soft-hearted towards ferocious beasts. She clearly remembered what the ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain looked like. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 283 Body Leaves. Fang Qingran, how about we make a 3-part agreement? As long as you let me out, I'll leave this small world immediately after I finish eating the aphrodisiac energy. Gu Mei suppressed the ferocity in her eyes and probably gave in. After finally encountering the rotten air, Gu Mei didn't want to let it go. If the power of decay is not replenished, it will become old. In fact, it can also maintain its strength by eating human brains, spinal cords and souls. It's just that the cannibals will be struck by lightning. Although it is a ferocious beast, it is the product of outsiders. Every time it resists a thunderstorm, it will be in extreme pain. Gu demons will not choose to eat people unless they have to. Fang Qingran was too lazy to communicate with Gu Mei anymore and sent a message to Yuan Bao, Wanling, and Divine Phoenix, I can still bargain, which proves that I can continue to be beaten. Fang Qingran's eyes fell on the 9-color sky-swallowing python again. Looking at the phosphorus sheet stained with blood beads, her eyes flickered slightly. The black energy hidden under the phosphorus sheets must be cleared away. But she didn't even deserve to know Haichi's name, so how could she help the 9-colored sky-swallowing python? Fang Qingran stretched out her jade white hand and gently touched the phosphorus pieces of the 9-color sky-swallowing python. Since we can't know the clues of the black energy, it's better to try it ourselves, just to test the power of the mysterious power in the body. When Fang Qingran's fingertips touched a trace of blood, the cold and biting breath climbed onto her fingertips, and an extremely fine trace of black air quietly penetrated into her body. Fang Qingran instantly mobilized spiritual energy all over her body to capture the black energy in her body, but the black energy rushed through her muscles and veins at an extremely fast speed, even destroying the muscles and veins. The black energy went up all the way, but in the blink of an eye, it had already appeared in Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness. Fang Qingran immediately sat cross-legged, with his 5 hearts pointing upward, and used all his strength to deal with the black energy. Sudden. A wave of sleepiness swept over her, and Fang Qingran felt extremely exhausted, and then countless unfamiliar scenes flashed across her sea of consciousness. As the screen flashed faster and faster, Fang Qingran became more and more sleepy. She even forgot what she was going to do. Fang Qingran's eyelids drooped, her consciousness gradually became blurred, and she didn't know where she was. Hiss. There was a faint voice in my ears, and a little bit of coldness. Fang Qingran suddenly shuddered, opened her apricot eyes wide, and forced her rationality back. Fang Qingran took a deep breath, and the power of her consciousness spread, pinching the black air in the sea of consciousness and forcing it out of her body. Fang Qingran, hurry up and give the black energy to me. Gu Mei shouted. Fang Qingran looked at the hair-thin black air on her fingertips, her beautiful eyes filled with coldness. Just this alone could make her almost give up her soul. What is this thing? Fang Qingran raised his hand and placed the black energy under the white light, and the black energy dissipated. Fang Qingran stood up and raised her eyes to meet the eyes of the 9-colored sky-swallowing python. Thank you for saving me. Don't worry, I have a way to save you. The 9-color sky-swallowing python spit out the letter and looked at Fang Qingran in confusion. The rotten air entered the body, but it was okay. This little junior sister of the master seems to be very powerful. And her mind is not bad, it just takes a breath, and she can break free from the confusion of the black energy. Fang Qingran's eyes were serious, and when she turned her wrist, a crystal green bud appeared in her palm. The buds are wrapped in colorful spiritual power and still full of vitality. The 9-color sky-swallowing python can't deal with the black energy under the phosphorus flakes, but Fang Xi's white light can. As long as the 9-color sky-swallowing python becomes stronger and uses strong force to force out the black energy under the phosphorus tablets, the remaining problems will be solved. And the moment the buds came out, the 9-colored sky-swallowing python's eyes straightened and stared at the buds. How could she have body leaves? Here you go. Fang Qingran smiled and handed the buds to the 9-colored sky-swallowing python. Are you sure you want to give this to me? You won't regret it. The 9-colored sky-swallowing python swallowed its saliva with great excitement. Of course. Fang Qingran was dressed in light-colored green clothes. Her body was like a jade tree, her skin was as crystal clear as snow, and her pair of bright apricot eyes made her appearance even more beautiful. The 9-colored sky-swallowing python's eyes gradually became moist, and he said extremely seriously, Don't worry, apart from the master, I will only listen to your words from now on. The 9-colored sky-swallowing python swallowed the body buds with tearful eyes. You're welcome from my family, Fang Qingran said crisply. The 9-color sky-swallowing python was very grateful and stepped back slightly, farther away from Fang Qingran, fearing that the surge of power around him would hurt Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran felt a 9-color light flash before his eyes, and the temperature around him also dropped. Fang Qingran looked up at the 9-colored sky-swallowing python in the light, joy flashing in her eyes. With the power of a leaf, it was quite cost-effective to turn the 9-colored sky-swallowing python into a dragon. At the same time, in empty space, a certain sapling felt extremely aggrieved because it contributed a bud. It only grew 5 leaves in total. As a result, the unscrupulous owner ruthlessly took one away and gave it to other animals as a favor. The sapling tightly rolled up the 4 remaining buds, feeling extremely sad and even more afraid that Fang Qingran would do something to it again. Only then did Fang Qingran remember the Hongmeng tree species and immediately apologized to it. She also called Yuan Bao to give it more fertilizer and water. Fang Qingran had no choice but to pick the buds of body. After all, in the space, only the power of body was suitable for the 9-color sky-swallowing python at this moment. Giving other things to the 9-colored sky-swallowing python will be slow to produce results, and may also consume the 9-colored sky-swallowing python's own strength, making it even weaker. Fang Qingran, please stop them quickly. I promise to make a contract with you, young master. Gu Mei's childish voice was full of flattery, and her eyes were spinning, as if she had some idea. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 284 Gu Mei's thoughts. Fang Qingran's consciousness swept across the Gu demons lying on the ground in the space, asking Wanling and Divine Phoenix to stop and rest for a while. Gu Mei got up from the ground, a faint light flashed in her eyes. Fang Qingran, let's make a contract quickly. I was wrong before, and I apologize to you. The contract is okay, but it must be changed into a master-servant contract. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were as bright as glass. No problem. Gu Mei agreed readily, but little did he know how big a hole it had dug for itself. When Fang Qingran pitted the ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain, Gu Mei was sleeping and had no idea what was hidden behind the scroll in front of her. Gu Mei put his fingerprint on the scroll and also signed the name of the evil ancestor. The contract was signed successfully. Gu Mei was not in a hurry to go out and absorb the decaying air. Instead, she rubbed her hands expectantly and said, Fang Qingran, you have become my master, what should I say? Before Fang Qingran could speak, a white light flashed before Gu Mei's eyes, and he was already in the spirit fighting arena. Instantly, the rich smell of decay hit his face, making Gu Mei feel very comfortable. Gu Mei wanted the body leaves more than the decaying energy. That Fang Qingran, you don't need to give me an expensive greeting gift. Just give me a piece of the bud from before, right? No, hurry up and get to work. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with a sharp luster. How is it possible? There are clearly 4 more pieces in your space. Gu Mei actually wanted to pick them by himself. But everything in the helpless space was controlled by Fang Qingran. If Fang Qingran didn't allow it, it would be impossible for it to touch the body leaf. Then do you know how much effort I put into cultivating those 4 leaves? Fang Qingran slightly bent down, approached Gu Mei, and said with a half smile. Gu Mei's eyes darkened. Fang Qingran didn't want to give it. If you don't want to give it to Fang Qingran, I have no choice but to take it myself. Gu Mei smiled like a little devil, her eyes turned scarlet, and she raised her small hand filled with black energy to grab Fang Qingran's heart. Fang Qingran turned over in an instant, climbed up with his sword, and looked down at Gu Mei from a high position. Gu Mei looked up at Fang Qingran, whose dress was fluttering and had a noble temperament. Her pair of milky eyes suddenly trembled, revealing a horrified look. Gu Mei's hand raised in the air trembled slightly, and she murmured, "Impossible. Impossible, it must have been destroyed." Fang Qingran met Gu Mei's eyes and felt that Gu Mei seemed to be looking at another person through her. While Gu Mei and Fang Qingran were looking at each other, Su Yanran and others came with swords. Bailey Kesheng said in a slightly cold voice, "Fang Qingran, I order you to leave here immediately. You don't need to participate in the rest of the matter. Ant, you deserve to die." Gu Mei turned to look at Bailey Kesheng, whose eyes were full of greed. Although Gu Mei's voice was still childish at the moment, hearing it made Bailey Kesheng feel chills all over his body, and even a feeling of extreme fear surged into his heart. Bailey Kesheng lowered his head and looked at Gu Mei, his whole body stiffened and he stood on the sword without daring to move. "HMPH, you little brat, how dare you be rude to Master Bailey." A disciple next to Bailey Kesheng raised his hand and stabbed Gu Mei with his sword. Gu Mei grabbed the sword blade, and the black mist in her hand wrapped around the sword and quickly spread to the disciple's body. In less than a moment, the disciples were all covered in a layer of black mist. After a breath, the black mist dissipated, leaving only a complete white bone on the sword. Immediately afterwards, the bones and the sword fell together. At this moment, everyone else was silent and continued to want to escape, but they were also worried that they would be bewitched and become the next skeleton. Gu Mei crossed her arms and looked at Bailey Kesheng with a pair of sharp eyes, smiling mischievously. "Are you satisfied with this way of death?" I don't want to die," Bailey Kesheng said with a trembling voice. "Ha, it's not up to you. If you dare to offend my master, you must keep your life." Gu Mei grabbed Bailey Kesheng in the air with his little hand. In an instant, Bailey Kesheng fell down in front of Gu Mei. Bailey Kesheng lay on the ground, a despair growing in his heart. Black silk threads appeared under Gu Mei's feet, and the threads quickly wrapped around Bailey Kesheng. "Fang Qingran, you are his master, please let him go quickly," a disciple said in extreme horror. "Fang Qingran, you can't do this to Master Bailey, he is from the Bailey family," one of the judges said. Fang Qingran folded his arms and was indifferent to what the two said. For what Bailey Kesheng did to Mu Chanjue, Fang Qingran would not let him stay. Besides, sooner or later, she would go to war with the Bailey family. Wouldn't keeping the Bailey family cause trouble for herself? She does not kill innocent people indiscriminately, but she will never be merciful. What? Following Bailey Kesheng's scream, several people looked over and saw that Bailey Kesheng was gone. This, someone was so frightened that he fell off his sword. The only one who remained calm was Su Yanran, who had been hiding behind others. Su Yanran didn't expect these people to deal with Fang Qingran, but she didn't expect them to be so useless. Gu Mei finished taking care of Bailey Kesheng and was about to continue dealing with the remaining people, but was stopped by Fang Qingran. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 285 Mother Gu. "Deal with the old man and the black spirit first, I will take care of the rest by myself." Fang Qingran stood in the air, her green dress dancing in the wind, and she looked like a peerless and independent Kinglian. The evil spirit disappeared from its eyes, and its spiritual consciousness swept over the nine-colored sky-swallowing python. It swallowed the body leaves and purified the rotten air sooner or later. It might as well help the nine-colored sky-swallowing python, and still be able to control Fang Qingran. "Show it in front of you." Gu Mei raised her palm and instantly absorbed all the decaying air from the nine-color sky-swallowing python. At this time, Gu Mei caught a strange aura, and her eyes flashed with surprise, the spirit of decay. The corruptor's mother Gu finally found it. Gu Mei tightly held the spirit of decay in her hand, the red horn on her head turned black, and the aura all over her body became even colder. The enchanted consciousness glances around and directly destroys the corrupted spirit, which means that the corrupted person will completely disappear from this plane, which also means that it will disappear sooner or later. If the mother Gu is left and hidden in the body, not only will it continue to gain the power of decay, but it will also live the same life in this plane. Gu Mei struggled for less than a moment, her palms contracted, and the spirit of decay disappeared from her palms. Then, he flew to the old man. The aura around Gu Mei's body reached the sky, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Although the Gu Mei is only over a foot long, its terrifying aura still makes people watching from a distance feel intimidated. Gu Diao raised his palm, his eyes showing contempt. A vessel for cultivating rotten seeds actually tried to control the rotten seeds for his own use, overestimating his ability. Kang Lao is not a normal monk at all, he is just a body used to cultivate the seeds of decay. However, the rotten seeds on Kang Lao's body are slightly different. These seeds contain powerful spiritual power. After they enter the monk's body, there is no incubation period, and they will immediately complete the parasitism, control the monk's soul and consciousness, and maximize the monk's own strength. While Gu Mei absorbed the black energy from the old man's body, he wrapped the old man with the decaying air in his body. The seeds in the old man's body are too special, and Gu Mei doesn't intend to destroy them directly. It wants to keep some in his consciousness and study them when the time comes. In the distant beam of light, Fang Si asked Bailey when to put away the Sichin and leave here. When Gu Mei and Fang Qingran completed the contract, Fang Si sensed the existence of Gu Mei, but Fang Si did not count on Gu Mei at first. After all, the reason why Gu Mei was imprisoned in Shifang realm back then was entirely because Gu Mei was a corrupt person. Why is luck born to deal with the corrupt? They are all lies made up by witches to deceive the powerful. The powers will never allow such dangerous creatures to exist forever, but they are worried that after the goo is destroyed, the rotten ones will appear again. So Zhu Qiang threw the Gu Mei into the Shifang realm, and specifically placed ancient restrictions on the Gu Mei. Without the special talisman, the monster would never be able to come out of the Shifang realm. Fang Xi stared at Gu Mei, who was serious about dealing with the old man, and was very curious, why did Gu Mei listen to Fang Qingran so much? The previous contract between Fang Qingran and Gu Mei was actually invalid. Gu Mei was an outsider, and the rules of heaven and earth here had no effect on Gu Mei. Now that all the powerful people have disappeared, there are no more than 10 powerful people in this plane who can deal with the monsters. What exactly is Gu Mei afraid of? Fang Xi had a lot of thoughts and thought for a long time, but finally did not tell Fang Qingran about the enchantment. Putting Gu Mei next to Fang Qingran is definitely an extremely dangerous thing. But it is not possible to let go of the scourge of Gu. After all, a loose predator will endanger the entire plane. Fang Xi was very torn. No matter which choice he made, he was laying a trap. During the time Fang Xi was thinking, the old man had turned into ashes and completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Gu Mei turned sideways and looked at Fang Xi, his eyes gleaming with vigilance. It felt the aura of chaos on Fang Xi's body. If it hadn't been afraid of the powerful powers of chaos, it wouldn't have been willing to be imprisoned in the Shifang domain. After Gu Mei showed his timidity, Fang Xi became much more relaxed. Regardless of any living being, fearlessness is the most difficult to deal with. The charm will be afraid, proving that it can be destroyed. Fang Xi withdrew the consciousness from Gu Mei and returned to the void space. As soon as he entered the space, Fang Xi received a complaint from Hongmeng Tree Seed. Fang Xi was helpless. Let's make do. After the void space evolves into a small world with the power of the source, you can just find a place to hide where she can't find it. The Hongmeng tree species were a little reluctant, and the buds rolled up and stretched out, dripping out a drop of emerald green liquid and sending it to Fang Xi's eyes. You'd better take root here. The area inside is not suitable for you. Exposure to nothingness too early will be detrimental to your growth. Fang Xi refused the temptation of body juice, which was also a disguised approval of Fang Qingran's approach at that time. The Hongmeng tree species felt even more aggrieved, and its small branches trembled. Boo! A small red flower suddenly bloomed on the branch. Fang Xi looked at the little red flower and felt even more helpless. Take it easy. Flowering can indeed speed up your growth, but it can also drain your strength. After Fang Xi finished speaking, he hid directly in the white mist area. None of them make it worry-free. It's better to hide if you can't afford to offend them. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 286 Old Age and Death. Old age and death herald the end of the crisis. The ghost raised his palm and shot out countless black threads again. The black threads went towards dozens of people in black, and penetrated into the hearts, danshan, and brains of the people in black. In an instant, all the men in black seemed to have lost their minds. The swords under their feet fell, and their whole bodies were pulled by silk threads and floated in the air. These men in black are all parasites of the seeds of decay, and if they continue to be left alive, they will definitely become the next old people in the future. After the silk thread entered the body of the man in black, it began to quickly capture the rotten insects in the body of the man in black. As the rotting insects disappeared, the man in black became an ordinary person, and the skin around him dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally lost his life. The man in black can exist only because of the decayed seeds in his body. Now that the seeds are gone, the cultivation to maintain longevity is gone, and the death of the man in black is inevitable. After finishing all this, Gu Mei returned to Fang Qingran and asked for credit. Fang Qingran, all threats have been eliminated, can you give me some reward? Like body leaves. Or a linden branch. If nothing else works, a drop of body liquid will do. It's not fussy at all. Gu Mei looked at Fang Qingran with a pair of milky eyes full of expectation. Fang Qingran raised her hand and patted the corner of Gu Mei's head. Well done. If you continue to work hard in the future, you will receive the rewards you deserve. I will definitely work harder in the future. Gu Mei's eyes shone. Fang Qingran's words must be hinting to it that if it performs well next time, it will be rewarded. Not bad. Fang Qingran raised her eyebrows slightly. Gu Mei seemed to have misunderstood something, but Fang Qingran didn't intend to explain more and raised her hand to put Gu Mei into the space. The 9-color sky-swallowing python had turned into an inconspicuous little snake and disappeared from everyone's sight during the previous chaos. Fang Qingran swept through the chaotic spirit fighting arena, wondering if the competition could still go on. Fang Qingran suddenly felt a chill rising from her back. She instinctively turned around and used her sword to dodge. When Fang Qingran stabilized her figure, she saw Su Yanran standing not far from her holding a sword. Su Yanran's eyes were as cold as ice and she said coldly, Fang Qingran, why do you take away everything that should belong to me? Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Everything about you. Fang Qingran, when we first met at the sect conference, you spoke harshly to me. I never understood why at that time. But now I understand. Su Yanran's voice was cold and filled with hatred. If it weren't for Fang Qingran's existence, she would not have suffered so much in her life. Su Yanran, I feel so sad for you. Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes looked with sympathy. Su Yanran is a pawn of heaven without knowing it. Instead, he treated her as an enemy. How similar was she to her before? Fang Qingran, what qualifications do you have to say such a thing? Su Yanran's eyes were full of anger. Sooner or later, she would take back everything that belonged to her and make Fang Qingran pay the price. At the same time, the barrier under Fang Xi's cloth spread out, and everything in the fighting arena became clear. Those people in the Zhutian star formation looked at the Dowling arena with confusion, where there were only hundreds of corpses of men in black left. And the old man who frightened them also disappeared. Only 2 figures stood in midair, attracting everyone's attention. Most people recognized Su Yanran, but only a handful of people knew Fang Qingran. Someone pointed at Su Yanran and said, that woman in white is Su Yanran, a close disciple of Taoist Master Wu Ji. Could it be that she did something? She only has a golden elixir cultivation level, how can she deal with an old man who is at the peak of the false god? Did anyone see what happened on the field? I don't know, I can't even remember what happened after the formation was activated. My memory is blurry. Could it be that this formation has an impact on us? As everyone said this, they all looked at Liu Kanglan. Did Liu Kanglan do something? Liu Kanglan, the crisis has been resolved, why are you still not letting us leave the formation? Zhu Ningchuan's disciple Yu Che asked. Liu Kanglan glanced at Yu Che and said nothing. Some people are really good at killing donkeys. When they needed senior brother's protection before, they didn't even collapse. Now when they see that nothing is wrong, they start to scream. Mu Chanjua's tone was sarcastic, and he shook his folding fan lightly. Noble and elegant. Mu Chanjua's words made Yu Che feel angry. He pointed at Mu Chanjue and said, you say that again. Don't say good things a second time. Mu Chanjue blinked her peach blossom eyes and calmed down. Snort. These guys dared to bully senior brother while he was away. They must be taught a lesson. Yu Che held a breath in his heart. He can go up or down, and his face turned white and red and white again. You were going too far to bully others. Oh, we didn't do anything. When did we bully you? Mu Chanjua's lips curled up slightly, smiling charmingly. Yun Hai and Luo Wuji, who left the false god realm, were stunned when they looked at the fighting spirit field that was almost in ruins. Yun Hai's cold eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the corpses of hundreds of men in black below, he was extremely shocked. What happened during his absence? Luo Wuji's sword fell beside Su Yanran. Su Yanran's eyes turned red when she saw Luo Wuji. Master, I'm glad you're okay. I've made you suffer. Luo Wuji fondly touched Su Yanran's head. Fang Qingran saw the scene where master and apprentice were in love, and was about to leave to pick up the fragments of the wind god sword, but was blocked by the sea of clouds. Fang Qingran, what happened on the field just now? Yun Hai was exuding cold energy and could turn hundreds of virtual gods into mummies. This behavior was exactly the same as the Chanyuan blood-burning technique back then. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 287 Candidate to replace the old man. Bailey's house. Chamber. A man in black knelt in front of the Bailey family head and reported what happened in the fighting arena. Every time the man in black said something, the face of the head of the Bailey family became more solemn. At this time, a steward walked in anxiously, bent down and said, Master, the old life card is broken. What? The head of the Bailey family stood up immediately, and the life tablet shattered, which meant that the old soul was completely dissipated in the world. But in Juju, no one except Yi Wenshan can hurt Chang Lao. Moreover, when Kang Lao left, he was followed by hundreds of virtual gods. Even if Kang Lao really met Yi Wenshan would not have the chance to get close to Kang Lao. Wrong. Yi Wenshan's strength is not enough to make the old soul fly away. The head of the Bailey family narrowed his eyes slightly. There is only one person who can surpass hundreds of virtual gods and kill the old man. The head of the Bailey family said coldly to the housekeeper, go to the secret room and see if there is anyone there. Yes, the butler bowed and exited. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the housekeeper returned to the meeting hall and handed the head of the Bailey family a note. The head of the Bailey family scanned the contents on the paper, with a sneer on his face, What a messenger to contact if you need anything. The head of the Bailey family thought of that person's panicked look before, her eyes filled with gloom. She must be acting in order to get rid of him. The head of the Bailey family was exuding a cold air. She killed members of his Bailey family and still wanted the Bailey family to sacrifice their lives for her. It was simply outrageous. Do you really think he has no way to deal with the tribulation immortal? He wanted to show that woman what it means that a powerful dragon cannot overpower a local snake. You go down first and report any situation at any time, the head of the Bailey family said majestically. Yes, the man in black disappeared instantly, and the steward bowed and retreated. The head of the Bailey family raised his hand to summon his confidant, go to the 10,000 poison cave and get 10 pieces of mother goo. Yes, the confidant's eyes showed surprise. In the past, he only took 1 pill, but this time he took 10 pills. After the confidants finished answering, they stood up and left. The head of the Bailey family looked meaningfully in the direction of the fighting arena. In the past, only the Void God Lord existed, and he only dared to take one Mother Voodoo. After all, once the Mother Voodoo got out of control, only the Void God Master could destroy it. But there are already immortals in the tribulation stage on the 9 provinces, so he should feel free to cultivate the old people in the tribulation stage. In fact, the old successor he is most satisfied with is Yi Wenshan. It's just that Yi Wenshan is wild and untamed, and the loyalty goo he cast many times failed to succeed. Now we can only choose another old replacement to become the seed of the tribulation period. The head of the Bailey family felt a little distressed. The insect eggs that had been reproduced before would be destroyed, and those dead soldiers could no longer be executed at will in the near future. Otherwise, the Bailey family may face a situation where no one is available. Bailey Patriarch's eyes flashed with a faint light. The dead man was easy to control, but who should the old man choose as his replacement? The head of the Bailey family immediately thought of a mask. In the fighting spirit field, Fang Qingran didn't have time to answer Yun Hai's question. Several people from Heilingzhou took the initiative to step forward and told Yun Hai what had happened before. Fang Qingran, are what they said true? Yun Hai's cold eyes were deep and filled with a strong sense of oppression. Fang Qingran's crystal clear apricot eyes slightly curved in a smile. What do you think, Lord Yun Hai? I still remember what happened at Shungaling last time. I want to hear the truth. Yun Hai's breath was cold. Normally, Nasan Sol would have no power to fight back against the Void God, but Fang Qingran was abnormal. Moreover, everyone in the Lingyun sect is not right. There are 4 virtual gods who are under 100 years old, and 5 nascent souls who are under 100 years old. Only Ning Xiu is considered normal and has a golden elixir within 100 years old. There are a total of 10 people in a sect, and the cultivation levels of 9 of them are contrary to common sense. Yunhai has always suspected that the disciples in Lingyun sect are practicing the Chanyuan blood-burning technique. Master Yunhai, what do you want to express? Fang Qingran smiled at the corners of her eyes. Her slightly curved apricot eyes were bright and clear, which made her look unparalleled. Yunhai Jian's eyebrows were furrowed, and Fang Qingran was unwilling to answer his question directly. What happened after that child appeared? Where did the old man go? Why was the man in black turned into a mummy? Yunhai asked slightly angrily. The contradictory words spoken by several people in Hailingzhu pointed directly at Fang Qingran. The memory that none of them have, does Mr. Yunhai think that I will have it? Fang Qingran asked rhetorically without answering. Of course she couldn't talk about what happened after the charm appeared. Her current strength is not enough to deal with the entire Bailey family, and it is not time to completely fall out. Yunhai's face was ashen behind the mask. Fang Qingran had really obtained Yi Wenshan's true biography. Yunhai knew that if he asked Fang Qingran again, he would not get any answers. It was better to report the matter to the family head first and wait for the family head's arrangements. Master Yunhai, that child was released by Fang Qingran. The child killed the old man and those men in black. Su Yanran's voice was soft, but Yunhai suddenly felt chilled. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 288 Soul Seal. Old and dead, Yunhai asked in disbelief. A dark light flashed across Su Yanran's eyes. Master Yunhai, I have seen everything with my own eyes. Yunhai's cold eyes stared at Su Yanran, his consciousness spreading, as if he wanted to see through Su Yanran's soul. No one else remembers what happened after the child appeared. Only Su Yanran, who was hostile to Fang Qingran, remembered. Besides, how powerful is the old man? How could he be killed by a child? Su Yanran met Shang Yunhai's questioning gaze, raised 3 fingers, and said firmly, Master Yunhai, I swear in the name of Master Wuji's disciple, if my words are even remotely false, Master's cultivation will never improve in this life. When Luo Wuji heard Su Yanran swearing in his name, his eyes gradually warmed up. His little apprentice would say this to represent his trust in him. Yunhai's eyes were sharp, and his whole body exuded terrifying pressure. Fang Qingran, what else do you want to say? The strong pressure of the virtual god came over, but Fang Qingran still stood on the sword in the wind, her dress fluttering, and was not affected at all. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with surprise. Faced with the overwhelming pressure, she didn't feel anything at all. She didn't borrow any power, so how could she not be afraid of the coercion of the false god? Right now. Wenren Jushao suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. His aura was so enchanting that no one dared to look directly at him. Haha, who made Master Yunhai unhappy? Why do you have such a face? Wenren Jushao stood up in the air with a joking tone. Yunhai looked at Wenren Jushao, his cold eyes dark and deep. Wenren Jushao ducked to Yunhai's side and put his arm on Yunhai's shoulder. If you are unhappy, tell me and it will make me happy. Wenren Jushao's bold and rude behavior made several disciples in Hailingzhu look horrified. The face under Yunhai's mask was livid. Wenren Jushao was a person who had no profit and could not afford to get up early. It was no coincidence that he appeared here. No one noticed that Mo Jinggong had already stood quietly beside Fang Qingran. Mo Jinggong is dressed in black brocade clothes. He is handsome and elegant. His black hair is half tied and half bunched, fluttering in the wind. His whole body makes him look even more noble and unparalleled. Yunhai is still thinking about how to deal with this situation. Except for Su Yanran's words and oaths, no one saw what Fang Qingran did, and Yunhai didn't want to believe that the old man was dead. When he first entered Bailey's house, he almost turned into a zombie puppet. Fortunately, the old man saved him, took him with him, taught him carefully, and then let him follow Bailey Yuanmo directly in order to save him from the fate of a dead soldier. With the double protection, he was lucky enough to grow to where he is now. Although a loyal man is not worthy of emotions, he has long regarded the old man as a father-like existence in his heart. Yunhai has longed for freedom all his life, and because of his old age, he is willing to be bound to Bailey's house. Don't be too sad. Isn't death a kind of relief? Wenren Jushao's eyes slightly raised, and his strange purple pupils were fascinating, as if he could see through everything. Yunhai's Adam's apple rolled, and his cold eyes turned slightly red. Who did it? Su Yanran's words were not credible, but Wenren Jushao was not willing to talk nonsense on this matter. Kang Lao is really dead. No matter who killed Chang Lao, Yunhai, will definitely avenge Chang Lao. Don't you know very well in your heart? Most of the monks in their twilight years will choose to retreat and break through. Why do you think the old people still go out and run around? Wenren Jushao lowered his voice and leaned into Yunhai's ear. At the same time, Wenren Jushao's black pupils flashed with a hint of purple, and the corners of his bright lips were slightly raised. Sure enough, people with weaknesses are better at controlling and bewitching. Impossible, Yunhai retorted immediately, losing his previous composure. Kang Lao is in charge of all the dead soldiers and puppets of the Bailey family. How could the head of the family attack Kang Lao? Seo Yunhai, do you know how the family you are loyal to cultivates dead warriors and puppet warriors? And are you sure that the old man you know is a normal monk? Wenren Jushao said with a charming voice. What do you mean? Yunhai's cold eyes shot out with icy light. Give me a trace of your soul mark, and I will tell you all the truth. Wenren Jushao's demon eyes flashed with a faint light, making people unpredictable. Impossible, Yunhai said slightly angrily. The soul mark is the mark on a person's soul. Obtaining the soul mark means that you can do whatever you want to this person. Of course, only soul seals that are willingly given can be obtained by others. Wenren Jushao looked into Yunhai's eyes and said through a message, as long as you give me the soul seal, I will help you take out the loyalty goo and eliminate the spiritual medium. When Ren Jushao paused for a moment, looked not far away from the fighting arena, and slipped a special teleportation talisman into Yunhai's hand. Sooner or later you will come to me, when Ren Jushao said meaningfully before disappearing into the fighting arena. Not even a breath had passed since when Ren Jushao left, countless powerful auras enveloped the entire fighting strip field. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 289 Imitate Liu Kanglan. A voice rang out from the distance, Yunhai, go back to Bailey's house quickly. Yunhai recognized that the owner of this voice was Bailey Yuanmo, the leader of the loyal soldiers, his boss. But Yunhai showed resistance to this order for the first time. The old man's matter has not been settled yet, and Yunhai doesn't want to leave just now. Yunhai, leave the rest of the matters here to me. You go back to Bailey's house first. Bailey Yuan came silently with his sword and ordered. The entire Dowling arena was surrounded by a group of men in black. Yes, boss. Yunhai's lips were slightly white, and his heart seemed to be grasped by a big hand, unable to resist. A strange emotion flashed across Yunhai's eyes, and Bailey Yuanmo was testing him with the loyalty goo. Yunhai did not dare to delay and flew away. Before leaving, he glanced at Ning Xiyu intentionally or unintentionally. If he could live as happy and carefree as Ning Xiyu, he would rather trade his life's luck for it. After Yunhai left, Bailey Yuanmo kept standing in midair, as if waiting for something. The place was silent, no one dared to speak. When Chu Chanji and the other 6 people left the false god realm covered in blood, they saw Bailey Yuanmo. Bailey Yuanmo's eyes intertwined with light and dark, and he smiled softly and said, you guys are so talented, how dare you touch even members of our Bailey family. Zhu Ningchuan's majestic eyes were solemn, and they looked like 1 against 6, but they were the weaker side. Zhu Ningchuan remained silent and looked at Chu Chanji. The governor of Huolingzhu took a step back and stood behind Chu Chanji. Rong Duofan and Xiao Qingfeng both looked at Bailey Yuanmo with wary eyes. They couldn't afford to offend the master of Shumo Pavilion. The governor of Tiangshan Prefecture also chose to walk towards Chu Qian's body. Chu Chanji's eyes were like the first snow, neither sad nor happy, and he said, since you know that I killed the person, you should know the situation at that time. Master Chanji, please come with me. Bailey Yuanmo finished his words, and several men in black walked towards Chu Chanji. Chu Beizu immediately stood in front of his father, with a fearless expression on his face, I'll go back with you, and my father will go home to heal. Chu Beizu's jade-like eyes showed determination, and he would never let his father be taken away by the Bailey family. The Bailey family had long wanted to take action against their father. Once his father fell into their hands, he would definitely be in danger. Chu Beizu even suspected that this year's Strud fighting competition was a game against his father. Boom. Several men in black were ejected before they could get close to Chu Chanji. No one reacted. What happened? Fang Qingran took this opportunity and quietly flew to the Hailingzhu stand with her sword. She raised her jade hand and collected the broken iron on the ground. Apart from Mo Jinggong, there was one other person who saw Fang Qingran's move clearly. That was Yan Miyu, who was in the formation. Yan Moyu's cold eyes shone with a strange light, his thin lips were slightly curved, and a smile flashed across his face. Yan Miyu looked at Degu Jianyi, who was standing there. Degu Jianyi was seriously protecting Liu Kanglan. Liu Kanglan used the power of the formation to drive away the men in black when they approached. Chu Chanji was Qingyun State's witness and their savior. Liu Kanglan didn't want Chu Chanji to fall into Bailey Yuanmo's hands. Bailey Yuanmo's purple eyes became ghostly and unpredictable. The power of the stars was so strong that the looming formation under everyone's feet was obviously the Bagua formation. But why is there the power of stars in the Bagua array? Do you want to make enemies of my Bailey family? Bailey Yuan stared at everyone silently and did not let the men in black attack the formation. It's just a formation. These people can't hide in the formation forever. What's more, maintaining the formation consumes a huge amount of mental energy on the mage, and it is only a matter of time before the formation is broken. Some people show timidity on their faces. If they want to live well, they must not be enemies of the Bailey family. Lord Yuanmo, I don't dare, I was just forced into the formation. Someone said earnestly. Sir Yuanmo, it's Liu Kanglan from Qingyun province who forcefully forced me to enter the formation. In fact, my heart goes to the Bailey family. Yes, everything has nothing to do with me. I am the innocent one from beginning to end. And I, Master Yuanmo, I have been persuading them not to touch the Bailey family. When you come to save them, they just don't listen. Some people express their kindness to Bailey Yuan one after another and shirk their responsibilities. There are also some people who choose to stay away from Chu Chanji and Liu Kanglan. Only a handful of people were always trembling behind Chu Qian's body. Liu Changchan walked towards Liu Kanglan, but before he got close to Liu Kanglan, a sword blade was placed in front of his eyes. Liu Changchan stopped and looked at Degu Jian a few times. I want to see eldest brother. Elder brother is busy and has no time. Degu Jian looked at Liu Changchan with a look of disgust in his eyes. This man imitated his elder brother in every way and clearly had bad intentions. Liu Changqin's eyes were cold and he said loudly to Liu Kanglan, brother, if you openly oppose the Bailey family like this, you will bring trouble to the Liu family. Elder brother has nothing to do with the Liu family for a long time. Degu Jianyi revealed ruthlessly. Is Liu Changchan probably forgetting how he targeted his senior brother back then? The dispute between the two fell on other ears, and some people understood that if they wanted to please Bailey Yuanmo, they had to start with Liu Kanglan. As long as Liu Kanglan is allowed to take the initiative to cancel the formation, Bailey Yuanmo will definitely not be angry again, and they will definitely survive. So everyone criticized Liu Kanglan and asked to leave the formation. In the face of criticism from everyone, Degu Jianyi always remained silent. He was not good at talking, so it was impossible for him to argue with a group of people. Mu Chanjue stood next to Degu Jianyi at this time, holding the folding fan in front of him. Let me see how many ungrateful and black-hearted people there are. Aren't you afraid of retribution if you repay kindness with enmity? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 290 Cheating Luo Bingwen. Cause and effect. Mr. Mew's words are a bit serious. We are trapped in the formation and want to leave here. How can we talk about cause and effect? Lu Changchan had a slight smile on his face, but Lu Changchan had a slight smile on his face, but the breath all over his body was extremely cold. Mu Chanjua's charming peach blossom eyes were slightly cold, and she looked at Lu Changchan. Whether or not there is a child or not is not decided by you or me, but by heaven and earth. Can you have a clear conscience? Lu Changqin's face gradually became embarrassed. Naturally, he could not have a clear conscience. When he first passed through the nascent soul tribulation, he almost died from the Wangsun thunder. Fortunately, he was wearing a defensive magic weapon that blocked a fatal thunder for him at the critical moment. But that thunder damaged his soul after all, making his subsequent cultivation path extremely difficult. My senior brother is dedicated to good deeds and has never done anything harmful to nature. Why can't he have a clear conscience? Zhu Ningchuan's disciple Yu Che said angrily. When Luo Bingwen heard Yu Che's words, he came close to Lu Anling and whispered, Yu Che is still too young. With the sinister energy of senior brother, I feel that he has done many evil things. The corner of Lu Anling's mouth twitched slightly. Only Luo Bingwen was the most powerful in trying to undermine him. Luo Bingwen was afraid that he had forgotten that all monks who were above the golden elixir had extraordinary ears. Lu Anling raised his head, and sure enough, all eyes were on Luo Bingwen, especially the disciples from Dailingzhu, who all looked at Luo Bingwen helplessly. By the way, is Luo Bingwen really not afraid that his senior brother will beat him? When Lu Changchan heard Luo Bingwen's words, his face turned livid. He had to hit his junior brother as early as possible, otherwise he would be confused when his cultivation level was high. Mu Chanjue shook his folding fan lightly and smiled elegantly. He was also a senior brother. This Lu Changqin's status was not very high, wasn't he? Master Lu, please open the formation. Chu Chanji's voice reached everyone's ears, causing them to look at him sideways. Father, Chu Beizu looked anxious. The formation could not be opened. How could his father deal with a group of virtual gods from the Bailey family after opening it? Besides, with the current situation, they were already at odds with the Bailey family, and the father should not easily compromise with the Bailey family. Beizu, step back. Chu Chanji's tone was serious, his eyes were still calm, and he was not afraid at all of what was about to happen. Lu Kanglan, who controlled the entire formation, slowly opened his eyes. With his mental strength, he could only maintain the formation for half a quarter of an hour at most. Chu Chanji's behavior that seemed not to want to be enemies with the Bailey family was actually the best choice after he understood all the situations. After all, Chu Chanji took the initiative to go with the Bailey family, and the initiative was still in Chu Chanji's hands. Lu Kanglan's gentle eyes were filled with complexity. He raised his hand and returned the formation disc to his hand. Everyone felt a flash of white light, and then the formation under his feet disappeared. Bailey Yuanmo's purple eyes turned dark as he looked at Lu Kanglan. There were only a few formation masters under 100 years old who could use the power of the stars. When such people grow up in the future, they will definitely be a problem for the Bailey family. Just as Bailey Yuanmo was about to order someone to take Lu Kanglan away with him, he saw Bailey Wenyu walking up to Lu Kanglan and calling him elder brother. Lu Kanglan is also from Lingyun sect. Yi Wenshan actually taught a group of good disciples, all of whom had incredible talents. If these 10 people are allowed to grow up, it will be more difficult to control them in the future. It seems that the winner of this dread fighting competition must be 10 people from the Lingyun sect. They must be sent to the mysterious realm of darkness and planted with loyalty goo. Bailey Yuanmo's eyes fell on Bailey Wenyu. He originally wanted to give this nephew some opportunities, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Sudden. Bailey Yuanmo received a message from Chu Chanji. Bailey Yuanmo, let them go. I will tell you the fortune of Kyushu in the next 100 years. Kyushu's fortune. Ah. They tried their best to get Chu Chanji to agree, but now Chu Chanji took the initiative to compromise. Bailey Yuanmo's spiritual consciousness spread and swept across the disciples present. Apart from Chu Beizu, there was definitely someone Chu Chanji wanted to protect. After all, the Bailey family once threatened Chu Chanji with Chu Beizu. But at that time, Chu Chanji actually told them, life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor in heaven, but heaven's secrets must not be leaked. Bailey Yuanmo raised his hand and dropped it, and several men in black landed next to Chu Chanji. The man in black showed a slightly more respectful attitude. Master Chanji, please invite me. Chu Chanji's piercing eyes looked at Bailey Yuanmo's purple pupils and did not move, as if waiting for a promise from Bailey Yuanmo. Don't worry, Master Chanji. Everyone on the field will leave safely, and the game will continue in half a month. Everything that happened today was an accident. Bailey Yuanmo had a smile on his lips, and his purple pupils were intertwined with light and dark, giving people a very strong sense of oppression. Thank you. Chu Chanji thanked Bailey Yuanmo and left with the man in black. Chu Beizu, who wanted to chase after him, was held back by the governor of Huiling State. In order to save everyone, Chu Chanji took the initiative to leave with the Bailey family and never let anything happen to Chu Chanji's only son. Chu Beizu watched Chu Chanji and the man in black leave, his eyes flashing with unwillingness and resentment. Why should the Bailey family be so domineering? Chu Beizu clenched his hands into fists and was trembling all over. If the Bailey family dared to touch his father, he would definitely be at odds with them. There were very few people on the field who cared about Chu Beizu, and everyone else breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chu Chanji being taken away. Even if the Bailey family is strong and domineering, they will still keep their promises. Since Bailey Yuanmo promised Master Chanji to let them go, he was determined not to argue with them anymore. Bailey Yuanmo looked at the remaining people and said with a solemn tone, "Today's competition between Hailing Prefecture and Qingyun Prefecture is cancelled, and the alchemy competition between the two prefectures will resume in half a month. In addition, after everyone leaves, you must keep your mouth shut about what happened in the fighting arena. If I find out that someone has privately revealed what happened today, I will not tolerate it." Bailey Yuanmo turned his palm slightly and slapped it towards the stands in the distance. Boom. The stands collapsed and were shattered into pieces. If the news leaks out, this is what will happen to you all. Bailey Yuanmo's purple eyes were cold and stern, and his aura was so threatening that many people were silent. Then countless men in black appeared in the fighting arena and took away the mummies on the ground. After the man in black disappeared, Bailey Yuanmo turned and left without staying too long. Seeing Bailey Yuan leave silently, everyone on the field was immediately relieved, and many of them were covered in cold sweat. Chu Beizu took a deep look in the direction Bailey Yuanmo left, as if he had made up his mind, and said to the governor of Huolingzhu, "Governor, I have nothing to do. You can take the other disciples back first." After speaking, Chu Beizu walked towards Ning Xiyu and handed a jade plaque to Ning Xiyu. "My father asked me to give this to you. He said that you can come to our Chu family at any time in the future. Give it to me." Ning Xiyu's bright eyes were extremely smart, shining with unbelievable light. Bailey Wenyu immediately became wary and showed kindness for no reason. Chu Beizu wouldn't have bad intentions towards fifth senior sister, right? "Well," father said, "thank you for saving everyone from fire and water. Miss Ning doesn't need to think too much. Father Lu has already given Mr. Lu a thank you gift." Chu Beizu explained patiently. "Thank you Master Chanji for me." Ning Xiyu took the jade token from Chu Beizu. The red jade plaque is clear and shiny, with a dragon circling and lying on it, which looks both delicate and beautiful. This jade sign is extraordinary at first glance. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 291. Ning Xiyu touched the jade plaque and couldn't put it down, but at the same time she felt guilty. Before she drew the talisman, Chu Chanji had already given her a lot of reward. Ning Xiyu hesitated and wanted to return the jade token to Chu Beizu. Chu Beizu saw Ning Xiyu's thoughts and said with a smile, "Miss Ning, there is absolutely no reason for me to take back what my father gave him. Fifth senior sister, just keep it for you." Bailey Wenyu advised from the side, "Accept it quickly, and then tell this kid to get lost." Ning Xiyu thought twice and accepted the jade token. At the same time, Ning Xiyu secretly decided to rescue Chu Chanji from Bailey's house. 2 months later, the disciples from the 8 states of the Daoling arena gathered together. Yunhai Yujin stood in midair, the aura around his body was cold and chilly, and his cold eyes were so cold that people dared not look directly into them. "Everyone, the first round of draws is over, and the results will be announced below. Dailing Prefecture vs. Tiangshuan Prefecture, Dailing Prefecture wins, Haoling Prefecture vs. Qingyun Prefecture wins, Nether Prefecture vs. Huoling Prefecture Prefecture wins, Chuanyuan Prefecture vs. Miyun Prefecture, Chuanyuan Prefecture wins." The winning state can keep % of its disciples to participate in the next competition, while the losing state can only keep % of its disciples. At the same time, the rankings of Zhengzhou have been updated. Huoling Prefecture is 4th, Qingyun Prefecture is 5th, and Tiangshuan Prefecture is 6th. The assessment rules for the next competition remain unchanged. In the second round of Xingxing test, disciples who have passed the Wangsun sect will participate in the third round. In the third round of the competition, you will draw lots for the singles competition. You can choose the competition you want to participate in based on your own strength. Sword cultivation, spiritual cultivation, alchemy. Each person can only participate in one. You can only participate in the fourth round if you win the third round. The fourth round is a physical test. Everyone will enter the appropriate purgatory field according to their cultivation level. The winner in the purgatory field will enter the fifth round. The fifth round is a double test of ranking and strength. Everyone's opponents are people sent by the Bailey family. They will judge whether you are qualified to enter the mysterious realm based on your qualifications, potential, and other aspects. After Yunhai announced all the rules and competition, everyone looked at each other in confusion. The remaining 4 rounds always felt a bit unreasonable. But I can't tell what's unreasonable about it. Except for the first game, the remaining 4 games have nothing to do with states, and they are all single-round elimination systems. Yunhai didn't give everyone much time to react and directly announced the start of the second round. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out, the entire Daoling arena shook, and a palace slowly rose from the ground. In less than a quarter of an hour, the complete palace appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The palace is magnificent and extremely luxurious. Judging from the appearance of the outside, the palace has just been built not long ago. The plaque on the palace reads, "Ask the Heart Gate." Yunhai said coldly, "Disciples from all states, please enter the questioning heart sect. Those who pass the 7 tests inside will come out from the main door. Those who fail to pass the 7 tests will come out from whichever door they are eliminated." Everyone on the field looked at the questioning heart sect with different expressions. What the monks feared most was this kind of questioning the heart test. After all, no monk with some experience has absolutely clean hands. All the other states were worried about how to deal with their hearts, but only the Qingyun state disciples were filled with joy and relaxed. The disciples from Qingyun province who can appear here are all selected in the selection competition. They have experienced that it is more difficult to pass the 7 questions formation than Wangsun sect, so naturally they are no longer afraid of the test of Wangsun sect. After all, the enemy faced by the 7 questions formation is himself, and the monk who can even defeat himself has no fear. The gate of questioning the heart is just 7 questions, and those with a clear conscience can easily pass through. For a moment, no state took the lead and everyone was waiting and watching. According to the ranking of states, Dailingzhu will ask the heart gate first. Yunhai ordered with cold eyes. The head of the family has requested to complete the spirit fighting competition as soon as possible and send people into the mysterious realm. Their targets this time are only Yi Wenshan's 10 disciples. The others are just foils, so there is no need to care about winning or losing. The disciples of Dailingzhu did not dare to disobey Yunhai's order, and obeyed with their swords. All of them walked into the Wengsun gate with proud faces. Before Lu Changchan entered the door, he glanced back in Lu Kanglan's direction with complicated eyes, and then turned around and walked into the Wengsun gate. Lu Kanglan naturally noticed Lu Changqin's move. Lu Kanglan's gentle eyes were filled with sarcasm. He wanted to know if Lu Changchan really had a clear conscience. Seventh brother, is the Sea of Clouds still the Sea of Clouds it once was? Fang Qingbran had been observing the Sea of Clouds since the first time he appeared in the Sea of Clouds. The aura around Yunhai now is no different from the old aura of death. Mo Jinggong's starry eyes fell on Yunhai, showing an inquiring look. His soul was still Yunhai's soul, and his body had not changed at all. It's just that there seems to be something wrong with Yunhai's cultivation level, which is a strength that surpasses that of false god. Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice, yes and no. Fang Qingbran raised her apricot eyes. Seventh senior brother's answer was exactly the same as Gu Mei's. It seemed that Gu Mei had not lied to her. Gu Mei was still clamoring to come out and eat Yunhai, but Fang Qingbran did not agree. The old man dies, and Yunhai becomes the next old man. If Yunhai is also eaten, will a replacement for Yunhai appear? There is absolutely no way to save the parasitized person. Why do you have to stop me? Gu Mei said anxiously in the space. The Gu is anxious because the mother Gu, which it thought was only one, appears again. Fang Qingbran ignored Gu Mei and said, seventh senior brother, can Yunhai be saved? Mo Jinggong's handsome eyes were like an ancient pond soaked in starlight, his eyes full and mysterious, yes. There is a soul mark left in Yunhai's body by Wenren Jushao, and that soul mark is the key to saving Yunhai. Fang Qingbran got the answer she wanted and didn't ask any more questions. Yunhai is her key to dealing with the Bailey family. If she wants to return Kyushu's freedom, she must uproot the Bailey family that is pressing down on Kyushu. Fang Qingbran worked hard to find out for a long time. The guards of the Bailey family were extremely sincere. Coupled with the loyalty Gu and spiritual medium, it was impossible for those guards to betray the Bailey family. Only Yunhai is special. Although he is a guard of the Bailey family, he has a blood feud with the Bailey family. This secret was accidentally investigated by Zhang Sanyi of Qinghe Tower. But there is one thing that makes Fang Qingbran embarrassed. How should she make Yunhai believe this secret? After all, the only people who knew this secret were Kang Lao and the head of the Bailey family. Now that the old man is dead, only the head of the Bailey family is left, and he will never tell the secret that can destroy the Bailey family. However, Fang Qingbran arranged to deal with the Bailey family's affairs behind the Yuxuan secret realm. At that time, Yi Wenshan can also advance to the fusion stage. With the support of the fusion stage experts, she won't have to worry about the countless false god experts in the Bailey family. What's more, the strength of several senior brothers and sisters will definitely increase in the Yuxuan secret realm. Fang Qingbran secretly swore that when entering the mysterious realm of Yuxuan, she must carry out Lingyun sect's inner wind to the end. Several people from the Lingyun sect watching the match suddenly felt chills running down their spines, and a vague feeling of badness arose. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 292 The Horror of Jealousy. On the playing field. Half an hour passed. Many disciples came out from the side door, but no one came out from the main door. The governor of Dailingzhu and Zhu Ningchuan both looked bad, but at this moment, more than 30 disciples had been eliminated. A total of people from Dailingzhu participated in this competition. Excluding the people eliminated in the first round, the remaining people entered the second round. They thought that Dailingzhu would definitely come out on top in the next competition, but just at the beginning of the second round, a quarter of the people had already been eliminated. One of them was actually Zhu Ningchuan's close disciple Yu Che. Yu Che was able to become Zhu Ningchuan's disciple. His incompetence was due to his temperament and his superior strength. Why did he fail at the question of heart? Zhu Ningchuan's eyes were cold as he looked at Yu Che, who was eliminated. He knew his disciple very well. Before accepting Yu Che as his disciple, he had tested Yu Che's character many times, and Yu Che was definitely a determined person. Yu Che was able to pass the 7 questioning formation without changing his face back then. How could he be eliminated by a small questioning heart sect now? Yu Che, who was standing outside the 6th door, turned red and white, with extreme anger in his eyes. Yu Che raised his head and looked in the direction of Qingyun State, staring at New Chanjue's handsome face, almost breaking his teeth. His grandma's. He never scolded New Chanjue in the illusion. He was so angry that he lost his mind and was eliminated. Yu Che's face was dull and he felt ashamed of Zhu Ningchuan. The disciple of the most dignified alchemist in Kyushu was eliminated in the second round. Yu Che didn't know that although he hated New Chanjue deeply at the moment, many years later, after learning the truth about Yuxuan's secret realm, he felt grateful to New Chanjue in his heart. On the high platform, New Chanjue blinked her charming peach blossom eyes, shook her folding fan, and looked noble and elegant in her every move. New Chanjue even deliberately raised an eyebrow at Yu Che, making Yu Che jump up and down in anger. As the two of them exchanged glances, someone from Dailingzhu walked out of the main entrance. This person is Luo Bingwen, the comedian in Dailingzhu. Luo Bingwen looked left and right and found that he was the only one at the main entrance. He was a little surprised. Could it be that those senior fellow apprentices were also greedy for the scenery in the fantasy world and deliberately delayed the test? Luo Bingwen turned to look at the closed door, wondering if he should go in and take a walk again. Disciples who have passed the examination of Wengsun sect, please return to the stands. Disciples who have been eliminated will leave the Dowling Arena directly. All disciples who have passed the competition are not allowed to leave the Dowling Arena without my permission. Yun Hai's cold voice reached everyone's ears. Master Yun Hai, why can't the eliminated disciples stay to watch the game? Zhu Ningchuan asked. Spirit fighting competitions in the past did not have this rule. Yun Hai's cold eyes fell on Zhu Ningchuan and said condescendingly, there is no reason. Zhu Ningchuan's majestic eyes were piercing, then why can't the disciples who have participated in the competition leave? Yun Hai said with an extremely contemptuous attitude, because there will be no rest time in the next competition. After everyone advances, the next round of competition will continue. You mean the disciples have to compete one after another? Don't give them time to adjust their condition. Zhu Ningchuan looked a little embarrassed. Yun Hai would not talk to him like this in the past. After not seeing each other for 2 months, Yun Hai's cultivation level was far superior to his, and it was more like he had become a different person. Yes, Yun Hai responded. All the disciples who heard this were in an uproar. The monks will also be tired. There is no way to make them perform better in consecutive games. Didn't we still say that we would see each other in every round and would give us half a month's rest? Some disciples shook their heads and said, something's wrong. I always feel that today's competition rules are very different from what was originally announced. Still talking, do you still remember the singles draw in the 3rd round? I remember that when the spirit fighting competition started 2 months ago, Lord Yun Hai said that everyone has 2 chances to choose their opponent, but today it became 1. There is also a discrepancy between the initial announcement of the competition and the current one. It obviously feels like the rules of the current competition are too deliberate, as if we are deliberately eliminated. By the way, have you noticed any changes in Lord Yun Hai? Yes, Master Yun Hai used to be cold and cold, but now Master Yun Hai seems to be a bit colder. In short, he looks more terrifying. Master Yun Hai looked much more lively in the past, but now this lifeless one, I don't know, I thought he was a different person. As soon as the man said these words, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his limbs were frozen and he could not move. At the same time, an extremely terrifying coercion came over him, making him almost breathless. The disciple raised his head and met Yun Hai's cold eyes. Those cold eyes seemed to hide a terrifying beast, ready to take his life at any time. Hey, wake up, it's time for us to go to the Heart Question sect. The disciple was awakened by the urging sound in his ears, staring with a pair of frightened eyes, and his breathing became rapid. For a moment just now, he felt like he was dead. The person next to the disciple patted him again and said, what's wrong with you? You can fall asleep standing up. I admire you. The disciple wanted to say something, but when he saw the sea of clouds standing in the midair, all his words were choked back. The disciple looked down and found that nearly half of the people in Dilingzhu had been eliminated. The disciples who passed through the Wengsun sect also returned to their positions in Dilingzhu one after another. The disciple calmed down now and asked the person next to him, how long have I been asleep? I don't know. The person next to him shook his head. The disciple didn't ask any more questions. There were 120 people in Dailing province, and more than 60 people came back. He couldn't help but worry about Haoling province. In the first round of competition, Haoling Prefecture lost to Qingyun Prefecture in 3 games, leaving only 30 disciples. I wonder how much Hailingzhu will be left in this second round. The disciple followed the others down with their swords and came to the Wengsun gate. Brothers, my master asked me to tell you that everything you see after entering the questioning heart gate is fake. Don't be afraid. As long as you have firm faith, you will definitely be able to pass the asking heart gate. Su Yanran said with a smile. Junior Sister Yanran, thank Taoist Master Wuji for me. Everyone cupped their hands and thanked him. Master said that we all belong to the Hailing state, and we should help each other. Su Yanran was dressed in white clothes, and with her delicate appearance, she looked like a fairy. When everyone heard Su Yanran's words, they were even more grateful to Su Yanran. In fact, Luo Wuji never told Su Yanran about Wenshinman. In Luo Wuji's eyes, it was absolutely impossible for the small questioning heart sect to stop Su Yanran. But Su Yanran wanted more people to pass the spirit fighting competition and enter the mysterious realm of darkness. She must face off against Fang Qinggran. Fang Qinggran has several helpers around her, and she may need more people to lure away the people around Fang Qinggran. Only Luo Xia glared at Su Yanran for a few times, said nothing, and followed the others into the questioning heart gate. Su Yanran looked at Luo Xiao's back, the haze in her eyes flashed. The best thing to use for a woman's jealousy is to stay in Luo Xiao, and she will have an extra helper to deal with Fang Qinggran in the future. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 293 King Shindan. Su Yanran was the last one to walk into the Wengsun gate, but became the first one to leave. The people on the stage were extremely surprised when they saw Su Yanran walking out of the Wengsun gate in less than half a quarter of an hour. Damn it, Luo Anling and us are so useless. We can't even compare to a female cultivator. Luo Bingwen looked at Su Yanran in the audience with admiration. Luo Anling touched her nose and silently moved away from Luo Bingwen. Luo Anling discovered that Luo Bingwen's brain was getting worse and worse recently, and he felt a little incurable. That one is a close disciple of Taoist priest Wu Ji. It is said that he is extremely talented. He is only 20 years old and is already in the late stage of golden elixir. As expected of a disciple of Taoist priest Wu Ji, such a talent makes people jealous. Luo Bingwen sighed and said, hey, I really envy someone who has a good master. I feel like I am just a free range. Snapped. There was a slap on Luo Bingwen's head, and then a cold voice sounded, do you have a big opinion against your master? I don't have much opinion. It's just that he's a bit stupid. Stupid, he's the most prosperous, and he focuses on the fundamentals of things. Luo Bingwen's tone changed sharply, and he looked at the governor of Diling Prefecture cautiously. The governor of Diling Prefecture snorted coldly, you still have the nerve to despise me as a teacher. If I hadn't been deceived by your cute face, how could I be so embarrassed as a teacher? Master, how dare I dislike you? You are the best master in Juju. I just wanted to praise you. Luo Bingwen said flatteringly. Ha, free range. The governor of Diling Prefecture threw a thick stack of paper to Luo Bingwen. This is how much it has cost to raise you since you were 7 years old. Fortunately, I have kept an eye on my teacher. Luo Bingwen took the pile of lists with both hands and pulled out the last one without hesitation. Luo Bingwen's hands shook like a sieve when he saw, total, 179 trillion spiritual stones. How could he need so many spirit stones when he was only in the early stages of becoming a god? Master, are you mistaken? Luo Bingwen asked in disbelief. That's right, there are still many things I haven't written down. The governor of Diling Prefecture's eyes flashed. He also had an impulse at the beginning and wanted to calculate how many spiritual stones it would take to cultivate a virtual god. So after accepting the extremely talented Luo Bingwen, he started keeping accounts. Master, if you write it down, are you planning to ask me to pay it back? Luo Bingwen seemed to be feeling bad. The governor of Diling Prefecture slapped Luo Bingwen on the head again. Am I that kind of person? But if you insist on giving it back to me, I don't mind as a teacher. That's good, that's good. Don't worry, master. In order not to embarrass you, I promise I won't pay you back. Luo Bingwen said with a happy smile. You brat. The governor of Diling Prefecture raised his hand and prepared to slap Luo Bingwen again. Luo Bingwen dodged sideways and pushed Lu Anling, who was watching the show, in front of the governor of Diling Prefecture. Luo Bingwen smiled and said, Master, senior brother is more resistant to beatings. You beat him to vent your anger. Lu Anling. Can I do without this junior brother? The governor of Diling Prefecture shook his head helplessly, but he could not hide the smile on his brows. Although Luo Bingwen was a bit of a jerk, his shameless temperament was very similar to his. At this moment, an exclamation came from the field. How is this possible? Heilingzhu only eliminated one person. Nearly half of the people in Dailingzhu have ended up. There's nothing fishy about this question, right? Why is Diling Prefecture, which is even stronger, not as good as Hailing Prefecture? Who knows? There is Taoist priest Wu Ji in Hailing Prefecture. Maybe he has studied the secret of passing through the questioning heart sect. Shush, stop talking, watch the disciples of Netherworld State go down. But why are all the disciples of Netherworld State wearing black cloaks? This disciple of Netherworld State is strange. There is no spiritual power fluctuation around his body. And Netherworld State, as one of the 3 upper states, actually doesn't have a single famous person. Ellipsis. While the people on the field were talking, the disciples from Netherworld State walked into the questioning heart sect. Then, within a few breaths, all the disciples who entered walked out of the questioning heart sect. At this moment, everyone held their breath and stared at the disciples of Netherworld State. Some people rubbed their eyes and said, is it my imagination? Did the disciples from Netherworld State not go in? It definitely went in, I can see it clearly, but it came out too fast, right? Netherworld State won't cheat anymore, right? One word stirred up 1,000 waves. The biggest reaction was from the disciples of Dailingzhu. Even if one disciple of Haolingzhu was eliminated, it was normal time. But Netherworld State walked out within a breath of time. This is extremely unreasonable. No matter how determined a monk is, it will take a certain amount of time to get out of the illusion. Lord Yunhai, can you give us an explanation? The governor of Diling Prefecture said seriously. What explanation do you want? Yunhai looked down at the governor of Diling Prefecture with cold eyes. Zhu Ningchuan said, Lord Yunhai, there are 7 questions in the questioning heart sect. You must go through at least 7 gates before you can come out. Are the people from Netherworld State coming out too fast? Everyone knows that monks who can pass this kind of sexual test without any effort will become great in the future. But even if it is effortless, it is definitely not like Netherworld State. This situation in Netherworld State means that the 20 disciples in Netherworld State are all people who have no desires in their hearts. But as long as you are a human being, you will have desires and emotions. There is absolutely no such thing as a truly devoid of desires. Since Master Ningchuan suspects that there is something wrong with the Wengsun sect, he can try it out on his own. Our Bailey family holds a spirit fighting competition and treats all 8 states equally. There is no favoritism for any one state, Yunhai said coldly. The disciples of Hailing Prefecture are naturally different from other prefectures. They are demons. Demons have nothing to fear from this door of inquiry set up for people. Zhu Ningchuan and the governor of Dilingzhu looked at each other. Yunhai dared to say this, which proved that there was nothing wrong with the Wengsun sect. Could it be that there was really something wrong with the character of the disciples in Dilingzhu? Next, the disciples from Huolingzhu will enter the Wengsun sect, Yunhai announced. Chu Beizu took the lead in coming to the Wengsun gate with his sword. Chu Beizu swallowed a Qingshin pill before entering the Wengsun gate. Chu Beizu is not afraid of the test of Wengsun sect. He was just afraid that when he saw his father inside, he would lose control of his emotions and lose the game. When the others saw Chu Beizu's operation, they were stunned for a moment, then looked up at the sea of clouds. The sea of clouds remained silent, with cold eyes without ripples. Seeing this, the disciples of Huolingzhu followed Chu Beizu's example and swallowed a Qingshin pill before entering the Wengsun sect. As for swallowing the Qingshin pill, people may look down upon it, which is not within their scope of consideration. After all, they came to participate in the spirit fighting competition just to enter the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. The ridicule and comments of others are completely unimportant. Is this something he can do? Qingshin Dan. Why didn't we think of Qingshin Dan? Someone in Dilingzhu asked in annoyance. Who would have thought that taking pills can be used to test one's character? Isn't this blatant cheating? Why doesn't Lord Yunhai care? But there's no rule that says you can't take the Qingshin pill to ask about your heart, right? This disciple's question silenced everyone. There is indeed no rule, but isn't it a convention? While everyone was contemplating, one person from Huolingzhu walked out of the questioning heart sect. When other states saw someone coming out of Huoling State, they didn't react much. Only the disciples from Dailing State had complicated expressions. By the way, did we in Dailingzhu go out today without reading the almanac? It's also possible that the feng shui in our area is not good. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 294. The spread fighting competition ends. Amidst the sighs of the disciples from Dailingzhu, the disciples from Huolingzhu walked out of the questioning hard sect one by one. After all, after swallowing the Qingshin pill, 60 people entered Huolingzhu, and 53 people walked out from the main entrance. Chu Beizu was the last one to walk out of Wenshinmen. Chu Beizu is still a handsome young man in Yushu Linfeng, but the pride between his eyebrows is hidden, giving him a sense of stability. The first disciple from Huolingzhu to walk out of the Wengsun sect came to Chu Beizu and comforted him softly. Beizu, no news is the best news. Master Chanji will definitely be fine. Senior brother Chanyu, thank you. Chu Beizu forced a smile. Play well, and you will definitely be able to find a way to rescue Master Chanji in the secret realm. Jiang Chanyu said seriously. Jiang Chanyu didn't dare to say more. 2 months ago, Jiang Chanyu gave Chu Chanji a divination. The divination showed that the time of Master Chanji's fortune was when Chu Beizu left the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. Chu Beizu nodded and followed Jiang Chanyu back to the stands. 2 hours later, the Wengsun sect assessment ended, and there were only more than 200 disciples left on the field. Only Diling Prefecture eliminated nearly half of its disciples, while the other states eliminated only single digits of disciples. Why do you feel that Wenshinmen is deliberately targeting Dilingzhu? Yes, our Chuanyuan Prefecture only eliminated 5, but Diling Prefecture was able to eliminate more than people. Come on, there are 20 of you in total, and now there are only 15 left. What can you compare with Dailingzhu? Although Dailingzhu has eliminated a large number of people, all of their remaining people can crush our disciples from Chiosanzu. The next 3 rounds are the most important. We will suffer the most in a one-on-one match between the 2 states. If we don't choose our opponent well, we will probably be wiped out. Drawing lots depends on luck, what can we say? The governors of Chuanyuan Prefecture and Miyun Prefecture were all sighing after speaking. They were weak and the rules were not up to their will. While the two were discussing, the palace below disappeared, and dozens of men in black appeared to arrange the competition field below. Obviously preparing for the next game. At the same time, the lottery cards were sent for all disciples. Yunhai's consciousness spreads, calculating the remaining game time. The 3rd round must be controlled within 7 days. Yunhai's cold eyes narrowed slightly. Everyone, the lottery cards of different colors represent the different competitions you are participating in. Please take a drop of blood and put it into the lottery card. The name of your opponent and the serial number of the game will be displayed on the card. The competition venue has been prepared for everyone. Please compete according to the sequence number. No one is allowed to use tricks during the competition. After Yunhai finished speaking, everyone looked down and saw that everyone in the field had prepared the game equipment, which perfectly demonstrated that as long as people get up there, everything would be fine. Everyone's expressions were extremely strange. Why did it always feel like Yunhai was expecting them to finish the competition early? Time passed by for a month, and the spread fighting competition ended. Phew, the competition is finally over. The 4-wheel competition was completed within a month. I have never been so anxious before reincarnation. I don't know why the Bailey family is crazy. They're eager for us to finish the competition quickly, and they don't even care about our lives. What are you talking about? There were places agreed at first, but in the end, only people entered the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. And I found that this spread fighting competition is particularly targeted at Dailingzhu. In their 3rd round of drawings, many people drew their own senior brothers. There are a total of participants in Dailing State, and now there are more than left, which is not as many as the number left in Huoling State. You all seem to have ignored Qingyun Province. They have quite a few remaining disciples, ranking 3rd. Ellipsis. Everyone was talking with tired faces, and some people even had bloodshot eyes. There was no rest for a month, and the spread had to be on high alert all the time. If their cultivation had not been at a high level, they would have given up the competition long ago because their bodies could not bear it. Yunhai said in a cold voice, the competition is over. Disciples, please get ready. I will take you to the Yuxuan secret realm later. Disciples. Still let it live. If they enter a mysterious and dangerous realm in this state, aren't they going to die? Master Yunhai, my disciple has been competing for a month. Can I take a half-day break? Rong Juofan asked. Okay, just don't go. Yunhai said ruthlessly. The family leader has already arranged everything in the secret area, waiting for the disciples from Qingyun Province to enter. Yunhai doesn't want to delay the family leader's affairs. Rong Juofan looked bad. Xiao Qingfeng stepped forward and held Rong Juofan, fearing that Rong Juofan would anger Yunhai. The disciples participate in the competition just to enter the mysterious realm of Yuxuan, and they must not make mistakes at the critical moment. Soon, a huge spaceship landed on the fighting arena. Yunhai called on the disciples from each state to go up. When the governor wanted to go up, Yunhai stopped him. Team leaders, you can't go up. You need to go to the Yuxuan secret realm alone. The leaders of the 8 states looked at each other a few times, but finally said nothing. They were frustrated when talking to Yunhai, so they might as well explain a few words to their disciples. When they saw it, the Bailey family wanted to send people to the mysterious realm of darkness as soon as possible. As for other people, the Bailey family didn't care at all. Everyone stayed in the fighting arena for a month and didn't know what was going on outside. During this period of time, the Bailey family reorganized Kyushu and reopened the teleportation array between Kyushu. There is no need to report travel between states. The Bailey family withdrew the forces remaining in each state, saying that they would give freedom to the 9 states, and even arranged a teleportation array for the bloodthirsty alliance of the 9th state. The Bailey family also casually gave countless cultivation resources to various states, allowing them to devote all their efforts to cultivating more monks. The Bailey family, who was always used to being strong, suddenly cancelled many restrictive rules and asked all states to cultivate powerful monks, leaving many people confused. Isn't the Bailey family afraid that everyone will become stronger and threaten its dominance? Ning Chuan, do you think the changes in the Bailey family are related to Master Chan Ji? The governor of Dilingzhu held the transmission talisman and looked at Zhu Ningchuan beside him. Zhu Ningchuan's majestic eyes were slightly dark, maybe. Compared with the changes in the Bailey family, Zhu Ningchuan was more worried about the disciples on the spaceship. The Bailey family must be playing a big game. I also received news that the Bailey family sent more powerful people to take over most of the sects above Juzhu. The governor of Diling Prefecture sighed. Over the years, he has become less and less capable of resisting the Bailey family. Whenever the sect cultivates outstanding disciples, they will be poached by the Bailey family, causing the sect's power to wither away. The Bailey family will do this, and this is the time they have been waiting for. Sheng Mu, do you still remember Yi Wenshan back then? Zhu Ningchuan looked at Lu Kanglin who was boarding the spacecraft. His tone was low. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 295 The Loyalty Goo in the Golden Spirit Pill. Yi Wenshan, the boy who was plotted by Luo Wuji. A high-spirited face appeared in Dai Shengmu's mind. Yi Wenshan, who was still a young man at that time, held a Qishao sword and threatened to challenge all sword cultivators, leaving a deep impression on the monks on Kyushu. But since losing to Luo Wuji, Yi Wenshan has disappeared. But everyone above Juzhu knew very well that Luo Wuji can beat Yi Wenshan. They didn't know how Luo Wuji defeated Yi Wenshan. I just remember that not long after Luo Wuji won, he obtained the identity and status of Taoist Master Wuji. When many people heard the news, they immediately understood that Luo Wuji must have used Yi Wenshan's affairs to cooperate with the Bailey family. Zhu Ningchuan nodded slightly. In this strict fighting competition, Yi Wenshan's 10 disciples have all advanced. After hearing this, Emperor Shengmu's eyes flashed slightly. Yi Wenshan's refusal to join the Bailey family caused a huge uproar back then. According to the Bailey family's style, it is impossible to allow the enemy to rise. Ning Xuan, is there any conspiracy in this? Emperor Shengmu asked seriously. On the other side, the spacecraft landed on a wide sea area. It was probably the first time for many disciples to see the sea. The fatigue of several days was instantly wiped away, and they looked at the blue sea and sky with great excitement. After the spacecraft traveled on the sea for a while, a small island shrouded in fog appeared in front of everyone. You can vaguely see the rolling hills of the island. When it was about to approach the island, the spacecraft stopped. Yun Hai stood at the bow of the ship and said in a cold voice, "Everyone, the secret realm of Yukshan has arrived. How long you can stay in the secret realm depends on your personal strength. There are various monsters and strange beasts in the secret territory. If you have the strength, you can find a way to contract one. If you don't have the strength, it is best not to provoke them. We will not be responsible if you die inside. There are various heavenly materials and treasures in the secret area. You can use them as you like, but remember that opportunities and dangers always coexist. Don't ignore the dangers around you because of greed, otherwise you will die miserably. There are many layers in the Yukshan secret realm. Each layer has different spiritual energy concentrations and resources. If you want to get better things, it is best to work hard to get to a higher level. Of course, you cannot forcefully enter the upper level, because the higher level means more danger. The most important point is that the flow of time inside is different from that outside. If you stay inside for 100 years, only 1 year will pass outside. Everyone can only stay inside for a maximum of 400 years. If the time exceeds, they will be automatically expelled from the secret realm. As for how long you can stay inside, it all depends on your own strength. Also remember, keep your teammates alive as much as possible. It took Yunhai half an hour to finish talking about the rules in the mysterious territory of Yukshan and the possible dangers. Master Yunhai, if we spend 400 years inside, will our bone age and appearance change? Asked the disciple at the golden core stage. Your bone age and appearance will not change. Yunhai's cold eyes flashed. Do you have any other questions? Master Yunhai, do the things we get inside belong to us? As soon as this disciple asked the question, everyone stared at Yunhai with burning eyes. Seeing Yunhai nodding affirmatively, everyone cheered. Yunhai raised his hand, and several men in black appeared and gave each disciple a pill. The disciple held the elixir of unknown grade and looked puzzled. This is a golden elixir prepared for you. After taking it, you will be able to get twice the result with half the effort while practicing in the secret realm. Yunhai explained. Some disciples exclaimed, Golden Spirit Pill. 7th grade elixir, Golden Spirit Pill. Damn it, this pill is worth hundreds of millions of top-quality spiritual stones. The Bailey family is really generous. The speaker couldn't wait to swallow the pill. Suddenly, I felt a sense of relief all over my body, and my spiritual power was automatically flowing through my body. Is it any wonder that the disciples in previous years wanted to enter the Yukshan secret realm even though they were competing for the top spot? No one else is treated like this. The disciple's voice was filled with excitement. In less than a few breaths, a large portion of the disciples swallowed the Golden Spirit Pill. There were also some people who reluctantly stared at the elixir in their hands, not wanting to swallow it. If the 7th grade elixir is reserved for consumption when the cultivation level is higher, the effect will be higher. It is a bit distressing to take it now. There are still a very few people who are looking at the elixir in their hands. They seem to have no intention of taking the elixir. Yunhai's cold eyes swept across, and the 10 people from Lingyun sect held the pills without making any move. Everyone, the spiritual energy in Yukshan secret realm is very rich. In order to prevent you from being injured by the rich spiritual energy after entering the secret realm, everyone must take this Golden Spirit Pill. Yunhai finished with a commanding tone. Without taking the Golden Spirit Pill, how could the loyalty goo hatch in these people's bodies? Fang Qingran played with the golden elixir in her hand, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. No wonder every monk who entered the mysterious realm of Yuxuan would eventually work for the Bailey family. It turns out that the root of the disaster was planted when he entered the mysterious realm of darkness. Under Yunhai's intense gaze, Fang Qingran put the elixir into her mouth and swallowed it. Yunhai saw Fang Qingran swallowing the pill, her eyes shining with a strange luster. He originally thought that Fang Qingran was the person least likely to swallow the pill, but he didn't expect that she swallowed it without hesitation. Little junior sister, how are you? Is it delicious? Ning Xiyu looked at Fang Qingran nervously. Ning Xiyu was extremely unwilling to take this kind of elixir of unknown origin. Since Ning Xiyu started practicing, almost all the pills she took were refined by Qin Hanyan. Qin Hanyan will specially refine elixirs of various flavors according to Ning Xiyu's taste, and they are all top-quality elixirs and do not contain erysipelas. Fang Qingran picked up the elixir in Ning Xiyu's hand, and suddenly a sharp gaze fell on Fang Qingran's hand. Fang Qingran's glass-like eyes blinked and she stuffed the elixir into Ning Xiyu's mouth. The pressure from that line of sight was even stronger, almost piercing Fang Qingran. Little. Ning Xiyu was forced to swallow the pill and felt a little unhappy. Today's little junior sister is a bit uncute. Fifth senior sister, you must swallow it, others have swallowed it. Fang Qingran smiled brightly, no one knew that there was a golden elixir lying in her space. It was replaced from Ning Xiyu. When Yunhai saw Ning Xiyu swallowing the golden elixir, she clenched her hands slightly, and the pain in her heart was suppressed forcefully. No. He can't let the Mother Gu know that he has a weakness. Yunhai's eyes were cold, and he waved his hand to the men in black, asking them to open the entrance to the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. Others in the Lingyun sect also put the golden spirit pill into their mouths at the urging of the man in black. Fang Qingran did not exchange other people's elixirs. After all, some things only need to be done once. If done multiple times, it would be very suspicious. In addition, Ning Xiyu's consciousness was being repaired, so Fang Qingran didn't want Ning Xiyu to take risks. Others have high cultivation, and it will take some time for the loyalty gu to hatch. It is not too late to help them take out the seeds after entering the secret realm. At the same time, a dozen men in black held up tokens and joined forces to open the entrance to the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 296 Changes in the mysterious realm over the years. Yunhai stared at everyone with cold eyes. Everyone's landing point after entering is different. Your life and death after entering the mysterious realm of Yuxuan are all in your own hands. Yunhai also hinted at what he said. Within the secret realm, they will not interfere with your grudges and grudges. Even if someone kills someone inside, they won't pursue it. After everyone heard Yunhai's words, they couldn't help but be wary of those around them. The enemy might be scary, but the sword in the back of his teammates was even more deadly. If you don't have any questions, just go in. We will wait for you outside. Yunhai said coldly. Lord Yunhai, what should we do if one of us wants to leave the Yuxuan secret realm? Lu Anling asked. Yunhai only said how long you can stay and it depends on your own abilities, but he didn't tell you how to escape from the secret realm if you encounter danger along the way. In the past, when they entered the secret realm, they would get a token. As long as he crushed the token, he could leave the secret realm at any time, but after waiting for a long time, Yunhai never mentioned the token at all. Yunhai's eyes were deep. It's up to you. After Yunhai finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to enter the mysterious realm of Yuxuan, and then Yunhai turned around and stopped looking at everyone. Lu Anling was still about to speak, but Luo Bingwen stepped forward and pulled him into the mysterious realm. Seeing this, others followed and walked into the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. After everyone entered the mysterious realm of Yuxuan, a dozen men in black worked together to close the entrance. The mysterious realm of Yuxuan is a secret realm left over from ancient times. There are countless secrets hidden within the secret realm. The Bailey family used some things in the secret realm to cultivate countless virtual gods. But there is a drawback in the Yuxuan secret realm. Every 100 years, great changes will occur in the secret realm. When the secret realm undergoes great changes, almost all those who enter the secret realm will not survive. Now it happens to be the centenary period of the secret realm. So the Bailey family will use the secret realm to eliminate those disciples who can threaten the Bailey family in the future. Of course, just in case, the Bailey family will give loyalty gu to the disciples who enter the secret realm. If these people are lucky enough to leave the secret realm, the loyalty gu will have been hatched when they come out, and the loyalty gu will be activated directly to make them dead soldiers of the Bailey family. However, it is basically difficult for disciples who enter the Yuxuan secret realm during the period of great changes to get out of the secret realm. Little girl, you are so beautiful, come home with me. No, this little girl's figure is similar to mine when I was young. She should come home with me. Go away, you are scaring this little girl. She has just entered our village. Let the little girl get to know our village first. Ellipsis. The corners of Fang Qingran's mouth kept twitching. Who will tell her that this is a normal secret realm? By the way, why are there villages in the mysterious realm of Yuxuan? She entered the mysterious realm and fell into a coma. When she woke up again, she saw a group of aunts in their 40s or 50s surrounding her. The aunts all had bright eyes and enthusiastically invited Fang Qingran to their home. He also told Fang Qingran that no outsiders had come to their village for hundreds of years, and they had not left here for hundreds of years. They are eager to see the outside world, but unfortunately they cannot leave the village. They can only hope that others will enter the village and tell them about the outside world. They had waited for nearly 100 years and finally waited for Fang Qingran, so they really wanted to invite Fang Qingran to their home. Aunts, if you want me to come to your home, I would like to ask a few questions first. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes flashed with a faint light, intending to use her spiritual consciousness to explore the situation in the village first. But his spiritual consciousness encountered a barrier and could not detect anything. Little girl, if you want to ask anything, just ask. An aunt said with a cheerful smile. How long have you been here? Am I the only one in the village who has been here? Fang Qingren's eyes were deep. The village is quiet and peaceful. At a glance, it is full of brick and tile houses with smoke coming from the cooking pots. There is nothing unusual about it. A group of people looked at each other. One of them said, You little girl, didn't I tell you that we have been here for hundreds of years? Of course there are other people who have been here, but they all left in the end. An aunt with a shrewd look said, Xiao Nizi, why are you asking these questions? Don't worry, the aunts are not bad people. Little girl, our village is in danger at night. We must close the doors and lock the windows. If you don't come home with us and stay outside, you will definitely experience extremely terrifying things. An aunt wearing a headscarf reminded. Fang Qingren's crimson lips curled up slightly, and her beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance. A group of people who had lived for hundreds of years didn't have any spiritual power fluctuations in their bodies. Is the cultivation level too high? Or is it that they can no longer be called human beings? In addition, the entire village has no boundaries, so there is no reason why they cannot leave. Aunts, I really want to go live with you, but you can't decide this matter alone, right? Don't you need to discuss it with your family? Fang Qingren tried again. What is family? An aunt asked doubtfully. Everyone else also looked at Fang Qingren with doubts on their faces. Fang Qingren's question seemed to touch upon their knowledge blind spots. Fang Qingren's eyebrows twitched, and she immediately figured out the problem, which she hadn't thought of. If you were in the world of cultivating immortals, it wouldn't be surprising if you didn't have any family members. But this kind of person living in a village without a family is definitely not normal. One of the aunties asked a little impatiently, Little girl, what exactly is this family you are talking about? Those who live with you, aunties, I won't go to your house. I still want to find my friends. Fang Qingren said crisply. How can that be done? You can't leave. An aunt grabbed Fang Qingren's arm forcefully. Fang Qingren struggled a little, but she didn't break free from her aunt's shackles. Fang Qingren's eyes narrowed slightly. The aunt seemed to grab her casually, but she secretly exposed a lot of things. This group of people is definitely not without cultivation. Fang Qingren broke free from Jie Qia's aunt's hand that could not be shaken off, and then did not break free again. Fang Qingren also understood one thing. Her power could not deal with this group of people, so she had to find another way to get out of here. But Fang Qingren was very sure that she would never agree to go to this group of people's homes. At this time, a group of people surrounded Fang Qingren, not giving her any room to escape. You little girl, you are so disobedient. We asked you to come back to live with us to protect you. It will be dark soon. How dangerous is it for a girl like you to be out there? When the aunt spoke, a flash of light flashed across her eyes. Dark color winked at the person next to him. Fang Qingren pointed to the sun above her head. It's just noon, and it's still early before dark. I should be able to find my companion at this time. Fang Qingren didn't want to stay any longer. Although there was no barrier in the village, her consciousness was suppressed, and she had zero understanding of the situation in the village. Naturally, she didn't want to stay in such a dangerous place. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 297 Alien Beasts Bound by Rules. Little girl, why don't you wait for your friend here? An aunt stepped forward and took Fang Qingren's white hand. The cold jade-like touch came, making Fang Qingren's eyes dim. This aunt has no human body temperature, and this group of people look like they're in their 40s, but the skin on their necks is delicate and does not match the age on their faces. And the touch of their hands on her was exactly like that of a girl. Fang Qingren observed carefully and found that the facial features of these people were more or less similar, and their hairstyles were also exactly the same. Little girl, what are you looking at? Is there anything strange about us? The aunt who spoke had cold eyes, and the aura that filled her body gave Fang Qing a strong sense of oppression. Fang Qingren was shocked and quickly retracted her thoughts and looked at the speaker. This aunt spoke a little differently from the others. The others had been urging Fang Qingren to stay, but she was the only one who watched Fang Qingren warily from beginning to end. This aunt was dressed in brown clothes, with wisdom between her brows. Fang Qingren felt cold all over her body when she met her slightly cold eyes. Those eyes were like an abyss, which could easily make people lose their mind. Fang Qingren withdrew her eyes, feeling a sense of depression all over her body. Fang Qingren found that as soon as the aunt said something, everyone else stared at her, as if waiting for an answer from her. Little girl, tell the truth, are you afraid that we will harm you? An aunt asked seriously as the smile on her face disappeared. No, I'm just curious. All the aunts have been trapped here. How do you fill your bellies? Fang Qingren changed the subject, her thoughts a little confused. The moment she looked at the aunt in brown clothes, Fang Qingren felt that she almost lost her mind. Of course this depends on breeding. We raise a lot of sheep in the village, and we only eat mutton. The mutton is delicious, smooth, and also very nutritious. Fang Qingren's eyes widened and she drooled exaggeratedly as she watched the aunt talking. By the way, why does this aunt look so much like Tao Ti? Why didn't I hear the sheep's cry? Fang Qingren touched her nose and glanced at the other hand as if unintentionally. An aunt held her wrist tightly, and another aunt held her hand. There were several aunties blocking the way ahead to prevent her from escaping. You can also feel several glances behind you, it's like a ray of light on your back. Can sheep meow? An aunt asked Fang Qingren, seemingly surprised. Fang Qingren. Don't you do your homework before trying to trick people? You don't have any common sense at all, and you still want to abduct her and take her home. An aunt noticed something else from Fang Qingren's expression. The aunt smiled and said, Little girl, we have been locked up in the village for a long time and we don't understand many things. Don't be surprised. Otherwise, why don't you go back with us and teach us a lesson? Guan. Fang Qingren's expression was almost unbearable. Can you act more professionally? he wants to deceive people, but he can even make common sense mistakes. Fang Qingran felt tired. The more she talked to this group of people, the more she had to pretend not to see through their flaws. Fang Qingran guessed that the reason why these people did not dare to take her back forcibly was because they were bound by some kind of rules. Fang Qingran was fortunate that every place had its own rules. Otherwise, when you are weak, you may suffer disaster when you go out. Fang Qingran, how about I go out and help you deal with them? Afterwards, you only need to give me a small piece of bud. Gu Mei sent a message to Fang Qingran. Gu Mei has been observing the space for a long time, waiting for this opportunity. Fang Qingran ignored Gu Mei's message. This guy had been thinking about Body Leaf ever since he made the contract with her. Fortunately, she can control the Gu Charm's range of activities. Otherwise, if Gu Mei was like Fang Si, able to move in and out of the void space freely, Fang Qingran would really be worried about putting Gu Mei in the space. Fang Qingran, there is no way you can break free from their hands. The best you can do is fight them until dark. After dark, there will be new dangers. Gu Mei continued to transmit the message without giving up. After listening to Gu Mei's words, Fang Qingran remembered that the group of people in front of her had said before that the village was more dangerous after dark. While Fang Qingran was thinking, he suddenly felt that the light around him was much darker. Little girl, look, it's getting dark soon. It's time for you to go back with us, right? An aunt said with narrowed eyes. Fang Qingran looked up and found that the sun that was above her head not long ago had reached the horizon. Fang Qingran suddenly had another guess. They can control time. Might even be able to read minds. Aunt, I can't go home with you, but I want to stay at your house for the night, is that okay? Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were like the flash of light in an ancient pool under the moonlight. A group of people looked at each other and seemed a little dissatisfied with what Fang Qingran said. Little girl, if you go back with me, it's no different than if you want to go to my house. Aren't we taking you to our house? An aunt's eyes were dark and her expression was slightly condensed. Of course it's different. If you don't agree, just let go. Fang Qingran's tone was cold, and her crystal clear eyes flashed with a breathtaking luster. Look at what the little girl said, we have to agree. Come back with me. An aunt immediately came out to smooth things over. After finally waiting for a ewe, how could we let it go like this? They don't have many two-legged sheep left now. If they don't add more ewes to give birth, the food will be gone. One of the aunts in brown clothes kept staring at Fang Qingran with sharp eyes, seeming to be thinking about something. Fang Qingran followed an aunt into a house. The other aunts watched eagerly as Fang Qingran walked in, with regret in their eyes. As soon as Fang Qingran entered the room, her aunt closed the door and greeted Fang Qingran warmly. Fang Qingran looked at the courtyard in front of her, feeling like she had been here before. Little girl, please come in and lie down quickly. I'll prepare a whole sheep feast for you. The aunt excitedly pushed Fang Qingran into the room, then turned and left. The layout of the house is extremely simple. However, this was the first time she saw a bed in the main hall. Fang Qingran was now completely sure that these aunties she met must not be human. It is extremely difficult for alien beasts to transform into human form. Monsters are the easiest of all beasts to transform into humans, and some monsters are even born in human infant form. Such monsters can sometimes cultivate spirits like humans. But the group of beasts she faced were far stronger than her, and they didn't have any aura fluctuations in their bodies. They didn't look like monsters. The cultivation methods of monsters and beasts are similar to those of humans. Generally speaking, as long as it is a monster beast that has not passed through the tribulation and ascended, the human race can spy on its aura. So she should be facing a group of superior beasts. The alien beast did not dare to swallow her directly, so it must be bound by some kind of rules. She had to understand these rules before she could have a chance to get out of the village. While Fang Qingran was thinking, a miserable cry suddenly came from outside the house. It was a man's cry. Fang Qingran immediately stood up and walked out. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 298 Sheep is a sheep with two legs. The shouting stopped after Fang Qingran walked out. Fang Qingran stood outside the main hall and looked not far away. There was blood all over the ground, as well as a white sheep with its limbs and head cut off. The skin of Aries is smooth on the outside, without a trace of hair, not even a tail or horns. Fang Qingran felt chills all over when she saw this scene. At the same time, a certain guess in my heart was confirmed. The human race is called the two-legged sheep, in the mouths of many beast races. The aunt who was squatting on the ground killing the sheep turned her head at this moment. There was still some blood on the corner of her mouth that had not been wiped off. Excitement flashed in the aunt's eyes, and she bared her teeth and said with a smile, "Little girl, why did you come out? Could it be that you can't wait to eat mutton?" The aunt's gaze made Fang Qingran extremely uncomfortable and felt like she was being seen through. Fang Qingran calmed down and adjusted her mood. "Auntie, I don't eat meat. Not even eating the same kind." Fang Qingran sent a message to Fang Si in the space. "Fang Si, how did they turn the monks into sheep?" "Fang Qingran, I know this, you don't have to ask about the egg." Gu Mei came over first, very enthusiastic. Gu Mei explained, "They only need to induce the monks to eat the same kind of meat, so that the monk's taste heart will be destroyed and no longer protected by certain rules. In this way, they can turn the monk into a four-legged sheep for them to do as they please. Edible." Gu Mei wants to seize every opportunity to perform and strive to be rewarded with a body leaf. Fang Qingran got Gu Mei's answer. After thanking it, she tried to keep her mind calm as she faced the aunt in front of her. When the aunt heard Fang Qingran say she didn't eat meat, her face turned extremely dark. This little girl was really difficult to deal with. There was a cold feeling in the aunt's eyes. "Little girl, you are a little too picky. You tell me that you won't eat the sheep that I worked so hard to kill for you." As the aunt spoke, the aura all over her body became strong and oppressive. Fang Qingren's back was stiff, but his expression did not change. He said neither humble nor arrogantly, "Auntie, you should know very well that practitioners have already gone away from grains after introducing qi into the body. Grains contain impurities, which can easily retain toxins in the body and have harmful effects on the Taoist body. The damage." The aunt looked at the calm-looking Fang Qingren with sharp eyes. This little girl had a good temper. The nascent soul's cultivation was actually able to withstand the intimidation of its aura. It's a pity that Fang Qingren is a monk and is destined to be their food. Little girl, my sheep are fed with special feed. Eat it as soon as possible. Not only will it not damage your body, it will also help you increase your cultivation. The aunt stretched out her bloody hand to catch Fang Qing. Dyed hands. Fang Qingren took a step back and clearly refused. "Auntie, I'm sorry, I can't eat it." The aunt's black eyes flashed with a strange green color, and she seemed a little angry. "Little girl, let me tell you the truth, everyone who enters the village must eat mutton. Eating mutton is for your own good. Our village will have extremely cold weather every night. If you don't eat mutton to keep warm, you will freeze to death. If you freeze to death in my house, how can I explain to the other people in the village? Also, a very dangerous creature will appear in the village at night. That creature only eats people who don't taste mutton. If you don't eat mutton, you will definitely suffer disaster at night. Little girl, listen to my aunt's advice and take a bite later." The aunt advised earnestly. Fang Qingren's eyes flashed slightly. What the aunt said was half true and half false. It was probably true that there was danger at night, but it was also true that he wanted to trick her into cannibalism. "Fang Qingren, promise it, I will eat it for you. If you don't eat it, it will definitely anger it." Gu Mei sent a message to Fang Qingren in space. Fang Qingren did not refuse Gu Mei. After thanking Gu Mei, she said to her aunt, "Aunt, thank you for your kindness. You can prepare first." After Fang Qingren finished speaking, she turned around and walked back to the main hall, thinking about what happened at night. Yun Hai said that the Yukshan secret realm is full of dangers, and all kinds of strange beasts and monsters emerge in an endless stream. In addition, there are many layers in the Yukshan secret realm, and it is different every time. But Yun Hai didn't mention anything about the strange beasts that could transform into human forms in the secret realm. Wrong. Yun Hai seemed to have reminded them to try their best to keep their teammates alive. Also, if you encounter a lost teammate, you must first confirm that this person is your teammate after meeting him. In other words, these strange beasts may transform into their appearance to deceive people they are familiar with. How do they determine who they know? Unless these strange beasts can swallow their memories. At the same time, in the secret realm of Yukshan, Mo Jinggong walked into an area filled with white mist. Mo Jinggong flipped his wrist, a burst of red light flashed around him, and a courtyard appeared in front of him. There are colorful flowers planted on the outside of the courtyard, and each flower is extremely gorgeous. However, in this spring garden, there are only no white flowers. Mo Jinggong was tall and tall, his eyes like stars swept over the flowers in front of him, his eyes were shining and deep. Crunch. The courtyard door opens. A man with a gentle face walked out of it. The man's face was gentle, and his whole body was spotless, as if he was not eating the fireworks of the world. If Fang Qingren were here, he would definitely recognize the person in front of him as Qi. "Why is Mo interested in coming to see me?" Qi Xiao smiled gently, his red lips slightly raised, but there was a trace of joy in his brows. "Thank you for your help with the Shunghu Ridge matter," Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice as he walked into the courtyard. The two entered the courtyard and sat in the pavilion with a chessboard in front of them. It was just like the chessboard that Fang Qingren saw before, with red letters and white letters. Qi chuckled, "Mo, do you want to play chess?" Mo Jinggong's eyes fell on the chessboard, looking at the chess path on it, and said in a cold voice, "Have you exchanged your body with the one in Shifang domain?" How did Mo see it? Qi Wen's eyes flashed with interest. Both his body and clone have all his memories, so logically there should be no flaws. She played this chess game. She has only been to the Shifang domain. Mo Jinggong raised his hand and gently flicked his sleeves. The chess pieces on the chessboard returned to the box, and the red chess pieces in front of him also turned black. Qi shook his head. "I really can't hide anything from you. Although the Shifang domain is quiet and peaceful, it's better to stay in the Yukshan secret realm. It's very free here. Besides, those ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain are so stupid that it hurts my eyes to look at them. Those imprisoned in the Shifang domain are all vicious beasts. At the beginning, it was considered that the power of the ferocious beasts was too strong. If they were locked up in the Shifang domain, they would definitely be able to break the barrier in the Shifang domain if they united. So Mo Jinggong took action and forced the ferocious beast to divide into 9 clones. And scatter their clones in various small worlds. It's just that these 9 clones have no memory of their original bodies, and they don't know the true identities at all. The 9 clones not only took away 1/10 of the power of the original body. One of the clones also took away the power of the original body to transform into a human form. Therefore, the ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain cannot transform into human form. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 299. Qi is the only ferocious beast whose body and clone can both transform into human form. As for the other beasts' memories of their clones, they were blocked by Mo Jinggong. One of the 9 clones of those ferocious beasts exists in this mysterious realm. Qi spent most of his time in the secret realm to restrain those ferocious beasts from violating the rules. If a clone of a ferocious beast violates the rules, Qi will kill the clone without mercy and send the body to the Shifang realm to preserve the clone's power. Wait until Shifang domain welcomes its real master. When that master truly controls the Shifang domain and the ferocious beasts in it, Qi will hand over the power of the ferocious beast clones in his hands to that master. Fang Qingren was the master of Shifang domain chosen by Mo Jinggong. Qi touched the chess piece in his hand and said warmly, "Mo, you accompany her in reincarnation. If she fails in this life, none of us can save her." Qi said before Mo Jinggong made a move and landed on the chess piece. Mo Jinggong raised his slender hand, gently picked up a sunspot, and dropped it. Every move was pleasing to the eye. Mo Jinggong said nothing. Even if he was as powerful as him, he was not sure that Feng Qinggran would be able to escape the shackles of fate. Mo, the human race has a saying, life is like chess, and chess is like life. Once the person who holds the piece loses the overall situation, he will definitely lose. Qi said meaningfully. Today's small world is originally a game of chess, with Mo Jinggong and Tian Dao opposing each other. Everyone in the small world is Mo Jinggong's chess piece, and the chess pieces of heaven and earth are the rules of heaven and earth. However, during the game, Mo Jinggong became attracted to the chess pieces and was willing to join the game for them. As a good friend of Mo Jinggong, he also advised Mo Jinggong not to play chess in the world. But Mo Jinggong insisted on removing the divine bones and was willing to enter reincarnation to fight against the way of heaven. After repeatedly admonishing to no avail, he could only use his own strength to win more chances for Mo Jinggong. People also have a saying, life is like a chess piece, you have no regrets about your moves, winning or losing is all in your heart. Mo Jinggong's starry eyes were bright and boundless, and he raised his hand to land a piece. Of course Mo Jinggong understood what Qi meant, but he had never regretted choosing this path in the first place. Qi's eyes are slightly dark, do you have no regrets about your decision? Qi rubbed his fingers against the chess pieces. A person who had failed 8 times was not worthy of Mo Jinggong's sacrifice. The Yuxuan secret realm is equivalent to another Shifang realm, but the ferocious beasts here do not dare to eat people directly like the Shifang realm. However, once humans break the rules, the beasts will show no mercy. You wanted to see how Feng Qinggran, who was trapped in the situation, could escape from the predators of the vicious beast. Qi's moves are getting slower and slower, as if he is deliberately delaying time. As long as Feng Qinggran dies in this mysterious territory, Mo Jinggong will not have to play chess. Qi didn't know the extent of Mo Jinggong's feelings for Feng Qinggran. But from the fact that Mo Jinggong was willing to be a pawn for Feng Qinggran, it can be seen that Feng Qinggran's position in Mo Jinggong's heart far surpassed his own. So if Feng Qinggran died, it would definitely arouse Mo Jinggong's extreme anger. Qi became even more excited when he thought about that scene. Mo, how long will you stay here this time? Qi Wen asked. 400 years, Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice. Qi raised King Fengjiu's eyes, slightly surprised, and looked at Mo Jinggong's eyes, you want to let them fend for themselves here. Qi, you underestimate him too much. Mo Jinggong's beautiful eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, Feng Qingyun said calmly. Neither he nor Yi Wenshan interfered too much in the growth of the Lingyun sect. When he chose to join the world as a chess player, he had already considered it very clearly. He and Yi Wenshan only needed to save them at the critical moment. As for how far it can grow, it all depends on their respective abilities. The less he and Yi Wenshan interfere, the less likely they are to be bound by the rules of heaven and earth. The mysterious realm of Yuxuan is indeed very dangerous, and one will be killed if they are not careful, but whether they can survive to the end depends on their ability, and it is not his turn to intervene. Mo, you are getting more and more like fireworks. Qi couldn't help but recall Mo Jinggong when he was a god. At that time, Mo Jing was a handsome man with a kind of dignity and majesty that looked down upon the world. He was cold and proud, dominating everything in the world and could not tolerate any offense. At this moment, Mo Jinggong was as noble as when he was a god, but not as unattainable as when he was a god. Really, Mo Jinggong's cold eyes were full of dignity that was as high as heaven and earth, and his every move was stunning. The superior god regards life as an ant. They don't understand the world, but they always forcefully make countless rules to restrain the downward creatures. He was once one of those gods who regarded all things in the world as stupid dogs and thought that they were all treated equally. I want all living beings to be grateful for their protection. It wasn't until he entered this small world and experienced the suffering of beings and human beings that he finally understood why there were so many people who wanted to rebel against the rules. When he and Qi Zhao were in chaos, they were no longer bound by the rules of heaven and earth and could do whatever they wanted. If it weren't for the fact that they owed Mother Earth a favor, he and Qi Yue will never appear in this small world in this life, and he will never meet Feng Qinggran. Sneeze. Feng Qinggran looked at the whole lamb feast served by her aunt and sneezed first. Little girl, are you hungry? Eat quickly, it's already dark. If you don't eat, it will be too late, the aunt urged enthusiastically. Feng Qinggran looked at the bloody holy lamb on the table, resisted the urge to vomit, and said to her aunt, Auntie, don't you even cook your food? Cooked, once cooked, the nutrients are lost. How can you eat them? The aunt's eyes showed doubts. They're all eaten raw. We might as well catch a few more sheep if we have time to cook them. The corner of Feng Qinggran's mouth twitched, but she had no way to refute that the strange beasts were indeed better off eating them raw. But although the sheep in front of her was a living person, it was also a living person. Feng Qinggran really didn't want to reach out and touch these similar people. She even wanted to dig a hole, bury the meat, and let the dead rest in peace. Auntie, I like to eat cooked food. If you eat it raw, it will break your Taoist heart. I won't eat it like you. Feng Qinggran deliberately lost his temper and turned his face away. The aunt's eyes were dark and her face showed displeasure. Feng Qinggran only had to touch one of these foods and they would become her food. She had no intention of feeding this sheep to Feng Qinggran. She is also planning to keep it for herself to enjoy. If it's all cooked, how will she eat it later? Little girl, our sheep are actually specially bred. The meat is more delicious when eaten raw. If you don't believe it, why don't you try it first? The aunt directly picked up a piece of blood red meat and wanted to stuff it into Feng Qinggran's mouth. Feng Qinggran stretched out her hand to block it, her almond-shaped eyes condensed. Auntie, I don't eat raw food, don't make it difficult for me. When the aunt heard what Feng Qinggran said, she stood up suddenly and stared at Feng Qinggran, exuding a terrifying aura. Little girl, you forced me. You still refused to eat the toast and drank the fine wine. the aunt said as the pupils in her eyes turned into phantoms. It turned out to be a pair of pupils. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 300. A glutton eager to eat. Fang Qingran looked into her aunt's eyes, her mind slightly distracted. At this time, a voice came from Fang Qingran's consciousness. Fang Qingran, close your eyes quickly, don't look at it. Don't look at it. Fang Qingran's sluggish mind suddenly woke up, she looked away, her whole body was cold, and the chill went straight to the bottom of her heart. How come there are one hole and two pupils? Gu Mei, who is it? Fang Qingran sent a message to Gu Mei. Gu Mei's tone was a little heavy, it is the sky-splitting demon eye. Anyone who encounters its demon eye will basically lose their mind and be at its mercy. Shouldn't the sky-splitting demon eye be in the Shifang domain? Fang Qingran's scroll has the names of all the ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain. Except for the top 20 ferocious beasts and Qi. The sky-splitting demonic eye is the 9th ranked ancient beast. When Fang Qingran was in Shifang territory, she never saw the sky-splitting demon eye once. I don't know about this, but the one in front of me is indeed the sky-splitting demon eye. Its pair of double pupils that can control all living things are absolutely unmistakable. Gu Mei said with a bit of worry. Even if the sky-splitting demon eye is subject to certain rules of heaven and earth, it cannot directly attack Fang Qingran. But as long as Fang Qingran stays here, he will be eaten sooner or later. Is there any way to deal with it? Fang Qingran finished transmitting the message to Gu Mei, and suddenly felt as if his whole body weighed 1,000 pounds, and there was a smell of blood on the tip of his nose. Immediately afterwards, the domineering voice of the sky-splitting devil Tong came into Fang Qingran's ears. Little baby, you are the first monk to anger me and must accept punishment. You don't think you can escape by closing your eyes and not looking at me? Will you survive the disaster? Fang Qingran clearly felt the cold touch on her mouth, that was the meat from before. Fang Qingran's face turned pale, her eyes moved slightly, and they were about to open unconsciously. Gu Mei shivered in the space and did not say anything about coming out to help Fang Qingran deal with the sky-splitting demon eye. Gu Mei originally thought that these strange beasts were just more powerful beasts. As an ancient ferocious beast, wouldn't it be very simple to deal with a group of strange beasts? Gu Mei never thought that the strange beast in front of him was actually the 9th most ferocious beast in the world. Even in ancient times, when I was at the peak of my strength, I was still not strong enough to split the demonic eyes with a slap. With its current strength, if it goes up against the sky-splitting demon eye, it will definitely be shattered into dregs by the sky-splitting demon eye. Fang Qingran should just ask for more blessings. Anyway, monks have a saying, life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in heaven. Gu Mei did not send any more messages to Fang Qingran, and just watched the changes in the space. Fang Qingran was really transformed into a sheep by the sky-splitting demonic eyes. This space should still be safe. Fang Qingran smelled the disgusting smell of blood on the tip of her nose, used all her strength to take a slight step back, and raised her hands to cover her uncontrollably opened eyes. Ha, little baby, do you think you will be immune to the influence of my double eyes this way? The voice of the sky-splitting demon eye seemed to be entangled around Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran's back felt cold, her legs were stiff and she could no longer move. Fang Qingran pursed her lips tightly, thinking about how to deal with it. She would definitely not be able to defeat him. The sky-splitting demon eye can kill her with just pressure. Sudden. Fang Qingran felt a cold and biting breath invade her sea of consciousness. Immediately, a pair of green double eyes appeared in her sea of consciousness, clearly visible. Fang Qingran was shocked. The sky-splitting demon eye actually directly invaded her consciousness, forcing her consciousness to look at its double pupil. Fang Qingran couldn't avoid looking into the double eyes in the sea of consciousness. Fang Qingran's consciousness gradually weakened under the influence of the heavy pupils, and the voice of the sky-splitting devil eyes sounded in her ears again. Little baby, surrender to me. As long as you are willing to surrender to me, I will let you die in the most comfortable way. Exclamation mark quote. No. Fang Qingran squeezed out one word, her almond-shaped eyes changed slightly, showing determination. Little baby, a monk comes to our village every 100 years, but no monk can leave the village. I advise you to give up your struggle as soon as possible. The sky-splitting devil Tong stood beside Fang Qingran, his voice full of temptation. After hearing the words of the sky-splitting demon eye, Fang Qingran regained consciousness and regained consciousness a little. Every 100 years. The spirit fighting competition is also held every 100 years. Could it be that the Bailey family is cooperating with these ferocious beasts in the mysterious territory of Yuxuan? If there are ferocious beasts behind the Bailey family, then her original opportunity to deal with the Bailey family will have to be postponed for a while, and she will have to wait until she gets the Shifang domain. Ha, little baby, you have a good heart, how can you resist my heavy pupils for so long? The voice of the sky-splitting devil eyes suddenly turned cold. The double pupils in Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness split again, from one pair of pupils to one hole with 4 pupils. Fang Qingran suddenly felt that all the blood in his body was frozen, and his consciousness was almost lost. Fang Qingran used her last bit of rationality and whispered the magic formula in her mouth, borrowing Tati's power to resist the pressure from the sky-splitting demonic eyes. The pressure on the body was slightly relieved, and Fang Qingran's consciousness became clearer. Ha! The sky-splitting demonic eyes suddenly retracted from Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness. The pupils returned to normal, but they were still staring at Fang Qingran. The sky-splitting devil eyes looked Fang Qingran up and down. How come you have the power of Tati? The Tati guy is not difficult to deal with, but he is just as difficult to deal with as the red yellow ant. Tati's strength is not worth mentioning in front of most ferocious beasts, but who gave Tati a good father, which also led to the fact that the ferocious beasts would not deal with Tati openly. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes showed a look of surprise. The sky-splitting demon eye actually let her go because of Tati's aura. As far as she knew, Tati was far less powerful than most ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain. The sky-splitting demon eye ranked 9th, and it was no problem to face Tati. Boom boom boom. A sharp knock on the door woke them both up. The aunt's ferocious face became kind. She glanced at Fang Qingran, put down the bloody leg of lamb in her hand, and prepared to open the door. Bang! The door was kicked open from the outside. Split Sky, you are not allowed to eat alone. Such a fresh little girl, at least give it to me, give it to me. The aunt who spoke rushed in eagerly as she spoke. When he saw Fang Qingran standing there intact, his words were stuck. The aunt casually raised her sleeve to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth, with a smile on her face. That little girl, are you still alive? I was just joking. Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes looked at Lu Guang. Why did this guy look more and more like a Tao Ti? The sky-splitting devil Tong pulled out a bench, sat on it, crossed his legs, and looked indifferent. He wanted to see how long Tao Ti could keep pretending. Just make a silent contract with a master and don't tell them. He also deliberately sent people over to play with it, which is really cool. Why are you looking at me like this? The aunt felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by two pairs of eyes, and asked a little guilty. The aunt looked at Split Heaven Demon Tong's eyes, as if she was asking what was going on with Split Heaven Demon Tong. The sky-splitting devil eyes looked at Tao Ti with a smile but not a smile, and said coldly, Tao Ti, take your master away. As for what happened today, I will inform every beast in the beast village. The aunt who transformed from Tao Ti into a human form opened her eyes wide, as if struck by a thunderbolt, staring at the sky-splitting demonic eyes in shock. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 301 You are the servant, she is the master. Lishan, are you kidding me? Is she even an ant worthy of being my master? Tao Ti pointed at Fang Qingran and exclaimed. The sky-splitting devil eye's expression was cold. Does she have your exclusive contract in her consciousness, or is it a master-servant contract? If not, who is your master? They are all trapped in this beast village and are not allowed to go out. It's good for Tao Ti, he quietly found himself a master. This guy must have a way to leave the beast village, he just doesn't tell them. Split Sky, is your head rusty? How could I treat food as a servant? Tao Ti obviously didn't believe what Split Sky Demon Tong said. If Fang Qingran really has a contract with it, it should have been aware of it as early as when Fang Qingran entered the village. Tao Ti, have you misunderstood? The contract between master and servant is that you are the servant and she is the master. Otherwise, why do you think I let her go? The sky-splitting devil eyes looked at Tao Ti. This is impossible, Tao Ti retorted immediately. Fang Qingran stood quietly aside, her crystal-clear apricot eyes flashing with doubt. Tao Ti was clearly in the Shifang domain, so how could he appear in the Yuxuan secret realm again? Could it be that the entrance to the Yuxuan secret realm is actually another entrance to the Shifang domain? That's even more wrong. Except for Qi, no ferocious beast in her Shifang domain has ever transformed into a human form, but now all the ferocious beasts she encounters can transform into a human form. She tried to mobilize the power of the contract, but the Tao Ti in front of her showed no response. Tao Ti seemed to sense something and turned to look at Fang Qingran. He felt a familiar scent pass by him just now. You. Tao Ti came back to his senses from the shock, his mind was spinning rapidly, and he still couldn't recall any memory about Fang Qingran. It is a majestic ancient ferocious beast, and it is the son of the golden dragon. How could it be a servant to an ant? Lishan, you. Tao Ti frowned, grabbed the leg of lamb on the table, and stuffed it into his mouth at once. His Adam's apple rolled and the leg of lamb entered his stomach. Fang Qingran. Finally I remembered something was wrong there. All the aunties in a village have Adam's apple. After Tao Ti swallowed a leg, he squinted at the demon eye, observing its face, and found that the demon eye was still paying attention to Fang Qingran. Tao Ti swallowed, then reached out and grabbed another piece of mutton. His lips stretched in a strange shape, wrapping the mutton directly, pulling it back into his mouth, and quickly swallowed it. There was joy in Tao Ti's eyes. After all, he was stronger and the two-legged sheep he raised tasted better. The corner of Fang Qingran's mouth twitched slightly. In this situation, he only cared about eating. The funny person in front of him was definitely transformed by Tao Ti. At the same time, what makes Fang Qingran puzzled is why Tao Ti doesn't recognize her. And the contract power in her consciousness has no effect on the Tao Ti in front of her. Tao Ti noticed Fang Qingran's gaze and just glanced at Fang Qingran, then reached out to get the meat. Snapped. The hand of the sky-splitting devil Tong patted the back of Tao Ti's hand. Tao Ti, don't go too far. This is food from my yard. Splitting Sky Demon Eye warned. Tao Ti really answered the saying, in front of food, nothing else matters. Oh, I'm afraid you'll spoil it, so I'll eat more for you. Tao Ti smiled with a smile on his face, and clear liquid flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Take your master and leave here. Sky-splitting demon Tong's temper seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The image of Tao Ti at this moment is really eye-catching. It remembered that Tao Ti looked a little more pleasing to the eye when he was a dog. Master. Tao Ti looked away from the food, raised his hand to wipe the liquid from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Fang Qingran. Wearing a light blue dress, she looks like a fairy, and her temperament is unparalleled. This appearance is also extremely beautiful, with willow eyebrows and snow-skinned skin. This must taste good if it tastes good. Tao Ti's mind wandered as he looked at it. His eyes became more intense as he stared at Fang Qingran. Tao Ti could guarantee that Fang Qingran's meat was absolutely delicious. Tao Ti murmured unconsciously, Lishan, are you sure you don't want to eat her? Give her to me. Fang Qingran had goosebumps all over her body when Tao Ti looked at her. Fang Qingran's eyebrows twitched, and a pink axe suddenly appeared in her hand. Tao Ti saw the axe and shook his head. You don't need an axe to eat you. Besides, the axe in your hand doesn't match you at all. Red and green conflict. The sky-splitting devil Tong covered his eyes and almost couldn't help but kick Tao Ti out. Tao Ti probably even had his brain eaten in the process of gluttony. Tao Ti, I say it again, she is your master. The sky-splitting devil Tong said angrily. Oh, I'm sorry, Split Sky, I recently ate a colorful fish and was poisoned. I only have about 7 seconds of memory. After Tati finished speaking, he looked at Feng Qingran with a slightly serious face. He said to Feng Qingran, young ant, Split Sky said you are my master. When did we make the contract? Feng Qingran could feel that Tati was still measuring her with the same eyes he looked at the food. A dark color flashed across Feng Qingran's eyes, and the sky-splitting devil Tong chose to hand her over to Tati without any good intentions. Tati doesn't even spare his own body when he's hungry. How could he let her go because of a little contract? Feng Qingran's apricot eyes were full of alertness. It was unrealistic to escape from here. After all, there were a group of ferocious beasts waiting outside the door. Do you have avatars in other places? Feng Qingran's eyes were like moonlight with mysterious depth. Clone. Hearing these 2 words, the sky-splitting devil Tong stood up suddenly, and the aura around him became terrifying. Tati took a step back, as if he was frightened by the sky-splitting demon eye. But Feng Qingran saw clearly that this guy started to think about the food on the table again. The color of the sky-splitting demon eyes changed. Feng Qingran, do you know something? The sky-splitting demon eye had long suspected that its power had been taken away. Otherwise, why is it, an ancient ferocious beast, unable to leave a village without an enchantment? I haven't seen your clone, but I have seen Tati. My contract is with that Tati. Feng Qingran blinked her almond-shaped eyes. It seems that she made the right bet. Where is the Tati? Sky-splitting devil Tong couldn't wait to ask. I gave it a lot of food, and it made a contract with me. As for its whereabouts, I don't know. Feng Qingran looked at the sky-splitting devil Tong calmly. Feng Qingran guessed that the ferocious beasts in the ferocious beast village were probably unknown to Shifang territory. Moreover, Shifang is her trump card and cannot be exposed too early. How much food did you give it? Give me a share too. If it satisfies me, I will also make a contract with you. Tati approached Feng Qingran. The sky-splitting devil Tong finally couldn't bear it anymore and directly raised his foot to kick Tati on the butt. Feng Qingran quickly turned sideways to make way for Tati to fly out. Tati's figure disappeared from Feng Qingran's eyes. Boom. The entrance door is closed. The sky-splitting demon eye's aura was condensed. If you dare to lie to me, Feng Qingran, even the Tati contract can't protect you. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 302 Body and Avatar. How did Senior Split Sky learn my name? Feng Qingran remembered clearly that she never told Split Sky Demon Tong her name from the beginning to the end. It turns out it's really you. The sky-splitting demon eyes stared at Feng Qingran, their eyes as sharp as knives, as if they could see through Feng Qingran's soul. Immediately, a white light flashed around the body of the sky-splitting demon eye, turning into an old man over 50 years old. The old man's slightly narrowed eyes were full of authority, giving Feng Qing an extremely oppressive feeling. In fact, Split Sky Demon Tong didn't like the previous appearance of the aunt at all. They all dress up as aunts, but the image makes it easier for the monks to let down the guard, so that they can trick the monks into going home. Now that Feng Qingran has seen through the true colors, there is no need to pretend. Senior Split Sky, could it be that you have been waiting for me? Feng Qingran did not get the answer he wanted and did not continue to ask. It's not like I'm waiting for you, it's just that someone wants your life. Splitting Demon Tong's tone was neither gentle nor slow, observing the changes in Feng Qingran's expression. A few days ago, hundreds of 2-legged sheep were delivered to the village. The person who sent the sheep only left a portrait and a note, which asked them to turn the person in the portrait into a 4-legged sheep and raise it in a pen. After the event is completed, she will exchange 1,000 2-legged sheep for the person in the portrait. The person on the portrait is none other than Feng Qingran, which is why Feng Qingran was robbed when he entered the village. In addition, these ferocious beasts do not keep their promises and will never give away the food they receive. After some observation, they discovered that Feng Qingran was not only the holy body of heaven and moon. It also possesses 5 color spiritual roots. This kind of spiritual root is unprecedented. The 2-legged sheep that swallow this kind of spiritual root will be a great tonic for these ferocious beasts. So a ferocious beast came up with the idea to tie up Feng Qingran and combine it with other 2-legged sheep, so that Feng Qingran would give birth to a bunch of 2-legged sheep babies with colorful spiritual roots for them to eat. However, all plans came to an end when Feng Qingran revealed that she had seen Tati's clone. Rather than eating, Sky-Split Demon Eyes wanted to know more about the clones. Feng Qingran, please tell me in detail about your encounter with Tati's clone. Don't lie, otherwise you won't be able to afford the consequences. The voice of the sky-splitting demon eye was full of warning. Feng Qingran felt that there was an extra pair of eyes above her consciousness, able to spy on all her thoughts. Feng Qingran's eyes were clear and transparent, without any distracting thoughts in her heart, and she said crisply, Senior Split Sky, maybe you are seeing Tati's clone now. After all, the clone cannot complete the ancient contract. The contract between you and Tati is an ancient contract. The sky-splitting devil Tong said in shock. How could Feng Qingran, a monk in the nascent soul stage, be able to withstand the power of the ancient contract formation? Outside the door, a group of ferocious beasts were eavesdropping, all looking at Tati with sympathetic eyes. Chaos was the first to taunt. Tati, why do you look so weak? It turns out you are just a clone. Qiongqi gloated. The master actually signed a master-servant contract with an ant just for a meal of food. Tati, your greedy temperament really follows the master. Moreover, the main body signed an ancient contract with Feng Qingran. The ancient formation was created by Nuwa Emperor specifically to target us ferocious beasts. Now Tati is locked up and can only be Feng Qingran's servant for the rest of his life. Got it. Tati, if we eat you as the master, it means that the master will be injured, and your clone will definitely be affected. Wait a minute, I remember that Feng Qingran has a 5-color spiritual root, right? That Tianyu Divine Lord seems to also have a 5-color spiritual root. Ying Zhao gritted his teeth slightly. Back then, it was deceived by the Lord Tianyu. In fact, this memory about the Lord Tianyu. Yingzhao shouldn't have this clone, but Yingzhao really hated Tianyu God so much. He was afraid that the clone would forget the hatred between him and Tianyu Godzan when the clone left him, so he secretly left a message about Tianyu Godzan to the 9 clones. Memory. Who is the Lord Tianyu? All the ferocious beasts looked at Yingzhao in confusion. You don't remember the Lord Tianyu? Yingzhao paused slightly and said in surprise. All the ferocious beasts shook their heads at the same time. They really didn't know this Sky Moon God. However, to be called a god, his strength must be on par with them. There is something wrong with Yingzhao's appearance. Yingzhao glanced at the faces of the ferocious beasts and realized that they didn't seem to be joking. Yingzhao's expression turned solemn. He was not the only beast that was tricked by the Sky Moon God back then. But now, except for it, no one remembers the Lord Tianyu. Something is wrong. Could it be that they are all clones? Then how did you all get imprisoned here? Yingzhao asked seriously. I was deceived by Qi into coming in because of my greed. Tao Ti looked proud and didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with being greedy. I seem to be. I was imprisoned here because I lost a bet with Qi, the 6-armed ape said, beating his chest and stamping his feet. I seem to have been imprisoned directly. Dafeng looked bad. I also came in a daze. Except for a few ferocious beasts who remember the reason why they were imprisoned, most of the others can't remember how they entered the ferocious beast village. Do you think we are also the existence of clones? Yingzhao's eyes were deep and dark, with a dark light. How could I be a clone? If I were a clone, would I be bound by those rules? Yingzhou obviously didn't believe Yingzhao's words. Yingzhao, if we are all clones, what about Qi? Is he also a clone? Yingzhao, don't talk nonsense. We have memories from the chaos to this day. How could we have these memories if we were clones? The 4 ferocious beasts headed by Yao Ju all questioned Yingzhao. Zhu Yan sided with Yingzhao. What Yingzhao said is not unreasonable. For example, take the Tao Ti as an example. Its instinct is to be greedy and will continue to eat up everything around it. But we have been living with the Tao Ti for so long. It is not as edible as the legend says, and it can even restrain its instinct to eat. Dafeng continued. It makes sense. The body of a ferocious beast cannot restrain its instincts. In ancient times, Tao Ti probably never showed mercy to anything. There is also the Ant King. Wherever it goes, it should leave no trace of land behind, but now everything in our village is here. Yingzhao said, forcibly restraining instinct is extremely difficult for ferocious beasts to do, so we were imprisoned here, but since we were imprisoned here, we all seem to be afraid of the rules. All the ferocious beasts looked at each other. Yingzhao's words made more sense the more they heard. Could it be that they are really all clones of the original body? So where are their bodies locked? The eyes of the ferocious beasts were full of anger, and the current strength must be weaker than their original bodies. If their strength at the moment is only half of the original body, it means that if the current strength is integrated with the original body, they will definitely be able to leave this mysterious realm. Not to mention the Yuxuan secret realm, even if the King of Heaven comes, they can swallow it all in one bite. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 303 The mysterious power reappears. The ferocious beasts became angrier and angrier as they thought about it, and they no longer maintained the peaceful appearance. The beasts let themselves go one after another and turned into what they liked. Some turned into mighty strong men, some turned into young girls, some turned into romantic young men. Suddenly, hundreds of flowers bloomed at the entrance of the sky-splitting demon eye, all giving up the pretense. That's unreasonable. Who has erased our memory about the original body? Yao Ju said. At this moment, it looked like a wise man. You've really been treating me like a monkey for so many years. Dafeng said angrily in a heroic manner. When I catch the person who erased my memory, I will definitely swallow him whole. Chaos shook his tendons and said rudely. Chaos probably didn't expect that the rapidity of his words at this time would make him burst into tears and cry bitterly one day later. But at this moment, Chaos has been overwhelmed by anger and can't care so much. Hu and Chaos stepped forward and kicked open the courtyard door, walked in fiercely, and shouted, Feng Qingbran, what you just said is, all. Before Hu and Chaos finished speaking, he met the sharp gaze of the sky-splitting devil eyes. He was instantly discouraged and said in fear, Senior Splitting Sky, I'm going out right now. Since everyone is here, let's all come in and listen. The sky-splitting demon eye stopped Chaos from leaving. Most of what Feng Qingbran said was true. But Feng Qingbran knew only a handful of things, and the sky-splitting demon eye needed more information to deduce more things. Let these ferocious beasts come in and show Feng Qingbran, maybe they will make Feng Qingbran think of them more. During the conversation with Feng Qingbran, Qiqian Mo Tong discovered that Feng Qingbran's character was extremely firm. If this kind of mind is deliberately concealing something, there is really no way to read it. The sky-splitting devil Tong wanted these ferocious beasts to come in, and it also had another meaning, which was to let them ask questions to Feng Qingbran. The more questions the beasts ask, the more they will cause Feng Qingbran's mood swings. It can peer into the deeper parts of Feng Qingbran's soul based on Feng Qingbran's mood swings. Chaos observed it and saw that what the sky-splitting devil Tong said didn't sound like a lie, so he pretended to be brave and walked in. Chaos' eyes swept across Feng Qingbran and asked, Hey, are you Feng Qingbran? Feng Qingbran nodded, her eyes clear, and her gaze fell behind Hu and Chaos. There stood a group of men and women, all of whom had outstanding temperaments and restrained auras. They should have been transformed into other ferocious beasts. So it's not like the ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain cannot transform into humans. Feng Qingbran, since you have made a contract with my body, you must be able to use your soul to send it a message. You asked it to come here, Tao Ti said, reaching for the meat on the table with one hand. The sky-splitting demon eye noticed Tao Ti's movement and did not stop it. I tried, but it doesn't work, Feng Qingbran said crisply. The barrier in the Shifang domain was obviously hundreds of times stronger than that in the Yuxuan secret realm. Naturally, her consciousness could not penetrate the barrier there. Oh, Tati said, indifferently with his mouth full of meat. All the ferocious beasts shook their heads. This guy was probably the only one who didn't care where he was. In Tati's eyes, as long as there is food, everything else is not a problem. Fang Qingbran, why didn't Tati eat you? Why did he let you go? Yao Zhao stared at Fang Qingbran with his wise eyes. Tati understands Tati very well. With Tati's mind, it is impossible for him to let go of any edible food. No matter how greedy Tati is, he cannot sign a master-servant contract with Fang Qingbran just because of a little food. It is even more impossible to keep his promise and let Fang Qingbran go. This junior doesn't know. Fang Qingbran's words were half true and false. Fang Qingbran knew very well that there were some things that must not be said. Fang Qingbran, has Tati mentioned anything about other ferocious beasts? Ying Zhao said seriously. Fang Qingbran touched his chin and looked like he was thinking. Sudden. Fang Qingbran's almond-shaped eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, Senior Tati seems to have told me to be careful about Qiongqi and Chaos. It has a cooperative relationship with Yuzhu. As long as Qiongqi and Chaos are still there, I can trust Yuzhu. The expressions of all the ferocious beasts were different. Fang Qingbran must have seen Tati before she could say such a thing. The sky-splitting devil Tong took this opportunity to explore the depths of Fang Qingbran's sea of consciousness with his spiritual consciousness, but encountered a barrier in the middle. The sky-splitting demonic eyes tried to break through the barrier and explore all of Fang Qingbran's memories. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura reached the consciousness of the sky-splitting demon eye. The divine consciousness that the sky-splitting devil eyes left in Fang Qingbran's sea of consciousness was forcefully cut off by the terrifying aura. The already old face of Split Heaven Demon Tong gained a few wrinkles at this moment, and the black hair on his head gradually turned white. The face of the sky-splitting devil Tong suddenly changed, and his eyes looked at Fang Qingbran with horror. There was such a terrifying aura in Fang Qingbran's body. If he had attacked Fang Qingbran just now, she might have died under that aura. The sky-splitting devil Tong stood up and bowed respectfully to Fang Qingbran. Miss Fang, please forgive me for being rude. I am willing to compensate Miss Fang. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the sky-splitting demon eyes with great confusion. Isn't the sky-splitting demon eyes brain broken? For the sake of Avatar, salute an ant. Surprise flashed across Fang Qingbran's apricot eyes, and she quickly understood that it must be that mysterious force that took action. Fang Qingbran helped the splitting sky devil eyes a little. Senior splitting sky, I can't bear this gift. Senior, please be polite. I am too blind to see Mount Tai, and I almost offended Miss Fang. Miss Fang, please take a seat. The sky-splitting demon Tong wanted to invite Fang Qingbran to sit where it had been sitting just now. Fang Qingbran waved her hand and refused. Although the mysterious power in her body helped her, her current strength is still low-key compared to this group of ferocious beasts. Senior, Tati seems to have mentioned something about your true nature. He said that there are at least tens of thousands of ferocious beasts imprisoned with him, and all the ancient ferocious beasts are among them. Fang Qingbran's glass-like eyes were slightly glistening. Profound. She wanted to get more things out of the mouths of these ferocious beasts. The goo demon in Fang Qingbran's space realized that the danger had disappeared and jumped out again. Fang Qingbran, please ask quickly, is there a clone of the evil ancestor? Hearing Gu Mei's voice, Fang Qingbran's lips curled up slightly but did not respond to Gu Mei. She could understand that ferocious beasts were ruthless, but she would not accept such ferocious beasts that abandoned their master in order to survive at critical moments. Fang Qingbran, please hurry up and ask. As long as you ask for me, I will tell you a secret realm of Yakshan's secret realm. Gu Mei said anxiously. Negotiations always put chips first, Fang Qingbran said in a cold voice. There is an ancient strange beast in the mysterious territory of Yakshan. If you can get it, you will be able to subdue all the ferocious beasts in the 10 directions. Gu Mei said through gritted teeth. Gu Mei originally wanted to keep this secret in exchange for body leaves. But now the clone's matter is more important. It is weak now, and getting the clone's power is the first priority. Fang Qingbran's beautiful eyes looked at the flowing light, which was filled with brilliance. She seemed to have guessed who the strange beast mentioned by Gu Mei was. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 304 Golden Crow. Seniors, have you ever met the evil ancestor? Fang Qingbran said crisply. Who is the evil ancestor? Tati asked vaguely with his mouth full. The other ferocious beasts also had confused expressions on their faces. We are a ferocious beast village here, there are no monsters. Yongzhu looked at Fang Qingbran with his eyes, flashing a dim light. He always felt that the name of the evil ancestor was very familiar. What characteristics is Miss Fang looking for in this evil demon ancestor? Sky-splitting demon Tong's attitude towards Fang Qingbran was obviously more respectful. When Fang Qingbran saw the appearance of the beasts, he seemed to be unaware of the evil ancestor. It is about 1 foot long and looks like a child. When the beasts heard this, they shook their heads. They, the ferocious beasts, didn't like turning into children. Fang Qingbran, I'm a goo worm, not a child. Please help me ask if any of them are goo worms. Gu Mei sent a message to Fang Qingbran slightly irritably. Fang Qingbran blinked her apricot eyes. Gu Mei, are you a ferocious beast? In ancient times, there was indeed a golden cicada goo among the fierce beasts. Golden cicada goo is a goo that was born and nurtured. It is the first of all gus, and its strength is comparable to that of the sky-splitting demon eye. It's not surprising that the golden cicada goo has the strength to become a ferocious beast, but the strength of the charm is obviously not as good as the sky-splitting demon eye. It can even be vaguely felt that Gu Mei's strength is not comparable to even the weakest nether dragon. Fang Qingbran, what else do you know? The Gu Mei in the space was filled with cold air, his eyes turned blood red, and his thoughts reached Fang Qingbran's sea of consciousness. Gu Mei wanted to control Fang Qingbran with her mind and break the contract with it. In the street fighting arena, it surrendered to Fang Qingbran just to find clues about the woman from Fang Qingbran. In addition, Fang Qingran had the Hongmeng tree species in his hands, and he also wanted to get the power of the tree species. But through the time spent with Fang Qingran, Gu Mei found that Fang Qingran was too dangerous. With just a few clues, Fang Qingran could see through a lot of things immediately. Gu Mei was afraid that if she stayed with Fang Qingran any longer, her status as an outsider would be revealed sooner or later. With Fang Qingran's current strength, he is certainly no match for it, but the 3 eggs in Fang Qingran's space can crush it to death. Not to mention that Fang Qingran is still involved with those ferocious beasts in Shifang territory. While Gu Mei was worried, its thoughts easily passed through the barrier of Fang Qingran's consciousness. Just when Gu Mei wanted to use his mind to cancel the contract with Fang Qingran, a terrifying aura grabbed its mind. That terrifying aura used its thoughts to extract the power of decay from its body bit by bit. An extreme fear rose from the bottom of Gu Mei's heart, and Gu Mei immediately sent a message to Fang Qingran, please stop it, I'll tell you everything. I'm not a ferocious beast, I just use it. Identity, just to avoid the calamity of life and death. Fang Qingran, who was communicating with the beasts, heard Gu Mei's anxious voice. She was startled for a moment, and then realized that Gu Mei was really not a ferocious beast. When Gu Mei signed his name on the scroll earlier, Fang Qingran guessed that Gu Mei was not a ferocious beast. The scroll was found in her void space. There is an explanation on the back of the scroll. This scroll is designed to restrain ferocious beasts. All ferocious beasts who sign the names on the scroll are bound by the law, and will have some kind of binding relationship with the owner of the scroll. In the Shifang domain, all the ferocious beasts who signed the names on the scroll did not fear her, but they would not disobey her orders in front of her. But Gu Mei was different. Even though it signed the scroll, it still had no respect for her and even openly disobeyed her orders. Therefore, Fang Qingran guessed that Gu Mei was probably not a ferocious beast. Moreover, all the ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain have clones in the Fierce Beast village, except Gu Mei. This further verified Fang Qingran's idea. Fang Qingran ignored the restless Gu in the space. She can control the mysterious power in her consciousness. To be honest, Fang Qingran still doesn't know the name of that power. Fang Qingran is not a troubled person, after all, that power has saved her from fire and water many times. It was not too late for her to be grateful for this power, so naturally she would not care about it so much. That force seemed to sense something and quickly absorbed Gu Mei's decaying energy. Fang Qingran, stop it quickly. There is no way you can refine the **chi. It is doing harm. Too much **chi will turn you into a seed puppet. The aura of Gu Mei's voice transmission is getting weaker and weaker, and the face that was originally carved with jade is now as withered as an eggplant. The fair and translucent skin became wrinkled, and the bones inside could be seen. Fang Qingran also saw the bug hidden in Gu Mei's body at this time. A half-foot-long soft-bodied worm is entrenched in Gu Mei's heart. The insect's body is red and does not appear to have any offensive power. But even so, Fang Qingran got goosebumps all over her body when she saw this insect. This insect is obviously stronger than the one in the old body. Fang Qingran immediately understood that Gu Mei was secretly feeding evil bugs. Fang Xi also appeared not far from Gu Mei, and the eggshell was faintly glowing with white light. Fang Xi said to Fang Qingran in an extremely serious tone, "Woman, seal the void space immediately and never let it escape to other places." Both Fang Qingran and Yuan Bao heard Fang Xi's words. Yuan Bao's reaction was one step faster than Fang Qingran's. Yuan Bao put away his hoe and flapped his blue elf wings. A stream of blue light spread out, covering all the spiritual plants and spiritual fruits in the space. Fang Qingran's heart skipped a beat, and she instantly used her mind to block the entrance to the wide mist area in the space. Fang Qingran was still a little worried and directly arranged a separate barrier around Gu Mei. "Fang Xi, why don't you kill it directly?" Fang Qingran asked puzzledly. With Fang Xi's strength, killing Gu Mei would not be a problem at all. Gu Mei dared to cultivate seeds privately in her space. Obviously she had no good intentions, in case Gu Mei planted the seeds on Wanling and Shenwang. Fang Qingran felt even more uneasy when she thought about it. Sometimes powerful enemies are not difficult to deal with, but dark and despicable things like this are everyone's enemies. This kind of thing is impossible to guard against. You can't kill them. In ancient times, the powerful powers left behind their charms just to deal with outsiders. No one can guarantee that the outsiders will be eliminated. Fang Xi's tone was slightly solemn. The eggshell is surrounded by a circle of complicated and mysterious runes. At the same time, a pattern that resembled a golden crow unfolded on the ground, and the golden crow's red pupils came to life, as if the golden crow had descended. The golden crow emits bursts of golden light, reflecting the white light on Fang Xi's body. The two lights merged, and talismans floated out from Fang Xi's eggshell and flew towards Gu Mei. Fang Qingran was shocked when he saw this scene. Everyone in the world of immortal cultivation knew about Jinwu's dignity. But the Jinwu, who is extremely powerful, noble and proud, is willing to succumb to Fang Xi. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 305 Kinglian Mark. Fang Xi's status must be much higher than that of Jinwu. No wonder when she asked if Fang Xi was a dragon or a phoenix, Fang Xi was particularly dismissive. Now it seems that it is not that Fang Xi is arrogant, but that Fang Xi's status is higher than that of Long Feng. Fang Qingran didn't dare to guess Fang Xi's identity. With her current cultivation and cognition, the higher level things she knew would only cause anxiety. "Fang Xi, what else can I do for you?" Fang Qingran sent a message to Fang Xi and strengthened the barrier around Gu Mei. Fang Xi's talisman fell on Gu Mei's body, and first wrapped around Gu Mei's horns. Gu Mei screamed in pain, and the skin on her body was as thin as cicada wings. It was clearly visible that the bones in Gu Mei's body were pitted. Black blood seeped out from the gaps in Gu Mei's hand covering her eyes. Fang Qingran took a closer look and discovered that there were countless bugs as thin as hair among the blood threads. The insects followed the black blood and flowed to the barrier, and began to squirm and eat the barrier with the tiny bodies. Fang Qingran was shocked, and a chill ran down her spine. The weak insects seemed unable to shake the barrier, but they still ate the power of the barrier. Even if the power they eat is extremely weak, like a drop in the bucket. But every drop of water cuts through a stone, and a small amount adds up to a big one. If this continues, it will be a matter of time before they eat away at the barrier. Just when Fang Qingran was about to tell Fang Xi this, the golden crow under Fang Xi's eggshell had turned into a three-headed golden crow, sprouted 6 wings and 6 legs, and the power of the formation became more and more powerful. Fang Qingran just glanced at it lightly, and felt a burning pain in her consciousness. Woman, don't look at the golden crow, you can't stand its power. Fang Xi immediately warned Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran had already withdrawn his consciousness, but the burning pain still lingered. At the same time, Fang Qingran found that all the ferocious beasts were looking at her eyebrows with extremely strange expressions. Some ferocious beasts looked at each other, as if communicating something. Fang Qingran raised her hand and touched the center of her eyebrows, not understanding what the ferocious beasts meant. Within half a quarter of an hour, a woman's consciousness exits the space. Before she leaves the mysterious realm of Yakshuan, her consciousness cannot enter the space. When Fang Xi transmitted the message, an extra storage ring appeared in Fang Qingran's hand. This storage ring was given to her by Senior Zhu Juyan. There were many ancient objects in the storage ring. Because they were not needed for the time being, Fang Qingran never touched it. Now seeing the ring lying on the palm of her hand, Fang Qingran realized the evil spirit in the space might be difficult to deal with. Fang Xi, be careful, Fang Qingran warned slightly worriedly. However, Fang Qingran's words did not receive a response from Fang Xi. Fang Qingran found that she had lost contact with the void space. Only the contract in the consciousness existed, reminding Fang Qingran of the real existence of the void space. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were like stars under the moonlight, shining with a mysterious luster. Fang Qingran pinched the ancient storage ring in her hand, her eyes became more determined, she wanted to become stronger. Get stronger. We must also speed up the process of becoming stronger. This feeling of being powerless when faced with danger is so uncomfortable. There are only 4 years left in her appointment with Senior Dragon King. The eye that covers the sky can only protect this world for 100 years. After 100 years, if the person behind Su Yanran comes to this small world, at that time, no means or resourcefulness will work. Only with strong strength can we strive for a glimmer of hope. She must make good use of her time in the mysterious realm and become stronger as quickly as possible. Fang Qingran, where did you get this ring? Qiongqi stared at the ring on Fang Qingran's hand with burning eyes, almost grabbing it. Fang Qingran touched the ring in her hand and looked at the ferocious beasts calmly. This was given to me by a senior. Fang Qingran said as she put on the ring, not afraid of the scorching gazes of the ferocious beasts. Fang Qingran, this body of yours didn't come from someone's body, right? Yongzhu's black eyes flashed to investigate. He was holding an ancient ring and had a green lotus mark between his eyebrows. He was by no means an ordinary person. Even if a little kid under 20 years old has these things, it is absolutely impossible for him to have the strength to control them. Tao Wu, what are you talking about? A 1,000-year-old monster won't take away such a weak body, right? Qiongqi's tone seemed to be full of disgust for Fang Qingran. She is not seizing the body, the sky-splitting demon eye explained aloud. Its consciousness had invaded Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness. If Fang Qingran was the one who had taken the body, it would have noticed it immediately. The beasts nodded, and the sky-splitting devil eyes spoke. That Fang Qingran was definitely not someone who was reborn. However, Yingzhao raised questions. If she hadn't taken the body, why would she have the ancient ring? And why could she contract this ring? When the beasts heard what Yingzhao said, they felt it made sense and turned to look at Fang Qingran. Those monks in the world of immortality only know that everything left over from ancient times is extremely precious. Even countless monks risk their lives to enter various secret realms just to find an ancient object. But those monks have no idea that even if they find ancient objects, they may not be able to take them with their lives. Just the remaining energy in the ancient objects can kill those monks. Not to mention, the ancient spiritual energy was completely different from the current spiritual energy, and the contract laws at that time were naturally different from those now. Even if someone is lucky enough to get an ancient object, whether it can be used is another matter. Fang Qingran didn't think as much about Yingzhao's words as the ferocious beasts thought. She looked at Yingzhao with some confusion. Why can't she contract the things that Senior Zhu Juyan gave her? The sky-splitting demonic eyes had a headache. Its double pupils were definitely unmistakable. The soul of Fang Qingran's body was definitely original. As for why she was able to contract the ancient ring and complete the ancient contract, the sky-splitting demon Tong also couldn't figure it out. Wrong. The sky-splitting demon eye suddenly stood up. It was the mysterious power in Fang Qingran's consciousness. Even it can't see the shape of that mysterious force. Such a powerful and terrifying power is probably far beyond the energy of the soul created by Zun Shen. Yingzhao, step back. Sky-splitting demon Tong scolded Yingzhao sternly. The secrets in Fang Qingran's body are no longer within their reach. Although the ancient ferocious beasts were giants in the eyes of many strong men, at the beginning of chaos, the ancient ferocious beasts were nothing at all. It was born earlier than many ferocious beasts, and has also witnessed countless gods shattering the void and leaving this plane. It was not until those gods who were feared by the powerful left that the strange beasts emerged. Most of the ferocious beasts that can survive here today are relatively lucky. These ferocious beasts are naturally very powerful, but with this kind of strength, they are still unable to fight back against the gods. But Yingzhao was stunned by the scolding from the sky-splitting demon eye, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Taoti's hand that reached for the food suddenly retracted, and he looked at the sky-splitting demon eyes in confusion. Is there anything wrong with the Yingzhao issue? Why would the sky-splitting devil Tong lose his temper and scold Yingzhao? This is not in line with the character of the sky-splitting demon Ai at all. Everyone, please disperse. The sky-splitting devil Tong didn't seem to want to explain anything to the beasts. Split Sky, even if we don't ask about the ancient ring, we must ask about the clone. Yaoju didn't want to leave. The sky-splitting demon eyes were vaguely about to get angry, and they were so powerful that they said with an extremely threatening expression, "Get out of here." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 306 Supreme Ancient Dragon. The attitude of the sky-splitting demon eye aroused Yingzhao's rebellious psychology. Yingzhao, as the top existence of birds and beasts, has never suffered such humiliation. Even if the sky-splitting demonic eye is the 9th most ferocious beast, it shouldn't disgrace her in front of so many ferocious beasts. Split Sky, regarding the clone matter, I must ask clearly before leaving. Yingzhao said stubbornly. That's right, Senior Split Sky, we all want to know about the clone. The other ferocious beasts all sided with Yingzhao. The eyes of the sky-splitting devil eyes were majestic, and his gaze swept across the ferocious beasts. Miss Fang has already explained the matter of the clones very clearly. What else do you want to ask? Yingzhao's spiritual consciousness spread and concentrated on Fang Qingran. It did not directly invade Fang Qingran's spiritual consciousness, but instead observed the things around Fang Qingran. Yingzhao looked at Fang Qingran with deep eyes. I would like to ask which senior gave Fang Qingran the ancient ring she is wearing. And where did she get the ancient sacred artifact on her wrist, the double spiritual bracelet? Quote. Hearing Yingzhao's words, Sky-Split Demon Tong looked at the double spiritual bracelets, his eyes slightly changed. If it were in ancient times, the holy weapon in Fang Qingran's hand would not be considered a good magic weapon. But now times are different, ancient objects have become extremely precious, and basically better ancient objects will fall into the hands of powerful people in the small worlds of all parties. What's more, owning ancient objects has become a status symbol. In the upper realm, those with low cultivation levels are absolutely not allowed to possess ancient objects. With Fang Qingran's current cultivation level, he is just like an ant. It is absolutely unbelievable that an ant possesses 2 ancient objects at the same time. All the beasts were staring at Fang Qingran's wrist. If they could eat the ancient holy weapon, they might be able to increase their strength. Fang Qingran, who gave you the mysterious clothes you were wearing? Yaoju asked. The beast's eyes moved away from the jade bracelet and looked at the colorful mysterious clothes on Fang Qingran's body. The beasts did not recognize what the colorful mysterious clothes were, but they could feel that the levels of the mysterious clothes were much higher than those of the ancient divine rings. This Xuanyi is not simple, Dafeng murmured. That axe is not simple at all. I feel like I have seen it somewhere before. Nine-headed bird muttered. The beast stared at Fang Qingran from head to toe. Suddenly, the expressions of some of them suddenly changed. They didn't recognize the others, but the axe in Fang Qingran's hand reminded them of the sky-splitting axe. Split Heaven Demon Eyes, Yingzhao and Yaoju looked at each other several times, all with solemn expressions. They had never seen the sky-splitting axe with their own eyes, but had only heard other gods mention it. It is said that there are 2 supreme ancient dragons entrenched on the back of the sky-splitting axe. These 2 supreme ancient dragons were born together with Father God at the beginning of chaos. The 2 supreme ancient dragons, one black and one white, are the ancestors of all dragon clans. While accompanying his father in the battle, Bai Long was plotted by the devil and died unexpectedly. The black dragon was reluctant to let the white dragon disappear, so he spent all his life's energy to save the white dragon's soul, and then sent the white dragon's soul into the sky-splitting axe to be nurtured, and the black dragon was willing to become the weapon spirit of the sky-splitting axe. To protect the white dragon's soul. From then on, there were 2 more supreme ancient dragons on the sky-splitting axe, and the power of the sky-splitting axe became even more powerful. Later, Father God held the sky-splitting axe and single-handedly defeated 3,000 demon gods. After the death of the 3,000 demon gods, both the Father God and the sky-splitting axe were missing. The various powers have different opinions on the whereabouts of the Father God and the sky-splitting axe. There was only one thing that Zhu Qiang said was surprisingly consistent. That was about the 2 ancient dragons, black and white, on the back of the sky-splitting axe. The axe in Fang Qingran's hand now also has 2 dragons, one black and one white, but these 2 dragons look ordinary and not like the supreme ancient dragon at all. What's more, how can a man like Father God use a pink axe? The more the beasts thought something was wrong, they must have thought too much. With Fang Qingran's level of strength, there was no way he could pick up the sky-splitting axe. The axe in Fang Qingran's hand was an ordinary existence, both in appearance and aura. How could it be a sky-splitting axe? At this time, Fang Qingran smiled and said, "Seniors, it's dark, don't we need to close the door?" The beasts turned to look outside the door, only to realize that it was getting dark outside. Damn it, why did it get dark so fast? Is it Zhu Jian's fault? A ferocious beast went to close the door in panic. "Listen, we don't have time to go back, can we squeeze in with you?" Yongzhu asked. The eyes of the splitting demon eyes were complicated, but he finally nodded in agreement. In the past, the sky-splitting demon eye would definitely not have left the beasts behind, but after learning about the clones from Fang Qingran today, the sky-splitting demon eye had a new idea. Maybe they should unite to deal with the evil spirits that appear in the night. After all, the more ferocious beasts survive, the stronger the ferocious beast group becomes, and the more chips they will have to leave the mysterious realm in the future. After the beast closed the courtyard door, he also lit a 7-star lantern in the courtyard. The small courtyard of Split Heaven Demon Eye also seemed extremely crowded due to the gathering of many ferocious beasts. Fang Qingran's beautiful eyes looked forward, with a flash of interest. She was curious about what could make the ferocious beasts so scared. The eyes of the sky-splitting demon eyes fell on Fang Qingran, seeming to see through her doubts. "Miss Fang, I don't know. There are rules in the ferocious beast village. Every night, the strength of the ferocious beast is halved, while the strength of the succubus will be increased several times. So succubus likes to come out at night to prey on ferocious beasts. Now many ferocious beasts have been poisoned by evil spirits. After listening to the explanation of the sky-splitting demon eyes, Fang Qingren's apricot eyes narrowed slightly and asked, the succubus seems to be just an ordinary demon. Even if its strength is increased several times, it should not be the opponent of the seniors, right? Of course they are not our opponents. But those Sun Tzu's methods are despicable. I don't know where they got a kind of insect. As long as we encounter that kind of insect, we will immediately lose the ability to resist. Chaos said angrily. A glint flashed across Fang Qingren's eyes. She suspected that the succubus was an evil spirit. Is it red? Fang Qingren asked tentatively. Yes, it's the disgusting thing. It can't be burned with ordinary fire. It needs a high-level exotic fire. Tao Ti continued. Yao Ju's eyes became sharp and he asked coldly, Fang Qingren, why do you know that thing? I have seen it, Fang Qingren admitted frankly. Then how did you survive? The beasts asked hurriedly. They may not be able to escape when they encounter that thing. How could Fang Qingren, a little baby, be able to fight against the succubus? Those bugs were most likely goo, and then a more powerful goo appeared and killed all the bugs. Fang Qingren's words made all the ferocious beasts think of the golden cicada goo. The strength of golden cicada goo is comparable to that of the sky-splitting demon eye, ranking 10th. Since entering the village, golden cicada goo has chosen to stay behind closed doors. There is no defensive formation in front of its door, and the succubi never dare to approach golden cicada goo's residence. They didn't think much about this before. After all, none of the top 10 ferocious beasts were friendly, and no one dared to mess with the succubus. Now Fang Qingren suddenly pointed out that the succubus used goo. This can't help but make the beasts think about it. Could it be that the succubi are all the subordinates of the golden cicada goo? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 307 Golden Cicada Goo. It's too much. The golden cicada goo is simply too much. An accusing voice sounded among the beasts. They all looked at Qiongqi who was speaking, their eyes showing surprise. Qiongqi has always been afraid of chaos in the world, so why is he so uncharacteristic of himself today? Are you saying that the golden cicada goo is too much? Why didn't you call me on the matter of cannibalism? Qiongqi continued angrily. Beasts. It's them who think too much. Qiongqi's brain circuit has always been strange, and their logic does not apply to Qiongqi at all. After Qiongqi complained, he said to the beasts, do you think that if I join the golden cicada goo, will I become the most evil beast? Boom. Snapped. As soon as Qiongqi finished speaking, countless fists and weapons greeted Qiongqi. His grandma's, I am the most evil beast, and you actually want to rob it from me. Qiongqi, you're a fool. The golden cicada goo doesn't like you. It wants to take someone like me. Since you want to join golden cicada goo, you're equivalent to being one of its subordinates. I should give you a good beating first to vent your anger. Qiongqi, your IQ is really all lost to Tao Ti. Are you worthy of taking refuge in golden cicada goo with your strength? Ellipsis. When Fang Qingren heard the words of the ferocious beasts, the corner of her mouth twitched several times, helplessness flashed in her eyes. They were obviously a group of ferocious beasts with incredible strength, but they seemed to be missing a brain. She didn't say that the succubus and the golden cicada were in the same group, right? How do they come to be associated with so many? The ones who were relatively calm were Split Sky Chongtong, Yaoju, and Yingzhao. They seemed to be thinking about the authenticity of Fang Qingren's words. After all, there is no room for such things as goo. There is no one thing about goo. Fang Qingren said that the bugs released by the succubus were goo, which was just a guess. Based on my understanding of the golden cicada goo, it will never collude with the succubus. The sky-splitting demon eye said in a serious tone. Golden cicada goo is one of the few beasts with kind thoughts among all the evil beasts. Back then, it and golden cicada goo were competing for the ranking of ferocious beasts. They were fighting so hard that they lost track of time. When it wanted to go back to its place, it was already dark. Because the battle with the golden cicada goo exhausted its energy, it was accidentally attacked by a succubus and was invaded by insects. At the last moment when it lost its resistance, it entered the courtyard of golden cicada goo. It was determined to die at that time. After all, there was never friendship and mutual help between ferocious beasts, only killing and profit. However, when Jin Changu saw the sky-splitting demon eye in the courtyard, Jin Changu did not choose to take advantage of the beast's danger. Instead, he rescued it and took it in for one night. This incident had a huge impact on the sky-splitting demon eye. There are actually ferocious beasts that can restrain their instincts of greed and killing. Split Sky, golden cicada goo took your 9th position back then. Why do you still say good things for it? Yingzhao asked with a surprised look on his face. Split Sky, do you trust golden cicada goo? Yongzhao's eyes were searching. This was the first time he had seen such a thing as trust in a ferocious beast. A gentle smile appeared on the face of the sky-splitting devil Tong. The evil of the succubus is sinister, while the evil of the ferocious beast is cruel and will not hide. When the beasts heard the words of the sky-splitting demon eye, they also reacted. These ferocious beasts would never do anything sneaky. The beasts stopped beating Qiongqi, with no trace of guilt on their faces. Fang Qingren raised her eyes and saw Hu in Chaos taking advantage of the chaos to kick Qiongqi a few more times, and then quickly retreated behind the beast beside him. Fang Qingren. What about the promised alliance of poor people? At this time, Qiongqi was lying on the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face, but his eyes were full of excitement. Ha ha ha, you guys are so bad. I like it so much. Qiongqi couldn't help but said, giving a thumbs up to the beasts. Qiongqi stood up happily with a bulge on his head. Brothers, don't worry, I will take care of you after my head falls to the ground. None of the beasts wanted to deal with this lunatic Qiongqi. Split Sky, since we know the succubus's methods, let's ask golden cicada goo for help. We can't let the succubus continue to be arrogant. Tao Ti suggested. The main reason is that the presence of the succubus greatly affects its ability to eat at night. The sky-splitting devil eyes looked at the beasts. Golden cicada goo is not enough, we also need Yinglong, Zhu Jian and Bai Fang. The nine-headed bird worriedly said, as soon as Bai Fang comes out, our entire village's formation will probably be burned down. Yinglong and Zhu Jian had no objection when they came out. These two are at the top of the ferocious beasts, and their strength is terrifying. The succubus has absolutely no power to fight back against them. Moreover, Zhu Jian can also control the sunset and sunrise times, which is more conducive to them dealing with succubi. Although Bai Fang's strange fire will destroy the formation, it can also burn the poison in the succubus hand completely. Without the help of the poison, the succubus will be useless. Ying Shu explained aloud. Fang Qingran quietly listened to the beast's plans and chose to be a transparent person. When she thought that Yinglong, Zhu Jian, and Bai Fang in Ferocious Beast Village were all unfamiliar to her, Fang Qingran's eyes looked slightly complicated. The ferocious beasts in the Ferocious Beast Village have no memory of the true bodies. The ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain do not know the existence of this group of clones. What is the purpose of the person behind doing this? On the second day, Fang Qingran left the Ferocious Beast Village successfully. Lishan, it's time for you to tell the truth now. Why did you let her go? Ying Zhao asked seriously. The sky-splitting devil Tong said in a serious tone, there is a power in her soul that is more terrifying than the power of the soul. How is this possible? Ying Zhao's pupils changed dramatically, revealing the eyes of a strange beast. Splitting the sky, the power of the Yuan Shen ranked third in ancient times. You and I both know how tyrannical it is. She, Fang King, can't die the soul of a nascent soul body. How can she withstand a power stronger than the power of the Yuan Shen? Yao Ju asked. The sky-splitting demonic eyes sighed, and the double pupils changed. You should know that in front of the double pupils, all pretenses are false. My double pupils have entered Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness. The beast took in a sharp breath. If what the sky-splitting demon eye said was true, then wouldn't they have just passed through the gate of hell? Dafeng suddenly realized, no wonder Fang Qingran can contract ancient things. Chaos revealed his special grey eyes. If you put it this way, wouldn't it be an honor for Tao Ti to become Fang Qingran's servant? Tao Ti, a foodie can. Ah, no, where did Tao Ti go? Wasn't this guy still here just now? Qiongqi exclaimed. The beasts looked around each other, but couldn't find any trace of Tao Ti. Fuck, look, Tao Ti and Fang Qingran ran away. Zhu Yan pointed in the direction Fang Qingran left and shouted. The beasts looked up and saw a small black dog following Fang Qingran's feet. The black dog ate everything around him as he walked, but he never forgot to keep up with Fang Qingran. Before the black dog was about to disappear, he looked back at him, his eyes showing off and being proud. Tao Ti can leave the Fierce Beast Village, does that mean we can go out too? Dafeng said with great excitement. Some ferocious beasts could not wait to rush towards the entrance of the village, and other ferocious beasts followed in a swarm, shouting loudly, good life, I'm here. Boom. Boom. The ferocious beasts that had just raised their feet to step out of the village were bounced back by an invisible barrier. His grandma, it's unfair. Why can Tao Ti walk out? A ferocious beast roared angrily. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 308 Dogs seem to be able to do backflips. Yao Zhao's wise eyes flashed slightly. Tao Ti's ability to leave the village should have something to do with Fang Qingran. When Fang Qingran left the village just now, the barrier did not appear. Then why don't you contact Tao Ti quickly and ask Fang Qingran to come back? Hu in Chaos said excitedly. The ferocious beasts have a special way of communicating with each other, and there is no need to use any sound transmission tools. I contacted him, but Tao Ti was afraid that we would go out and compete with him for food, so he blocked me directly. Qiongqi gritted his teeth. Qiongqi likes bad guys very much, but he definitely doesn't like Tao Ti. The demon eye's face looked very ugly at the moment, and it regretted letting Fang Qingran go. Hey, it's okay. Fang Qingran will stay in the mysterious realm of Yuxuan for 400 years. Let's deal with the succubi first and then find a way to contact Fang Qingran. The nine-headed bird said. That makes sense. That guy Tao Ti can eat a lot. Maybe Fang Qingran can't bear it anymore and will send Tao Ti back. Chaos agreed with Dew-headed bird's suggestion. All the beasts nodded. The succubus was their primary enemy. However, the beasts did not know that the succubi hiding underground could hear their words clearly. At this moment, the succubi are in an underground palace. The leader of the succubi was covered in a black cloak, sitting on a high position, exuding a cold aura, only revealing a pair of red eyes, which made people shudder. Chief, do you want to start the plan in advance? Chi Mei said respectfully. No, Chi Mei, do you think the evil ancestor Fang Qingran mentioned is Gu Mei? The leader's red eyes were cold. Chi Mei lowered her head. I don't know. Gus are both good and evil, they're both their enemies and their allies. The reason why they have been hiding in the god's abandoned land these years is to find the whereabouts of the Gu. Other than Gu Mei, who else can destroy our mother Gu? The leader's voice was very low, as if he was talking to himself. Chi Mei bent down and lowered her head, not daring to accept these words. Over the years, they have used the power of the Bailey family to search all over the 9 states, but they have not been able to find the whereabouts of Gu Mei. For this reason, the leader has executed several charm heads. In addition, a few days ago, the mother Gu that had been cultivated for tens of thousands of years was lost, causing them heavy losses. The leader has been in a rage in recent days. He immediately answered the question at this time, which was simply courting death. 7 charms, send a message to the Bailey family in the mysterious territory of Yuxuan, asking them to send another batch of food with seeds to the ferocious beasts. The leader's lips curved into a sneer. Fang Qingran was so cruel that she actually left the ferocious beast village alone. At the same time, Fang Qingran sneezed without warning. Fang Qingran raised her hand and rubbed her nose, and a small black dog appeared in her sight. Okay. This dog looks so familiar. Fang Qingran bent down and pinched the little black dog's neck with her beautiful hands, and lifted the dog up. One person and one dog look at each other. Tao Ti felt guilty for no reason. He was not afraid that he would not be able to defeat Fang Qingran, but he was afraid that Fang Qingran would send him back. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were like glass with a sharp light. Tao Ti. Woof woof woof. Tao Ti barked like a dog, and he must not reveal his secret. I remember that dogs can do backflips, right? If you are a real dog, do one for me. Fang Qingran threw the Tao Ti on the ground with a sly look in his eyes. Tao Ti froze and did a backflip. It is one of the 4 ferocious beasts in ancient times, and it wants to please the monks like a dog. If this news spreads back to Ferocious Beast Village, will its reputation be lost? Fang Qingran folded his arms and saw that Tao Ti was still moving. You can't do a backflip, so go ahead and don't follow me. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she continued walking forward. Don't go. I. Tao Ti shouted hurriedly. In the middle of the shout, Tao Ti suddenly covered his mouth with his front paws and said vaguely, I am not Tao Ti, I really am not Tao Ti. Then you do a backflip. Fang Qingran looked sideways at Tao Ti. She had no other intention, she just wanted to watch the ferocious beast perform acrobatics. Me. Tao Ti gritted his teeth, I'll turn over. Swish. Swish. Tao Ti completed 2 backflips in the air and landed smoothly. Is this okay? Okay. Fang Qingran looked at it with great interest. This was the first time she had seen a 4-legged beast doing a backflip, and it was quite handsome. Then can I follow you? Tao Ti asked nervously. Why do you have to follow me? With the strength of your ferocious beast, it shouldn't be a problem to sweep through the entire Yakshuan's secret realm, right? Fang Qingran was very curious. Tao Ti was silent along the way, and he would be merciful when nibbling food. This is completely inconsistent with Tao Ti's character. If I stay far away from you, I will be dragged back by the power of the Ferocious Beast Village. Tao Ti said displeased. When it first left the Ferocious Beast Village, it was ready to go their separate ways with Fang Qingran. But before it took a few steps, it was pulled back by a force. Fortunately, it understood in time and followed Fang Qingran closely, and that situation never happened again. Tao Ti guessed that being able to leave the Fierce Beast Village with Fang Qingran should have something to do with the contract. Tao Ti also woke up at this time, so Fang Qingran had already figured out its identity. Does its backflip prove its loneliness? You humans are so cunning. Tao Ti was annoyed for a while. It even suspected that its main body would make a contract with Fang Qingran, and it was completely tricked by Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran asked in a crisp voice, cunning. Tao Ti suddenly felt extremely dangerous and immediately changed his words. You humans are invincible in intelligence. Fang Qingran's bright eyes shone. It seems like you can't control objects in the mysterious realm of Yakshuan. It's really a bit tiring to keep walking like this. It would be nice if I had a mount. When Tao Ti heard this, he immediately understood what Fang Qingran meant. The hair on his body stood up, and he was obviously on the verge of anger. Forget about backflips. He actually wants to treat it as a low-level mount. It's better to go back to the Beast Village. I know you are definitely not willing to be a mount for me. Fang Qingran said, sighing deliberately, I decided to use the Beast Pill to hire a mount in the mysterious territory of Yakshuan. Fang Qingran flipped her wrist, and a crystal clear brown bead appeared in her jade palm. Black lines are reflected on the surface of the bead, and a mysterious shadow as big as a bean can be vaguely seen in the center of the bead. Yuanyang Beast Pill. Tao Ti's eyes widened, and transparent liquid flowed down from his mouth unconsciously. Tao Ti stared at the Beast Pill closely, for fear that the Beast Pill would fly away. Fang Qingran, you are my master, how can you let other beasts serve as mounts for you? I have to do it myself. Tao Ti took a sip of saliva and said anxiously. This is Yuanyang Pill. It's what every ferocious beast dreams of. The levels of ferocious beasts are ordinary ferocious beasts, ancient ferocious beasts, prehistoric ferocious beasts, chaotic ferocious beasts, and supreme ferocious beasts. When a ferocious beast is born, its rank and strength are fixed, and there is basically no possibility of a breakthrough. The only way to break through is to find the Yuanyang Beast Pill, absorb the power of Yuanyang in it, and break your own shackles, only then can you have a chance to advance. But helplessly, Yuanyang beasts have always been rare, and Yuanyang beasts that can produce Yuanyang Beast Pills are even rarer. Anyway, it is said that at the end of the prehistoric period, the Yuanyang beast completely disappeared. Since then, the strength ranking of the ferocious beast clan has been fixed, and many ferocious beasts have chosen to lie down. All I know is eating and drinking, and I will never practice again. Because they know that the rank has been fixed for a long time, no matter how hard they try, there is no way to break through the shackles. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 309 Karma. Tao Ti wonders where Fang Qingran got the Yuanyang Pill. It only knows that its chance to change its destiny has come. It can obtain the Yuanyang Beast Pill, absorb the power of Yuanyang, and break through the restrictions of the rules. Fang Qingran touched his chin, his eyes fell on the jade palm, and his eyes searched. A single beast pill was not enough to make Tao Ti lose his composure. There must be something special about this Yuanyang Beast Pill. Fang Qingran searched her memory and found no clues about the Yuanyang Beast Pill, so Fang Qingran chose to put away the Beast Pill without moving her expression. Fang Qingran, what are you doing? Tao Ti bared his teeth and showed his fierce look. Have you ever seen anyone who paid me the employment fee first? You have to be my mount first, and then I will give you the Beast Pill when I don't need it. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were clear and extremely sincere. Then you swear now that you will give me the Yuanyang Beast Pill. Tao Ti shone with a sharp light, and there must be no ambiguity when it comes to the Yuanyang Beast Pill. Fang Qingran looked calm, raised 3 fingers to the sky, and said crisply, I, Fang Qingran, swear that I will give the Yuanyang beast pill to Tao Ti. If I violate this oath, I will be willing to be struck by 5 thunders. Tao Ti didn't realize the trap in Fang Qingran's words, put away his ferocious appearance, and prepared to transform into his true body. Wait a minute, you don't want to turn into a sheep body with a human face and tiger teeth and human hands, right? Fang Qingran's eyes were full of resistance. Is there any problem? Tao Ti said proudly. If it weren't for not attracting attention, who would want to become a dog? Fang Qingran. Of course there is a problem. No woman would accept such an ugly mount, right? You'll look like a mighty white tiger. It's best to wear wings on your back and show 2 fangs. Fang Qingran had no hope in the aesthetics of the ferocious beast and chose a designated image. Isn't that Qiongqi? Tao Ti didn't want to recreate Qiongqi's appearance. A dense forest in the mysterious secret realm of Yuxuan. A dead 10th level monster lay on the ground. Not far away were 3 handsome men. Brother Lu, thank you for saving my life. Chu Beizu cupped his hands and thanked him. It's just a little effort. Lu Kanglan put away the magic weapon and gave Chu Beizu a little help. If Brother Lu hadn't come to the rescue today, Chan Yu and I would have been killed by this 10th level monster. Chu Beizu's gratitude was beyond words. He and Jiang Chanyu have the same nascent soul and the same golden core, so they're no match for the 10th level monster. If he didn't have the most life-saving magic weapons on his body, he might not have waited until Lu Kanglan showed up. Brother Lu, collect the body of the monster and let's continue our journey. Jiang Chanyu said from the side. 10th level monsters are extremely rare in Kyushu. The flesh and blood on their bodies can be used as medicine, and their muscles and bones can be used to refine weapons. Of course, the most precious thing about Warcraft is the Beast Elixir. Those who refine the Beast Elixir have the opportunity to obtain the skills of Warcraft. You have your share, I only want the Beast Elixir, Lu Kanglan said in a warm voice with warm eyes. The Lingyun sect never lacks materials for refining medicines and weapons, and the 3rd junior sister and 4th junior brother rarely use the flesh and blood of monsters in the furnace. They all dislike the demonic energy on the Warcraft, which would affect the effect of the final product. Thank you so much, Brother Lu. Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu agreed happily without refusing. Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu picked up the sharp swords and walked towards the monster, preparing to take out the Beast Elixir and hand it to Lu Kanglan before putting the body away. The 2 of them had just approached the Warcraft. Whoosh! 3 sharp arrows fell from the sky and pierced into the body of the monster. Then an arrogant voice sounded not far away, since those who see the monster have a share, then I also contribute, so I should have a share, right? Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu looked up and saw several people from Heilingzhu walking towards the corpse of the monster. Luo Yuxuan, Brother Lu killed the monster, what does it have to do with you? Chu Beizu said coldly. Why doesn't it matter? Is Yuxuan's arrow still stuck in it? The person next to Luo Xuanyi said. Chu Beizu's face was cold. When Lu Kanglan killed the monster, he deliberately avoided the monster's body to ensure that its fur was intact. As a result, Luo Xuanyi was lucky. 3 arrows went directly into his belly, destroying the best fur of the monster. Chu Beizu understood that Luo Yuxuan did this just to deliberately disgust them. They wouldn't give Luo Yuxuan the corpse of the monster at all, and Luo Yuxuan and the others couldn't defeat them. If Mr. Chu is not willing to give it, we can give it to Mr. Chu. Luo Yuxuan looked indifferent and smiled wildly. Get out. Chu Beizu's eyes were slightly cold. If it had been before, he would have taken action against Luo Yuxuan and others. Luo Yuxuan shrugged and said sarcastically, Chu Beizu, since your father was arrested, you have been in trouble. Brothers, let's go and don't associate with such a coward. Luo Yuxuan and others laughed very loudly and walked past Chu Beizu. Chu Beizu's hand holding the sword was trembling, and his eyes were bloodshot. His father voluntarily left with Bailey's family in order to protect them, not to be arrested. Jiang Chanyu put his hand on Chu Beizu's shoulder. Beizu, don't be impulsive. Luo Yuxuan glanced at Jiang Chanyu and paused slightly. Are you in the early stage of the Golden Elixir? How is it possible to get a place to enter the Yuxuan secret realm in the early stage of Jindan? Even if you come in through alchemy and talisman painting, you still need to have a cultivation level of the middle stage of the Golden Elixir. Isn't this Huo Lingzhu cheating? Several others also looked at Jiang Chanyu in shock. Does it have anything to do with you? Jiang Chanyu was tall and tall, a head taller than Luo Yuxuan, showing a calm demeanor. Luo Yuxuan looked reserved, and his intuition told him that Jiang Chanyu was more dangerous than Chu Beizu. Luo Yuxuan looked deeply at Jiang Chanyu, and walked away under the surprised looks of several senior brothers. When several people passed by Lu Kanglan, they showed provocative expressions to Lu Kanglan. Only Luo Yuxuan looked worried and ignored Lu Kanglan. Lu Kanglan's warm eyes flashed with a faint light, and the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. He unintentionally flipped his sleeves, straightened his clothes, and watched the others leave. Brother Chu, Brother Jiang, are you willing to go with me? Lu Kanglan asked. It's an honor. Jiang Chanyu smiled with a smile on his eyebrows, and swayed the jade pendant around his waist. Lu Kanglan put away the beast pill and the 3 of them walked together. Because Lu Kanglan, the avatar, was in charge, Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu gained a lot. Most of them were collected by Chu Beizu. Jiang Chanyu and Lu Kanglan didn't seem to be interested in most of them. Brother Lu, you have been walking eastward the past few days, why not try walking north today? Jiang Chanyu touched the jade pendant around his waist and suggested. Yeah, Lu Kanglan responded. Chu Beizu's eyes showed surprise. Before entering the mysterious realm, Jiang Chanyu clearly said that his opportunity was in the east. Why did he suddenly change his direction? Jiang Chanyu patted Chu Beizu on the shoulder and said earnestly like an elder brother, Beizu, cause and effect pays attention to repaying kindness. Creating all things is the best way to save yourself. Chu Beizu was confused. What? A sudden scream from the front made Chu Beizu come back to his senses. Chu Beizu vaguely felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, and the screams were mixed with several animal roars. Liu Kanglan stopped and spread his consciousness to observe the situation in the distance. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 310 Heavenly Beasts. In fact, in this mysterious and dangerous realm, it is extremely dangerous to release one's consciousness easily. But Liu Kanglan's situation is slightly different. He is a formation mage. He can control the power of his spiritual consciousness extremely well without being discovered by the strong. He can also withdraw his spiritual consciousness at critical moments to ensure that he will not be injured. Ahead, Luo Yuxuan and the others were running as fast as they could, with the cheetah following behind them. Luo Yuxuan turned around and found that the leopard behind him was about to catch up with them. Luo Yuxuan's eyes turned dark. The leopard was a 10th level monster. If it caught up, everyone would die. In the light of the carbide fire, Luo Yuxuan's heart skipped a beat, he raised his foot, and a stone rolled to the feet of a disciple. Without noticing for a moment, the disciple leaned forward and fell forward. The disciple looked frightened. In order to stabilize his body, he subconsciously leaned his body back. Sudden. Another disciple who was anxious to escape ran directly into this disciple, and both of them fell to the ground at the same time. However, the disciples behind them who were anxious to escape did not care about the situation of these two people at all. One of them even stepped on the two disciples directly. Help, don't throw it down. Zhao Moyang, who was trapped below, shouted in despair. Wait for me, don't leave. The grey-clothed disciple on Zhao Moyang quickly jumped up, trying to escape with the people in front. But before the grey-clothed disciple could run forward, a hand grabbed his ankle. The grey-clothed disciple lowered his head and saw Zhao Moyang saying with fear on his face, "Don't leave me." The grey-clothed disciple's eyes flashed with impatience, and they flew away when the disaster was approaching. How could he have time to save others? Besides, if it hadn't been for Zhao Moyang, he wouldn't have been tripped. Why should he save Zhao Moyang after wasting so much time? The grey-clothed disciple exerted force on his feet, trying to break free from Zhao Moyang's shackles. But Zhao Moyang held his ankle tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, and refused to let go. Zhao Moyang knew very well that if he let go at this moment, he would only die. And even if it means death. He also had to pull someone on his back, because if the grey-clothed disciple hadn't bumped into him, he would have run far away and would not have been at the end. The two had different thoughts, and the stalemate could not last more than a moment. The cheetah was getting closer and closer to the two of them. The grey-clothed disciple's eyes widened and his voice trembled. Zhao Moyang. Let go of me, let go. Zhao Moyang did not let go, and held on tighter. Ah. The grey-clothed disciple let out a cry of collapse, and at the same time, a stream of warm liquid flowed into Zhao Moyang's hand. Before Zhao Moyang could think too much, he realized that the cheetah's aura was only one step away from him. Roar. A leopard roar fell, and a shadow appeared in front of Zhao Moyang's eyes. The leopard leaped up and took the grey-clothed disciple's head into its mouth. Its sharp fangs cut off the grey-clothed disciple's neck. In an instant, blood flew across Zhao Moyang's face. Zhao Moyang's pupils trembled greatly. Facing the dangerous eyes of the leopard, Zhao Moyang did not dare to make any movement, and his throat was unable to make a sound. Only now did Zhao Moyang understand that people will lose their voice in the face of extreme fear. Boom. The body of the grey-clothed disciple fell towards the leopard. The leopard didn't care about the grey-clothed disciple, but instead showed an aggressive attitude towards Zhao Moyang. Just when the cheetah was about to attack Zhao Moyang, several roars of cubs were heard in the distance. The cheetah suddenly turned its head and ran towards the direction of the cub. It took a long time for Zhao Moyang to recover from the aftermath of the disaster. Zhao Moyang got up from the ground, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and murmured to himself, "If you want to blame Luo Yuxuan. If he hadn't been selfish, we wouldn't be in this situation now." Zhao Moyang looked at the direction Luo Yuxuan left with cold eyes and chose to go in the opposite direction. Less than a moment after Zhao Moyang left, Liu Kanglan, Chu Beizu, and Jiang Chanyu came over. Chu Beizu looked at the grey-clothed disciples on the ground and sighed. They're really ruthless. In order to survive, they even pulled people from the same sect to support them. Liu Kanglan's gentle eyes did not have any ups and downs, he was just following human instinct. Are we still going north? Chu Beizu asked aloud. The north was the direction that the cheetah was chasing. If they followed, they might confront the cheetah. Liu Kanglan's eyes were clear and he said warmly, Brother Chu and Brother Jiang don't have contracted beasts yet, right? Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu shook their heads at the same time. For monks, contract beasts are equivalent to fighting partners and are extremely important. They look down on spiritual beasts that are too weak, and the family will not allow them to make contracts. Those spiritual beasts that are too powerful will be captured by the Bailey family as soon as they appear, and it is very difficult for them to get them. In fact, this situation does not only happen to them. In the entire Kyushu, there are very few people with powerful contract beasts. Does the heavenly beast like it? Liu Kanglan was dressed in plain brocade clothes, like an orchid tree, warm and elegant. Brother Liu, you. Chu Beizu, a handsome young man, suddenly stuttered and looked at Liu Kanglan with his handsome eyes in surprise. That's disrespectful. Jiang Chanyu smiled and cupped his hands in thanks. Chu Beizu suppressed his excitement and said to Jiang Chanyu with a little worry, Chanyu, do we want to surrender the heaven-level spiritual beast? Isn't it better? They have a nascent soul and a golden pill, and can boast contract with 8th-level spiritual beasts. If it were a higher-level spiritual beast, it would be difficult to suppress it with the power of the divine consciousness. You don't want it? Jiang Chanyu asked meaningfully. Of course, Chu Beizu immediately answered. Heaven level. That monk doesn't want to make a contract, he is definitely mentally ill. On the mainland, the levels of spiritual beasts are divided into levels 1 to 12, heavenly beasts, fairy beasts, holy beasts, emperor beasts, divine beasts, and super divine beasts. Except for the non-existent imperial beasts, divine beasts and super divine beasts. The highest level left is the holy beast, which is equivalent to the monks in the integration stage. Immortal beasts and heavenly beasts are equivalent to virtual god monks and god transforming monks respectively. With the strength of him and Jiang Chanyu, it can be said that it is difficult to get a heavenly beast. Now someone wants to give them a heavenly beast. How could he not want it? You have to follow the trend and don't force it. Jiang Chanyu smiled even deeper when he saw Chu Beizu's impatient look. Correct me, I'm talking about heavenly beasts, not spiritual beasts. Lu Kanglan spoke up again. What? Brother Lu, are you kidding? Chu Beizu's eyes widened and his excitement was palpable. Spiritual beasts and exotic beasts of the same level are not on the same level at all. Alien beasts are born with only 5 levels: low-level alien beasts, high-level alien beasts, heaven-level alien beasts, fairy-level alien beasts, and quasi-divine alien beasts. Among them, the celestial beasts have a strength that far exceeds that of the monks in the integration stage. Beizu, why did Brother Lu make a joke to us? Jiang Chanyu's eyes were calm, and he didn't look at all surprised by this matter. Chanyu, did you already know? Chu Beizu suppressed his restlessness and asked. Jiang Chanyu smiled and said nothing, and kept up with Lu Kanglan. Lu Kanglan was a lucky person, so he would never go wrong if he hugged this thigh tightly. Chu Beizu looked at Jiang Chanyu's back with a little resentment. He seemed to be the one who grew up with Jiang Chanyu, right? Why do we have a tacit agreement to become them now? Also, Jiang Chanyu used to have a character that kept away from strangers, so how come he and Lu Kanglan are brothers now? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 311 Spiritual Master. The three of them walked through a dense forest and came to the entrance of the valley. There is a narrow path in the middle of the valley. Only thin and fragmented light shines into the valley. You can see that the stone walls around the valley are covered with moss and climbing vines. Lu Kanglan did not choose to release his spiritual consciousness to explore the situation inside. After all, the deep valley is different from the previous dense forest. The spiritual power of the heavenly beasts is extremely sharp. If they release their spiritual consciousness at this time, it will easily scare the snake away. At this time, a cool breeze came out of Xigu and blew over the faces of the three people. Do you smell blood? Chu Beizu asked solemnly. With such a strong smell of blood, many people must have died. Jiang Chanyu continued. Brother Lu, isn't the alien beast we are looking for inside? Chu Beizu really wanted to contract a heaven-level alien beast. But he doesn't want that kind of extremely evil beast that commits murder. Even if a contract is made with this strange beast, feeding it will be a problem in the future. Lu Kanglan's warm eyes flashed with dark light, and without answering Chu Beizu's question, he walked towards the valley. Jiang Chanyu grabbed Chu Beizu's collar and dragged him directly, following Lu Kanglan. As a brother who grew up with Chu Beizu, naturally Jiang Chanyu understood Chu Beizu's thoughts very well. It is a good thing to be a handsome young man who hates evil as much as he hates evil and is upright. But this world is not a black and white world. After all, Chu Beizu was so well protected by Chu Chanji. After Lu Kanglan entered the valley, his eyes were alert and every step he took was even more measured. Chanyu, let me go quickly. Chu Beizu's face turned red and he lowered his voice. Jiang Chanyu's eyes were straight and he said seriously, Beizu, no matter what happens, believe in Brother Lu, he is a man with a bright heart, do you understand? How did you? Chu Beizu swallowed back the following words. Jiang Chanyu's identity as a spiritual master must not be revealed. Chu Beizu concealed the surprise in his eyes. Jiang Chanyu used the power of speech spirit to say those words just now. Jiang Chanyu dared to say that. There were two situations. One is to confirm that Lu Kanglan is a person who has a bright moon in his heart, and the sentence has the meaning of blessing. The second is to use the power of words and spirits to restrain Lu Kanglan from becoming that kind of person. In this case, Jiang Chanyu needs to bear the cause and effect of his words. It's a good thing that Lu Kanglan has become a person with a bright heart. But if Lu Kanglan hadn't turned into this kind of person, Jiang Chanyu would have suffered a backlash. Let's go, follow. Jiang Chanyu let go of Chu Beizu's collar, with a smile on his face. Lu Kanglan's eyes darkened when he heard Jiang Chanyu's words. Did he have a bright moon in his heart? Lu Kanglan couldn't help but think of Yi Wenshan's words, be a person with a bright moon in your heart, and let the past go. After all, people have to look forward. One day you can break the darkness of the past and get everything. Of debt. Lu Kanglan's steps were a little slower, and her plain brocade clothes moved in the wind, making her figure even more upright, like her orchid, and every move she made was indescribably gentle and elegant. Crunch. A crisp sound broke the silence. Lu Kanglan looked down and saw that it was a human skull crushed under his feet. Lu Kanglan moved away slightly. The skull had obviously become so fragile after a long period of weathering. Someone must have entered before us. Jiang Chanyu analyzed as he observed the degree of fragmentation of the skull. It could also be other beasts. Lu Kanglan's voice was gentle. Chu Beizu. Is it appropriate for the two of you to study someone else's skull? Chu Beizu raised his head and looked forward, vaguely seeing something with white light. Chu Beizu crossed Lu Kanglan and Jiang Chanyu and took a few steps forward. When he got closer and saw clearly what was on the ground, Chu Beizu suddenly turned pale. There were actually some broken limbs and broken arms on the ground, some of which had been chewed up until only the bones were left. Chu Beizu saw a familiar Posho among the rags on the ground. Brother Lu, Qian Yu, they seem to be those people from Luo Yuxuan. How could they run into such a dangerous place? Chu Beizu may not fully understand other people. But Luo Yuxuan is definitely a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. With Luo Yuxuan's character, he would rather wait and make money than take risks himself. Maybe he was forced to have no choice. Jiang Chanyu said softly. They had animal attracting powder on them, and they were being chased by leopards. It was normal for them to panic and run into this place in a hurry. Then you shouldn't choose to run in here. There are many escape routes outside. Chu Beizu's eyes were filled with confusion. Lu Kanglin's eyes swept across the mess on the ground. Here is what they want. Jiang Chanyu's eyes flashed slightly, as if he thought of something. Brother Lu is still very observant. Greed is harmful to people. What riddles are you playing? Chu Beizu looked helpless. Why didn't he see anything? Jiang Chanyu explained with a smile, the 10th level monster is very rare, but when Luo Yuxuan looked at the corpse of the 10th level monster, he did not feel greedy, but deliberately destroyed the corpse of the monster. He must not like the corpse of the monster. They can't even look down on the 10th level monsters, which proves that Luo Yuxuan is interested in something better. Moreover, the beast attracting powder that Brother Lu put on him will only attract the 7th level monsters at most, but those who are chasing a few people it's a 10th level cheater. When Jiang Chanyu said this, he paused slightly. Wait a minute, when did Brother Lu give them the beast attracting powder? Chu Beizu looked confused. As for the 7th level monster, Luo Yuxuan and others could still deal with it together. Jiang Chanyu did not accept Chu Beizu's words and continued. With the strength of a few of them, they cannot outrun the 10th level jaguar leopard. That's why Luo Yuxuan chose to betray his teammates and delay the jaguar leopard's pursuit speed. Later, Luo Yuxuan and the others had escaped from the leopard's pursuit range, so there was no need to panic and choose the route. And the entrance to this valley is extremely secret. If it weren't for the guidance of Brother Lu's array, we wouldn't be able to find the valley at all. With the strength of Luo Yuxuan and the others, it is even more impossible to find the valley, unless they have a map in their hands, or they're coming for the valley. Jiang Chanyu patiently analyzed the guesses for Chu Beizu. Map. There is such a thing as a map in the Yuxuan secret realm. Chu Beizu felt that Jiang Chanyu's other words were reasonable, but the map was outrageous. There is a map of Yuxuan's secret realm from beginning to end, but we can't get our identities. Jiang Chanyu looked at Chu Beizu and patted Chu Beizu on the shoulder. The Bailey family's control over Kyushu was far beyond their imagination. Then are there any dead soldiers from the Bailey family in this secret realm? Chu Beizu clenched his fingers into fists. Without Jiang Chanyu's explanation, he could guess who made the map. While the two were talking, Lu Kanglin raised his eyes and looked at the stone wall of the valley. Lu Kanglin stared at the climbing grass on the stone wall. He wondered if it was his imagination. These climbing grasses seemed to be very similar to those seen at the entrance. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 312 refused to go in. A strange thought flashed through Lu Kanglin's mind. Could it be that these climbing grasses gave birth to spiritual intelligence? Lu Kanglin immediately rejected this idea in his heart. Climbing grass is a very common plant. If such plants want to produce spiritual intelligence, they are very rare. Of course, it is not impossible for climbing vine grass to produce spiritual wisdom, but the conditions for it to produce spiritual wisdom are extremely harsh. At least they can live for more than 10,000 years and have access to the source of power. Just living for 10,000 years is impossible for the climbing vine grass to achieve. Are we still going forward? Chu Beizu asked, looking at the broken arms and limbs on the ground. Let's go, Jiang Chanyu affirmed. There are not only heavenly beasts here, but there must be other treasures as well. You would be a fool not to go in. There may be dangers on the road ahead, so please follow me. Lu Kanglin said and continued walking forward. Lu Kanglin focused some of his energy on the climbing vine grass, while the rest of his energy was focused on the front and surroundings. The deaths of several people in Heilingzhu were tragic. There was no way there wouldn't be any commotion. In addition, the blood on the ground had just dried. According to the time, they should have heard some movement, but they did not hear any sound from the beginning to the end. Sudden. Lu Kanglin stopped and turned to look behind Chu Beizu. Chu Beizu looked at Lu Kanglin, who had a serious look on his face. He was so stiff that he didn't dare to move. If Brother Lu could show a serious expression, what was behind him must be difficult to deal with, right? Chu Beizu was afraid that he would see something scary when he turned around, so he kept observing Lu Kanglin's expression. Jiang Chanyu followed Lu Kanglin and turned around. Brother Lu, is there anything wrong? Someone else has entered the valley. We need to speed up. After speaking, Lu Kanglin turned and walked forward. Lu Kanglin's warm eyes were cold and cold. There were several gods among the group of people behind him, and one of them was obviously stronger than him. A team with such strength must be Dailingzhu. The group of people in Dailingzhu were not good people. Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu would only die if they faced them. Lu Kanglin was sure that the people from Dailingzhu must be here for the things inside. At the same time, at the entrance to the valley. Are you sure that a heavenly beast would live in such an aggrieved place? Luo Bingwen said with slight disgust, resistance written all over his face. Lu Changchan glanced at the map in his hand again. You can't go wrong, it's just inside. I feel depressed just standing here. If I walked in, I would be uncomfortable and die. The strange beasts living in this kind of place must be extremely dark. I don't want to go in. Luo Bingwen shook his head. Bingwen, don't be willful. This strange beast is very important to our Emperor Lingzhu. Lu Anling comforted the angry Luo Bingwen. Luo Bingwen looked at Lu Changchan and asked, this map must have been given to you by that old guy, master, right? Lu Changchan remained silent, his eyes narrowed slightly. What on earth did Luo Bingwen want to do? Then senior brother, do you want to guess who sent this map to master? Luo Bingwen asked. Bailey family, Lu Changchan said. HMPH, this is the secret realm of Yuxuan. Let me just say it directly. The Bailey family will never be kind enough to give us the map. If the Bailey family can get the map, why don't they catch the heaven level beasts themselves? Luo Bingwen held his hands in his arms. Asked seriously. When everyone heard Luo Bingwen's words, they all fell into deep thought. With the Bailey family's strong personality, it was absolutely impossible to hand over the heavenly beasts to others. Luo Bingwen snapped his fingers and then asked, "What kind of strength are the people in the Bailey family? What kind of strength are we?" "Luo Bingwen, what exactly do you want to say?" Lu Changqian's eyes were cold. He was clearly the senior brother, but Luo Bingwen always stole his limelight intentionally or unintentionally. "Everything that the Bailey family of False God can't catch, aren't we going to die if we go in? I don't want these heavenly beasts. I just want to have a good experience, do my best, and leave the mysterious realm alive." Luo Bingwen doesn't mince words. "Bingwen, don't be willful," Lu Anling advised. "I thought very clearly, I will not go in," Luo Bingwen said firmly. Everyone looked at Luo Bingwen with different expressions, including contempt, envy, and confusion. Luo Bingwen faced everyone's gaze with a calm face. On the road of cultivation, when facing difficulties, he should also act according to his ability. Lu Anling was about to speak to persuade Luo Bingwen, but Lu Changqian raised his hand to stop him. Lu Changqian said coldly, "It's okay if you don't go in. Your behavior at the moment is equivalent to abandoning your teammates, so in the next 400 years, don't expect us to help you." "Okay," Luo Bingwen responded happily. "This damp and dark valley is full of dangers, and entering it means you will die." He still wants to live for a while. After all, the master spent a lot of spiritual stones to train him. Lu Changqian's lips curved into a sneer. "Who else among you wants to quit?" Everyone looked at each other in shock. The few people who wanted to quit did not have the courage and confidence of Luo Bingwen. There are still some who are too weak and would be seeking death if they left, so they might as well follow Lu Changqian. "Bingwen, danger and opportunity coexist," Lu Anling advised in a low voice. Lu Anling knew very well that Luo Bingwen's perception of danger was different from ordinary people. The place Luo Bingwen didn't want to go meant that it was extremely easy to lose his life. He followed Luo Bingwen in the past and escaped many dangers. But many opportunities were missed because of this. In the world of immortality, opportunities and dangers always coexist. This is an iron rule. "And Ling, we can't solve this danger." Luo Bingwen's eyes were complicated as he scanned everyone's faces one by one. "These disciples are all outstanding disciples of Dailingzhu. I'm afraid half of them will be lost in the valley. Senior brother Bingwen, the path of cultivation is to go against the will of nature. If you retreat when you encounter some danger, wouldn't it go against your true intention?" A disciple said. "I like to assess the situation." Luo Bingwen responded without blushing or heartbeat. His cultivation path must follow his own trajectory, and other people's rules have nothing to do with him. "Senior brother, I'm sorry, I don't worry about Bingwen being alone outside." Lu Anling thought over and over again and finally chose to go with Luo Bingwen. Before the master came in, he told him to protect Luo Bingwen. Lu Changqian's eyes flashed with coldness, and Luo Bingwen had no objection to leaving him. After all, Luo Bingwen's alchemy skills were useless here. Lu Anling, the formation master, was of great use to him, and Lu Changqian didn't want to let Lu Anling go. "And Ling, do you want to fool around with Luo Bingwen?" Lu Changqian said slightly seriously. Lu Anling sent a message, "Elder brother, you should know how much master attaches great importance to Bingwen. Before entering the mysterious realm of Yakshuan, he specifically asked me to protect Bingwen." Lu Changqian waved his hand. "That's all, you can leave if you want." Except for Luo Bingwen and Lu Anling, everyone else chose to go with Lu Changqian. "Elder brother, this trip is precious." Lu Anling handed Lu Changqian a formation disc. "This is a defensive formation disc. When senior brother is in danger, just throw it out." Lu Changqian took over the array and said, "And Ling, think carefully. If you miss it, you will have no chance. Elder brother, whatever you give up will eventually lead to something." Lu Anling smiled slightly and said goodbye. "Here, all the inventory is given to you." Luo Bingwen raised his hand and each threw several bottles of pills, except for Lu Changqian. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 313 Temporary Contract. Luo Bingwen smiled brightly at Lu Changqian. "Elder brother, you must have a lot of life-saving treasures in your hands, and you must not look down on me." Lu Changqian did not answer, looked at the two of them deeply, and walked into the valley. Seeing this, the others followed Lu Changqian. "And Ling, why did you give him the Heavenly Order formation?" Luo Bingwen asked in confusion. He knows how much Lu Anling treasures the array best. Lu Anling takes care of the heaven-level array every day and lets the array absorb the power of the early sun and the power of the moon. Even in order to get the skills about the formation plate, he was reluctant to eat spiritual food, and exchanged all the spiritual food he saved into contribution points to exchange for the time spent in the library. "I still have a chance to get the heavenly formation disc," Lu Anling said solemnly. He hoped that the formation disc could save everyone at the critical moment. He has already laid out everything on the Tianji array, and Lu Changqian only needs to put in the spirit stones to activate it. Luo Bingwen took 2 steps forward and pushed aside the climbing grass on the stone wall. "And Ling, come and take a look. There is a strange mark here." Lu Anling walked over, took a closer look, and said, "This is the mark of perception left by the formation master. Someone entered the valley before senior brother. But we didn't hear anything when we came." Luo Bingwen looked into the valley. The passage in the valley was very narrow and could only accommodate 3 people at most. Luo Bingwen looked up and found that the whole valley looked more and more like a mouth. Luo Bingwen felt uncomfortable. The valley was so quiet and strange. "We didn't hear any noise after senior brother and the others entered," Lu Anling said worriedly. "Will those who get in first lay a trap ahead? And Ling, do you think those who went in can still come out?" Luo Bingwen looked along the passage and saw that Lu Changqian and others had long since disappeared. Lu Anling pursed her lips and did not reply. Luo Bingwen thought for a moment and made a decision. "And Ling, if you are really worried about senior brother and the others, I will go in with you." Lu Anling shook his head. We can't go in. Let's walk around the valley. Maybe we can find more clues. During this time, Lu Kanglan took Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu into a dark place. Lu Kanglan took out a nightlight pearl and illuminated it. In an instant, the three of them saw their environment clearly. This is a naturally formed cave. There are messy claw marks on the rock wall inside the cave, and the ground is covered with the corpses of various beasts. Plus, there was very little fresh blood, so it was obvious someone had broken in before them. Further forward in the cave, there were 3 passages, just wide enough for them to bend down and pass through. Lu Kanglan approached the passage and found a tuft of cheetah hair at the entrance of the second passage. With the size of a cheetah, it is absolutely impossible to pass here, Jiang Chanyu said. This is obviously left by the cheetah leopard cub. Lu Kanglan's eyes sank slightly, so the cheetah leopard let Zhao Moang go because the cub was taken away. The only people who can take away the cub are Luo Yuxuan and others. If the cheetah's cub is inside, the cheetah will definitely not give up. Chu Beizu continued. Lu Kanglan's warm eyes flashed with a glint, and he said in one direction, come out. Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu looked surprised at the same time, looking warily in a certain direction. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the rock wall not far away shattered. A cheetah came out. The cheetah took a few steps forward and looked at Lu Kanglan's level. The leopard roared at Lu Kanglan. Zheng. Chu Beizu pulled out his weapon and stood in front of Lu Kanglan, preventing the leopard from taking another step forward. The cheetah's eyes were filled with anger, and he was obviously irritated by Chu Beizu's behavior. He raised his front paws and swung towards Chu Beizu. Beizu, Jiang Chanyu's face turned pale. The cheetah's attack used % of its strength, and Chu Beizu can withstand it at all. Lu Kanglan said to the leopard, if you want to save your cub, don't hurt my teammates. The cheetah's claws that were about to fall were frozen in midair. Can this person understand what it meant? Lu Kanglan put his slender hands on Chu Beizu's shoulders and pulled him behind him. You want us to save your cub, but you also need to do me a favor. Lu Kanglan looked at the cheetah with calm eyes. Roar. Leopard signaled Lu Kanglan to make a condition. Sign a temporary contract with me and protect the cubs until they are rescued. Lu Kanglan looked at Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu. The cheetah seems a little dissatisfied. As a monster, how can it make a contract with humans? Except us who can save your cub, you can't find anyone else. Lu Kanglan said with a gentle voice. The cheetah roared a few more times. If he didn't save the cubs, you would swallow them now. The corners of Lu Kanglan's lips were slightly raised, and her warm brows revealed confidence and calmness. Can you give it a try? Roar. Cunning humans. If you want to consume its strength, it will not be fooled. The strength of Lu Kanglan, who is in the stage of becoming a god, is basically the same as it. If one person and one beast fight, he is afraid that other things will benefit, but he is not stupid. The cheetah's eyes were proud, as if asking Lu Kanglan, how could he be willing to save his cub? You are afraid of human beings, and I am also afraid of you. There must be an agreement. Lu Kanglan refused to give in. The cheetah showed its fangs. This human looked gentle and elegant, but was not easy to talk to at all. If it hadn't seen that he had a good heart, it would have swallowed him long ago. But the cub still mattered, so the cheetah finally nodded and agreed to Lu Kanglan's request. Don't resist. Lu Kanglan raised his hand and landed on the cheetah's head. In an instant, white light flashed around the person and the beast, and the temporary contract was established. Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu stared at each other, feeling very dreamy. Is the contract so casual? The cheetah leopard checked the contract in his consciousness. Through the contract, the cheetah leopard could faintly feel the power of heaven. The leopard looked up and down at Lu Kanglan. Isn't this guy a lucky guy? Cheetah leopard felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have used an equal contract. Lu Kanglan smiled warmly and patted the cheetah on the head. The cheetah's size shrank sharply, from a person tall to a foot tall. Lu Kanglan grabbed the leopard by its neck and threw it directly into Chu Beizu's arms. Brother Chu, please take care of me along the way. Chu Beizu stared stiffly at the 10th level cheetah in his arms, feeling slightly dreamy. The cheetah leopard looked at Chu Beizu with disdain in his eyes. How could such a weak boy live so long with a weak mind? Jiang Chanyu looked at Chu Beizu who was standing still, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times, but in the end he said nothing. Brother Lu, which way should we take? Jiang Chanyu pointed to the 3 passages. Along the way, Jiang Chanyu always felt that Lu Kanglan's perception was stronger than his. These roads are just confusing, we won't go on them, Lu Kanglan said, walking towards a rock wall and raising his hand to press a bulge on the rock wall. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 314. Lu Kanglan's hand just pressed down. There was a slight vibration all around, and then the rock wall in front of Lu Kanglan moved, and a new passage appeared in front of the 3 of them. Chu Beizu looked away from the leopard and looked up at Lu Kanglan with surprise on his face. He was unable to discover such an obscure mechanism, but Brother Lu found it easily. Brother Lu, how did you find out about the trap here? Chu Beizu looked at Lu Kanglan with burning eyes. It's just a fluke. Lu Kanglan was dressed in plain clothes with a leisurely look. This kind of heaven and earth induction that is unique to the formation master cannot be described in words. If you look closely, it can be regarded as a kind of luck. Chu Beizu's eyes lit up and he walked towards Lu Kanglan. Chu Beizu forgot that there was a cheetah in his arms. As he took a step, his hands loosened and the cheetah fell down. Cheetah leopard. Jiang Chanyu immediately stepped forward and caught the cheetah that almost fell to the ground. Don't blame me. Chu Beizu walked up to Lu Kanglan and said excitedly, Brother Lu, are you interested in being a guest of our Chu family? The terms are whatever you want. Thank you, Brother Chu, for your kindness. We have no plans for the moment. A warm smile flashed across Lu Kanglan's handsome face. The Liu family and the Chu family are both in Huolingzhu. Now that the two families have the same enemy, the Bailey family, there will be some peace. But the Liu family has always been afraid of the Chu family. Although he has nothing to do with the Liu family now, he still owes the ancestors of the Liu family a favor that he has not repaid, so it is not appropriate to join the Chu family. For the time being, Chu Beizu's eyes widened. Liu Kanglin's words did not mean rejection. If he could find a way to abduct Liu Kanglin to the Chu family, his father would be very happy. Right now. The cheetah in Jiang Chanyu's arms made a muffled sound. Jiang Chanyu was about to open his mouth and threw the leopard to Chu Beizu. He couldn't bear a bite from the leopard. Someone is coming, you go in first, Liu Kanglin said warmly. Chu Beizu walked into the stone gate holding the leopard stiffly, and Jiang Chanyu followed him with a smile. Liu Kanglin's warm eyes became deep, and she looked deeply at the entrance for a few times, and then walked into the stone door. Chu Beizu held up the luminous pearl and walked at the front. Hiss. Chanyu, do you feel it's cold here? How can it be warm if you don't see the light all year round? Jiang Chanyu asked. That's right, but why do I feel that this passage is not naturally formed? It seems to be man-made. Chu Beizu held up the luminous pearl with one hand and protected the cheetah with the other. He did not free his hand to touch the bumps on the stone wall. The width here is just right for a person to pass without touching anything. It doesn't look like it was formed naturally. Jiang Chanyu observed the uneven stone wall through the light of the luminous pearl. Who would come to the secret realm to practice these things? Jiang Chanyu touched the jade pendant on his waist, and the jade pendant glowed red. Jiang Chanyu's complexion changed suddenly. Red was an ominous sign. They will be in danger here. It must be those crazy people from the Bailey family. They are the only ones with the strength to move in and out of a place like this. Chu Beizu's tone was slightly colder. Beizu, give me the night pearl, and you can light the strange fire. Jiang Chanyu said extremely seriously. When Chu Beizu heard Jiang Chanyu's words, he turned around and handed the night pearl to Jiang Chanyu without any hesitation, then turned around and raised his hand to reveal the strange fire. Chu Beizu lowered his head and glanced at the cheetah in his arms. Why is this guy so quiet? Where has its arrogance gone? Chu Beizu vaguely felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. In the passage, in addition to their breathing and footsteps, there seemed to be the sound of dripping water. And many more. The sound of water drops. They have been walking for so long and haven't seen any moisture at all. Why is there water? A chill rushed into Chu Beizu's heart. He hugged the cheetah tightly. The cheetah seemed to be afraid, and shrank into his arms, becoming even quieter. Jiang Chanyu took the luminous pearl and approached the stone wall, trying to check some traces. However, when the light of the night pearl shines on the bulge of the stone wall, Jiang Chanyu's face suddenly turned pale, and she subconsciously stepped back, hitting the stone wall behind her. Boo! An extremely subtle sound came from behind Jiang Chanyu. Jiang Chanyu was so frightened that she turned away from the stone wall. At the same time, she reached out and wiped it on her back, and her fingers touched a trace of cold mucus. Jiang Chanyu looked at the green mucus on his fingertips and felt a chill. Chu Beizu heard Jiang Chanyu's panicked footsteps, turned around and asked, Chanyu, what's wrong? Don't touch the surrounding stone walls. Jiang Chanyu's voice was trembling. The scene he just saw flashed through Jiang Chanyu's mind, and his heart trembled for a while, and he clenched the night pearl in his hand. Chu Beizu's eyes showed surprise, and the strange fire in his hand came slightly closer to the stone wall. Only then did Chu Beizu see clearly that the protrusions on the stone wall were not stones, but unhatched insect eggs. He could vaguely see the eggs moving, proving that they were still alive. Chu Beizu suppressed his fear, looked at other places with strange fire, and found that almost all the bumps were clinging insect eggs. Chanyu, Brother Liu, look at these things quickly. Chu Beizu was in a mess, and his face was pale. What if all the insect eggs of this size were hatched? Then I am afraid that everyone in the entire secret realm will suffer. Unlike Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu who were panicking, Liu Kanglin looked calm, as if he had anticipated everything. Don't provoke them, keep moving forward. Liu Kanglin handed Jiang Chanyu a porcelain bottle and said warmly, Brother Jiang, sprinkle these powders behind you and change clothes after you get out of here. Thank you, Brother Liu. Jiang Chanyu took the porcelain bottle and spread the powder on his shirt without hesitation. Chu Beizu looked at it and walked forward in silence. But every next step, Chu Beizu took with trepidation, feeling like a light on his back. Jiang Chanyu walked in the middle with cautious eyes. If he guessed correctly, the slight sound before was probably the sound of insect eggs bursting. He broke their eggs. I wonder if it would cause trouble to everyone. But this time, there was a rustle of movement all around, as if it was the sound of insects crawling by. Chu Beizu paused, not daring to move forward. Brother Chu, keep walking. Liu Kanglin's slightly serious voice reached Chu Beizu's ears. After hearing this, Chu Beizu walked forward without looking at the situation around him. Jiang Chanyu instantly felt cold all over his body, and a sense of danger surged into his heart. Those things were obviously aimed at him. Brother Jiang, I'm here. Liu Kanglin's slender hand patted Jiang Chanyu's shoulder. In an instant, the sense of death threat disappeared, leaving only the feeling of a ray of light on my back. Liu Kanglin retracted his hand, his eyes flashed with sharp luster in the dim light, and his consciousness spread to protect Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu. The sounds all around are getting tighter and tighter, which makes people irritable. Chu Beizu quickened his steps forward, but the passage he could not see in the direction made him a little uneasy, and the strange fire in his hand flickered. The jade pendant around Jiang Chanyu's waist was still shining red. Only Liu Kanglin walked neither lightly nor slowly, taking every step calmly and calmly. Liu Kanglin's gentle brows looked at the surrounding walls with the faint light of the night pearl, and there was an imperceptible hint of coldness in his eyes. The things here are not insect eggs, but goo. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 315. This fool has taken a liking to you. The cultivation process of goo is very bloody. On the Kyushu continent, there were crazy goo masters who reached out to babies in order to cultivate better goo. Goo cultivated using infants is not only % loyal, but also has astonishing destructive power. Later, the Bailey family came forward to destroy everything related to voodoo. At this point, goo was included in the list of evil arts and became a forbidden technique. The fact that voodoo has become a forbidden technique does not mean that voodoo has disappeared, but it means that voodoo has become something that ordinary monks can no longer touch. Liu Kanglan glanced at one of the goo, and there was an extra pill in his hand. Astonishingly, it is the golden elixir that Yunhai gave everyone before. The auras of the two are the same. There are really poisonous eggs in the golden spirit pill. Why does the Bailey family give poison to every disciple? As soon as the golden spirit pill came out, the surroundings became silent, except for the footsteps of the three people. Liu Kanglan's gentle eyes showed sarcasm. These goo were indeed cultivated by the Bailey family. If such a large number of goo were successfully cultivated, wouldn't the entire 9 provinces fall? But those things guarding the goo eggs in the dark are not weak, and it is not easy to kill these goo eggs. Is there anything that can set the entire passage on fire at once? Liu Kanglan thought for a moment and put away the golden spirit pill. This matter must be considered in the long term. Once it fails, it may cause disaster to the entire Yakshuan secret realm. At the moment, it is important to contract exotic beasts to Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu first. We're at the exit. Chu Beizu looked at the light in front of him with joy on his face. He quickened his pace and walked out of the cave. He turned around and looked inside. Chanyu, brother Liu, there is an empty valley outside. Jiang Chanyu was obviously relieved and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Chirp. A creepy sound sounded. Immediately afterwards, a huge centipede head hung down in front of Jiang Chanyu, blocking Jiang Chanyu's way. Jiang Chanyu's face turned pale instantly and he took a few steps back, a chill rising from the soles of his feet. Jiang Chanyu met Centipede's cold eyes, which were full of coldness. Jiang Chanyu's pupils shrank sharply, and the luminous pearl in his hand fell to the ground, like falling into an ice cellar. Chu Beizu, who had just left the cave entrance, looked at the centipede hanging upside down on the rock wall above. His heart tightened and he was shocked. A sharp sword jumped into his hand, and he raised his hand to stab the centipede. Zhang. The sharp sword pierced the centipede's abdomen, but it failed to hurt the centipede at all. Centipede seemed to be irritated by Chu Beizu. It raised its head and sprayed a stream of black liquid in the direction of Chu Beizu. Beizu, get away. It's poisonous, Jiang Chanyu shouted loudly. But the centipede obviously didn't intend to let Jiang Chanyu go. After spraying venom at Chu Beizu, it turned around and attacked Jiang Chanyu. At the same time, Chu Beizu saw the oncoming liquid and wanted to dodge, but found that his legs were as heavy as 10,000 pounds and he could not make any movement at all. Chu Beizu's handsome eyes dimmed slightly, and he understood that it must be Centipede's fault. Now that it was clear that he had no time to dodge, he lowered his head and glanced at the cheetah apologetically. Chu Beizu threw away the sharp sword in his hand and wrapped his sleeves around the cheetah in his arms to prevent it from being splashed with venom. The cheetah felt Chu Beizu's movements, and his eyes flashed with surprise. This human actually chose to protect it first. It's a monster. Warcraft and humans have always been mortal enemies. Why would Chu Beizu save a mortal enemy? No. Centipede's strength is far superior to it. If Chu Beizu is splashed with venom, he will probably die immediately. The cheetah squirmed and tried to break free from Chu Beizu's arms. Don't move. Chu Beizu's voice was kind and gentle. Just as the venom was about to fly to Chu Beizu's face, a beautiful umbrella suddenly appeared in front of Chu Beizu and opened it. Blocked all oncoming venom. Then, a clear and sweet voice sounded, "Sorry, I'm late." Chu Beizu turned his head and saw a graceful and noble figure standing in the air. Chu Beizu was suddenly stunned, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The girl in the sky was dressed in light green clothes, with her skirt fluttering, like a goddess above the 9 heavens, peerless. The girl's eyebrows are as sharp as a willow, her skin is as crystal clear as jade, and her appearance is extremely beautiful and agile. Those apricot eyes were like glass, dazzling and bright, and even more touching. All Chu Beizu's eyes were on Feng Qingbran, not paying attention to the white tiger at her feet. The white tiger is the transformation of Tao Ti. Tao Ti looked at the obsessed Chu Beizu and rolled his eyes. He has seen this guy's eyes too much. When animals are in heat, they all look at females like him. Tao Ti said to Feng Qingbran, "I'm % sure. This fool is definitely attracted to you." Tao Ti's voice suddenly brought Chu Beizu back to his senses. Chu Beizu's face turned red and he looked flustered. "Miss Feng, I have absolutely no intention of blasphemy." "Young man, stop quibbling, I can smell your heat." Snapped. Before Tao Ti could finish speaking, he was suddenly slapped on the top of his head. "If you don't want it anymore, I can chop it off for you." Feng Qingbran's voice was threatening. HMPH, I'm not even allowed to tell the truth. Tao Ti was very unconvinced. Along the way, he had been acting like a bull and a horse for Feng Qingbran, but he couldn't get Feng Qingbran's kind words in return. "Tao Ti, no wonder you keep eating. It turns out it's to stop your mouth." Feng Qingbran had never seen a vicious beast with such a broken mouth. Tao Ti's face was full of questions. Why are these words so weird? Chu Beizu listened to the conversation between one person and one beast, and went from embarrassed to shocked. Miss Feng's contracted beast could actually speak like a human. When Tao Ti appeared, the cheetah had already slipped out of Chu Beizu's arms and lay on the ground shivering. The centipede in the secret passage also stopped preparing to attack Jiang Chanyu and disappeared in a flash. The entire passage was silent except for the breathing sounds of Jiang Chanyu and Liu Kanglan. "Brother Jiang, please go out." It wasn't until Lu Kanglan spoke that Jiang Chanyu came back to his senses. Jiang Chanyu was soaked all over, and her legs were actually a little weak. If Fang Qingran hadn't appeared just now, he and Chu Beizu would have been in trouble. Lu Kanglan raised his hand to help Jiang Chanyu, and the two walked out side by side. Jiang Chanyu will walk out of the cave. Click. The jade pendant around his waist broke into pieces without warning and fell to the ground. Jiang Chanyu looked at the jade pieces in the place with complicated eyes. Broken jade wards off disaster. Escape. Jiang Chanyu bent down and bowed to Lu Kanglan and Fang Qingran. Thank you both for your help. From now on, you two will definitely have no taboos and everything will be appropriate. As soon as Jiang Chanyu said these words, two colorful lights suddenly flashed in the sky outside the secret realm. It's just that they don't know it yet. Fang Qingran was keenly aware that after Jiang Chanyu said these words, there seemed to be something new in her soul. Fang Qingran thanked Jiang Chanyu and landed on the ground. Lu Kanglan helped Jiang Chanyu up and said, Brother Jiang, you were so polite. I would like to thank you and Master Chanji for protecting our Qingyun Prefecture in the fighting arena. He and Ning Shiyu helped Master Chanji deal with the Bailey family. Everyone in the entire Dowling arena knew that with the Bailey family's behavior, they would never let him and Ning Shiyu go, but then the Bailey family didn't attack him or Ning Shiyu. Something must have happened that he didn't know about, and someone secretly protected him and Ning Shiyu. Brother Lu actually knows everything. Jiang Chanyu was slightly surprised. At that time, Chu Chanji was afraid that he would expose Yan Lingshi's identity, so he deliberately used Lu Kanglan and Ning Shiyu to cover up a lot of things. I just guessed something, Lu Kanglan said warmly. Chu Beizu walked up to Fang Qingran and said, Miss Fang, thank you for saving my life just now. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. Really? Fang Qingran looked at Chu Beizu with beautiful eyes, and she always felt that there was something weird in Chu Beizu. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 316 It traps many beasts. I am so happy. Chu Beizu looked into Fang Qingran's clear and bright eyes, and his heart beat wildly uncontrollably. I would like to ask Mr. Chu to help me repair a heaven-level magic weapon. Fang Qingran said crisply. Can I take a look first? Chu Beizu did not agree without permission. Heavenly magic weapons are not easy to repair, and the required materials are difficult to find. But if something goes wrong, wouldn't he have to find it in Fang Qingran? Embarrassed in front of me. The things are not in my hands for now. I will show them to Mr. Chu when I get them, Fang Qingran said. Everything in the void space was locked, and she couldn't get anything out right now. In fact, when she first picked up the fragments of the Wind God Sword, she originally wanted to ask Mu Chanjue to repair them. But when the fragments were in Mu Chanjue's hands, Mu Chanjue told her that the Wind God Sword was a high-grade heaven-level magic weapon and that his weapon refiner level was not high enough to repair the Wind God Sword. Heaven-level high-grade magic weapons require a master-level weapon refiner to repair them. The first person Fang Qingran thought of was Chu Chanji, but Chu Chanji was someone she couldn't afford. Fortunately, Chu Beizu's current strength is almost reaching the master level. Don't worry, Miss Fang, I will do my best to repair it. Chu Beizu secretly made up his mind to become a 9th-level Grandmaster in these 400 years. Fang Qingran didn't know that she had inadvertently provoked another person and fell into the ranks of involution. Thank you, Fang Qingran responded with a smile, which made her face even more beautiful. For a moment, Chu Beizu seemed stunned, and the sky and the earth lost their color. Only the light blue silhouette in front of him was deeply imprinted in his heart and became an indelible memory in his life. Brother Chu, are you okay? Lu Kanglan smiled warmly and suddenly stood between the two of them, blocking Chu Beizu's side. Ah, Brother Lu, I'm fine. Chu Beizu looked flustered and fell to the loss. Lu Kanglan seems to be Fang Qingran's senior brother, right? He must not show his timidity in front of his senior brother, otherwise he will never be able to get close to Miss Fang in the future. Jiang Chanyu narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze flowing on Fang Qingran and Chu Beizu. When a hero saves a beauty, and when a beauty saves a hero, it's even more touching, right? It's just that love affairs are like wolves and tigers, which will delay people's cultivation and make people upset. He has to find a way to stop Chu Beizu's thoughts. The four people had different thoughts and did not see a white tiger pulling an umbrella in the distance. Tao Ti stared at the beautiful umbrella in front of him, and suspicious liquid couldn't help but flow from the corner of his mouth. This is an ancient thing, it must be delicious. But this thing belongs to Fang Qingran. If it eats it, what if Fang Qingran doesn't give it the Yuan Yang Beast pill when he gets angry? Ancient things are rare, and Yuan Yang Beast pills are also rare. When Tao Ti was extremely confused, a white jade hand reached over, picked up the umbrella, and then closed it gently. Tao Ti's back stiffened. Fang Qingran shouldn't have noticed anything, right? Tao Ti raised his paw to wipe off his saliva, looked at Fang Qingran, and said flatteringly, Fang Qingran, please listen to my explanation. I just want to help you see if the umbrella is broken. Really? Fang Qingran put away her umbrella with a half smile. If she hadn't been gluttonous along the way, she wouldn't have almost missed it. Fang Qingran, I haven't eaten for half a quarter of an hour, hurry up. Tao Ti paused slightly and looked at Lu Kanglan with alert eyes. Tao Ti took a few steps toward Lu Kanglan, sniffed Lu Kanglan's scent with his nose, and suddenly took a few steps back. Why do you smell like a heavy Luan bird? Tao Ti looked at Lu Kanglan warily. Chongduan bird. Lu Kanglan's eyes were slightly warm and he asked with some confusion. HMPH. Stop making excuses and let that guy come out to see me quickly. Tao Ti's verbal threats were not enough, and the pressure from his whole body also attacked Lu Kanglan. Boom. Fang Qingran held a pink axe and hit Tao Ti on the head with the back of the axe. Ow. Tao Ti screamed in pain, and a big lump bulged on the top of his head at a speed visible to the naked eye. Speak carefully, this is my senior brother, apologize to him. Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, and she walked to Tati's side with the axe in hand. Tati bared his teeth, put away his pressure, and finally did not dare to yell at Fang Qingren. For the Yuanyang beast pill, it must endure. Tati lowered his head and said depressedly, "Elder brother, I'm sorry. You haven't told me who Chongluan is yet." Lu Kanglan asked next. Tati's words made Lu Kanglan think about something. Those things in the secret passage must have been afraid of some kind of aura on his body, so they didn't attack them. The Chongluan bird is an arrogant crane. It stole countless treasures from me and then escaped, Tati said through gritted teeth. Before it entered the ferocious beast village, it was deceived by the heavy Luan bird so much that it even lost its underpants. If it weren't for the two-legged sheep sent by Bailey's family to keep it alive, it would have almost starved to death in the ferocious beast village. Lu Kanglan and Fang Qingren looked at each other for a moment. Is this guy Tati talking about Luan Jin? But isn't Luan Jin in Lingyun sect? Fang Qingren held her chin with one hand and blinked her almond-shaped eyes. Isn't that guy Luan Jin secretly following his senior brother out? Different from the calmness of Lu Kanglan and Fang Qingren. Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu on the side almost dropped their jaws in shock, looking at Tati with wide eyes. Shouldn't it be the Tati they heard about? It is said that the glutton used the monks as food, and no one survived wherever he went. Moreover, Tati has the head of a human and the body of a sheep, with eyes still on its back. The one in front of him is obviously a white tiger, and it doesn't look ferocious at all. Even because of the bulge on the top of her head, she still looks a little cute. Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu simultaneously denied their thoughts. It must be Tati with the same sound as Tati, and it definitely couldn't be Tati, one of the four ferocious beasts. Tati was a little angry when the four people heard the embarrassing story. Fang Qingren, do you know Chongluan? Aside from tricking you, does it do anything else? Fang Qingren asked with a smile. It pitted a lot of beasts, Tati, Qiongqi, chaos. I was almost deceived by it. Tati became angrier as he spoke. In the fierce beast village, except for the top 20 ferocious beasts, most of them had been tricked by Chongluan. Although Chongluan is just a crane, it contains the blood of Yuanfeng, which makes it have a very high status among ferocious beasts, and many ferocious beasts do not dare to mess with it. After all, Yuan Feng's bloodline was so powerful that even Zhu Jian had to be afraid of it. When Fang Qingren heard the name Tati counted out, her eyebrows curved, making her look even more cute and pretty. She didn't expect that Luan Jin, who looked serious, had this behind her back. HMPH, the smell on your senior brother's body is unmistakable. It definitely belongs to Chongluan bird. Tell it to come out and see me. Tati's eyes were spitting fire. He couldn't dwell on what happened back then. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Tati can't wait to fight Chongluan. Qian, Yu, Tati, Qiongqi, Tatao, and Chaos are all ancient ferocious beasts, right? Chu Beizu's eyes were horrified. It's just that the names have the same sound, so there is no problem. But the four names are all homophones, how is that possible? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 317, a price you can't afford. It seems true, but can a small place like ours accommodate so many ferocious beasts? Jiang Chanyu asked uncertainly. Just one Tati can swallow up the entire Kyushu. It is recorded in ancient books that the Tati can eat all living creatures within 10,000 miles in one mouthful. But it seems to be afraid of Miss Fang. Chu Beizu's eyes fell on the bulge on Tati's head, and he laughed dumbly. How could the ferocious beast Tati be afraid of Fang Qingren in the nascent soul stage? Then we must have thought wrong. They must all be words with the same sound. Jiang Chanyu said with relief. Fortunately, the worry was in vain. How could an ancient behemoth like Tati descend to the lower world? All the discussion between the two people reached Tati's ears. Tati, who couldn't find the source of his vent, suddenly turned his head and glared at Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu. These two ants don't take it seriously. Who do you two look down on? Tati roared. Chu Beizu. Jiang Chanyu. They didn't do anything, right? I am the unique Tati. There will never be any existence with the same pronunciation or the same name. Did you hear that? I am the ancient ferocious beast Tati. Tati shouted loudly. I heard it. Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu nodded subconsciously, feeling an extra pressure around their bodies. HMPH, it's good to know that I am still the leader of the four ferocious beasts, remember? Tati shook his tiger head and said aloofly. Remember, Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu nodded mechanically. HMPH, also, I was born from heaven and earth. I am a unique Tati. Not just any cat or dog can compare with me. Do you understand? Tati seemed to be in a happy mood. I understand. Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu stood upright, smiling stiffly. Tati felt better when he saw the two of them respecting him respectfully. I have decided, I will accept you two as my little brothers, are you willing? Chu Beizu looked at Fang Qingren for the first time and seemed unsure. Fang Qingren's younger brother is much lower in rank than Fang Qingren, and he will be very embarrassed in the future. Jiang Chanyu wanted to refuse, but didn't dare. Jiang Chanyu was afraid that if Tati slapped him, he would become a puddle of mud. How about I become your little brother? Fang Qingren stepped forward and grabbed Tati's ears, her almond-shaped eyes bright. Not good, you're too weak. Tati had just finished rejecting. Boom. Fang Qingren hit the axe again. Boo. Another bulge grew from Tati's head. Am I weak? Fang Qingren looked at Tati with dangerous eyes, waiting for Tati's answer. Tati was very aggrieved. One of them is a spiritual master, and the other has the qualifications of a great emperor. They have a promising future. They're definitely much better than you and Tianyu Holy Body. Tati's voice became quieter as he spoke, and he raised his front paws to cover his mouth. Oops. Why did you accidentally say what was on your mind? Fang Qingren was not as angry as expected. There seemed to be something about this Tao Ti, and he knew more than she, who held the script in her hand. Fang Qinggran looked as bright as the stars, pointed at Liu Kanglan, and asked, "What about my senior brother?" "They can't compare with your senior brother." Tao Ti looked at Liu Kanglan seriously. "The eternal and unsullied body. Monks with an immaculate body are born with a little more understanding of the power of heaven and earth. Don't underestimate this understanding. Those gods who have never been able to break through their limits in their entire lives are missing this level of understanding. Wagyu body is also the formation master destined to his destiny. Those with strong strength can create various formations of heaven and earth. The talents of the spiritual master and the great emperor are also extremely rare, but their preciousness is still inferior to that of Wu Kuai." Tao Ti's words made the three people present look surprised. Only Fang Qinggran blinked her bright almond eyes and stared at Liu Kanglan. It seemed that she was right to let her senior brother get involved. As long as her senior brothers and sisters are strong enough, she will be able to win in the future. "Little junior sister, let's go look for the heavenly beasts as soon as possible." Liu Kanglan patted Fang Qinggran's cute head and showed a warm and doting smile. Let's find the strange beasts. Let's go find our senior brothers and sisters. After all, there is plenty of spiritual energy in the mysterious realm of Yuxuan. We can't waste it. We must practice together. Fang Qinggran's voice was clear and sweet. Liu Kanglan. He seemed to have touched the young junior sister's desire to be involved again. "Brother Liu, what should we do with the things inside?" Jiang Chanyu pointed to the passage not far away. "Keeping the things inside would definitely be a disaster. Don't move for now." A dark light flashed across Liu Kanglan's eyes. Those goo must be destroyed, but now he is not sure if there is any other exit here. Moreover, the heavenly beasts have not been found yet, and provoking those things now will cause trouble. Fang Qinggran looked into the passage and didn't notice the aura of any living thing. "Elder brother, where is that?" "Goo, countless goo eggs," Liu Kanglan said in a message. "Some things need to be hidden from Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu, but not from their own junior sister." When Fang Qinggran heard goo, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, and she instantly understood that this was Bailey's home, so they had to be careful in what they did next. Correct. She had to remove the poison from these three people's bodies first. "Senior brother, raise your hand," Fang Qinggran said seriously. Liu Kanglan obeyed and stretched out his hand in front of Fang Qinggran. Fang Qinggran's fingertips fell on Liu Kanglan's pulse and asked crisply, "Elder brother, have you not taken the golden spirit pill?" "No," Liu Kanglan responded. Fang Qinggran retracted her finger. It turned out that the senior brother was more powerful than she thought. Not bad. This backing is getting stronger and stronger. Fang Qinggran turned to look at Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu, and said with a smile, "Did both young masters take the golden spirit pill?" "Yes," Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu nodded at the same time. "Can you diagnose your pulse?" Fang Qinggran asked politely. Cultivators are generally very taboo about other people's pulse diagnosis, because pulse diagnosis can reveal almost all the physical conditions of a monk. It is easier to expose the weaknesses of one's own meridians to others. Chu Beizu stretched out his wrist to Fang Qinggran without hesitation. "Thank you, Miss Fang." Jiang Chanyu. "That's the pulse diagnosis, not a joke. Can you give me some time to think before taking action?" Jiang Chanyu sighed slightly. The boy's path seemed a little crooked. After Fang Qinggran checked Chu Beizu's pulse, she waved to Tao Ti, "Come here and give me a drop of your blood." All the things Fang Qinggran prepared to deal with goo were in the void space and could not be taken out. Now she can think of the fastest way to remove the goo, which is to use Tao Ti's blood to assist. "No, do you know the price of my blood?" Tao Ti refused to speak righteously. "What's the price?" Fang Qinggran's lips were slightly curved, making her eyes lively and agile. "A price you can't afford," Tao Ti said with great pride. "The blood of ferocious beasts is where the power lies. I have seen ferocious beasts willing to shed tears and drool, but I have never seen ferocious beasts willing to bleed." Fang Qinggran turned her head and looked at a cheetah lying on the ground in the distance. "The blood of a 10th level monster can also be used, but it's just a bit laborious." "Elder brother, whose contract beast is it?" Fang Qinggran asked. "Temporary contract. What does junior sister want its blood for?" Liu Kanglan's eyes showed curiosity. Could it be that the junior sister is going to help Chu Beizu get the poison eggs? The ancient books he read said that once the poison enters the body, it is difficult to get it out and reach the sky. There are only two ways to remove the vood. One is to use the mother vood to summon, and the other is to take it out personally by the voodoo keeper. As senior brother thought, Fang Qinggran's voice was clear and clear. After being brothers and sisters for many years, they still have this tacit understanding. Liu Kanglan raised his hand and asked the leopard to come over and use the blood of the monster to get the poison. He had to learn it hard. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 318 Loyalty Goo Mother Goo. The leopard cautiously walked up to Fang Qinggran and squatted on the ground, his eyes filled with respect, as if he was waiting for Fang Qinggran's instructions. Fang Qinggran was stunned for a moment and handed a beast elixir to the leopard. "Would you like to exchange it for 2 drops of your blood?" Jin Qingbao's beast elixir. The cheetah nodded eagerly. "It must be changed. Jin Qingbao is a holy beast. As long as it obtains the beast pill of this holy beast, its strength will definitely double." The cheetah raised its front paw, signaling Fang Qinggran to draw blood. "Little junior sister, it said it has enough blood vessels. Use it as you like." Liu Kanglan conveyed its meaning to the leopard, and handed a bowl to Fang Qinggran. Fang Qing's head was covered with black lines. She didn't drink blood, so why did she use the bowl? "You're welcome, little junior sister." Liu Kanglan put the bowl directly under the leopard's paw so that Fang Qinggran could take the blood. Fang Qingbran took out a needle and was about to prick it when Tati hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, Fang Qingbran, give me the beast elixir and I'll give you the blood." If it were a simple golden king leopard beast pill, Tati wouldn't care. But it seemed to smell a hint of other scent on the beast pill. Tati judged based on his previous experience that the beast elixir that Fang Qingbran shot was probably an ancient thing. It will never allow the ancient beast elixir to slip away in front of it. "I want half a bowl." Fang Qingbran's beautiful eyes flickered and she took the opportunity to make a condition. Tati's blood is more powerful and helps to remove all the goo eggs. It is naturally more convenient to use Tati's blood Phoenix Chinian. Okay, Tati agreed through gritted teeth. Half a bowl of blood for an ancient holy beast elixir, worth it. The cheetah looked depressed and sad, and the things he got flew away. A smile flashed across Liu Kanglin's eyes, and he patted the leopard's head. The junior sister had no intention of taking the leopard's blood from the beginning to the end. He turned his hand and stretched the bowl in front of Tati, as if thinking about where to put it. Fang Qingbran flipped her wrist, took out a dagger, and looked for a suitable place to strike. Tati looked at the two men sharpening their knives. His eyelids twitched and he took a few steps back. Wait a minute, don't move. I'll do it myself." Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu looked at what happened in stunned silence. The world seemed to be miraculous, and the ferocious beast Tati actually showed cowardice towards the monks. Tati looked at the bowl in Liu Kanglin's hand, with a tangled look in his eyes. It was a bit difficult to choose between the power of 100,000th and the ancient beast pill. Especially the guy in front of me smells like Chongguan. What if Chongguan suddenly pops out after the blood is drained? Wouldn't it have no resistance at all? Tati vaguely smelled a conspiracy. "Tati, if you don't want to, don't waste time and let the leopard come," Fang Qingbran said as if he was impatient. "Come on." Tati's train of thought was interrupted. He looked at the ancient beast pill in Fang Qingbran's hand, wondering why he was thinking so much. "Hetui." Tati raised his head and spit out a pool of blood into Liu Kanglin's bowl. Liu Kanglin's hands trembled, and his gentle expression was a bit unnatural. If the bowl in his hand wasn't filled with blood, he almost threw the bowl away. Fang Qingbran covered her mouth and laughed. The senior brother has always had a mysophobia, and Tati's method of taking blood was a critical blow to the senior brother. In the days to come, senior brother will probably have to stay away from Tati. Jiang Chanyu's eyes were shocked. This was the first time he had seen him vomiting blood so naturally. But Chu Beizu felt nauseous. If he were Brother Liu, he might not be able to help but put the bowl on Tati's head. However, what happened next made Chu Beizu even more uncomfortable. Fang Qingbran took out a golden elixir and put it into the blood bowl, then took out a talisman pen and 2 talisman papers. Dip the talisman pen lightly in a little blood, start drawing the talisman, and in the blink of an eye, 2 high-level talismans are completed in one go. Fang Qingbran handed the talisman to Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu. Jiang Chanyu readily took the talisman, and it was Chu Beizu's turn. Chu Beizu's eyes were full of resistance, but he still raised his hand and accepted the talisman obediently. Fang Qingbran put away the talisman pen and motioned for the two of them to stick the talisman on it. The golden elixir in the blood bowl had melted away, and a fat white worm appeared in the bowl. The worm rolled and swam in the bowl, and 2 tentacles grew out of its head. Liu Kanglin asked in surprise, "Little junior sister, what do you want to do?" "To cultivate the mother voodoo, the disciples in Qingyun province have all taken the golden strip pill. If it is too troublesome to retrieve the voodoo eggs separately every time, just cultivate a mother voodoo, and the subsequent voodoo retrieval can be done once and for all." Fang Qingbran's apricot eyes smiled slightly, turning around, observing the goo in the bowl. Goo's 2 tentacles trembled, and his entire body was almost buried in blood. "Little junior sister, as far as I know, there is mother goo first and then child goo." Liu Kanglin tried his best to keep his voice calm. The mother child represents strength. If the power of the child goo is greater than that of the mother goo, it can also become the mother goo. And there is no blood relationship between them. What kind of mother child are we talking about? Fang Qingbran's eyes were as bright as the moon, and she smiled. Ying Ying said. "This." Liu Kanglin was shocked and looked at Fang Qingbran in stunned silence. "Where did the junior sister learn these things? I've never heard that mother goo can be cultivated." "Elder brother, the reason why the mother goo can control the child goo is because she is stronger than the child goo. As long as I cultivate a stronger goo, the other goo will have to call it daddy." Fang Qingbran pointed to the bowl. "The loyalty goo that is getting fatter and fatter. Tati's blood contains ancient power, and the goo cultivated with the ancient power must be the strongest mother goo." There was another reason why she chose to use Tati's blood. Tati has a contract with her, and the mother goo cultivated with Tati's blood will have a unique respect for her. This all will make the mother goo more intelligent, and the intelligent goo will be easier to control. "Little junior sister, it seems to have fainted." Liu Kanglin glanced at the goo with a white belly in the bowl, and her eyebrows skipped a beat. "It always feels weird there." Fang Qingbran had an extra pair of chopsticks in his hands, stretched out into the bowl, and directly picked up the palm-sized loyalty goo. Maybe the Tati's power is too strong, and it can't bear it. It should be fine after letting it dry for a while. "Miss Fang, isn't this what's inside our bodies?" Jiang Chanyu asked with a chill. "The ones inside your bodies can't grow that big. They're only as thick as a thumb at most," Fang Qingbran explained nonchalantly. Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu turned pale at the same time. If this kind of thing crawls to the heart, can they still survive? Golden strip pill, loyalty goo, tens of thousands of insect eggs. What on earth do the Bailey family want to do? "I also asked Miss Fang to help me take it out. I will thank you again in the future," Jiang Chanyu said to Fang Qingbran with a pale face. "Fortunately, there is still an egg in his body," Fang Qingbran said as he took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and poured it on loyalty goo. The mother goo showed no reaction, letting every drop fall from her body. Fang Qingren's apricot eyes were shining brightly, and the corners of her lips were slightly curved. This female voodoo was her weapon against the man in black from the Bailey family. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 319 Good and Evil Unknown. The most difficult thing for the Bailey family to deal with is the group of dead soldiers and loyal soldiers. Both of them have loyalty goo in their bodies. As long as the mother goo controls the child goo in the man in black, they will definitely draw their swords and stab Bailey's family. Goo is not used casually, it is a double-edged sword. When the Bailey family used this sharp-bladed wool, they should have expected it to stab themselves. Elder brother, do you have any spiritual fruit there? Fang Qingran looked at Lu Kanglan with bright eyes. Lu Kanglan took out a Lingyuan fruit and handed it to Fang Qingran. This was the only best fruit in his space. After he advanced to become a god, Fang Qingran gave him a bunch of Lingyuan fruits to eat as spiritual food. Fang Qingran took the Lingyuan fruit and placed it on the tentacles of the loyalty goo. When she saw that the loyalty goo didn't move, she narrowed her eyes. Could it be that she was overthinking it? A little goo insect, even if it has intelligence, is not smart enough to pretend to be faint, right? Could it be that he died? Fang Qingran fiddled with the tentacles of the loyalty goo, and a chill came from her fingertips. The goo was actually lifeless, and it was normal for it to be cold. Unable to judge life or death. Little junior sister, what's wrong? Lu Kanglan really couldn't understand Fang Qingran's behavior. It seems that this is not the way to raise goo. Fang Qingran, give me the beast pill quickly. Tao Ti looked at Fang Qingran and quickly asked for the reward. Is there something wrong with the blood you gave me, Tao Ti? Fang Qingran looked at Tao Ti with an inquiring look. There is no problem in the process of cultivating mother goo. The only thing that might cause problems is Tao Ti's blood. My blood is a priceless treasure, how could there be a problem? Tao Ti was furious, suspecting that Fang Qingran didn't want to give him the beast elixir. Fang Qingran raised her hand and threw the beast pill away, and continued to stare at the mother goo. If this thing is really dead, then cultivate another one, which will just waste some time. Tao Ti opened his mouth and swallowed the beast pill, then couldn't wait to go aside to refine the power of the beast pill. The cheetah lowered its head in grievance, its beast pill. At this time, a beast elixir fell in front of the cheetah. The leopard's eyes widened and he raised his head to look at Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran said crisply, this is your reward for acting. Leopard expressed his gratitude towards Fang Qingran and bowed to Fang Qingran. He burst into tears in his heart. It turned out that the monks were not all treacherous people. The cheetah leopard secretly decided that when it becomes stronger in the future, it will definitely find ways to change the relationship between the monks and the monsters. The two must live in peace. Fang Qingran didn't know that she had a beast elixir, which paved the way for monks and monsters to live in peace. Fang Qingran was holding the loyalty goo at the moment and was extremely confused. It seemed to have sucked all the power out of the blood, and the remaining blood was not enough to cultivate the mother goo. Do you want Tao Ti to vomit another half bowl of blood? But the beast pill has already been given out, and Tao Ti will soon find out that he has been deceived, and he will never agree to let out another bowl of blood. Lu Kanglan observed Fang Qingran's every move, always worried that Fang Qingran would put the mother goo into his mouth. After all, who uses chopsticks to hold goo insects? Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu were also stunned on the spot, wondering what Fang Qingran was struggling with. Little junior sister, Lu Kanglan called tentatively. Senior brother, it may have collapsed because it can withstand the strong force. Fang Qingran said in a low voice. Lu Kanglan's warm eyes were slightly dark. The aura of the goo insect is still there, and it is definitely not dead. Not dead. Fang Qingran's glass-like eyes flashed slightly, then try burning it with fire. Fang Qingran handed the goo insect to Chu Beizu and said, Young Master Chu, please use strange fire to deal with it. Chu Beizu didn't hesitate. He raised his hand to use the strange fire. Sudden. The mother goo moved, twisting up and down, trying to break free from the restraints of the chopsticks. Fang Qingran winked at Chu Beizu. Chu Beizu understood immediately, lit the strange fire, and moved closer to the mother goo. The mother goo struggled even harder and made a childish sound. Phoenix. Phoenix, let it go, let it go. Chu Beizu's movements suddenly froze. How could the goo insect make such a pure child's voice? Fang Qingran's face suddenly turned cold. Her apricot eyes flashed with a faint light. Why are you pretending to be dizzy? Afraid, pain, kill. Mother goo's childish voice was trembling. Chu Beizu didn't understand what mother goo meant, but he remembered something. Rumors circulated privately among the family earlier. Some people used newborn babies to refine voodoos and forcibly trap the babies' souls in the voodoos. Could it be that this goo contains the soul of a baby? Did someone put many villains among countless poisonous insects? They also killed many villains like you. Fang Qingran's face was as frosty as her tone was cold. Yes, black. Mother goo seemed unable to speak a complete sentence. A dark cave, or a man in black? Fang Qingran asked slightly seriously. The cave, the person, grows. Mother goo wanted to say more, but couldn't form the right words for a long time. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were lowered. In the original work, there was a description about goo. In the Black Cave, there are hundreds of millions of goo worms and goo pupae. Goo is used by the Bailey family to control the powerful in the world. The pupa is a container used by the Bailey family to cultivate strong people. But the original book only had a few words about goo, and nothing about goo was ever mentioned again. Now that she heard Mother Goo's words again, Fang Qingran remembered these things. She still underestimated the Bailey family's methods and cruelty. Even the Baileyjia, an infant who is inexperienced in world affairs, can kill him. What else can the Baileyjia not dare to do? Be good, don't be afraid. No one can hurt you in the future. Fang Qingran raised her hand and wanted to put the Mother Goo into her palm. Right now. A slender hand grabbed her wrist. Lu Kanglin's warm voice sounded, "Little junior sister, once the poison touches the skin, it can penetrate into the body." "Elder brother, it can't do it, it is." Fang Qingbran was half-sentenced. Lu Kanglin spoke again, "If a Gu is born with intelligence, it is something that heaven and earth cannot tolerate, especially if it is raised from the blood of a ferocious beast, and its good and evil are unknown." When Lu Kanglin heard the child's voice, he also felt sympathetic and thought about how to save this Gu. But when Fang Qingbran wanted to reach out and touch the mother Gu, a strange thought flashed through Lu Kanglin's mind. Perhaps they were all confused by the sound of the Gu. This mother Gu is deliberately using children's voices to arouse their sympathy. After all, the cultivation process of Gu was terrible. A newly born, pure and good creature was sent into a dark place, and survived countless battles. Killing will become an instinct. Even if this kind of thing is spiritually enlightened, how much good will be left? Fang Qingbran was awakened by Lu Kanglin's words and re-examined the mother Gu that was so close to her. The mother Gu has no facial features, only a pair of tentacles on the top of her head. Just now when she was about to let go of the chopsticks and use her palms to hold the mother Gu, it was the end without antennae that moved first. Normally, the place where the poisonous insects grow their tentacles is the head. But when voodoo insects generally want to enter the human body, they go in head first, so the side that moves first is the real head of the mother voodoo. So the mother Gu is pretending. Mother Gu hides her head. What does she want? Fang Qingbran looked at the frozen loyalty Gu, and felt a chill in her heart. This time, she was careless and almost touched its path. The corners of Fang Qingbran's lips were slightly raised, her almond-shaped eyes were filled with coldness. A female Gu that could disguise itself might be more useful. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 320 Resentment eliminated. Fang Qingbran raised her hand and threw the mother Gu back into the bowl. Elder brother, how did you see through its disguise? The temperature of a soul that is ignorant of the world should be warm, but the aura on its body is cold, and it doesn't look like it knows nothing. Lu Kanglin explained. Sensing between heaven and earth. With the unique ability of the Formation Master, it seems that the senior brother has taken another step forward in controlling the formation. In this case, senior brother's formation plate should also be replaced with a higher level one. Fang Qingbran fumbled around in the ring space for a long time, and finally took out an ancient heaven-level formation plate and handed it to Lu Kanglin. Lu Kanglin was not polite to Fang Qingbran, and raised his hand to take the formation plate. Since Fang Qingbran came to Lingyun sect, no one in Lingyun sect has ever used a bad magical weapon. When Fang Qingbran first came to Lingyun sect, everyone wanted to pamper this little junior sister. But gradually they discovered that they had become the ones being pampered. There are two people in Lingyun sect who are the most generous. A sixth junior brother spent a lot of money and gave them tens of thousands of top-grade spiritual stones at every turn. The other one is the junior sister, who keeps giving away all kinds of high-level magic weapons, exercises, and spiritual fruits. Lu Kanglin brushed his palm over the formation disc, and the formation disc emitted bursts of white light. Suddenly, a mysterious and wonderful feeling came over him, and Lu Kanglin was shocked. It turned out to be an ancient array. If you use this formation disc and add formation stones, the increase in formation will become even more powerful. Lu Kanglin opened his mouth to say something to Fang Qingbran, but found that Fang Qingbran had already walked up to Chu Beizu with a bowl and wanted to help Chu Beizu get the poison eggs. Fang Qingbran's eyebrows curled up in a smile. Take off the talisman and put it in. Chu Beizu pursed his thin lips and put the talisman into the bowl with smooth and natural movements. But Lu Kanglin saw something different. The tips of Chu Beizu's ears turned red, and his whole body showed the shyness of a young man who was about to face the world at the beginning of his life. Lu Kanglin's warm eyes darkened slightly. Even before her cabbages started to grow, pigs were already worried about them. Lu Kanglin re-evaluated Chu Beizu's parties. Chu Beizu is handsome in appearance, with jade trees facing the wind. Excellent talent. The skill of refining weapons is unparalleled. There is also Master Chanji as his backer. I have to admit that Chu Beizu is excellent. But based on these alone, if you want to become a Taoist companion for your junior sister, you are still far away. Chu Beizu was focused on Fang Qingbran and was completely unaware of Lu Kanglin's gaze. Miss Fang, what should we do next? Chu Beizu watched the talisman in the bowl wrap the mother Gu, the runes on the talisman flashed, and his eyes showed curiosity. Please, Lord Chu, prick your finger and soak it in the blood. Fang Qingbran handed Chu Beizu a needle without raising her head. The tentacles of the female Gu in the bowl rolled up, and the body wrapped in the talisman trembled. Wrong, don't, want. Mother Gu's immature plea for mercy made the listener feel depressed. Chu Beizu's handsome eyes were filled with complexity, and Mother Gu's voice made him feel compassionate. But when he thought that it actually plotted against Fang Qingbran, Chu Beizu couldn't help but feel scared. Everyone knows the horror of Gu. They feed on the essence of monks. As long as the poison enters the monk's body, it will cause damage to the monk's body, including those good poison that are beneficial to the monk. If you know you're wrong, just help him lure out all the Gu eggs in his body. When you complete the task, I will remove the restrictions on you. Fang Qingbran said crisply. Okay, Mother Gu responded obediently. A quarter of an hour later, the body of the female Gu in the bowl swelled again, and she lay motionless in the blood. Fang Qingbran checked the pulses of Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu again and found that all the poison eggs in their bodies had disappeared. Mother Gu really kept her promise. Fang Qingbran raised her hand and traced it with her fingertips. The talisman paper on the Mother Gu shattered and the runes disappeared. Mother Gu suddenly turned over, as if she came to life. Thank you. Yes, no, thank you. Fang Qingbran understood that Mother Gu was apologizing to her and expressing her gratitude. The coldness that the eldest brother felt from Mother Gu at first did not come from the Mother Gu's soul, but from the resentment above the soul. Now that Mother Gu's resentment has disappeared, Mother Gu has regained her sanity. You stay in this insect body first, and when I find a suitable body, I will rescue your soul. Fang Qingran said softly. Although the existence of the soul can make the Mother Gu more powerful and help her deal with the people of the Bailey family. But childishness is innocent. Fang Qingran didn't want to keep this simple soul trapped in the body of a Gu insect. She wanted him to see the world and help him find the life that should belong to him. Thank you, thank you. Mother Gu's voice was broken, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Fang Qingran was very confused while holding the bowl. There could be no living things in the ring space. It would still take a long time for the Mother Gu to consume the blood in the bowl. Next, she can't walk with a bowl in her hands, right? Fang Qingran glanced at the other three and shook her head. Her temperament was not suitable for serving bowls. A cheetah is even more inappropriate. The blood of ferocious beasts has a fatal attraction to any beast. Fang Qingran glanced at Tao Ti. The ancient ferocious beasts seemed to have caves where they could release living creatures. However, Tao Ti's gluttonous character would never let go of such a plump protein worm. Tao Ti and Fang Qingran looked at each other for a moment and instantly understood Fang Qingran's thoughts. Tao Ti said angrily, Fang Qingran, don't even think about it. We haven't even considered the fact that you tricked me with an ordinary beast pill. You volunteered, Fang Qingran said with a smile. Ha, you didn't do anything on it? Tao Ti asked unconvinced. It has been lying next to the divine elixir. It is normal for it to be stained with divine aura. When Tao Ti heard what Fang Qingran said, he jumped directly in front of Fang Qingran. Do you have a magic pill? The mythical beast pill is a great supplement for it. If I could get one, I would die without regrets. Yes, not only yes, there are many, and I don't like the super divine elixirs either. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were bright, beautiful and agile. Fang Qingran was extremely sure at this moment that the group in the Ferocious Beast village were clones of the Ferocious Beasts. They're simply incomparable to the Ferocious Beasts in Shifang Domain. The group from Shifang Domain gave her all kinds of beast elixirs, divine elixirs, and ancient objects without blinking an eye. Instead of the group from Ferocious Beast village, they were instead focused on what was in her hand. You, master, I was too loud just now. Didn't I scare you? Tao Ti squatted on the ground like a dog and spoke in a flattering tone. Tao Ti's eyes moved around in excitement. He never thought that he would actually hug a huge thigh. If the Tao Ti from Shifang realm saw this scene, they would definitely be furious. Using its things to restrain its clones, Fang Qingran has never made a loss-making business. Of course, at this time, this clone with unique consciousness knows nothing. At this moment, Tao Ti only wanted to please Fang Qingran and get the super beast elixir in her hand. Fang Qingran raised her hand and handed the bowl over. Keep this for me. I'll ask you to get it when I need it. Don't touch it. Bliss. Tao Ti looked at the big white worm in the bowl, his eyes widened. Tao Ti smelled the aroma of meat that reached his nose, and his mouth watered. This guy's meat was much purer than a two-legged sheep. Master, if you don't give this one to me, I'll give you half a bowl of blood, and you'll raise another one. Tao Ti's nose twitched, his eyes burning. We really can't roll anymore. Chapter 321 must have it all. The Mother Gu in the bowl trembled when Tao Ti stared at her, and she woke up from her deep sleep. The two tentacles of the Mother Gu became stiff, and she trembled and said, No. No, eat. Master, this is a fool, you should let me eat it. Keep it to affect your IQ. The gluttonous tiger's head came to the edge of the bowl, his mouth wide open. Fang Qingran's eyebrows twitched. Since you don't want to, I'll give the magic pill to someone else. Wait a minute, master, I'm kidding. Tao Ti was anxious. The fat in his mouth was very tempting, but the magic pill was even bigger. Gu worms are full after a meal, and eating the magic pill will give them the strength to be full. Tao Ti decisively chooses to have both. First, he tricked Fang Qingran into giving him the Gu worm, then he got the magic pill and then swallowed the fat worm. Tao Ti thought very beautifully and nodded consciously. Fang Qingran stared at the flowing light with her beautiful eyes. When Tao Ti was not paying attention, she quietly dropped a drop of red liquid into the bowl, and then asked Tao Ti to put the bowl into the consciousness space. After Tao Ti finished eating as instructed, he sipped his saliva. He couldn't bear the feeling of hunger, so he lowered his head and ate grass to relieve his hunger. Snort. When it gets what it wants, it will definitely beat up Fang Qingran. Boss, they've all left, won't you follow? Cheetah's cautious voice woke up Tao Ti. Tao Ti raised his head and saw that Fang Qingran and the others had already walked far away. Tao Ti lowered his head angrily and took a bite of grass, then followed Fang Qingran and the others. The cheetah glanced at the place where Tao Ti had gnawed, his eyes filled with confusion. Does the boss like to eat grass to accumulate virtue? The cheetah hesitated for a long time, but finally did not choose to eat grass. It was afraid that the boss would be angry if he saw it, thinking that it was competing with it for food. The cheetah followed Tao Ti step by step without even taking a breath. Not long after Fang Qingran and others left, another group of people walked into the valley from other cave entrances. The leader of this group of people was Lu Changchan. Among them stood Luo Yuxuan, who almost turned into a bloody man. Young Master Lu, Chu Beizu and the others are heading north. There is a 10th level cheetah leopard and a white tiger with no discernible level beside them. Luo Yuxuan was supported by someone, his breath weak. Did they say anything? Lu Changqin's eyes were cold. He did not expect Lu Kanglan to find this place. I was poisoned by centipede poison and was confused. I didn't hear clearly. I just vaguely heard golden elixir, poison, blood, strange beast. I don't know the specific meaning of these words. After Luo Yuxuan finished speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother, Gu has been eliminated long ago. Why did Chu Beizu and the others mention Gu? Is this guy lying? A disciple said coldly. I didn't, I'm telling the truth. Luo Yuxuan was a little flustered. Now he had to follow the people from Dailingzhu to save his life. All the cheetahs and leopards are chasing him here. If he acts alone again, he will definitely die. Lu Changchan looked at Luo Yuxuan with deep eyes and concluded that Luo Yuxuan did not have the guts to lie to him. When Luo Yuxuan met Lu Changqin's eyes, he felt even more panicked and felt a chill running down his spine as he tried to remember more things. Yes, they started out as a group of 3, and then the girl seemed to appear out of thin air, and the white tiger seemed to be able to fly. Luo Yuxuan hurriedly poured out what he remembered. Are you sure the white tiger can fly in the air? Lu Changchan seemed to be interested. I'm sure. Luo Yuxuan nodded affirmatively. Regardless of whether the white tiger could fly or not, he had to say yes. A disciple next to Lu Changchan said, Senior brother, he is definitely lying. We can't fly in the air, so how can the white tiger fly in the air? That's right, none of the heaven-level spiritual beasts we have encountered can fly. Is that white tiger higher than the heaven level? Could it be that he saw it wrong? Maybe the white tiger just jumped up. A disciple stood up to explain. After all, Luo Yuxuan is a member of the Luo family, but they still can't do too well. It's really flying, it has wings, and its blood seems to be able to nourish goo. Luo Yuxuan was afraid of being abandoned, so he made up something. Lu Changqin's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he stared at Luo Yuxuan and said, Luo Yuxuan has some things that you shouldn't say nonsense. Do you know what raising goo means? Luo Yuxuan's eyes were filled with confusion, and he didn't dare to answer. At this time, 2 more people walked out of the cave behind everyone. One of them said, raising goo means being an enemy of Juju, it means everyone can get it and kill it, it means openly opposing the Bailey family. Senior brother Bingwen, senior brother Enling, why are you here too? A disciple from Dailingzhu said in surprise. We still didn't trust you, so we followed you. Lu Anling said with a smile. Some people are happy, and naturally some people are confused. Lu Changchan looked at Luo Bingwen and Lu Anling, his cold eyes were dark, and they looked a little embarrassed when they broke through the passage. But there are only 2 of them, but they can pass through the passage without being stained by dust. And according to Luo Bingwen's character, he would never come in again after refusing to enter the valley. It is very possible that these 2 people are not Luo Bingwen and Lu Anling at all. Enling, I ask you to find out the whereabouts of the leopard. Have you found it? Lu Changchan asked. Elder brother, the cheetah is not. Lu Changchan looked at the disciple who was speaking, and his words suddenly stopped. Lu Anling narrowed his eyes and said with a hearty smile, Luo Bingwen and I searched several times, but we couldn't find any trace of the leopard. Lu Changchan cast his gaze on Luo Bingwen. Bingwen, I remember that before entering the Yuxuan secret realm, Master gave you the Qingshin pill as a gift when he said goodbye to you. Are you still there? I ate. Luo Bingwen responded. At this moment, the disciples who had been close to Luo Bingwen and Lu Anling unconsciously moved away from the 2. They knew very well that the governor did not say goodbye to them and had the opportunity to say goodbye. Also, Luo Bingwen despises people who take Qingshin pill the most. Luo Bingwen himself never took Qingshin pill. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Luo Bingwen and Lu Anling? Lu Changchan exuded the pressure of a god and drew his sword at the 2. Seeing this, the other disciples drew their swords and pointed them at the 2. Hey, I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. It's not fun. The figure of Lu Anling flashed and turned into a handsome young man. Ha ha ha, you are quite interesting. Luo Bingwen covered his lips, smiled sweetly, and looked at Lu Changchan with a pair of charming eyes. Disciples. Holy shit, Luo Bingwen is actually a woman. A disciple exclaimed in surprise. Snapped. You idiot, how could Luo Bingwen be a woman? We have all slept together, how could he be a woman? That's right, the one in front of me is obviously a fake. Some disciples couldn't help but roll their eyes. How could he have such a stupid companion? Luo Bingwen stopped laughing and transformed into a woman with an extremely beautiful face. Lu Changchan glanced at the beauty on their chests and said coldly, what do the disciples from Netherworld Prefecture want to do by pretending to be from Diling Prefecture? I just want to have fun with the human monks, and she wants to catch a man for fun. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 322 You can't do it, right? When the disciples heard what the jade-faced young man said, they subconsciously looked at the gorgeous woman beside him. The woman looks to be in her 20s, graceful and graceful, with creamy skin, a charming appearance, and a 3-point beauty. Everyone couldn't help but stare straight. It's not like they have never seen anyone more beautiful than her. It's just that the women they've seen are less attractive than the people in front of them. The jade-faced young man looked around, and his smile became even more ambiguous. I have always had a question to ask you, why do you have no female disciples in Dailingzhu? When the disciples heard this, they all looked away from the woman as if they had been poured cold water on her. Lu Changchan looked at the jade-faced young man with cold eyes. It has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with me, but it has something to do with Sister Meng. The jade-faced young man raised his arm and put it on the woman's shoulders. Sister Meng, are you right? Among this group, only Lu Changchan met Sister Meng's requirements. The other disciples seemed innocent, but in fact they had changed the personnel a long time ago. Don't insult senior brother. One of the disciples stood up and scolded the jade-faced young man. You don't want female disciples, isn't it just you? The jade-faced young man said with mocking eyes. You are talking nonsense. The disciple said angrily with a red face. No man can accept being told no. Even some male beasts cannot listen to such words. This kind of issue related to dignity made the disciples of Dailingzhu extremely angry. A disciple stood up and said, we don't have female disciples because there are no female cultivators in Diling Prefecture. We have completed the task of passing on the family lineage, how could we not do it? Can we let you Sister Meng give it a try and we will know? A disciple looked at Meng Ji up and down, smiling evilly. Are you sure? Meng Jian's eyes reflected a fascinating light. The jade-faced young man showed sympathy for this disciple. If he didn't want to offend anyone, he had to offend Meng Ji. There are no more than 5 people in the entire Nether State who dare to offend Meng Ji. However, the disciples of Dailingzhu did not know Meng Ji's strength. When he heard Meng Ji's voice, his heart trembled. He raised his head and met Meng Ji's strange eyes, and stammered, Girl, I didn't mean that. Oh, what do you mean, young master? Meng Ji smiled charmingly and walked slowly towards her disciples. Every step Meng Ji takes is like stepping on her disciple's heart. The disciple looked at Meng Ji, who was approaching him with a red face. The temperature in his body continued to rise, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. The other disciples looked at the charming Meng Ji with obsessed eyes, as if they had lost their minds. But Luo Yuxuan looked at Meng Ji with horrified eyes, as if he saw something terrible. But at this moment, everyone's attention was on Meng Ji, and no one noticed anything unusual about Luo Yuxuan. Luo Yuxuan was already seriously injured, and after such a torment, his mood suddenly reached the edge of collapse. Luo Yuxuan suddenly fell backwards. The other disciples looked at Meng Ji infatuatedly, and no one helped Luo Yuxuan, who fell. Only Lu Changchan, who was closest to Luo Yuxuan, noticed Luo Yuxuan's movements immediately. Lu Changchan glanced at Luo Yuxuan and did not bother Luo Yuxuan. Instead, he stared at Meng Ji with dark eyes. He actually lost his mind for a woman. This was something that had never happened before. Lu Changchan smelled a strange fragrance, which came from Meng Ji's body. He couldn't help but feel happy when he smelled it. Lu Changchan immediately understood that the other disciples were also confused by the fragrance. Seeing Meng Ji approaching one of the disciples step by step, Lu Changchan walked over first and blocked Meng Ji's way. He is a disciple of Dailingzhu, Lu Changchan said coldly. Meng Ji stopped, blinked her charming eyes, and said softly, Young Master Lu, do you want me to let him go? Yes, Lu Changchan looked downcast, and Meng Ji really had no good intentions. But he insulted me, shouldn't he pay the price? Meng Ji deliberately made a final note and smiled brightly. He just made an unintentional mistake. I will apologize to Miss Meng for him. Lu Changchan apologized to Meng Ji. He. Meng Ji smiled and approached Lu Changchan, dragging Lu Changqin's chin with her jade fingers. Young Master Lu bowed his head to me, didn't you feel unwilling to do so? No, Lu Changqin's eyes flashed with coldness. Meng Ji's cultivation was indeed far superior to his. Lu Changchan is not a person who accepts weakness for no reason. He just found that his strength was far inferior to Meng Ji. If he could pull Meng Ji into his camp, he would have an extra bargaining chip when dealing with Lu Kanglan. Young Master Lu can bend and stretch, I like him even more. Meng Ji breathed into Lu Changqin's ear. No matter how shady an old fox is, he may be a shady person. In matters of love, she is no match for Meng Ji. Lu Changqin's ears turned red from Meng Ji's actions. Lu Changchan pretended to take a step back casually, away from Meng Ji. Miss Meng, we are going to look for strange beasts next. I wonder if you want to come with us. Hey, how could you just invite Sister Meng and not call me? The jade-faced young man said with a smile, but his eyes seemed to see through everything. I don't know what to call this young master, Lu Changchan said humbly and politely. I'm Jiang Wu, just call me Xiao Jiang. Although Jiang Wu looks like a pretty boy, his behavior is not girly at all, but rather free and natural. Lu Changchan asked, Master Jiang and Miss Meng, do you want to go with us? Young Master Lu personally invites you, so of course we are extremely happy. Meng Jijiao smiled. Please Miss Meng, let them go. Lu Changchan motioned to Meng Ji to let them wake up. This is natural. Meng Ji raised her white hand and snapped her fingers. Immediately, the disciple who had lost his mind before woke up as if from a dream. They looked at everything around them in confusion, seemingly unable to remember what happened. Young Master Lu, for the sake of harmony between the two states, I directly erased the bad memories. Don't you mind? Meng Ji asked. Thank you, Miss Meng. Lu Changchan lowered his head and thanked her, his face gloomy for a moment. By the way, Sister Meng, the way we came in seems to be different from theirs. I suspect there are secrets in this valley. Should we check it out first? Jiang Wu looked around and saw that all the incoming passages were closed. Lu Changchan observed Meng Ji's expression. He actually didn't want to stay too long. Lu Kanglan has already gone to find the strange beasts. If they stay here for too long, it will be detrimental to them. But Lu Changchan did not rush Meng Ji easily. Meng Ji looks charming and soft, but she is a very independent person. Lu Changqin's ability to remain calm does not mean that other disciples can remain calm. Senior brother, we have delayed enough, why are we still waiting for them here? The disciple said and pointed at Meng Ji and Jiang Wu. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 323, Back in Time. Obviously, this disciple has no memory of what happened before, let alone how terrifying Meng Ji is. He only had the impression of Meng Ji and Jiang Wu showing the true colors. That's right, senior brother, these two people are pretending to be Luo Anling and Luo Bingwen. We haven't settled the score with them yet, why are we still waiting for them? Elder brother, we'd better act quickly to prevent others from catching the strange beast first. Other disciples spoke out to persuade him. Shut up, Lu Changchan scolded in a low voice. Meng Ji didn't have any of these words. She ducked and landed in one place, looking at the ground, her charming eyes becoming solemn. Sister Meng, what's so interesting about this pile of weeds? Jiang Wu came to Meng Ji's side, showing a puzzled expression. The aura of the strong. Meng Ji was born to be sensitive to the aura of the strong. Ah, Meng Ji, do strong men have a habit of chewing grass? Jiang Wu's mouth twitched slightly and he glanced at the messy grass. How hungry do you have to be to eat grass? He had never seen such a poor and strong man. Shut up. Meng Ji rolled her eyes at Jiang Wu, raised her palm, picked up a piece of grass, and held it in her palm. Meng Ji closed her eyes and muttered something. Jiang Wu covered his mouth, not daring to disturb Meng Ji. Meng Ji wanted to see what happened here through the objects. This is called time tracing, and it is a unique skill of the Meng Ji tribe. Puff. Meng Ji suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood and dropped the grass in her hand. Her whole face turned pale, and she lost her previous charming and gorgeous posture. Sister Meng. Jiang Wu was shocked and stepped forward to help Meng Ji, who almost fell. What's going on, Sister Meng? With such terrifying strength, we are no match. Meng Ji's voice was trembling, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. How is that possible? Jiang Wu obviously didn't believe it. Meng Ji's strength is already equivalent to that of a half-immortal, and no one in the entire Yuxuan secret territory combined is her opponent. The power that can frighten her must at least be the existence of an immortal. But the immortal doesn't exist at all, okay. Jiang Wu, I can't see anything, and I even suffered backlash. This has never happened before. Meng Ji took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up straight. Meng Ji walked for a stone wall based on the traces on the ground, put her hand on the stone wall, and planned to continue tracing through the stone wall. Although using the stone wall to backtrack, you will get very little information, but it is better than knowing nothing at all. Sister Meng, wait a minute, think about it first. Under what circumstances will your time regression become invalid? Jiang Wu stopped Meng Ji. Beyond the limit of time and space retrieval, not bound by heaven and earth. Meng Ji's charming eyes became solemn. Could it be that the strong man has transcended the constraints of heaven and earth? How can that be? Why would a strong person who has reached that kind of strength be willing to succumb to a place abandoned by God? Meng Ji withdrew her hand. Time travel was only useful to people who were weaker than her. If she wanted to see what happened in the past to a strong person, she would have to pay a price. Or lifespan, or luck, or even worse, the power of the soul. Meng Ji's thoughts were spinning and she decided not to take any more risks. She used time to look back confidently before, but she never expected that person to be so powerful. Young Master Lu, let's go. Meng Ji smiled charmingly at Lu Changchan, returning to her previous captivating appearance. Senior brother, this valley is not normal. Apart from the climbing vines covering the rock walls, there is no other life at all. Fang Qingran said crisply. Lu Kanglan stopped and looked at the stone walls on both sides, his warm eyes flashing deep in thought. It's not surprising for climbing vines to grow in the valley, but the dry stone walls here are not suitable for climbing vines to grow on. The more Lu Kanglan looked at it, the more he felt that these climbing vines had followed them from the deep valley. Lu Kanglan looked at the glowing position on the array disc and wondered why the alien beast's lair was so close, so why couldn't he reach it? Brother Lu, are we going to keep going in circles? Jiang Chanyu vaguely felt that he had seen the layout of this valley before. It's also possible that a ghost is attacking the wall, Tao Ti said while chewing the stone next to him. Tao Ti's words reminded Lu Kanglan. Lu Kanglan took out a few spiritual stones and threw them around. The array disc in his hand gave off a faint light. We are trapped in a reciprocating formation, Lu Kanglan said warmly. How to break the formation? Jiang Chanyu asked. It's easy to break the formation. You just need to step out of the formation when the next cycle starts. When Lu Kanglan talked about the formation, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. It's the same as not saying anything. Tao Ti whispered. I can't stop eating. What are you eating, Tao Ti? Fang Qingran narrowed her apricot eyes. She refused to eat any vegetation or stones. This was definitely not Tao Ti's character. Food. Tao Ti ate with even more relish. Fang Qingran walked up to Tao Ti and picked up a stone from its mouth. When he examined it, he couldn't feel anything. It seemed to be just an ordinary stone. What are you doing? You want to eat rocks too? Aren't you afraid of losing your teeth? Tao Ti tried his best to appear calm, but in fact he was already panicking inside. Tao Ti prayed in his heart, God bless you. Fang Qingran couldn't recognize anything. I won't eat it. I'm just curious. Why do you eat such an ugly stone? Fang Qingran squeezed the stone. The texture of the stone is soft and there is no aura fluctuation in the middle. Could it be that she is overthinking it? Fang Qingran handed the stone to Lu Kanglan. Elder brother, please help me take a look. Junior sister, this is just ordinary petrified wood. It is useless to us. Lu Kanglan glanced at it for a few times, but did not take the stone. Senior brother, please use the power of induction to sense it. Fang Qingran always felt that something was wrong, and he would never eat the petrified wood glutton. Lu Kanglan looked a little more serious and raised his hand to take the stone. After examining it, he shook his head at Fang Qingran. It's an ordinary stone, nothing special. Hearing Lu Kanglan act like this, Fang Qingran gave up completely. The senior brother's sense of heaven and earth didn't work. It seemed like she was overthinking. Fang Qingran threw the stone back to the spot, and continued to chew on other stones without raising his head. Tao Ti noticed that Fang Qingran had looked away, and then he carefully raised his head, pulled the stone that Fang Qingran had dropped, and quietly hid it in the space of the sea of consciousness. Tao Ti didn't dare to let it go blatantly, for fear that Fang Qingran would find out if he let it go too much. Tao Ti didn't know that Fang Qingran's little movements caught his eye. The corners of Fang Qingran's lips curled up slightly, and interest flashed in her eyes. She wouldn't hide an ordinary stone glutton, let alone eat it so slowly. The glutton looked like he was obviously reluctant to eat these stones, but he took a few bites to satisfy his craving when he couldn't help it. Fang Qingran also found that climbing vines on the stone wall above the fossilized wood were denser and more vibrant. Fang Qingran walked to the stone wall and raised her hand to touch the climbing grass. At this time, a ray of light penetrated Fang Qingran's eyes, making her vision blurry. In an instant, the climbing grass seemed to be alive and quickly wrapped around Fang Qingran. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 324 Seven Gourd Vine. Miss Feng. Little junior sister. Feng Qingran only heard two exclamations in her ears, and then the whole world spun and she was pulled into a secret room. There are several stone pillars in the square secret room, and lamps are lit on top of the stone pillars, illuminating the entire secret room. Through the light, Feng Qingran could see colorful murals carved on the surrounding stone walls. The first painting shows a giant holding a sky-cleaving axe in his hand, cutting through the chaos and shining into a ray of light. Feng Qingran recognized at a glance that this was the scene of Pangu opening the sky and splitting the earth. The second mural shows a scene of the sky collapsing and the earth collapsing, countless creatures destroyed, and a woman flying into the sky. The third painting is a scene of a battle between a dragon, a phoenix and a unicorn. Ellipsis. Feng Qingran read each painting and found that each painting represented an era. Feng Qingran could understand the previous paintings, but when he saw the 77th painting, Feng Qingran was stunned on the spot. The young man in this painting has a stunning profile. Look down upon all things, and be noble and unparalleled. There are countless powerful enemies in front of the young man, approaching him. However, the young man's face remained unchanged, calm and composed. The next painting shows the young man raising his hands and brushing his sleeves, giving him the feeling of life being taken away from him. The powerful enemy in front of the young man was instantly wiped out. The next painting shows a young man alone, standing between heaven and earth, as if a god has descended into the world, giving people a sense of being unattainable. Feng Qingran stared at the stream of light with her apricot eyes. Pangu, the saint who created the world, Hongjun, Nuwa and others only appeared once. And this boy actually occupied 3 paintings. Who is he? Why are there no records about young people in ancient books? Feng Qingran couldn't think of any information about the boy, but she always felt that the boy in the painting was similar to the 7th senior brother Mo Jinggong. Like, but not like. The 7th senior brother is dignified and cold. The young man in the painting is cold and lonely, making people afraid to get close to him. What's more, the people in these paintings are all powerful men who are superior to the way of heaven. They have already transcended the 6 realms and are not bound by rules. If Brother 7th is really the person in this painting, it is impossible to appear in Kyushu. He would not succumb to Lingyun sect and become a disciple of false god. Feng Qingran then read the paintings below. The 99th painting is a battle between gods and demons, and the division of 3,000 small worlds. Feng Qingran stared at Qiang Shang's painting in a daze. The person who painted it must have wanted to tell future generations something. And from the colors of these paintings, it can be clearly seen that the paintings were completed in 3 periods. The same person came here to complete these paintings at different times, which is definitely a warning of something. Feng Qingran couldn't guess what these paintings wanted to tell her. But if she remembered correctly, she was pulled in by those climbing vines. She could feel that the climbing grass meant no harm to her. Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with a gleam, and she said from a distance, "Are you still there? What did you want to do by sending me in?" As soon as Feng Qingran finished speaking, there were rustling sounds all around, like the sound of vines moving. Then, a green vine emerged from the ground. The vine came to a stone pillar and made a nodding gesture. Feng Qingran walked to the stone pillar and her eyes fell on the lamp holder of the stone pillar. General organs have lamp holders. Feng Qingran raised her hand to twist the lamp holder, but the vine blocked the lamp holder and rubbed against Feng Qingran. "You mean the agency is not here?" Feng Qingran asked with a smile. The vine shook its head, and the leaf still pointed to the lamp base. Feng Qingran's head was full of questions. "You're not asking me to twist the mechanism, what do you want me to do?" The vine slightly hooked the leaves, and the vine body rotated to form a spiritual stone shape. "Do you mean that this lamp holder is very valuable and you want me to take it away?" Feng Qingran tried to ask. The vine immediately shook its leaves excitedly. Feng Qingran was speechless for a moment. Will a plant that becomes a spirit care about money? Feng Qingran took out a few luminous pearls to illuminate, and then found a tool to remove the lamp holders one by one. In the process, Feng Qingran discovered that the lamp holder was not precious. But what was burning inside the lamp holder was what the vine wanted most. Feng Qingran didn't know what was inside the lamp holder, but its texture was somewhat similar to the stone outside. Something that can burn for tens of thousands of years without being destroyed is extremely precious. No wonder Tati is reluctant to eat it. "What is this?" Feng Qingran asked curiously. The branches and leaves of the vine were trembling, expressing something excited, but helplessly. Feng Qingran didn't understand it at all. Feng Qingran shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand. The vine stood in midair, filled with an incredible aura. The vine turned its branches and came to a painting, pointing at an extremely inconspicuous leaf in the painting. "You mean this is you?" Feng Qingran asked crisply. The vines proudly point their branches. Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes widened. This painting was from the period when Hongjun became a saint. If climbing vines had existed at that time, Feng Qingran didn't dare to think about it later. She really couldn't imagine how the climbing vines survived until now. Things from the prehistoric era, even a breath of air, are things that countless great powers cannot ask for. What's more, they're creatures from the prehistoric era. In the endless years, there must be many strong people who have spied on the climbing vine. While Feng Qingran was deep in thought, the climbing vine grass moved again, and it formed a gourd shape with vine branches. "You're not a climbing vine, but a calabash vine?" Feng Qingran asked in shock. The vine leaves trembled, indicating that Feng Qingran had guessed correctly, and then the vine branches formed a 7 character. Feng Qingran looked at the 7 words in front of her, and a thought flashed through her mind. 7 gourds. Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes were filled with shock. According to ancient book descriptions, 7 gourds appeared during the prehistoric period. But the 7 gourds were divided by the saints, and the vines also fell into the hands of powerful people. It is said that the 7 gourds were later turned into 7 shocking magic weapons and became the weapons of the Saint. As for the whereabouts of the gourd vine, there is no specific record in ancient books. Fang Qingren's apricot eyes are as bright as spring flowers, and the prehistoric gourd vine should be on the same level as the prehistoric beasts, right? After hearing Fang Qingren's answer, the vine wrapped around Fang Qingren's wrist, and the leaves rolled up slightly, with a vague sense of flattery. You want to make a contract with me? Fang Qingren suddenly remembered the key point. There was no way that the vine had dragged her in here for no reason and exposed its identity for no reason. There is definitely a plan. The vines were withdrawn from Fang Qingren's wrists and stood up straight, as upright as a human being. Why do you want to make a contract with me? Fang Qingren asked in surprise. For creatures like Vine, even if they get to the upper world, there are countless strong men competing for the contract. Why do they only focus on her, a monk in the nascent soul stage? Fang Qingren remembered that it was written in some books that some extremely powerful creatures chose to make contracts with monks because they wanted to take away the monks' bodies. Could it be that the vines took a fancy to her body? Fang Qingren looked at the vines warily. Ancient gourd vine. The absolute pinnacle exists. Even the Hongmeng tree species has a status far inferior to it. Such a powerful creature would make a contract with her, a monk in the nascent soul stage. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 325 The Pie in the Sky. It's a pie in the sky. It's still the kind of pie that can kill someone. Fang Qingren looked around, thinking about an escape strategy. The closed secret room feels a bit like trying to catch a turtle in her urn. The vine seemed to be aware of Fang Qingren's emotions. Seeing her looking at him warily, the vine branches drooped. Its chosen owner doesn't like it. How to do? But the master has a void space, and he doesn't want to miss it. The vine decided to show more sincerity. It slid the vine, and the vine branches pressed against the stone pillar. Click. A door appeared behind Fang Qingren. Fang Qingren turned around and was almost blinded by a burst of bright light. The room is filled with top-quality crystal stones and all kinds of rare treasures. The circulation of crystals in Kyushu is very small, and those who can get the crystals must be strong. Crystal stones and spirit stones are different. Spiritual stones are circulated as value exchanges, and only a few monks will use spiritual stones to practice. But crystal stones are used for practice. The spiritual energy contained in a crystal stone is enough to train a monk in the foundation building stage to the golden elixir. These crystal stones in front of you can be used by people from the Lingyun sect until they reach the stage of transcending tribulation. Fang Qingren's almond-shaped eyes sparkled, but she still resisted walking in. Give these to me. Vine nodded, full of kindness. It doesn't understand why the owner doesn't accept it. It thinks it must be that it is not doing well enough or not doing enough. As long as it can continue to create value for the owner and please the owner will definitely keep it. The vines in the mystic realm of Netherworld are tired of staying there. The spiritual energy here is too turbid. It wants to enter the void space of its master. Fang Qingren didn't feel any malice from the vines. But with the power of the vines, it must be easy to disguise. Fang Qingren coveted the huge amount of crystal stones, and was also worried about being taken away from her. Seeing that Fang Qingren was hesitant, Vine Man opened the secret room next to him. There were various magical weapons in the secret room, and the level of the magical weapons was not low. Before Fang Qingren finished reading, the door to the next room opened again. This room contained various beast elixirs, from the lowest level to the holy level. Fang Qingren's eyes were shining brightly. These beast elixirs were more suitable for Kyushu. Click. Another room filled with elixir bottles. Click. Another room was filled with heaven-level techniques. Ellipsis. There are a total of 20 secret chambers. Except for the first 5 doors, which are from Kyushu, the rest are all innate spiritual treasures and things from ancient times. Fang Qingren was dazzled by the sight of such a large number of treasures. If any information was leaked, the entire Yukshan secret realm would definitely be destroyed by those powerful people. With these treasures, dealing with the Bailey family has become an easy task. Fang Qingren looked at the vines on the side and decided to take a gamble. She raised her jade finger and offered a drop of blood. Tang Wen couldn't wait to sign a contract with Fang Qingren. The moment the essence and blood came out, a drop of green essence merged with it. In an instant, dazzling 7-colored lights lit up, and a mysterious contract formation appeared below it too. Fang Qingren hadn't yet clearly seen the formation under her feet. There is an extra colorful contract line in the sea of consciousness. It was slightly different from the previous contract, in which Fang Qingren could feel the connection. But this time Fang Qingren could clearly see where the contract was. Hello, Master, I have 7 gourd vines. Don't worry, I eat very little and don't need you to raise them. A timid girl's voice sounded in Fang Qingren's sea of consciousness. Hello, what is the contract between us? Fang Qingren asked softly, for fear of scaring Calabash Vine. The contract between heaven and earth is shared. This contract allows the master to read my mind and lend part of my strength to the master. Calabash Teng explained cautiously, fearing to make Fang Qingren angry. Fang Qingren's beautiful eyes were looking around. It was a complete unequal contract. Why is Calabash Vine so stupid? Fang Qingren felt a little bit guilty. She actually used the heart of a villain to judge the heart of a gentleman. Do you have a name? Fang Qingren asked crisply. Master, please give me a name. Calabash Teng said happily. How is Fengji? Thank you, Master, for the name. Fang Shichu has met Master. The girl's voice was full of joy and obvious excitement. Fang Qingren did not use the contract to see what Fang Shichu was thinking. She didn't want to read the minds of her contractors. Contractors are partners and must trust each other. Where did you collect these things? Fang Qingren asked, looking at the treasures in the secret room. Master, these were picked up from the dead. I didn't kill anyone, Fang Zhiqiu explained in a panic, fearing that Fang Qingbran might misunderstand something. Fang Qingbran was stunned for a moment and nodded. Fang Qingbran could feel that the aura on Fang Zhiqiu's body was pure and had no murderous aura. Why do you recognize me as your master? Fang Qingbran asked seriously. I want to enter the master's void space, and the master has an aura that I like. Fang Zhiqiu's voice was timid, fearing that Fang Qingbran would get angry after hearing these words. How did you detect the existence of void space? Fang Qingbran's glass-like eyes revealed a hint of coldness. This coldness was not towards Fang Zhi, but because he was thinking of other things. There is the power of voidness deep in the master's soul. The double spiritual bracelets on the master's hands cannot completely cover up the aura of the void space. Fang Zhiqiu explained in a low voice. In fact, the owner it originally chose was Lu Kanglan. Lu Kanglan has a clean body and has a sense of heaven and earth. With a master like him, he can barely make it through. It originally wanted to observe Lu Kanglan's character again, but Fang Qingbran arrived. So it changed its goal without hesitation. What level of powerhouse can easily detect the existence of void space? Fang Qingbran remembered that Fang Si made a contract with her because of the existence of void space. The void space helped her find an opportunity. But it is undoubtedly a bomb-like existence. It needs to be at least domain lord level. Master, rest assured, there will definitely be no more than 10 strong people within the 6 realms who can see the void space. Fang Zhiqiu vowed. As long as the owner does not leave the 6 realms, he will always be safe. Region Lord. Fang Qingbran had only heard of the power of the domain, but had never heard of the level of domain lord. Master's cultivation level is too low to know this yet. Master will know it later. Fang Zhiqiu explained carefully. Fang Qingbran immediately changed the topic. How much do you know about the mysterious realm of Yuxuan? Fang Zhiqiu said in shame. My roots are in this secret room. I can't stay too far away. I only know what's going on in the entire valley, and I don't know the rest. That's enough. Fang Qingbran's almond-shaped eyes flashed slightly. The void space is closed and cannot be entered for the time being. How about you wait for me here? Wu, master, are you going to abandon me? Fang Zhiqiu immediately started crying, extremely sad. No, the void space cannot be entered for the time being, and I don't have space to store living things. You can't hold the roots and go with me, right? Fang Qingbran thought about the scene of the jumping vines, which was slightly funny. I have a solution, master, please take a look. Fang Zhiqiu's voice dropped. Click. Another secret room door opened. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 326 Time Gem. Master, my root system is in this room, you can just take my root system away. Fang Zhiqiu said. Fang Qingbran looked at the piles of petrified wood in the secret room, her eyes flashing slightly. Chu, no wonder you say you are easy to take care of. This is the first time I saw that plants don't grow in the soil, but in rocks. Master, you only need to take away a little bit of the ancient soil, and I can survive. Fang Zhiqiu thought Fang Qingbran meant to accept it, and explained happily. Ancient soil, you mean, these stones are soil? Fang Qingbran's beautiful eyes widened. She seemed to be happy too early. How could the ancient gourd vine be so easy to feed? No, these stones are gifts to the master. They're time gems, also known as mind stones. They can be used to arrange time formations. The girl's voice sounded slightly anxious, fearing that Fang Qingbran might misunderstand something. Fang Qingbran looked at the petrified wood all over the room and remembered Tati's action of hiding the stones. He instantly understood that Tati must have recognized the space-time gem a long time ago, so he was reluctant to bite it. However, the quality of the mind stones in the secret room is obviously several times better than those outside. Fang Qingbran raised her hand to pick up a time gem, and could vaguely detect a faint breath. This aura was extremely mysterious, making her unable to fathom it. Where is the soil you mentioned? Fang Qingbran glanced around and found that they were all space-time gems. Fang Zhiqiu said a little shyly, Master puts away all the time and space gems and opens a secret compartment, so that you can see my true body. Fang Qingbran raised his hand and put the space-time gem into the space. A vine floated over. The vine tapped 3 times at Fang Qingbran's feet, and the secret grid opened. An exquisite and simple wooden basin caught Fang Qingbran's eyes. There is a plant stem that has just emerged in the wooden basin. There are a few tender green leaves on the top of the plant stem, which is full of green. Master, this is my true body. Fang Zhiqiu sent a message to Fang Qingbran, while the vines were still standing beside Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran picked up the wooden basin in the hidden compartment and looked at the graceful green vines beside her. Be your body and vine separate. Master, I am the gourd vine. What is in the pot is both my root and the gourd seed. We can be separated, but we must live at the same time. We are symbionts. Fang Zhiqiu patiently explained to Fang Qingbran. By the way, Master, there are only 4 original powers in the soil now. If I can find all the remaining original powers, I will have the opportunity to grow 7 gourds again. Master can also put the breath soil directly into the void space, so that my power will become stronger and stronger, and the gourds produced in the future will also be stronger. After Fang Zhiqiu finished transmitting the message, the leaves on the vines shook happily. Original power. Fang Qingbran's apricot eyes became bright, clear, as bright as stars. Fang Si said that as long as he seeks the power of the 4 sources, the soul of the senior dragon emperor can be nourished. If there is a collection of all the original things, then you can create a new world and transform the void space into a small world. Master, I'm sorry, there were originally 9 kinds of original things back then, but later on, in order to preserve the secret realm of Yuxuan, I used 5 without authorization. Fang Zhiqiu said cowardly. When Fang Qingbran heard Fang Zhiqiu's words, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. During the conversation with Fang Zhiqiu, Fang Qingbran discovered that Fang Zhiqiu had been apologizing to her. Fang Shichu seemed to be afraid of being blamed, and his attitude was extremely humble. Fang Qingran lowered her voice and said gently, Chu, you don't have to apologize to me all the time. You are my partner and we are equal. I'm afraid that the master won't want me. I'm too weak. Fang Shichu couldn't help but think of the scene when a group of people took away his gourd. That group of people started fighting for the 7 gourds, and the fight was so dark that the earth shook and the mountains shook. There are also a very small number of people who argue so hard to get a vine branch that their faces turn red. They snatched 7 gourds and a main vine branch, and left without even looking at it or the rhizome. Chu, you are very strong and good. We will be partners fighting side by side from now on. I will never abandon my partner. Fang Qingran looked forward to it and stretched out her hand as white as jade. Fang Shichu's vine branches wrapped around Fang Qingran's jade hand. Master, you must keep your word. Fang Qingran nodded seriously, and then put all the things in the secret room into the space. The storage ring Fang Si threw to her was a magic weapon in infinite space, so there was no need to worry about it being filled up. The only drawback is that this space cannot store living things. Master, here's more. Fang Shichu handed a scroll to Fang Qingran. The aura on the scroll reminded Fang Qingran of the Tai Chi diagram. Fang Qingran took the scroll and unfolded it. What was drawn on it was the layout of the time formation. In the array arranged by the time stone, the array leader can control the flow rate of time within the array at will. Master, in addition to speeding up or slowing down time, you can also use ancient formation stones to lock the 8 gates of the formation to make the time in the formation stand still. Fang Shichu said obediently. Those candles can last forever because time stands still on the lamp holder. Time stands still. Fang Qingran was slightly confused. The master enters the formation and locks the 8 doors. After that, no matter how long the master stays in the formation, the time outside will remain the same. The girl's voice was pleasant to the ear. Fang Shichu's words reminded Fang Qingran of Shifang territory. She had stayed in Shifang territory for hundreds of years, but when she left, the time outside was still at the moment when she entered Shifang territory. An additional idea came to Fang Qingran's mind. She can use the Mind Stone to create a time-stopping formation, practice here until she transforms into a god, and then go out. Fang Qingran was a man of action. With this thought in mind, he began to set up the formation. Brother Lu, Miss Fang's whereabouts are unknown, should we abandon her? Chu Beizu asked anxiously when he saw Lu Kanglan preparing to leave. As Fang Qingran's senior brother, Lu Kanglan was really irresponsible. Miss Fang was wrapped in vines and disappeared, but Lu Kanglan did not panic at all, but concentrated on breaking the formation. Mr. Chu, my junior sister is safe. She has her own opportunities. We don't need to worry. Lu Kanglan's face was gentle and he didn't care about Chu Beizu's tone. Brother Lu, how did you know that she encountered an opportunity? Rather than danger, Chu Beizu asked. Chu Beizu thought that Lu Kanglan just didn't want to deal with Fang Qingran's affairs. After all, it would be extremely difficult for them to find Fang Qingran. Brother Chu seems to be a little over-emotional. I understand my junior sister very well. In addition, the vine has no ill intentions towards her. Lu Kanglan said seriously. The Lingyun sect has a rule, don't interfere with other people's opportunities without authorization when it's safe. Those climbing vines have followed him all the way from the deep valley to now. If he had malicious intentions, he would have taken action long ago. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 327 The living is the most important thing. The moment when climbing grass grabbed the little junior sister. Lu Changchan could clearly feel that climbing grass was well intentioned. Moreover, the junior sister can even subdue the ferocious beast Tati, and the climbing vine grass is just a food. Brother Chu, the strange beast is in the cave not far away. Let's go there. Lu Kanglan's voice was gentle, and there seemed to be no sign of anger from beginning to end. Brother Lu, I know you helped me find the strange beasts to repay my kindness, but I'm more worried about Miss Fang than the strange beasts. Chu Beizu had a hint of stubbornness on his face. Beizu, you have crossed the line. Miss Fang is Brother Lu's junior sister. He knows Miss Fang better than you do. Jiang Chanyu reminded coldly. Chu Beizu used to be nosy. But Chu Beizu was measured at that time. Tati listened to the 3 people's words and gnawed on the stone with great joy. Fang Qingran is gone, no one can restrain it anymore. Time gem. Eat more, and maybe it can also have the ability to reverse time. Naturally, it didn't plan to follow Lu Kanglan and the other 3. After all, it couldn't stay too far away from Fang Qingran. Tati hoped Lu Kanglan would leave soon. Fang Qingran's senior brother is a kind-faced master with a dark heart. He has always been here, so it is not easy to collect time stones on a large scale. Tati's eyes rolled around and he said, Fang Qingran just sent me a message, asking you to quickly go look for the strange beasts. She will look for you later. Where did Miss Fang go? Chu Beizu asked eagerly. She's underground, you can't go find her. Tati continued to make up random things. Chu Beizu. This statement always feels wrong. Can't you tell what's wrong? Is Fang Qingran really not in danger? Chu Beizu asked worriedly. No, Tati replied, chewing on the time stone. Lu Kanglan's warm eyes flashed darkly, he glanced at Tati several times, and finally remained silent. The ancient ferocious beast encountered the monk's continuous questioning. It's a bit weird that he can maintain a good temper. However, Lu Kanglan did not intend to expose Tati. Tati's ability to maintain a calm and leisurely attitude fully proved that the junior sister was not in danger. And as long as the junior sister is alive, the gluttonous Tati will not bite them. Chu Beizu wanted to ask something else, but Jiang Chanyu pulled him by the collar and dragged him away. Brother Lu, I'm sorry. Beizu is only worried about Miss Fang, so don't argue with him. Jiang Chanyu apologized to Lu Kanglan. Brother Jiang, let's separate after we finish contracting the alien beast for you. Lu Kanglin's tone was calm. After repaying his kindness, he naturally parted ways. He also needs to find other junior brothers and sisters. Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu's cultivation levels are too low, which will slow down his search for people. Thank you, Brother Lu. Jiang Chanyu didn't say much. He knew very well that Lu Kanglin seemed to be easy to talk to, but in fact he had a one-sided temperament. Tao Ti looked at the three people's retreating figures and began to unscrupulously collect the gravel on the ground into the consciousness sea space. When Tao Ti received it halfway, he suddenly stopped and his nose twitched. His eyes brightened and he stared at the other road. So many two-legged sheep. These two-legged sheep are obviously more delicious than the monks sent to the ferocious beast village. Fang Qingren's warning flashed through Tao Ti's mind. Monks who do not actively provoke it cannot eat it. People who have never done evil cannot eat it. You cannot take the initiative to attack monks who are passing by, let alone attack innocent creatures. Tao Ti's eyes moved. If those monks took the initiative, wait a minute, something is wrong. It seems that there is not only the smell of two-legged sheep in front, but also the smell of demon. The monks have always been incompatible with the demon clan, so why did they come here together? Miss Meng, thank you for breaking the cycle, otherwise we would have been delayed for a long time. Lu Changchan smiled gratefully. Young Master Lu, if you want to thank me, how about sleeping with me? Meng Ji had bright red lips, an extremely charming appearance, and her voice was impeccable. All the disciples were numb. I can't wait to step forward and agree on Lu Changqin's behalf. Miss Meng, there should be no shortage of men. Lu Changchan refused calmly. Before his technique can be completed, he must ensure his Chuyang body. Sister Meng certainly has no shortage of men, but how can Sister Meng be attracted to those local chickens and dogs? Only someone as heroic as young Master Lu can barely match Sister Meng. Jiang Wu helped. With Sister Meng's beauty, any man can have whatever he wants. With Sister Meng's strength, she can do whatever she wants. It's just that Sister Meng likes strong, clean men, and she likes the hunting feeling even more. At this time. That's it, that's what I'm talking about. Luo Yuxuan pointed at the Tao Ti in front of him and shouted with great excitement. Everyone looked in the direction Luo Yuxuan pointed. I saw a white tiger with wings on its back, playing with stones on the ground. The white tiger was huge, even taller than them. You kid really didn't lie. There really is a white tiger beast. A disciple patted Luo Yuxuan on the shoulder, almost knocking him down. How come this white tiger doesn't have any spiritual power fluctuations? Isn't it just an ordinary white tiger? It seems that it is really an ordinary white tiger. Since it is an ordinary white tiger, how about I kill it and eat its meat? One of the disciples in brown suggested. This disciple was the one who made rude remarks to Meng Ji before. This little brother's suggestion is good. I think you must be willing to catch this white tiger, right? Meng Ji's charming voice made the brown-clothed disciple feel itchy. The brown-clothed disciple and Meng Ji looked at each other, patted their chests and said, Miss Meng, just wait, I will subdue this white tiger and make it your mount later. After the disciple finished speaking, he walked towards Tao Ti. Lu Changchan wanted to scold the brown-clothed disciple to come back, but a white hand covered his mouth, and a refreshing fragrance spread to the tip of his nose. The tips of Lu Changqin's ears turned red again, his heartbeat accelerated, and he looked slightly distracted when he met Meng Ji's seductive eyes. What? A scream suddenly made Lu Changchan regain his consciousness. Lu Changchan raised his eyes and saw that the brown-clothed disciple had been swallowed by Tao Ti. Swish! The disciples of Dai Lingzhu drew their swords one after another. HMPH, stupid human, don't mess with me. Tao Ti's warning was calm and indifferent, without any deterrent effect. Tao Ti's eyes swept over a group of people not far away. The man just now had a lot of resentment and had killed many innocent people. Eating it does not violate Fang Qingren's rules. As for the remaining monks, if they dare to provoke it, it will swallow them up. Senior brother, please give the order quickly and let us avenge the death of junior brother Gu. A disciple said angrily. Lu Changchan observed Tao Ti. Although this white tiger had no spiritual energy fluctuations, it could easily swallow junior brother Gu. It proved that the white tiger's strength was unfathomable. Thinking of this, Lu Changchan did not give the order easily. Instead, he said to Meng Ji, Miss Meng, how strong is this white tiger? Young Master Lu, I appreciate you more and more. You are sensible enough and cold-blooded enough. Meng Ji smiled meaningfully. Please give me some advice, girl. Lu Changchan pretended not to understand what Meng Ji meant. He can indeed impulsively avenge junior brother Gu. But dragging down the living for the sake of the dead is not something he would do. In his concept, the living is the most important thing. Sister Meng, this white tiger's bloodline is nobler than ours. Jiang Wu sent a message to Meng Ji. Are you sure? Meng Ji's face lost all charm. There is a trace of white tiger's blood in Jiang Wu's body. More noble than Jiang Wu, could this white tiger also be the inheritor of the ancient bloodline? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 328 Nine-Tailed Cat Demon. The moment it opened its mouth, I unconsciously wanted to surrender to it. Jiang Wu said seriously. Jiang Wu's own cultivation level is far inferior to Meng Ji's. But in terms of status, he is on an equal footing with Meng Ji. Just because he contains the blood of the white tiger. The white tiger is one of the 4 ancient divine beasts. How noble and powerful is the power of its bloodline. Even if there is only a trace of white tiger's blood in his body. It also puts him at the top of the 100 monsters. The demon clan and the beast clan have the same origin, and their bloodline level ranks before their strength. The reason why he would surrender to the white tiger in front of him must be because its bloodline power is higher than his. Meng Ji naturally understood the implication of Jiang Wu's words. Meng Ji's charming eyes fell on Tao Ti, and she understood that her awe of Tao Ti did not come from his strength, but from his blood. Lu Changchan couldn't hear the sound transmission from Jiang Wu and Meng Ji, but he could tell from their expressions that the white tiger not far away was difficult to deal with. The disciples who were waiting for Lu Changqin's order in Dailingzhu all cast puzzled glances at Lu Changchan. They didn't understand why Lu Changchan asked Meng Ji for her opinion. Only a few calm disciples understood that Meng Ji's cultivation level was higher than that of Lu Changchan, and Lu Changchan asked Meng Ji's opinion because he wanted to know the strength of the opposite white tiger. Tao Ti could naturally hear the voice transmissions of Meng Ji and Jiang Wu. It looked at the two of them with disdain in its eyes. It was unexpected that the descendants of the nine-tailed cat demon would be so weak. And that saber-toothed tiger monster is also a weakling. Even with that weak white tiger bloodline, it didn't even bother to attack him. The Tao Ti chose to keep its head down and gnaw on the gravel. As long as they no longer provoke it, it would not be able to eat them. Sister Meng, why don't we take a detour? Jiang Wu didn't want to confront Tao Ti. Jiang Wu, is the power of blood on it activated? Meng Ji's eyes flashed with dark light. She didn't want to miss the ancient bloodline she finally encountered. She worked hard and was able to cultivate the 6 tails. If you want to become a 9-tailed cat demon and ascend to immortality, you must cultivate 3 more tails. But the remaining 3 tails cannot be completed by hard work alone. You must have a special opportunity and break through your own limits to have a chance to grow 3 tails. Meng Ji stared at Tao Ti, who was chewing on the stone with burning eyes, calculating how to kill Tao Ti. Sister Meng, don't take risks. We can't defeat it. I don't know whether its bloodline is activated, but I can feel that its bloodline is much higher than mine. Jiang Wu nervously sent a message to Meng Ji. Jiang Wu, this is my opportunity. I don't want to miss it. Meng Ji's eyes showed that she was determined to win. The white tiger in the distance spoke human words, but did not turn into a human form, proving that its level must be lower than that of the mythical beast. She tried her best to deal with the half-step beast, but she still had the strength to fight. Meng Ji and Jiang Wu's voice transmission disturbed Tao Ti's interest in eating. Tao Ti raised his head to look at the two of them and said leisurely, I advise you to miss it, otherwise I will not be merciful. Meng Ji and Jiang Wu's expressions changed instantly. This white tiger could actually eavesdrop on their transmissions. Jiang Wu stared at Tao Ti extremely warily and said, Sister Meng, let's go. Meng Ji thought thoughtfully and observed the Tao Ti. It had obviously swallowed one monk, so why didn't it eat the rest? Also, it keeps urging them to leave and doesn't want to fight them. Meng Ji guessed that Tao Ti must be afraid of something. Maybe there are natural enemies of Tao Ti nearby, making it afraid to fight them and not wanting to waste its own strength. Lu Changchan once said that they were going to find the heavenly beasts. Could it be that Tao Ti is afraid of that heavenly beast? With her strength, it would be much easier to deal with the white tiger in front of her if she added heaven-level beasts. Meng Ji thought of this and decided to conquer the beasts first and then seize the bloodline. Let's go. Meng Ji stepped forward and walked forward. Jiang Wu reacted and quickly followed. Lu Changqin's eyes were surprised. Bai Hu's strength was already so strong that even Meng Ji was afraid. Then they must not be Bai Hu's opponents. It seems that junior brother Gu can only die in vain. Follow Miss Meng. Lu Changchan looked at the disciples, exuding strong pressure. The pressure of the transformed god made all the disciples turn pale. Everyone did not dare to refute Lu Changchan and followed Meng Ji's footsteps. Only one disciple said angrily, Senior brother, aren't we going to revenge junior brother Gu? Do you want to drag everyone to die with junior brother Gu? Lu Changchan asked coldly. Of course I don't want everyone to die, but junior brother Gu was eaten by it, and we just walked away like this. How are we going to explain to the governor after we get out? Gu Cheng said in a high-pitched voice. When the other disciples heard this, they paused on the spot and hesitated. Gu Cheng, do you know its strength? Lu Changchan asked. No matter how strong it is, as long as we fight together, we can always hurt it at all. It's better than just walking away like this. Gu Cheng knew that they were no match for Tao Ti. But Lu Changqin's indifference chilled him. Gu Cheng was afraid that if he encountered danger later, Lu Changchan would abandon him without hesitation. Lu Changqin's eyes were deep and he said to Gu Cheng, it is at least the level of a holy beast, equivalent to a monk in the integration stage. What will happen to us if we fight it? Have you ever thought about it? Gu Cheng was speechless. Lu Changchan walked past Gu Cheng and chuckled, you know you can't do something but you have to do it. That's stupid. Gu Cheng, if you want to stay and avenge junior brother Gu, I won't stop you. But don't involve anyone else. Lu Changqin's words sent chills all over Gu Cheng's body. Gu Cheng finally did not dare to deal with Tao Ti alone. He glanced at Tao Ti silently and chose to follow Lu Changchan and leave. Seeing everyone leaving, Tao Ti raised his eyes and said disdainfully, humph. It sounds nice, but it's actually just cowardice. Tao Ti's voice was neither loud nor quiet. But with the monk's ear, he could hear it clearly. All the disciples' faces changed. The corners of Lu Changqin's lips curled up. This was the contracted beast he wanted. After subduing the alien beast, he would definitely come back to find the white tiger. At the same time, all the mind stones in the time formation were also consumed, and the formation collapsed without any attack. Fang Qingran slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and the aura around her became ethereal and powerful. Unconsciously, she has entered the middle stage of becoming a god. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes were bright and she was slightly shocked. It was an unexpected joy to reach the middle stage of becoming a god. However, thunder tribulation cannot be overcome in this secret realm. We can only go outside to survive the divine transformation tribulation. Woman, why are you still in the mysterious realm of Yuxuan? Fang Si asked in slight surprise as he unlocked the restriction of the void space. Fang Si, are you okay? Fang Qingran dodged and fell into the void space. Everything in the space has undergone tremendous changes as her strength has improved. The former courtyard was transformed into a magnificent palace. It's okay, I've packed it up, here's this for you. Fang Si said, and a glass bottle floated in front of Fang Qingran. The bottle contains a black mist. Fang Qingbran held the glass bottle in her hands, her eyes moving. Fang Si, isn't this a charm? Fang Si said, it was a gourmet. The situation at that time was too critical. I didn't have time to explain to you. The gourmet hid the mother goo secretly and was controlled by the mother goo without knowing it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 329 Contract 7 Color Mysterious Bracelet. If the mother voodoo had been growing in Gourmet's body, I would not touch the mother voodoo, but it actually wants to attack you through the contract between you and Gourmet. Fang Si felt scared for a while when he said this, and even felt a little guilty. It shouldn't have allowed Gourmet to make a contract with Fang Qingbran, knowing that Gourmet was in danger. Then what's the use of keeping this? Fang Qingbran shook the bottle in his hand. This black energy is the condensed strength of the evil ancestor. You should put it away first. When you reach a certain level of cultivation, you can use it for your own use. Fang Si said this and paused slightly. Wait, you haven't told me yet, why are you still in the secret realm? Fang Qingbran smiled and said, Fang Si, haven't you noticed any changes in me? It's only the middle stage of divine transformation, more than 400 years. Fang Si's spiritual consciousness spread. No, the time is wrong. Originally, it took 400 years to completely eliminate the mother goo and refine the evil power of the goo. But now it seems like only a few days have passed in the outside world. Woman, what have you done? Fang Si asked in shock. Fang Qingbran told Fang Si about the time formation, and called Fang Shichu in to let them get to know each other. Damn it, you're a piece of shit. Not only did you get the gourd vine, but you also found all 4 sources of power. Fang Si's tone was sour, filled with envy. Chu, this is Fang Si, the one over there that is exactly the same as Wanling, the other one is Divine Phoenix, and this one is my right-hand man Yuan Bao. Fang Qingbran glanced at the stream of beautiful eyes and gave them to Fang Shichu one by one. Introduced. Fang Si circled around the basin, and after confirming the ancient soil and original power contained in the basin, he said to Fang Shichu, did you voluntarily recognize the master? Were you fooled by her? Fang Shichu felt nervous when he heard Fang Si's question. The master is very nice. I like him very much. Senior Fang Si, I voluntarily accept him as my master. Fang Qingbran rolled her eyes and resisted the urge to beat Fang Si. Just volunteer. There is a tree over there. You can plant your roots next to it. Fang Si's tone was slightly softer when talking to Fang Shichu. Really? Fang Shichu said in surprise. Of course, this is our home, and we are naturally free at home. Fang Si felt that Fang Shichu was much cuter than Fang Qingbran. Fang Si took Fang Shichu to the edge of the Hongmeng tree and said proudly, you can just plant it on the edge. If nothing happens, you can grab some Hongmeng energy to help its growth. Both are Hongmeng products, so they fit together very well. Fang Shichu looked at the Hongmeng tree in front of him, and was so surprised that the branches of the vines were so straight that the branches dragging the basin trembled. Senior Hongmeng tree is the ancestor of all plants. Let it grow next to its ancestors, and it will be afraid. Hongmeng said that if you plant the roots yourself, you can steal Hongmeng's energy, but not its nutrition. Also, it wants to borrow some of its original energy. Do you think that's okay? Fang Si conveyed the meaning of Hongmeng's tree species. I won't compete with Senior, Fang Shichu said obediently. Fang Shichu pulled his roots out of the pot, then poured the contents in the pot on the ground, and said carefully, Senior Hongmeng, take it yourself. Ha ha ha. Fang Si laughed out loud and explained, don't be nervous, it is not your senior. The senior you mentioned is its ancestor. It is a new tree. In terms of seniority, you are its ancestor. Quote. No, I don't dare. The Hongmeng tree has noble blood, and I'm just a calabash vine. Fang Shichu's girlish voice sounded a little panicked. We orcs don't talk about bloodline anymore. We only look at strength. You plants don't talk about bloodline. The rule of heaven and earth that Fang Si dislikes the most is the constraint of bloodline. Especially dragons, phoenixes and unicorns are born noble. Other orcs are born with rules that are one level lower than these races. All things are created equal, and strength is the king. Bloodline rules can easily lead to the corruption of some creatures, and even cause countless creatures who work hard to cultivate to be trapped in the rules throughout their lives. But, Hongmeng tree is the master of all things and supports the interface. Fang Shichu still didn't dare to make a mistake. At this time, a few leaves on the Hongmeng tree were rolled up. Fang Si shouted towards the distance, Yuan Bao, come over and fertilize Xiao Hongmeng, and dig a hole for Chu. I will leave the task of watering them to you in the future. Yuan Bao flew over with a small hoe, blinked his cute elf eyes, greeted Fang Shichu, and then placed part of the soil under the Hongmeng tree. After that, Yuan Bao found a location not far from the Hongmeng tree, dug a hole, and buried the roots for Fang Shichu. Thank you, brother Yuan Bao, this is for you. Fang Shichu rolled up a handful of soil and handed it to Yuan Bao. Thank you, Sister Shichu. If you need anything in the future, just call me. Yuan Baokai happily held Kirang in his hands and thanked Fang Shichu. This soil must be well preserved and used for planting immortal and divine plants in the future. Keep your roots here. From now on, you can safely follow the master and protect her. Fang Si has already found out. The world-sharing contract between Fang Shichu and Fang Qingbran. This contract means that Fang Shichu is % loyal to Fang Qingbran. Yeah, Fang Shichu nodded seriously. One more thing, you come from ancient times and know a lot, so you should be careful when communicating with the master on weekdays. Don't say anything that is not suitable for her, as it will affect her Taoist heart. Fang Si's tone was slightly show seriousness. Fang Qingbran still has a long way to go. Knowing something too early is not a good thing for Fang Qingbran. Remember, Senior Fang Si, the girl at Fang Shichu said in a soft voice. Fang Si heard, Senior, once, and then thought of Fang Shichu calling Yuan Bao, brother, and felt vaguely unhappy. Fang Xi said seriously, you will also call me brother from now on. Senior is too different. We are all the master's contractors. Well, brother Fang Xi. Fang Zhiqiu's voice was soft and waxy, and his tone was even more sweet. You go to look around first. I want to talk to the master about something. After Fang Xi finished speaking, he floated in front of Fang Qingran. The corner of Fang Qingran's mouth twitched slightly. Fang Xi, can't you teleport? Forget, don't talk about this, let's talk about business. Fang Xi immediately changed the subject. He didn't want Fang Qingran to know that he was called Piao by Fang Zhiqiu's brother. What happened? Fang Qingran recalled carefully. You have advanced to become gods and can make a contract with the seven-color mysterious bracelet. This is a secret realm. If you make a contract here, no strange phenomena will come to you. This is a good thing for you, Fang Xi reminded. Fang Qingran's apricot eyes lit up, she turned her wrist, and the delicately carved bracelet appeared in her hand. The jade bracelet is crystal clear, with green light flowing inside it, rays of sunlight glancing at it, fairy mist lingering, mountains and rivers thousands of miles away, like a dream, and it is so beautiful. Fang Qingran's lips curved slightly, finally able to wear such a beautiful bracelet. Woman, don't be too happy. Contracting a seven-color mysterious bracelet is not that simple. You must surrender its spirit to complete the contract. Fang Xi said seriously. Ancient artifacts contain the purest divine power. Contracts provide endless benefits. But opportunities and trials always come together. If Fang Qingran wants to contract the colorful mysterious bracelet, he must endure a certain amount of pain. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 330 The Chosen One. The spirit of the colorful mysterious bracelet. Is it the same existence as the ingot? Fang Qingran asked crisply. It's different. Yuan Bao is the guardian of the void space, possessing soul and entity, while spirit is just a kind of spiritual thought and cannot be materialized. Fang Xi said. Fang Qingran blinked her apricot eyes. If Yuan Bao is the guardian of the void space, then where did the spirit of the double spirit bracelet go? Also, when she contracted with Kakai Xuanyi, she had never met Fang Xi's so-called spirit. But Fang Xi's serious attitude made Fang Qingran realize that Ling might be a very dangerous existence. Fang Qingran couldn't help but think of the Dragon Emperor in the Dragon Emperor sword. The Dragon King is the sword spirit of the Dragon King sword. At that time, it was because the Dragon King refused to make a contract with her. So she failed to contract the Dragon Emperor sword. Moreover, when she confronted the Dragon Emperor, if she had not been firm in her will and made the Dragon Emperor feel benevolent, perhaps her soul would have been destroyed long ago. Fang Qingran's eyes narrowed slightly as she thought of this. Fang Xi, the spirit of the artifact may hurt me, right? Yes, all ancient objects have their own special contractual restrictions. If you are not recognized by the spirit, you will most likely be obliterated by the spirit, or your spiritual consciousness will be damaged, and you will lose your cultivation qualifications. Fang Xi's tone was slightly serious. In fact, monks who have not ascended are not suitable for contracting ancient objects. The aura remaining in the ancient object is extremely powerful and cannot be endured by ordinary monks. If it weren't for the power of nothingness in Fang Qingran's body and the special bloodline protection, it would not have given Fang Qingran the artifact, let alone let her contract the colorful mysterious bracelet. Why didn't I meet the spirit when I contracted the double spirit bracelet and the colorful mysterious clothes? Fang Qingran asked. Yuan Bao is the guardian, and it recognizes you. The spirit of the double spirit bracelet does not dare to embarrass you, and the colorful Xuanyi was given to you by that guy. How could he hurt you? Fang Xi couldn't help but start to feel sour again. It remembers the first time it saw Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran was abandoned by the sky. His whole body was surrounded by black energy, and he could not see any luck. But when it woke up after sleeping in the void space, the black energy on Fang Qingran's body dissipated a lot, and there was even a faint purple energy. Later, as Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong were in contact for a longer time, Fang Qingran's black energy disappeared little by little, and the purple energy on his body increased. Fang Qingran was able to meet the iron-eating beast in Shunghu Ridge because of Mo Jinggong's help. I'm afraid she was able to contract 7 gourd vines this time because of her. Okay. What the hell? When did Fang Qingran become a lucky person? Fang Xi's spiritual consciousness swept over Fang Qingran, and he was extremely shocked. With his effort to eliminate the evil ancestor, Fang Qingran suddenly transformed into the Chosen One. Fang Xi seemed a little unconvinced and directly opened his eyes to check the concentration of purple energy in Fang Qingran. As for the contract with the colorful mysterious bracelet, let's wait until it figures out where Fang Qingran's luck comes from. Fang Xi was even more shocked when he looked at Fang Qingran, who was surrounded by purple energy and was unparalleled in dignity. Fang Xi asked aloud, Woman, during the period when the void space was closed, what adventures did you have? King Yu, does the contract count at the beginning? Fang Qingran said uncertainly. No, before you met Fang Zhiqiu, you must have had an adventure and even obtained a treasure that changed your destiny. Otherwise, you would not have been able to contract Fang Zhiqiu. Fang Xi sounded a little anxious. Luck is something that cannot be seen or touched, but it is real. All those who cultivate immortality, without exception, pay special attention to luck. Good luck means it is easier to become an immortal and the chances will be better. Could it be that Chu gave it to me? Fang Qingran laid out all the things Fang Zhiqiu gave her. Fang Xi's spiritual consciousness swept across the mountain of things and said, No, it's not these. Can you think about it more carefully? If Fang Zhiqiu had a treasure that could change his destiny, he shouldn't have been abandoned by the gods. No. Fang Qingran paused slightly. Does Master Yanling's blessing count? Master Yan, are you sure you didn't admit your mistake? Fang Xi was even more unbelievable. How could the land abandoned by gods give birth to Master Yan? No, Tati told me. Fang Qingran's voice was clear. Fang Xi was silent for a moment after hearing this. Since Tati said the person was a spiritual master, he was probably right. It's just that the appearance of the spiritual master in the land abandoned by the gods is definitely an accident. The most likely possibility is that this spiritual master was sent here for refuge from other small worlds. Fang Xi decided to wait until he saw the Yanling master before making a final conclusion. Fang Xi's body exuded bursts of white light, and the formation unfolded from Fang Qingran's feet. Fang Xi said to Fang Qingran, "Woman, you should make a contract with the seven-colored mysterious bracelet first. The one under your feet is the ancient contract spirit formation. With the help of the spirit formation, your contract will be smoother." Fang Qingran. Asking questions 1 moment ago. Let her continue the contract at the last moment. Lu Kanglan, Jiang Chanyu, and Chu Beizu passed through and entered a deep forest. The dense forest is surrounded by mountains, and there are towering trees everywhere, causing the surrounding light to be extremely dark. A red dot flashed at a location on the array disc in Lu Kanglan's hand. "Brother Jiang, Brother Chu, I can help you subdue the strange beasts, but if you want them to truly surrender, you still need to rely on yourself," Lu Kanglan said warmly. "Brother Lu can help here, we are very grateful." Jiang Chanyu thanked him with his hands. Lu Kanglan didn't speak anymore, but held the array disc and observed the situation around him. The alien beast was nearby, but because the distance was too close, he could not determine the specific direction and location of the alien beast. Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu's cultivation levels are too low and they are not suitable to search for strange beasts separately. Just when Lu Kanglan was hesitant, the cheetah walked toward the southeast, took a few steps and turned back to signal Lu Kanglan to follow. Lu Kanglan's warm eyes were slightly bright, but he had forgotten that he still had a temporary contracted beast. "Brother Jiang, Brother Lu, you follow it, I will break up the rear," Lu Kanglan said. Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu hesitated for a moment, but still chose to walk in the middle. The two of them knew very well that in such a dangerous dense forest, Lu Kanglan would definitely not leave them behind. Lu Kanglan's cultivation level, walking behind, can have a certain deterrent effect on the beasts in the dark. But if he and Chu Beizu were at the end, they would most likely be attacked by those things. Chu Beizu was thinking about Fang Qingran, and was even more angry at Lu Kanglan's indifferent attitude towards Fang Qingran. He didn't speak to Lu Kanglan along the way. Chu Beizu followed the leopard worriedly and decided that after contracting the alien beast, he must go back to find Fang Qingran. Jiang Chanyu guessed Chu Beizu's thoughts and sighed slightly, but finally said nothing. But this experience is another kind of test for Chu Beizu. If he can overcome it and understand it, Chu Beizu will definitely be able to go further on the road of cultivation. But at the same time, Jiang Chanyu was worried that Chu Beizu would be stubborn and unable to turn around. If you trap yourself in this kind of mental journey, then Chu Beizu's future path will definitely be difficult. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 331 Cheetah's Brainstorming. The cheetah came to a cave and stopped. The cheetah returned to its original size and showed a state of alert. Chu Beizu took out the magic weapon, his eyes filled with eagerness, wanting to conquer the strange beast as soon as possible and go back to find Miss Fang. Seeing Chu Beizu's state, Jiang Chanyu advised, "Beizu, don't force anything." Lu Kanglan's warm eyes flashed with strange color when he heard Jiang Chanyu's words. Chu Beizu's concern for his junior sister may become a burden to her in the future. "Brother Jiang, Brother Lu, when fighting strange beasts, please don't use my formation, otherwise I won't be able to protect you." Lu Kanglan's whole body exuded the coercion of a god, and his aura was calm and strong. Seeing the two men nodding, Lu Kanglan took out the array disc and activated the Zhutian star array. Compared with the previous battle in the spiritual arena, Lu Kanglan seemed effortless when activating the formation this time, and even seemed a bit leisurely and contented. After a burst of starlight soared into the sky, complex formation spread out under the three people's feet. Chu Beizu and Jiang Chanyu suddenly felt that their spiritual energy was flowing through their bodies, and all their abilities had been enhanced. The cheetah also noticed that its strength was much stronger, even comparable to that of the holy beast. The cheetah was extremely shocked. Could this be the power of the formation mage? I heard earlier that human formation masters can increase a person's strength. At that time, it never took it seriously. Now that he is in it, the cheetah knows that this kind of increase can actually allow it to cross the next level to challenge. The leopard's eyes suddenly changed when it looked at Lu Kanglan. If it could recognize such a person as its master, it would definitely have a bright future. Leopard was annoyed for a while. Why didn't he directly sign an equal contract with Lu Kanglan? Lu Kanglan was completely unaware of these thoughts of Leopard. He was currently expanding the formation step by step. The cave is the territory of alien beasts, so it is naturally impossible for them to enter. The only way is to let the alien beasts out. But before the alien beasts come out, he must expand the formation as much as possible. Lu Kanglan was thinking about how to speak, so that the cheetah would willingly go in and lure the strange beast out. Luring strange beasts out is an extremely dangerous thing. The cultivation of Jiang Chanyu and Chu Beizu could not withstand the pressure of the alien beasts, and only the jaguar leopard could barely resist. "Do you need me to go in and lure out the strange beast?" Cheetah leopard communicated with Lu Kanglan through a temporary contract. "Are you sure you want to go in?" Lu Kanglan looked at the cheetah in surprise. "Of course, you helped me find my son, and I will help you lure out the strange beasts." "It makes sense," the leopard said proudly. "How about it? Master, is he loyal enough? Are you excited? Want to contract it?" The cheetah thought a lot, raised its front paws, and prepared to enter the hole. "Wait a minute." Lu Kanglan stopped him and waved to the leopard to come over. The cheetah's eyes flashed with excitement. Lu Kanglan wouldn't want to contract with it in advance, would he? If he wants to complete an equal contract with himself, should it agree immediately? Wouldn't it be too reserved to agree immediately? The cheetah leopard walked slowly towards Lu Kanglan, raised his head proudly, and said arrogantly, "I still have to think about it, you and I have a contract." When the leopard was halfway talking, Liu Kanglan took out a few talismans and stuck them on its body. Then he said warmly, "You must come out before these talismans are used up, otherwise I will not be able to save you." Cheetah. The purpose of calling it here was to stick a talisman on it. Can these few talismans help it resist the attacks of strange beasts? The leopard rolled his eyes, turned his head and pointed his butt towards Liu Kanglan, and said through his voice, "It doesn't matter what you say, I will definitely not fight it." After the cheetah finished speaking, he walked heroically towards the cave. Some words are said like that, but facing the heavenly beasts, the leopard is still subconsciously afraid. Liu Kanglan looked worried, but he could not leave the center of the formation, otherwise the Zhutian star formation would be ineffective. If his strength could be stronger, he might be able to make the formation move according to the spell. The leopard who walked into the cave didn't know that Liu Kanglan was in a complicated mood. The cheetah's legs were shaking as he looked at the dark cave. Cheetah Leopard suddenly felt regretful, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he fell into Liu Kanglan's scheme. You must know that the bloodline level of alien beasts is naturally higher than that of Warcraft. Warcraft usually does not take the initiative to provoke alien beasts, but it actually walked into the alien beast's lair for Liu Kanglan. Senior, are you asleep? Can you go out and get together? The leopard roared to express his meaning. There was deathly silence all around, and there was even a cool breeze blowing. Senior, I am a Warcraft, and we are all beasts. Can you come out and meet me? Cheetah Leopard tried again. The cheetah waited for a moment but heard no response. The leopard quietly released his consciousness and explored inside. The spiritual consciousness encountered a barrier 1 mile away from it, and the cheetah immediately withdrew its spiritual consciousness and roared louder. But still no response. The cheetah felt a little more relaxed. Could it be that the strange beast was out? In the darkness, the distance a cheetah can see with its eyes is not far, but within the distance it can see, there are no strange animals. There is the smell of alien beasts in the cave, but there are no traces of the lives of alien beasts. The cheetah vaguely saw a passage in the deepest part of the cave. The cheetah deliberately roared louder, "Senior, I have no intention of trespassing on your territory, could you please make a sound?" Outside the cave, Liu Kanglan and the others couldn't help but feel worried as they listened to the roar of the cheetah that was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. "Brother Liu, is the leopard in danger?" Jiang Chanyu asked. "Brother Liu, I want to go in and help the hunting leopard." Chu Beizu's handsome eyes narrowed slightly. The hunting leopard went in because of them, and Chu Beizu didn't want to ignore it. "It's not in danger for the time being. Just wait." Liu Kanglan shook his head. He has a contract with the cheetah. If the cheetah is really in danger, there is no way that the contract will not react at all. After hearing this, Chu Beizu took a step back and said no more. Liu Kanglan concentrated on expanding the star formation, but after trying several times, he still couldn't get the formation into the cave. Liu Kanglan hesitated for a long time, and finally chose to take out the formation stone. He couldn't let the cheetah fight with the strange beasts inside. The ancient formation stone was insignificant compared to life. As the formation stone fell into the center of the formation, the stars in the formation became brighter and brighter. Liu Kanglan sat cross-legged in the formation, concentrating on letting the formation enter the cave. The invasion of the cave by the formation brought light to the leopard, and of course it also awakened the strange beast sleeping in the distance. An extremely powerful pressure swept towards the cheetah. The cheetah's eyes widened, its wolf fur stood out, and it stared at the passage in the distance warily. Is it too late for it to leave now? The cheetah looked at the shadow slowly walking out in the distance, thinking that it was too late. However, when the cheetah saw the image of the strange beast clearly, his jaw almost dropped. Who will tell it what kind of strange beast the fat chicken in front of it is?